Chapter 54, 51 Phase Lord Benefits. Who did not want to live longer? Vess had seen enough cases of people who did everything possible to extend their lifespans. Life-prolonging treatments used to be an unattainable dream to him. Even when he managed to get his hands on a few vials of life-prolonging treatment serum, he did not dare to squander them at will, but treated them as precious resources. The chance to live forever was practically priceless. A lot of old geezers who had managed to make a lot of accomplishments all kept working even harder just to earn another way to extend their lifespans. Vess knew that he was far too young to care too much about this pressing need, but he was probably the exception rather than the rule. It was not easy for people to live for hundreds of years, more than their natural lifespans. Only a tiny proportion of humans were powerful enough to earn the huge amounts of merits required to redeem life-prolonging treatments. An even smaller number of people possessed the luck, talent, and ability to ascend into god pilots or star designers. Opening up an alternative means to extending people's lives would definitely excite a lot of people who previously thought that they had reached the end of their ropes. If the Mechers dangled the chance of becoming a human phase lord as bait, then a lot of old geezers would probably invest nearly everything at their disposal to snatch as much face water from the native aliens as possible. What a devious plan. This was probably an integral part of the calculations of the Mechers. When Vess was finally done with pumping enough information about human phase lords from Jovi, he briefly discussed his intention of going on a vacation. It went without saying that the Blue Jay fleet had already begun to make the appropriate preparations. "Your safety is our highest concern," the Mecher stated. "We are well equipped to protect you against most of the threats on Akan and VI, but you will be exposing yourself and your children to many different risks, a number of which we may be less equipped to handle than others. We advise you to forego the most dangerous hunting opportunities." Vess frowned. "I don't want to challenge exobests that are too weak. I also intend to hunt down real beasts in my true body form. While I do not intend to spend too much time on my phase lord cultivation, I at least want to feel what it is like to kill in this form. Maybe I will be able to gain useful inspiration during this experience." That made it harder for the Mechers to protect him, but Jovi eventually acquiesced to this plan. "Fine, we will be ready to employ the right safety measures. Our presence may invalidate your chance to earn a valid hunting trophy, but your safety is more important than satisfying your vanity." That was a disappointment, but Vess already expected as much. He instead spent his time on thinking about his own combat system. He was not a pure phase lord, so there was no reason for him to fight like one. He had a companion spirit as well as other incarnations at his disposal. He could borrow the strength of different design spirits if he needed further help. More importantly, the worklaw energy produced by his Jutland organ had not only become a lot more abundant, but Vess also improved his control over its destructive potency. Vess felt an urge to develop a unique means of combat and self-defense that was fully suited to his own situation. He was especially interested in combining his spatial manipulation abilities with his ability to command E-energy. Not only would he be able to learn various tricks that could potentially produce amazing synergies, but he could also apply all of his newfound insights in his Mech designs. That last part was especially important to him. He was a Mech designer first, so every activity had to improve his ability to do his work. Jovi looked intrigued when Vess briefly explained his intentions. "Earlier, you mentioned that your sensitivity to E-energy had dropped by a large extent when you unveiled your true body. It should be much harder for you to manipulate space and E-energy at the same time if that is the case. That lines up with what we have found among the aliens. The more they are saturated with face water, the less they are able to form a connection with E-energy. It is an odd interaction that we do not fully understand. We certainly hope that the aliens are unable to solve this interaction." It was good news that powerful alien phase lords and phase whales were not able to exert a lot of control over E-energy. Powerful ancient phase whales would become several times more difficult to defeat if they were able to utilize their vast and powerful minds to draw strength from the power of heaven as if they were Kai cultivators. From what I have experienced, it has become a lot harder to leverage E-energy when I activate my true body, but this is not an absolute rule, Vess cautioned. I think that if I really put effort into it, I may be able to leverage space-attributed E-energy. I just haven't figured out how to do it when I am in that strange condition. That sounds concerning, Jovi frowned. We shall be sure to investigate that further. By the way, we have noticed that you have made active use of your companion's spirit during the testing session. How well were you able to borrow the power of E-energy with the help of Blinky? It was much better than before. Blinky's strength lies in this aspect. He was able to employ his full power without getting affected by my body's changes. The only problem is that my own reduced sensitivity towards E-energy has left me unable to assist what my companion's spirit was doing at the time. Interesting. There is still a strong synergy. I do not think you need this reminder, but I truly do have to repeat to you that you are not allowed to grant a design spirit to any alien entity, period. If a powerful ancient phase whale is able to overcome his congenital shortcomings in this aspect with the help of a companion spirit, then we will have to fight against an apex predator who is strong in both body and energy. The combat effectiveness of such a monstrosity may approach that of a god pilot. That was a nightmare scenario for every red human. Vess simply smiled in response. I am not stupid enough to make that happen. Rest assured that I have no intentions of arming the native aliens with companion spirits. Good. E-energy radiation has become a universal resource to both red humanity and the native aliens. We have clear advantages in its usage. The phase whales and the other powerful alien races are still stuck at the starting line. We cannot afford to shrink this gap. The more the native aliens are able to utilize the power of E-energy, the more losses we will suffer. Your powerful solutions must remain in red humanity's hands at all cost. I agree. What neither of the two mentioned was that the Blue Jay fleet would likely take measures to prevent Vess from handing over the means to produce companion spirits to the native aliens. From the moment Vess had presented his companion spirits to the survivalists during their last conference, it may have already been inevitable for him to get shadowed by their forces. The soldiers of the Blue Jay fleet were both his protectors as well as his minders. They might even turn into his executioners if he displayed any intention to betray the interests of red humanity. Vess did not find this pleasant to say the least, but it was useless for him to complain about it. The only way he could get rid of the sword of Damocles that was literally hovering high above his head was to become powerful enough to grasp its hilt. Anyway, I have stayed here long enough. I should get back and keep my children company. When Vess finally returned to Diandi Base, he still remained distracted by all of the new insights he gained when he had unfolded his true body. When he was in that remarkable state, he felt unprecedentedly close to the existence of space. His connection to the face water had increased, and his affinity to space had improved by a large margin. This enabled him to look at old problems related to face water theory and spatial manipulation from much better angles. Part of the reason why he found it much easier for him to teleport his body was because of his vastly improved connection to space. His eyes lit up when he thought about how this might be useful in his work. He could theoretically experiment with different applications of face water technology. That was not all. He could also team up with Blinky to explore possible ways to combine face water technology with hyper-technology. Whereas other Mech designers were only able to explore these possibilities by painstakingly fabricating experimental designs before putting them to the test, Vess could try out his ideas much more directly by unfolding his true body. This is great. While his ability to exploit this advantage was not unlimited, Vess was sure that he could massively speed up his efforts to improve his utilization of both technological fields. The only issue was that he regularly needed to retreat to a large and strong enough chamber for him to experiment with his extraordinary powers. It would be great if I can work together with another clever mind, Vess thought. His wife was not a suitable research partner or assistant. Her interests rested elsewhere, and her specialization did not grant her any advantages in these exotic fields. Alexa will be able to provide better help and feedback. Though she was still young, she had already proved her excellence many times. She was not only quite proficient in face-water theory and hyper-technology due to her superior learning ability, she also possessed a strong interest in learning more about living mechs and, by extension, e-technology. Vess could not think of a better candidate for him to bounce his ideas from than General Axeler Strion's granddaughter. Now that he had formed this idea, he decided to approach her at the soonest possible opportunity to learn what she had to say. Of course, it took quite a bit of time to explain the circumstances surrounding his Phase Lord cultivation to her. The young assistant was already accustomed to his many surprises, so she hardly looked fazed when he casually explained the full extent of his true body. "So you are possibly the first real human Phase Lord," she spoke. "I have many questions, but I shall refrain from answering them. I do not know whether I can be of service to you. It is true that I have been working on improving my grasp of face-water theory and hyper-technology, but how well does that translate to your power utilization? Conventional science simply does not work anymore in those cases. It is not as bad as you think. I work differently from high-ranking Mech pilots. I think we should just hold a session and give you a glimpse of how I work. I am convinced that we can explore many new applications of face-water technology and hyper-technology by using my true body as an experimental platform. It would be as if Vess turned his own true body into a persistent prototype. The amount of research he could conduct by taking advantage of his unique condition was unfathomable. Vess even started to develop a greater interest in advancing his Phase Lord cultivation. He did not want to become a stronger Phase Lord because he wanted to pursue greater strength, but because it would help him discover more advanced technological applications. "Wait, I just thought of a good idea. Let us head over to the nearest secure chamber so that we can explore it right away." Chapter 54, 52, Spontaneously Alive. Though Vess had exerted himself quite a lot when he conducted a lot of tests under the supervision of the Mechers, Phase Lords did not get tired so easily. There were benefits to having a stupendously strong body. Vess felt as if his physique transformed into a nigh-perpetual biological engine that could sustain highly intensive activity for many hours. Even though he sensed that he would definitely have to pay the price of his heavy exertions by ingesting a lot of nutrients, that could wait until later. He had already transmitted a request to his personal assistant to roast enough meat to feed all of the spacers serving in the Blue Jay fleet. "Are you sure about that, boss?" Gavin asked in a perplexed tone. "Our cooking facilities do not have the capacity to prepare so much food, and I doubt the quality will satisfy their refined palates. There is no need to go through so much trouble. I am not intending to invite the Mechers over to a meal or anything. What I need is for you to provide as much cooked meat as possible. It has to be both dense and in excess quantity. The more joules of energy you can prepare within a few hours, the better. Just think of it as preparing enough meat to feed a giant exobest. If you want to feed an exobest, then it is not necessary to cook or process the meat. Wild carnivores are accustomed to tearing raw flesh from the carcasses of their prey." Vess smirked. "You're right. You can dispense with the tedious roasting process if you think that is a waste of time." With that chore taken care of, he continued to lead Vess down to one of the spare chambers that was ordinarily used to perform quick tests or examinations on freshly repaired or fabricated mechs. The security and monitoring systems were not as robust in this underground space, but Vess had gained enough familiarity in his true body that he was confident he could control his powers to an acceptable degree. However, for safety's sake, he still insisted that Alexa move up to the control room. Once she had set herself up behind the control panel, Vess had emerged while being followed by a handful of bots that held a large tarpaulin in their grasp. Though he no longer had access to the Association's nano-suit, he was still able to retrieve a tarpaulin from the inventory. It was normally used to cover up mechs, but it could work equally well as a makeshift robe. Vess took a deep breath before he unveiled his true body once again. Vess made another observation, as Alexa grew shocked by the inhuman display taking place beyond the shielded windows. She learned why Vess had taken the trouble to bring over a large synthetic fabric, as the bots immediately began to envelop his growing body in the pale gray tarpaulin. The act of folding and unfolding his true body was easy, but it also consumed a bit of energy. The larger his body, the more energy consumed in the process. He should refrain from needlessly enlarging or shrinking his body. Once he had reached the same size as before, Alexa completely looked gobsmacked as her famous mentor turned into the human equivalent of a biomech. "Is this what you have been working to investigate with the mechers?" Vess nodded. "Yes, time is short, so let us get to business. Please monitor my actions carefully and feel free to share your feedback. The more ideas we swap, the greater the chance we can stumble upon a useful new application. Use the sensors scanners to pay attention to any spatial activity, and use Maya to monitor my E-energy activity." As Alexa did as instructed, Vess paid a bit more attention to his mental state. He had already experienced the rush of power once before, so it was no longer as surprising as before. He became a lot better equipped to suppress the irrational overconfidence that came with gaining the power to crush ordinary humans into pulp. Getting beaten by a first-class multipurpose mech in less than a second also humbled him a lot. Though it was not pleasant to acknowledge it, the mechers had done him a great favor by beating him up in such an overwhelming fashion. He did not know what it was like for other phase leaders, but Vess found that he no longer became as susceptible to the mental drawbacks of unfolding his true body. Of course, that was no reason for him to let down his guard. He bet that the problem would probably return with a vengeance if he ever managed to advance his phase lord cultivation to the point where he could grow as large as the Uranus. Vess constantly had to remind himself that size truly didn't matter. Operation Night Jazz had decisively shown that even ancient phase whales the size of moons stood no chance against god mechs. That was truly the factor that helped him reign in his instinctual arrogance. "All right, before I proceed with trying out my other ideas, I first want you to record a bit of data. One of the abilities that I have access to after becoming a phase lord is the ability to teleport. It is quite weird, to be honest, as I shouldn't be able to do it at my stage of body cultivation. What should I pay attention to, sir?" Vess briefly paused before he decided to voice one of his suspicions. "I want you to pay attention to any activity generated by my Jutland organ. That is the strange organ that has taken the place of my heart. Don't ask any questions about that. It's a long story." "Is okay." 1 minute later, Vess did what he had done before and activated all of the face water spread throughout his body. Though he had not taken any exact measurements of the amount of face water circulating through his veins and other tissue, it was definitely a lot. He carried more than enough face water to build a first-class superdrive that was powerful enough to form a warp bubble around a capital ship. Since that was the case, Vess should be able to do way more with face water, even if much of its power was already occupied with sustaining his abnormally strong body. Crack! In an instant, the giant robed form of Vess disappeared from one place and instantly appeared 20 giant paces away. Alexa and her ragdoll cat companion Spirit looked impressed, but they had made sure to pay careful attention. "Well," Vess asked in the loud and deep voice of his true body. He was actually working on lowering the volume of his words, but he found it surprisingly difficult to do so. He found it a lot more difficult to control his breath. It was as if he was holding a lot of repressed power that was constantly trying to explode from his mouth. Vess was already thinking about designing and constructing an artificial voice box that could directly transmit his words from his cranial implant, which fortunately maintained its functionality in his inhuman state. Your Jutland organ did not generate any elevated activity aside from circulating the blood in your body at a faster rate, Alexa replied. I am not a biotech scientist, so I am unable to understand the full workings of this odd organ of yours. However, the activity that our sensors have measured earlier does not suggest that your Jutland organ was directly involved in your successful teleportation attempt. I see. That concurs with my own observations. He had been paying close attention to the work-law energy accumulated in his body. This strange but powerful energy type was known to produce a number of amazing phenomena that the Alshar race relied upon to become one of the 7 apex races of the Milky Way. Direct teleportation did not happen to be one of their registered abilities, but who knew whether the records were accurate enough? It turned out that his hypothesis was wrong this time. His work-law energy levels had remained virtually the same before and after his teleportation. It was not the reason why he was able to displace his body with disturbing ease. Vess shrugged his giant shoulders. I will look at the data later. Let US proceed with my new experiment. I have just come up with a few potential ideas on how to improve my Mech designs going forward. I will attempt to simulate them by using my true body as a stand-in for a prototype Mech. Emro. The relatively tiny form of Blinky emerged out of his head. The star cat was not in great shape at the moment, but he was still able to supply a lot of energy from his Blinkhiverse if required. Though Vess had tapped a lot of energy from the internal universe as of late, the Blinkhiverse was much larger than his own body. No matter whether it was virtual or not, it was undeniable that its internal volume had ballooned to the point where it was starting to approach the size of a typical star system. Blinky was able to store a huge amount of E-energy inside this space. Even if it couldn't be filled up to the brim due to the need to simulate an actual space environment, there was still more than enough space than the companion spirit could fill in a short amount of time. Right now, Blinky had flown close to Vess' spatial barrier and started to disgorge a large quantity of water energy. Maya. None of our sensor systems have the capacity to monitor E-energy activity, but Maya is able to observe what you are doing with her own senses. Are you trying to replicate an Azure energy shield? Not quite. I am trying to see how water energy interacts directly with my spatial barrier. Vess found that the spatial barrier was able to selectively block or allow for the passage of matter and energy, depending on his own cognition. It worked similar to an energy shield generator in that regard. What Vess tried to do at the moment was to see how well E-energy was able to pass through his spatial barrier when it was trying to block its passage. He found that it was hard for him to block out pure E-energy. This was both bad and good. His powerful spirituality and his hungry companion spirit were already accustomed to operating in a medium energy environment. On the other hand, Vess would remain vulnerable to pure E-energy attacks, just like other phase lords. Vess felt that he should be able to tweak his spatial barriers and improve their ability to block energies that traversed through the imaginary realm. He just had to tweak the expression of his Kelsus organ. This was not his main purpose, though. Once he had concluded this little test, he proceeded to concentrate on what he truly wanted to accomplish. Emro. Blinky no longer released any further water energy, but instead disgorged a bit of life energy. The power of pure creation started to blend into the water energy that was on the verge of dissipating in the environment. Maya. Both Alexa and Maya looked perplexed as the free-floating water energy gained life. Under the deliberate direction of Vess and Blinky, the living entity compromised out of water-attributed E-energy not only gained a rudimentary intelligence, but also managed to maintain its volatile form despite the lack of a physical anchor. The strange new energy life form resembled a water elemental, a typical staple creature that was common in many fantasy stories. What are you doing, sir?" Vess smirked, but did not reply immediately. He instead commanded the so-called water elemental to enter his hand. He activated the face water concentrated in his palm and spread it out at the front. Whoosh! He managed to generate a much more coherent water-augmented spatial barrier that actually looked like it was alive. The water elemental's body had become dispersed in order to support the spatial barrier in a similar fashion to an azure energy shield. However, the elemental still retained its consciousness, allowing it to influence how its energies were being used. What did you create? Chapter 54, 53 Secondary Life Forms. Alexa looked astonished as her companion's spirit clearly witnessed what her mentor had done. He not only bestowed life to a collection of free-floating water energy, but actively leveraged it to form a water-empowered spatial barrier. During the design process of the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II, Vess had worked hard to learn the working principles of Azure Shield generators. It was challenging for most Mech designers to learn how transphasic energy shield generators worked. Figuring out how these powerful shield generators could become even more effective by leveraging the power of water hyper materials added another layer of difficulty to their operation. Fortunately, Vess not only possessed a good grasp of face water technology, but also possessed an existing foundation in e-technology and cultivation science. While he might not be able to develop any iterative improvements to the existing processes of Azure Shield generators, he was still able to replicate a part of the relevant working mechanisms when he formed a spatial barrier. Though the effect was still rudimentary, the main reason why he succeeded this time was not because he was depending on Blinky's control over water energy, but because he outsourced this function to his newly born water elemental. The water elemental was a relatively simple life form. Its sapience roughly matched that of a second-order living Mech. There was no reason for Vess to improve this further, as its current level of intelligence was already enough to fulfill its programmed directive. Vess' enlarged face smiled as he saw that his whimsical idea actually bore fruit. The successful experiment not only granted him a means to refine his combat methods while he was in his true body form, but also provided a starting point for a new design application. "What is it you are trying to accomplish, sir?" Alexa asked. A Mech designer as smart as her definitely generated a few guesses in her mind, but it was better to just ask and receive a clear answer from the source. Vess smirked even wider as he studied the interaction between his water elemental and his spatial barrier. "Do we have any armed bots in reserve? Please summon them and command them to fire at my modified spatial barrier. We need to collect precise data on its performance." Acknowledged. As for your question, the answer is simple. You have taken part in the design and fabrication of the Fey Fiona, so you should be aware that it actually consists of multiple life forms. My latest idea this time is that since a drone Mech can host multiple living entities, why not other Mechs? Alexa immediately realized what her mentor tried to accomplish. Is it possible for you to design a Mech that contains sublives without living Fey? Why not? Vess grinned as he continued to rely on Blinky to feel out the properties of his water elemental. If you think about these dependent life forms, I should at least be able to insert them into external equipment such as swords and rifles. However, I think I can take this a step further and add them to internal modules such as Azure Shield generators and power reactors. This would add another layer of complexity to his living Mechs. It was like evolving a single-celled organism into a multi-celled organism. This was such a major advancement of his design philosophy that it had the potential to qualitatively improve his living Mech designs going forward. The Fey Fiona Mech line was just the harbinger of this new variation, or rather new generation of living Mechs. Even Alexa understood the explosive implications of these advancements. She wasn't even able to design any actual living Mechs as of yet, but she had already learned enough about it from her mentor to foresee how much more versatile and powerful they could be with multiple intelligent controllers. However, she wouldn't be a good Mech designer if she only paid attention to the benefits of this new design application. Wait, won't combining different life forms in a single Mech frame lead to E-energy attribute conflict? That is possible, but that is why the primary life forms and the secondary life forms have to be able to work together from the beginning. This must be established before the Mech have completed their production. The fabrication of the Elemental Lord already taught Vess that mixing multiple elements together during production would inevitably lead to a volatile buildup of conflicting energies. The closer the opposing hypermaterials were put together, the more violent these interactions may become. However, one of the advantages of living Mechs was that they could consciously exert control over these rioting energies and tame them into submission. Vess was banking on this advantage to keep his multi-life Mech stable. Will hosting multiple life forms in a single Mech slow down their collective growth? I cannot say for sure. It is likely that they will grow slower because they must share the same resources. The secondary life form is technically an offshoot of the primary life form. You can think of IT as bestowing a companion spirit to a Mech. However, I can compensate this shortcoming by enabling the secondary life form to absorb E-energy of an attribute that is not compatible with the main life form. For example, a living Mech that was primarily aspected towards metal could carry an Azure Shield generator that was occupied by a water subspirit. In this case, the defenses of such a Mech should be much stronger than normal. It was able to rely on its excellent hyper-armor system as well as its living Azure energy shield to resist a lot more damage than before. This was one of the possible research directions that Vess had come up with to design a powerful defensive Mech of the hyper generation. Just as Vess wanted, he did not want to design a hyper Mech that any Mech designer could develop on their own. He simply wouldn't be able to beat the competition by relying on ordinary hyper technology applications, such as using the water element to create vortexes, or whatever. He needed to tap into his own advantages and start with his own specialty. Only a single experimental attempt had been enough to prove the viability of his idea. While he had no idea how much more difficult it would be to design a stable secondary life form inside the frame of a Mech, he was determined to see it through. In fact, Vess just recalled that he still had a couple of ongoing design projects where he could test out this fantastic idea. Both the Supremo project and the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III project centered around heavy artillery Mechs. He couldn't help but recall the most recent battle involving the Destroyer of Worlds. Her Ragnarok launched an extremely powerful explosive shell that was directly amplified by the presence of Emma. Seeing the god Mech's attack demolish a third of the body of an ancient phase whale with a single attack was one of the most memorable sights of the public broadcast. Vess couldn't help but breathe faster at the thought of being able to bring this mode of combat to the masses. Naturally, there was no way that the secondary life forms of his heavy artillery Mechs could come close to matching the amplification power of Emma, but any increase in firepower was a welcome addition. Vess barely paid attention to the armed bots that had emerged from another room. They fired their relatively weak weapons at the spatial barrier, causing it to barely lose stability. In order to gather enough data to make a proper comparison, Blinky recalled the water elemental and no longer supported its existence. The water elemental soon lost cohesion and started to break apart into loose water energy. Blinky then took control of this water energy and started to use it to empower the spatial barrier by himself. Vess allowed the bots to fire at his spatial barrier that had taken on the characteristics of a regular Azure energy shield. Though Vess was not able to take precise measurements, he could feel that his defenses were not as effective as before. The difference was fairly minor, but he was still able to notice the difference. Back when his spatial barrier was alive, the water elemental took it upon itself to adapt to the incoming attacks. The life form was able to tweak its own body so that it reinforced the sections that were being actively worn down by the barrage of shots fired by the bots. Both Vess and Alexa grew impressed by this difference. Though minor, it could always be improved through further development. I can see how this can be useful, but do you truly have to embed multiple lives in a single Mech design? Alexa asked, as she did not fully understand her mentor's rationale. I mean, it is not always necessary to rely on a secondary life form to create this enhancement. Your Mechs are already alive. You can choose to go in a different direction and increase their versatility instead. Vess appreciated her feedback. You are not necessarily wrong, but I think my current idea is more suitable when working with hyper-technology and e-technology. The living Fae of the Fae Fianna add value because they can not only specialize in different functions, but can also possess different affinities from the primary living Mech. This is what I am trying to rely upon to make my products stand out from the competition. I cannot think of a cheaper and more cost-effective way to combine conflicting E-energy attributes in a single Mech frame. It was not impossible to design a Mech that possessed conflicting and contradictory E-energy attributes. However, a Mech designer had to make a lot of compromises in his design. He had to separate the strongest Mech parts that incorporated the opposing hyper materials. Even then, the designer had to employ other measures to suppress the residual conflicts that came about whenever two hostile E-energy attributes came in close proximity to each other. Vess had the potential to drastically increase the tolerance of conflicting E-energy attributes into his Mech designs by relying on his latest concept. He recalled the time during Operation Night Jazz, where the guns of Armageddon exposed a clear flaw in the operation of her new hyper-technology. Her absurdly powerful energy cannon batteries relied on fire energy to enhance their damage output. However, from the moment the guns of Armageddon came under focused attack, she had to draw in a lot of water energy in order to reinforce her Azure energy shield. The simultaneous use of water and fire energy caused the performance of both ship systems to degrade, thereby preventing them from reaching their full potential. If such a problem could happen on one of the Red Fleet's most vaunted dreadnoughts, then it could also happen on Mechs. Now, Vess might be able to reduce, or in some cases, remove this negative interaction. He just had to design a Mech that relied on at least two conflicting E-energy attributes and pair them up with a separate living entity, each to test out his idea. If your idea has merit, then your Mechs will gain a selling point that cannot be matched by anyone. Alexa spoke with a hint of awe in her tone. What is even more important is that it is cost-effective at every Mech class. If you can make it work on second-class Mechs, you can make it work on first-class Mechs as well. That meant that if Vess promoted to a first-class Mech designer and relied on this concept to design products for the first-class Mech market, it wouldn't be too difficult to match the much more powerful competition. Of course, Vess needed to bring a lot more benefits to the table in order to impress the wealthy and powerful customers at this level. It was a start, at least. Chapter 54, 54 in a Cocoon. Vess did not spend too much time on exploring this idea in his current form. He just borrowed a few spare Mech weapons that Diandi Base had in storage and awkwardly used them to beat up a few bots. The only difference was that he tried to augment their performance by summoning different elementals to see whether he could directly enhance their offensive power. The results were not as impressive this time. The spare weapons were holdovers from the previous generation. The lack of hyper materials made it difficult for the elementals to attach themselves to the weapons in a significant way. It was just like the difference between prime Mechs and non-prime Mechs. The latter did not offer any direct physical interfaces for the elementals to channel their power in the material realm. However, their effects were not completely invalid. Vess managed to make enough observations to determine that utilizing multiple living entities could help in an offensive capacity as well. He became reminded by the Gray Lotus, That was the prototypical example of this concept in action. Even though the Grey Lotus was a self-contained relic weapon that could be wielded by any mech, it still represented a means for hyper-mechs to effectively utilize other E-energy attributes. What Vess wanted to make was a secondary life that was attached and subordinate to a primary life. Just like people with companion spirits, they were both separate and the same. They possessed enough distinctions to gain greater flexibility, but they were also united enough to escape many of the coordination problems. Once he and Alexa had gathered enough data and made enough observations, Vess shrunk his body back to his compact form. He briefly committed a blunder by getting swamped by the giant tarpaulin that previously acted as his robe. His reduction in size did not apply to his clothes. Fortunately, this was just a minor problem that served as another motivation for him to develop his own version of a nano suit. No matter what, Vess did not want to tear apart all of his clothes when he unfolded his true body in the future. I can contact an equipment supplier and commission a custom suit that can solve your wardrobe problem if necessary, Alexa suggested. That won't be necessary. I intend to solve this problem myself, Vess responded. As a mech designer, I have the expertise and skills to make my own equipment. Aside from a few exceptions such as a personal teleporter, I can make nearly anything. It is not a good habit to rely too much on other people's work. The intentions of the maker are not always so pure. This is one of the many lessons of frontier wisdom that I have learned the hard way. His assistant nodded and no longer made any further suggestions. The pair continued to discuss their future plans with regards to their mech design projects. Will your new delay the completion of the Supremo project and the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III project? According to your previous words, you hope to complete them in the next month at most. I should be able to make this addition without too much trouble, Vess said, as he could rely on Veronica to do much of the work from her end. I have already solved many of the problems related to making secondary life forms when I completed the Fey Fiona. Right now, I just have to adapt the existing template into a design that is centered around a single whole mech frame. I think my chances of success will be greater in these cases, as heavy artillery mechs are so large that they have a much higher fault tolerance when it comes to hyper-technology and e-technology. Since that was the case, then the Supremo project and the Transcendent Punisher Mark HI were the best candidates for Vess to apply his experimental concept. Once he managed to make it work with the mechs that were best predisposed to hosting multiple life forms, Vess could work towards miniaturizing his solution so that it could fit into smaller and more compact mech designs. That is an excellent idea, Alexa approvingly said. I admire your creativity. It is not always common for mech designers at your level to generate so many inventive and effective design solutions. Vess replied with a modest smile. It is easier this time because the hyper generation has just rolled out. There are so many new possibilities that people have yet to explore that I have a chance of exploiting them first. I doubt that other mech designers can take advantage of this dynamic. They will have to master the art of designing a living mech. This is a solution that only you can devise and realize. Speaking about that, how is your progress coming along, Alexa? I don't know how much time you have put into your studies, but you have been working alongside me for several months. You have assisted in the design and fabrication of numerous living mechs, several of which are quite remarkable. The companion spirit that I have gifted you should have given you a clear advantage in learning the essence of living mechs. He refused to believe that a talented and well-educated elite Terran mech designer could remain stuck for so long after she enjoyed so many favorable conditions. The only reason that could prevent her from advancing to the rank of journeyman mech designer was if she lacked spiritual potential, but that was not the case. In fact, spiritual potential didn't matter anymore in the Age of Dawn. The continuous bombardment of E-energy radiation had gradually fed and grown the spiritualities of every human without exception. while their talent and other circumstances still had a significant influence on how much progress they could make. Even the dullest and most talentless human would gain a boost that may eventually bring him up to par with an individual with good spiritual potential. Therefore, no apprentice Mech designer faced any hard obstacles anymore. So long as they were passionate, motivated, and hardworking enough, each of them should be able to form their design seeds in the current environment. Just as he predicted, Alexa was not as simple as she appeared. To be honest, sir, I think I have come close to breaking through as a journeyman. I cannot give you any absolute answers, but if I want to follow in your footsteps as closely as possible, I only have to study and immerse myself in your teachings and your Mech designs. However, you are not satisfied with treading down a beaten path. You want to strike out on your own and pioneer a different interpretation of living Mechs. Is that correct? Alexa nodded. I cannot repeat how many times I have become impressed by how much you have turned living Mechs into powerful assets that can make a strong difference to the Mech pilots that depend on them. I do not seek to surpass your contributions to the Mech industry, but I still have my own pride. I want to add to the body of Mechs from my own angle. I have been working on exploring several directions of research that you have never spent much time on exploring. I just need more time to determine which one is the most viable and suitable for myself. Vess fully approved of this decision. Even if Alexa slowed down her progress due to the need to rely on her own research to progress her design philosophy, at least she had devoted herself to solutions developed by herself rather than her mentor. Of course, there were still plenty of ways for the two to exchange their knowledge and work together. Their shared field meant that there would always be room for them to assist each other. I look forward to hearing what you have decided to specialize in. Vess graciously smiled. Can you give me an estimate of how long it will take for you to lock in your choice? It shouldn't take much longer. I think I will likely complete my own research and finalize my choice shortly before or after you have introduced the Fey Fiona to the Mech market. That was hardly any time at all. It sounded as if Alexa was fully confident that she would have the makings of a journeyman Mech designer in a relatively short amount of time. Vess truly looked forward to seeing Alexa advance. She was already incredibly useful to him as an apprentice Mech designer. Her value to him would definitely skyrocket once she became a journeyman Mech designer. In fact, her value far exceeded that of the other lead designers of the Larkinson clan. She was the most authentic version of a first-class Mech designer. She could competently design first-class Mechs right away that could be of great use to the premier branch in the short term. Even when Vess gained the qualifications needed to design first-class Mech himself, Alexa would be able to handle a lot of work assignments by herself. The only Larkinson Mech designer that was more valuable than Alexa was his wife. No matter whether it was the old Gloriana or the new one that came back with a first-class cranial implant, his long-established synergy with her elevated all of their collaboration works. Fortunately, Vess was not forced to choose between the two. He could cooperate with both of them at the same time. He spent a few minutes on providing Alexa a bit of guidance before allowing her to return to her own research. Vess, meanwhile, had to take care of an issue that had been brewing for several hours. He needed to eat. Gavin looked on from the side with a perplexed expression as Vess started to dig into the literal mountains of roasted meat that had been set on long and oversized tables. Vess did not recognize the species the meat belonged to, and he didn't even spend that much time on savoring the flavors of all of his massive and aggressive bites. His devouring speed was remarkably quick. It was frankly inhuman for him to be able to bite and swallow so much meat at a time. However, even that was not enough to satisfy his desire to replenish his reserves. He shed his uniform once again and summoned a giant curtain before using it to cover up his true body. After that, the huge piles of roasted meat began to diminish at a rapid speed. The more his flesh rejoiced at the intake of biomass, the more Vess lost his decorum. He ate and ate until there was nothing left on the table. In fact, he even had a notion that he could devour the table if he really wanted to. The digestive system of a phase lord was far more powerful than that of a human. Vess loudly burped as he folded his body back into his human-sized form. He donned his regular outfit, yet again, and patted his dutiful assistant on the shoulder. That was a good meal. Try and stock up on lots of tons of meat in case I get hungry next time. Make sure to order enough industrial cooking facilities to process so much biomass at the same time. I am not always patient enough to wait until all of the batches are done. Okay, sir. Good man. Vess calmly walked away until he reached the nearest restroom. The place hardly offered any better privacy than the corridors outside, but he had a psychological compulsion to visit a bathroom every time he wanted to take care of a particular kind of business. Let's see what I can get this time. With a single mental command, all time outside seemed to freeze as he instantly entered the system's space. Just after he arrived, the system immediately projected a few notifications. Vess started to grin as he confirmed that he had received his desired reward. He already had a good idea on what to aim for with his latest lottery ticket. Chapter 54, 55 Scarce Cultivation Methods. It had been a while since he last entered the system space. He made a lot of progress in the last year. He completed a bunch of Mech designs, many of which were so innovative and meaningful that he had significantly expanded his toolkit. He managed to broaden and deepen his application of his design philosophy. He not only managed to develop the second-generation Carmine system, but also determined the direction of the even more promising third-generation Carmine system. He adapted well to the hyper-generation. He utilized all of his progress into spiritual engineering to quickly get started in both hyper-technology and e-technology. Every Mech he completed in the last months introduced significant advancements in the way in which he applied these new technological fields. His personal cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Blinky and Vulcan both made massive progress once he bestowed them with their own custom cultivation methods. The Imaginary Universe method version 3.0 and the Metal God method were both characterized as relatively weak in the early stage, but incredibly powerful in the later stages. But that did not mean they were useless after attaining a bit of progress. The oddest and most perplexing development was the explosive increase in his phase lord cultivation. Even though he could still be regarded as a beginner in the path to attaining native godhood, the jump from 0.01% to 1.4% was so massive that he gained access to a whole new set of advantages that not only drastically increased his comprehension of space, but made him a lot harder to kill. When he thought back on all of the progress he had made in these past few months, Vess couldn't help but feel proud at how well he had utilized his time. He thought back on the valuable piece of advice given to him by Professor Velton early in his career. She had taught him the valuable lesson that time was all too precious for Mech designers. It seemed that they had many years to explore and improve their craft, but if they spent too much time on side activities that were not related to Mechs, they might find themselves reaching the twilight of their years with few accomplishments to their name. Her warning had stuck to his mind like a barnacle ever since. He was already in a hurry of sorts, but Professor Velton's impactful lesson had contributed much to his drive for constant progress. Only under constant pressure would Vess have the motivation to work hard and push himself to his limits all of the time. Accomplishing little in a year was one of his worst nightmares. If he hadn't made so much progress in the last few months and years, Vess would start to lose his confidence in himself. From the moment a Mech designer stopped making any further advancements, his chances of promoting any further became a lot bleaker. I can't grow complacent now that my lifespan has increased by a huge extent, he reminded himself. The native method of cultivation was dangerous, backwards, primitive, and exceptionally resource-intensive. Yet it also had its strong points. Just the physical longevity provided by reinforcing his flesh and bones with face water was enough to make countless old geezers jealous of what Vess had inadvertently gained. Whenever he thought that he could potentially live for thousands of years, even if he made no effort to increase his face water concentration any further, he felt it was more of a curse rather than a blessing. Vess truly could not bring himself to appreciate the extended lifespan brought by being a phase lord. Instead, he lamented the loss of his humanity. Not only did he feel more and more alienated with the people that he was supposed to serve, he also lost a powerful motivating factor that pushed him into improving his ability to design mechs. If he had 10,000 years to live, would he still be able to force himself into taking risks? The last thing he wanted was to suffer from the same faults as the long-lived phase whales. This powerful aquatic species obviously had great strength and potential, but their endowments also caused them to grow extremely complacent as a result. Vess did not want his efficiency to drop to this level. Every day, every month, and every year was precious. He could get so much work done if he continued to utilize his time efficiently. When Vess thought about what he wanted to gain from the system this time, he needed to remind himself that he needed to utilize it correctly. I shouldn't use it as a shortcut to quickly master stuff that I can already acquire through my own effort. The more correct way to use it is to gain access to knowledge, skills, or goods that are unobtainable through other means. The more these gains expand my possibilities, the lower chance that I will run out of interesting research topics. Before Vess made use of his radiant lottery ticket, he first decided to make his rounds. He visited the Divine Bazaar, the Mission Hall, and the Tree of Possibilities in turn. Many of the items offered in these places had been refreshed since his last visit. The goods offered by the Divine Bazaar were completely random. Though Vess felt awfully tempted by a few offerings, he had way too little resources to squander on these goodies. I only have 177 AP to my name. I really should get around to completing a few missions and completing a lot more mech designs. Vess frowned. However, the mission hall did not really offer any easy missions this time. He would have to fulfill inane and time-consuming tasks, such as designing a 5-pilot juggernaut or personally ending the lives of every member of the 13 major alien races of the Red Ocean. Perhaps he might be able to earn a few hundred AP in a short amount of time by completing a lot missions while constantly extending his stay in the system's space. But this was an intensive and mentally draining activity. Vess needed to complete his vacation before he was ready to test his mental endurance again. The Tree of Enlightenment merited most of his attention. He first tried to confirm whether the expensive Enlightenment fruit containing the divine blacksmith records was still present. Damn, it's gone. Vess wasn't too worried about losing the opportunity to redeem this precious inheritance. The same fruits rotated in and out every once in a while. He just needed to earn enough AP so that he could be ready to pluck it from a branch when it showed up again. He did not really study the hundreds of other Enlightenment fruits too carefully this time. He did not want to diminish his AP reserve any further, so he refrained himself from buying any Enlightenment fruits even though he thought it was relevant to his current interests. I can get way better stuff by using up a radiant lottery ticket. He wanted to go for quality rather than quantity. The expensive Enlightenment fruits might not necessarily provide as much raw information, but they were the only ones that contained the most valuable insights. This was why he paid more attention to the patterns contained in the descriptions of all of the Enlightenment fruits. He knew that whenever he was able to use a radiant lottery ticket, he could narrow down the range of categories of his prizes. However, there was always a limit to how much he could exclude unwanted traits. He would have to rely on his luck to see whether the lottery delivered anything that was actually useful to his current situation. Vess made an assumption that whenever the radiant lottery ticket was fixated on Enlightenment fruits, it would draw from a pool of them that roughly corresponded to the distribution of fruits hanging from the Tree of Possibilities. In other words, there was an equal chance that he could gain an Enlightenment fruit that was either relevant to mech design or other forms of cultivation. What Vess sought at the moment was not the former, but the latter. Now that he not only promoted to a Tier 3 galactic citizen, but also started to cozy up on the Terrans and the Rubarthans, Vess was able to gain access to much more exclusive knowledge than before. While it would be difficult to learn anything related to the core trade secrets of powerful Mech designers, Vess was still able to obtain plenty of high-end learning resources that were not as exclusive. In that regard, the only reason for him to obtain an enlightenment fruit related to Mech design was to cut short his study time, but even that was no longer as valuable to him as before. I can rely on the e-computers in the Blinkhiverse and my face-water-expanded brain to devour all of this knowledge myself. With all of these cognitive upgrades, Vess was confident that he could accelerate the learning needed to gain the minimum qualifications of a first-class Mech designer. He believed that his current capabilities should be enough for him to get started with first-class Mech designs within a single year. However, that is just the minimum of what is expected from a first-class senior Mech designer. Vess grumbled to himself. His standards were much higher than that. He needed to master more extensive fields of high technology in order to design the high-end first-class Mechs that would turn the premier branch into a frontline fighting force. I should probably get that done in a few more years, Vess estimated. What Vess truly valued was the forbidden and possibly lost knowledge related to cultivation science. Now that red humanity had broken off most of its connections with original humanity, it had become a lot harder to gain access to exclusive secrets that were unique to the Milky Way. The Mechers and the Fleeters had done a good job at keeping the agents of the 5 Scrolls compact away from the Red Ocean. Perhaps too good. That meant that relatively little ancient cultivation legacies had bled over into the new frontier. Outside of scattered and dusty remnants, such as the Aduk family's Annals of Terra Vita, it was impossible for Vess to get his hands on any secret tomes of this kind. Only the system could remedy this shortcoming. Secrecy and restricted access posed no hindrance to its powerful and unfathomable capabilities. After scanning the Enlightenment fruits for a while, Vess managed to identify many pertinent patterns. He frowned when he saw how difficult it may be to gain the knowledge that he truly wanted to obtain this time. There are too few Enlightenment fruits related to space and spatial manipulation. Vess frowned. He learned from his mother and other sources that space and time were both high-grade concepts that were extremely difficult to get started with. They were virtually inaccessible to low-level cultivators, and even high-level ones found it difficult to gain true comprehension into these mysterious domains. Their exceedingly high thresholds combined with the difficulty of making progress in these fields meant that the amount of cultivators who mastered any methods related to them were small. That means that there are not that many cultivation methods and techniques to begin with, Vess sadly concluded. What was even worse was that the Tree of Possibilities did not offer a lot of Enlightenment fruits that were directly related to phase lord or phase whale cultivation. That said a lot about the opinions of the system towards native cultivation methods. The current iteration of the Mech designer system put a lot of emphasis on both Mech design and spiritual ascension. Perhaps from the perspective of the system, any alien methods that were either unrelated or harmful to his spiritual cultivation were not eligible to turn into Enlightenment fruits. Of course, it could also be that as a product of the Milky Way, the Mech designer system was ideologically opposed to providing cultivation methods that were strongly related to the Red Ocean. All in all, I probably won't be able to kill 2 birds with a single stone this time. Vess sighed in regret. Chapter 54, 56 Choppy Waters. Vess had 2 choices to make when it came to redeeming his radiant lottery ticket. Should he continue to aim for an Enlightenment fruit related to space, or should he set his sights on a different target instead? For example, the 5 elements sounded a lot more attractive to him than before. No matter whether he gained knowledge related to a single classical element or all of them at once, Vess would always have the confidence to translate what he learned into substantial short-term gains. He thoughtfully rubbed his hairless chin. My main elemental focus is currently centered around water, so it is better to dive deeper into this element for the time being. Though he knew better than to blindly believe everything his mother told him, he believed she was right on this aspect. Trying to learn all 5 elements at the same time was an inefficient approach. It might allow him to adapt a lot of shallow but useful applications, but he would ultimately gain little that others hadn't already figured out through their own research efforts. What Vess needed the most was to delve deeper into the water element. On the premise that the system was not able to further his understanding of the space attribute, the water element was a much more suitable target. Not only did it have a special relationship with face water, it was also fairly obscure among Mech designers. The only ones that could possibly develop a comprehension towards the water element were bio-Mech designers. Everyone else primarily strengthened their comprehension of metal and maybe fire or earth. If Vess made enough progress in drawing out the potential of the water element, he was confident that he could develop much more powerful design applications in a short amount of time. Aside from that, the water element can also help me deepen my control over my true body. This would hopefully enable him to fulfill multiple goals at the same time. It all depends on what I can gain out of my radiant lottery ticket. No matter what he tried to aim for, the essence of a lottery ticket was based on random chance. He could get a reward that exceeded his goal, but he could also easily get an irrelevant prize that was not helpful in the slightest. Well, enough delays. It is time to make use of my ticket. Vess had gained enough of an understanding of what he could, or could not obtain from an enlightenment fruit. Once he moved down to the wishing fountain, he held a multicolored ticket in his hand. Vess took a deep breath as he thought on what he should do to increase his chances. Should I unfold my true body? Perhaps that might influence the prize pool. By strengthening his affinity to space at the expense of weakening his connection to all of the other attributes, the wishing fountain may decide it was more suitable to add more prizes related to his dominant attribute. Of course, this was pure speculation. It might make no difference at all. He was not willing to bet on the small chance that he could gain a useful enlightenment fruit that contained serious knowledge related to the manipulation of space. I might have to wait until I can earn a more precious lottery ticket. He took a few moments to concentrate his mind and reaffirm his primary goal. "In you go," he said as he tossed the ticket into the fountain. Just like the previous times he utilized a radiant lottery ticket, the wishing fountain began to glow in multiple colors. The water turned into a rainbow spectacle, while a huge amount of energy started to brew underneath the surface. As the wishing fountain continued to grow more active, Vess focused as hard as he could on wishing for an enlightenment fruit that was deeply related to the water element. Water, water, water. He repeated the same word over and over as if he was reciting a mantra. Soon enough, a tiny golden boat rose to the surface. Compared to previous fountain manifestations, the boat looked incredibly underwhelming due to its tiny size. Despite the fact that it looked small enough to serve as a toy for his kids whenever they took a bath, the construction and detail of the waterfaring vessel was exquisite. It might not be a masterwork, but there was so much care for details that its design must certainly be seaworthy if it was built at full scale. Vess briefly wondered what he was supposed to do with this little boat. He did not have to puzzle over this issue for too long, because the wishing fountain soon produced a second reaction. Over 100 tiny rods extended from the decorative water reservoir. Chromatic water lapped against these rods as they continued to extend from the water, as if the wishing fountain was in the process of spawning a needle bed. A third change occurred once the rods stopped and began to unfurl unique flags. The design of all of these flags instantly attracted his attention. They came in all kinds of colors, and they all depicted different symbols. For example, One of the tiny flags was purple and displayed an active plasma saber. Another flag that attracted his interest was a blue one that displayed a wicked shark. There were around 100 flags like this spread across the fountain pool. Vess soon figured out that he was supposed to guide the boat towards the desired flags. However, this was not as simple as it looked. The more valuable prizes were probably situated on the other side of the fountain. The tiny golden boat had to weave its way around a lot of other flagpoles in order to reach the other side. Another complication was that the water surface wasn't calm. Instead, the multicolored water had become more and more active. Vess could spot the buildup of tides and possibly other complications. This meant that there was a risk that the boat might sail off course and hit a flagpole that was not his target. How do I control this little vessel? He first stepped closer and attempted to reach out with his hand. An invisible barrier stopped his limb from moving any closer. I thought so. Vess did not look particularly surprised. He conducted a few experiments and became surprised when he found out what he needed to do to get the boat moving. It turned out that he needed to manipulate the water element around the boat to navigate across the pool of water. This was a challenge and a test. The greatest rewards required him to stand in place and to extend his control over the water element in the fountain pool. It was difficult to apply enough power to move the boat, but still maintain enough control over its trajectory. The more the boat moved away from his position, the harder it became to exert fine control over the water-attributed E-energy surrounding the boat. If he wanted to prevent the boat from drifting off course, then he had to possess a good understanding and feel of the behavior of water under these choppy conditions. All in all, if Vess wanted to earn the best possible prizes that might possibly be related to the water element, then he had to prove his worthiness in front of the wishing fountain. This is the strangest lottery draw yet, Vess frowned. On the one hand, he felt a bit encouraged by this strange display. This was the most direct response, yet that indicated that the wishing fountain was responsive to his wishes. On the other hand, he felt that the lottery draws were leaning more towards determining the outcome through skill rather than luck. Perhaps the wishing fountain was responding to his desire to control his own destiny. The current arrangement clearly made it so that Vess would only have himself to blame if he failed to lead the boat to the desired destination. Since Vess did not have to start right away, he took the time to observe and analyze each and every flag. Even if the flags were unable to convey precise enough clues, Vess was still able to guess what sort of prizes they contained. The icons depicted on the flags grew slightly more complicated at the far side of the fountain pool. By determining which flags interested him more than others, he was able to construct multiple routes that could guarantee a satisfactory outcome even if his boat drifted off course. He could not guarantee whether his fine control over the water element was good enough to prevent accidents from occurring. If the golden boat bumped into a flag too soon, he at least wanted to ensure that it was relevant to his current interests. It was only when he studied the dozen or so flags at the end that he put more thought in their meaning. The most attractive flag depicted a sea dragon in a dark expanse of stars. The detail of this sea dragon was so much more realistic and lifelike that it attracted him like a moth to flame. All of the other flags at the far side simply could not compare in his opinion. The fact that it was located in the most distant position was not a coincidence. Just to be sure, Vess also took the time to designate a few nearby consolation prizes if his boat ended up just short of reaching its goal. I'm ready. One of the annoying restrictions of this test was that he was not allowed to rely on Blinky or his design spirits. He was only allowed to control the water element from his actual self. This made the test a lot more difficult because his companion spirit was so much better at manipulating spiritual energy. Let's see how far I've come. Vess began to stir the multicolored waters with his mind. He tried to harmonize with a part of the power of heaven and slowly managed to create gentle waves that pushed the boat along. Of course, the choppy waters also produced many other waves, so the boat constantly tried to escape his control. Fortunately, his control over the water element was both stable and strong so far. The boat readily obeyed his directives and always kept its distance from the nearest and most low-value flags. It was not until the boat drifted further and further away from him that he started to struggle. Vess was not able to exert precise control anymore. If he tried to push too softly, then the boat hardly changed its course. If he tried to push too hard, then the boat might overshoot and completely deviate from its intended route. Vess started to experience greater and greater strain as he worked surprisingly hard to retain stable control over the increasingly more distant water energies. Go back. He had accidentally pushed too hard when the boat was only a third of the way across. This not only caused the boat to move away from one of the ideal routes, but also came close to bumping into a green flag that depicted a decaying tree branch. Vess tried to push the water energies hard on the other side. This prevented the boat from bumping into the wrong flag, but also caused it to follow a completely different trajectory that was not close to any of his consolation prizes. Damn, I'm screwed if I make another mistake. Instead of blindly going forward, Vess tried to manipulate the water energies so that the boat slowly started to approach the center again. However, a strong wave caused the boat to drift out of his control yet again. Though Vess responded quickly, he had exerted too much power yet again, causing the boat to change course and move uncontrollably to an orange flag that was located somewhere at the halfway point. Though Vess tried to prevent the boat from crashing into this flag, the distance and the resistance from the fountain water hinder his attempt. In the end, his control over water energy simply wasn't good enough. Vess already knew that he had failed this test when the golden boat directly crashed onto the pole with the orange flag. Damn. This was not one of the consolation prizes that he had designated. The orange flag was not only in an odd color, but also depicted a musical instrument in the form of a transverse flute. Chapter 54-57, The Flute. Out of all the flags that his golden boat could bump into, it had to bump into an orange flag that depicted a flute of all objects. It would have been better if he deliberately crashed his boat towards one of the blue flags that were situated closer to him. Even if the prizes were lower in value, they at least aligned with his current goals. Instead, he drew a prize that might very well end up teaching him how to play a musical instrument. This was completely undesirable to him. He was not a musician or practiced the art of music as a hobby. None of his incarnations had any relations to playing the flute. Perhaps the most he could do with an enlightenment fruit that granted him a music skill was to pass it off to Aurelia. His oldest daughter had learned how to sing and was able to make good use of her cute and charming voice. It wouldn't be too strange if she started to play the flute as well. This is stupid. Vess felt incredibly sour about this suboptimal outcome, even as the wishing fountain withdrew all of the other flagpoles. The golden boat that was responsible for selecting his prize capsized and sank into the waters. Only a single flag remained above the surface. It began to glow brighter and brighter. Vess felt no enjoyment at this time. Even though a radiant lottery ticket should never present anything that was truly worthless, he still blamed himself for losing control over the trajectory of the boat. He underestimated the difficulty of this challenge and overestimated his ability to control the water energy at a distance. While he couldn't have predicted that the wishing fountain would present this kind of test to him, he should have made a more accurate assessment on his chances to lead the boat all the way to the sea dragon flag at the other end. If he had been humbler and more honest about his lacking control, then he would have formed a more appropriate plan, where he aimed to lead his golden boat towards an easier destination. In the end, one of the root causes behind this failure was that he was unable to make use of Blinky. He roughly understood the intentions behind this prohibition. Blinky was an inherently spiritual existence. He was born with the talent and the ability to control spiritual energy to an exquisite degree. The Star Cat relied entirely on his innate talent and endowments to become so good in this aspect. However, Blinky actually spent little to no time on practicing his ability to control E-energy. It simply didn't seem necessary in the past. Vess was even worse. He had completely ceased to waste any of his own time on an activity that he felt was redundant. Why should he work hard to improve his own ability to manipulate E-energy when Blinky could already do the same job at least 10 times better? The system had essentially used this vulnerability to teach him a painful lesson about how he had grown complacent in this aspect. If I truly want to tap into the potential of the water element, I need to be more honest and invest more time into playing with it, he concluded. He had learned plenty of basic spells related to the water element, but never really made use of them because he thought they were completely redundant. He no longer held this view anymore. The beginner 5 Elements Spells Manual became a lot more valuable in his eyes because it not only taught him a lot of useful theories, but also enabled him to gain proficiency in a lot of different techniques that allowed him to get in touch with many distinctive aspects of all 5 elements. If Vess wanted to deepen his comprehension of the water element, he had to put in the work and play with it. He would not be able to advance his control over it fast enough if he always stuck theory all of the time. While he was already working with the water element in practice by incorporating it into his Mech designs, this was obviously not good enough. Perhaps he should act more like a Kai cultivator and spend more time on manipulating water energy in a direct fashion. Even if he was a creation cultivator at heart, he still needed to learn how to control E-energy in a more precise fashion in order to craft powerful artifacts. Whoosh! At this time, the wishing fountain had presented the prize that Vess had ultimately obtained by using up a precious radiant lottery ticket. The silvery flute depicted on the tiny flag actually started to separate from the surface. Once it had left its former home, the two-dimensional image steadily gained more depth and realism as it transformed into a physical flute. At the same time, it started to expand in size until it had gained the proportions of a typical human flute. Vess grew astonished as the flute not only turned into a real object, but gently floated in his direction until it ultimately fell into his hands. He looked down on the flute with a numb expression. Where is my enlightenment fruit? There was no enlightenment fruit. The wishing fountain had screwed him over. Instead of sending him an enlightenment fruit that contained valuable information and skills that may be useful to him or one of his trusted subordinates, he instead received a physical flute. This was not what he desired, because he would much rather gain the skills needed to fabricate a powerful object than to acquire the end product directly. He had developed a distance for acquiring ready-made products from the system. They were only useful to him for a limited amount of time, while any valuable knowledge would likely remain relevant for the rest of his life. Vess used to cherish certain objects granted by the system, such as the Vulcane Eye, the Odin Eye, and the Amistandira. However, he had outgrown all of them to the point where he just left them to rot inside the vault of eternity. He could easily use his regular channels to obtain scanners and weapons that were much more powerful than these outdated artifacts. Would this flute become the latest artifact that might only be relevant to him for a couple of years? My luck and judgment are not good today. Even though it was an irrational thought, he regretted the fact that he decided to use up his radiant lottery ticket on this particular day. If he used it a day later, his luck might have been a lot better, enabling him to push his boat towards one of the more acceptable flags. There was no use lamenting over past events. He could not change the outcome no matter how much he complained. He could only accept this result and move on from this point. Let's see what I have gained. The flute did not look remarkable at first, but its quality was rather high despite not being a masterwork. A remarkable craftsman had definitely put a lot of effort into making it. The design was rather bland and neutral, but that just made it more difficult to turn such an unassuming object into a piece of art. Vess appreciated all of the little touches that subtly added a bit of personality to the musical instrument. The material was also extraordinary in nature. It was made entirely of an unfamiliar hypermetal that possessed a surprisingly strong sensitivity towards water-attributed E energy. Wait, it's not related to the fire element. He had been misled by the orange flag. It turned out that the color did not represent the elemental affinity of the prize. Vess' lips curled into a smile when he understood that he managed to make a gain that was relevant to his current goals. This is a reproduction of an ancient relic that once belonged to a true god. The mistress of the oceans was a harbinger of misfortune and disaster and drowned many lives over the course of her existence. Whether on a planet or in space, this feared and mighty deity terrorized entire civilizations by performing her most feared dirges to her intended victims. This replica artifact does not inherit the death and misery that the mistress of the oceans has infused in her iconic artifact. It is a blank instrument and can be turned into an artifact that bestows blessings or retread the steps of its original and drown an uncountable amount of lives. The replica ocean collar has become drawn to you. It will unlock more power and become more responsive to you if you are able to earn its approval. What? His entire outlook on this flute had changed as he read the system description. He held the flute more reverently, as his estimation of its value had shot up as soon as he learned that it was associated with an ancient true god. Titles had power. Anyone who became known as the mistress of the oceans had to be a big shot in her era. Even if the ocean collar in his hands was just a replica of the original, the fact that it shared much of the same DNA of that ancient relic meant its potential was extremely high. However, Vess quickly grew a little more vigilant towards the flute when he learned about the infamous deeds of this powerful deity. Not all true gods are good-natured, he reminded himself. His mother was not the nicest woman either, but this mistress of the oceans sounded 1,000 times worse. The original ocean collar belonged to a mass murderer, a genocidal maniac, and a power-hungry despot. How could Vess not feel nervous about obtaining an object that shared a relation with such a dangerous cultivator? Though the mistress of the oceans had probably died many ages ago, who knew whether a remnant of her had persisted to this day? If Vess played around with his new ocean collar without enough care, he might accidentally bring this dangerous true god back from the dead. A part of him immediately wanted to throw this cursed artifact away. However, he couldn't bring himself to discard such an exceedingly precious object. Not only was it made out of extremely high-grade hypermetals that could only be produced in a high-energy environment, but it was also a high-level artifact. "You're alive, aren't you?" he whispered towards the flute. "I can't feel you right now, but I am sure there's an artifact spirit inside your physical form." Vess was surprisingly unable to study what was hiding beneath the exterior of the flute. His spiritual senses encountered an invisible barrier that prevented him from learning how it was made. This was probably a form of ancient copy protection. Divine blacksmiths had to protect their secrets well if they wanted to suppress their competition. Vess actually felt this ancient form of protection may be useful in itself. If he could study the flute and learn how to reproduce this protective barrier, he could apply it to all kinds of works, making it much more difficult for his rivals and his enemies to decipher his works. "Well, let's see what you can do. Please forgive me. The last time I played a flute was when I was still an elementary school student. I never practiced with a flute of this type either. Please allow me to play a few simple notes." He awkwardly raised the flute and pressed his lips against the lip plate. He did not press any of his fingers on the keys, but simply blew his voice through the hole. An unexpectedly loud sound erupted from the musical artifact. Its silvery surface became more active and started to light up hundreds of small blue runes, each of which began to draw in the water energies around the clearing. As the flute produced a monotonous high tone, the water of the wishing fountain practically exploded from the pool and launched in the opposite direction of Vess with the force and the momentum of a hurricane. Vess quickly pulled the flute away from his lips and looked at the glowing instrument with astonishment. Even though he had only blown a single note, he briefly experienced a rush of power as the flute somehow amplified his control and reached over the surrounding water energies by at least an order of magnitude. This was the most powerful artifact that had fallen into his hands. Its power might not come close to the Heaven Sword, but Vess had a feeling that his ocean caller may be able to grow just as powerful one day. Chapter 54-58, Exploring a New Toy. Vess found it foolish that he reacted with disappointment after receiving the ocean caller. Even though it was not the enlightenment fruit that he desired to obtain the most, he quickly found out that the initially unassuming metal flute held a lot more depth and value than he initially assumed. Ancient relics can't be judged according to the same standard as modern ones, Vess quickly determined. This is especially the case for high-level artifacts. There were two iconic artifacts that had made a profound impression on him so far. However, they were far too powerful for him to approach and study. The Heaven Sword was a grand work that possessed a mind of its own. It was driven by the obsessions imprinted by its ancient master and had become feral after it was left by itself. The iron-resonant crucifix crown that remained attached to Vulcan's divine core may have been reduced to a compliant metal energy dispenser, but Vess had never let down his guard against this dangerous symbol of authority. Now that Vess had learned a bit more about the true nature of heavenly authorities and how they achieved their goals by enslaving those who grew from their care, he possessed a much greater understanding of how the symbols of authority imitated this modus operandi. The crown was powerful because it was able to grant a huge amount of power in a much more direct fashion. However, that also made it a lot more dangerous. It only had a single client, so whoever received its blessing could not possibly escape the attention of this dangerous artifact. Vess couldn't help but admire his mother even more for devising a cultivation method that unscrupulously absorbed the iron-resonant crucifix crown without any restraint. Yet that had also given Vulcan a huge headache that grew stronger with each passing day. The longer Vulcan took advantage of the crown, the more debts of karma he accrued. Sooner or later, Vulcan needed to address this looming debt one way or another. This was what his mother meant by describing one of the 4 conditions needed for Vulcan to transcend into a true god. No matter whether Vulcan destroyed it outright, carried out its orders, or renegotiated his deal with the relic, it was undoubtedly going to be a Herculean task for him to resolve his astronomical debt. "Thanks, Mom," Vess grumbled. Compared to the rogue Heaven Sword and the nefarious iron-resonant crucifix crown, the ocean caller held an entirely different meaning to him. It might not be as powerful as the other 2 legacies of ancient times, but that made it so much more manageable. Vess had no doubt that the authentic version of the ocean caller would have been just as dangerous and uncontrollable as the aforementioned sword and crown. Yet the wishing fountain did not present him with this insanely powerful artifact that was steeped in a lot of history. A radiant lottery ticket simply wasn't worthy enough to draw such a valuable prize. The best it could do was give Vess an opportunity to win a replica of this ancient artifact. From what he could gather after studying the flute in his hands, the system had likely reproduced it through a sophisticated process that was more advanced than materialization. Unlike the materializers utilized by the first raiders, the production process of the system went a few steps beyond that and accurately replicated the ancient hyper-technology and e-technology aspects of the artifact as well. Yet there is no heart and soul in its creation. Vess sighed in mild regret. The lack of a skilled human touch only caused the replica to take over the shape of the ocean caller. It lacked the love, passion, emotions, and intent that could have elevated its quality to a much greater height. Vess was not dissatisfied with this shortcoming. It was the opposite. He was incredibly happy to have obtained a copy of the real product, because it had been neutered just enough for him to maintain control over this artifact. He did not want to deal with another ticking time bomb like the iron-resonant crucifix crown. The replica of the Ocean Caller possessed all of the basic functions and abilities of the real version, but did not come with any of the baggage. Of course, its notable shortcomings also reduced its power by an enormous degree, but that was an acceptable trade-off as far as Vess was concerned. The important part is that you are not a static product. Even though you work a bit differently from my living Mechs, you still work along similar lines. The more I make use of you, the more you will absorb my spiritual feedback. Combined with absorbing E-energy radiation, I am sure you will grow as powerful as the original one day. Vess had no illusion that this would be a long journey. It could take hundreds, if not thousands of years before it grew into an artifact that could serve as a worthy accompaniment to a powerful true god. That was not necessarily bad. Vess could not handle an Ocean Caller that was at the peak of its power. It was better for him to start off with a blank slate and slowly develop an intimate relationship with his new artifact over time. He lovingly stroked the surface that was still glowing with many exquisite blue runes. Even though you are not the original, you can be considered its successor. I shall continue to call you the Ocean Caller. Is that all right with you? I can bestow you with a new name, if that is what you prefer instead. Though the artifact flute did not convey any obvious response to his suggestions, Vess possessed a keen sensitivity towards life. His intuition vaguely told him that the flute was fine with inheriting the name and the identity of its original. The flute did not really object to its status as a replica. It possessed a fondness towards the original Ocean Caller that it was based upon, and considered it to be an honor to inherit the mantle of this once powerful artifact. That was both good and bad to Vess. While his Ocean Caller was comfortable in its own skin, its hero worship towards its predecessor meant that it had partially taken over the likes and dislikes of a relic wielded by a murderous cultivator. It was like taking over a living Mech that had already grown alongside another Mech pilot for many years. Vess needed to accommodate the whims of the flute without going overboard. If he blindly tried to act according to what the flute expected from its owner, then he would eventually find himself turning into the second incarnation of the mistress of the oceans. He could not afford to let that happen. A lot of thoughts swirled through his mind. He needed to adopt a rational and measured relationship strategy with his new artifact. He wanted to take advantage of all of its possibilities without getting affected by its dangerous quirks. So this is what it is like to become an artifact cultivator. Vess recognized that he had taken the first steps of becoming an artifact cultivator once he made the decision to utilize the Ocean Caller. The fact that becoming one did not conflict with his other cultivation efforts made it a lot easier to settle for this course of action. He did not have to make this decision. He could store it in the Vault of Eternity or pass it off to another candidate. In fact, he continued to entertain the idea of gifting the Ocean Caller to his oldest daughter if she turned out to be a lot more compatible with the extraordinary musical instrument. However, Vess already felt he had established a bond with the mystical object. It felt completely at home in his hands. Though he could lend the Ocean Caller to other people if he wanted to, he would always be its ultimate owner so long as this bond remained in place. "Let's see what you are made of," he said as he brought his Mech designer side of himself back to the forefront. From the perspective of a creation cultivator, the Ocean Caller was a defective product. Yet that did not change the fact that it had most of the makings of an item that had most of the potential of a true god-level artifact. The entire flute was made entirely of metal. Though he was not able to look through any of its holes and cavities, he was pretty sure that it did not carry any parts made out of wood or crystal. Vess was also certain that it did not contain any organic elements. "You are all metal." This was a deliberate design choice by the maker of the original flute. There was a purity in its design that made it clear that it only served a single purpose. It contained everything it needed and nothing more. As Vess utilized his senses as a phase lord to carefully investigate whether it was attached to a pocket space, he failed to detect anything on this front. Though it may be that the isolation barrier prevented Vess from detecting its presence, his intuition told him that the ocean caller truly did not carry any pocket spaces. That disappointed Vess. Why not? A feared and powerful true god like the mistress of the ocean most definitely had the ability to attach a pocket space to her favored artifact. The Heaven Sword and the modern god Mech of humanity all possessed their own pocket spaces. They could store a lot of useful stuff, up to and including their own E-energy ecosystem. Vess did not possess the vision and understanding to figure out why the ocean caller lacked such a useful feature. He actually became a bit grateful for this design choice when he realized that it had made the ocean caller more affordable. Otherwise, he would have never been able to acquire it with the help of a radiant lottery ticket. The metal attracted his interest as well. His strong affinity towards metal already told him that it was made out of an unfamiliar variety of top-grade hyper-metal. It is impossible to find a hyper-material of this grade outside of a high-energy environment, Vess concluded. That meant that it was impossible to find natural deposits of this exceptional material in the Red Ocean. He would likely have to travel to Messier 87 if he wanted to acquire large quantities of this water hyper material. These runes look interesting. Vess no longer fed any of his spiritual energy to the artifact, though it was able to sustain their activity by drawing from the ambient water energy in the environment. The runes slowly faded by themselves. The ocean caller was an artifact that was solely designed for active use. It was not meant to operate by itself, which was a sharp contrast to the Heaven Sword. After he examined the glowing blue runes a bit more, he found to his surprise that their shapes and patterns actually shared a close resemblance to his Ascension runes. They share the same origin. The differences in style and sophistication made it seem as if they both shared the same language. The difference was that his Ascension runes were a lot more raw and crude, as if they were letters written by a rural peasant. The blue runes imprinted on the surface of the flute was a much more refined application of the same language. The letters had been formed with the personality and style of their painter. I didn't know that runes could be applied in this fashion. There was a strong artistry to the runes that caused them to express and channel their powers in a distinctly different fashion. Compared to the Ascension runes formed by nature, the blue runes conveyed a distinctive feminine style. Vess carefully explored the thin, soft, and delicate components. He tried to simulate how their exceptional creator was able to string together the runes into a flexible and flowing pattern that empowered the ocean caller way beyond its material limitations. It did not take much time for him to count the number of runes of the flute. There are 360 runes. That was way more than the handful of Ascension runes that most of his living mechs had managed to accumulate up to this point. Even though his living mechs could continue to acquire more Ascension runes as they grew older, it would probably take centuries for them to ever get close to the amount of runes that came with the ocean caller. Vess beheld the artifact with a lot more fear and respect. No matter whether there were considerable differences in operation between Ascension runes and this new variation of runes, 360 of the latter definitely conveyed a lot more depth and power to this powerful artifact. Chapter 54-59, Dominating Water. Vess learned more about the ocean caller with each passing minute. His appreciation for the replica artifact continued to rise as he managed to glean more insights and secrets from this flute. Just the chance to get a good glimpse of the 360 runes that covered the exterior of the flute alone was enough to widen his horizons. Vess had made very little progress in developing a greater understanding of his Ascension runes. They were pure energy constructs that mysteriously aligned with a fundamental universal force. That was pretty much the extent of his discoveries. He had been unable to reproduce them outside of his third-order living mechs. This severely limited their applications, which was why Vess had turned his attention away from them despite their huge potential. Vess needed to pick his battles. He could make much better use of his time if he spent more time on researching facewater technology or hyper-technology. The appearance of these 360 runes had reignited his interest into the study of runes. If he was able to learn how to artificially apply a bunch of them into any creation, then he could overcome the limitations of his current implementation of his ascension runes. Vess tried to interpret the meaning and the purpose of the individual runes as best as possible. This was rather difficult as he did not possess a dictionary or a guide. The Ocean Caller did not take the initiative to provide any explanations, so Vess had to fall back on his intuition. With the combined observations and insights of Vess, Blinky, and Vulcan, the 360 runes slowly turned into a more recognizable body of text. As best as he could guess, the runes amplified and regulated the interaction between spiritual energy and the Ocean Caller. They were akin to an ultra-dense form of programming language. They already carried a lot of meaning by themselves, but their complexity rose exponentially when they started to work together with more runes. There was no possible way that Vess could replicate this amazing application of empowered programming. The degree of sophistication was simply way too much for him. The runes were as inscrutable to him as the impressive god mechs of modern human civilization. He would have to become an existence comparable to a star designer if he wanted to gain the qualifications to manipulate spiritual energy in such a profound manner. Is my mother able to work with these runes? Vess was not so sure about that. She was clearly a Kai cultivator. That did not prevent her from dabbling into creation cultivation, but the application of runes was so advanced that it was unlikely for part-timers to understand their essence. Creation cultivators had to develop their own strengths in order to justify their existence. Vess guessed that the study and application of runes was one of the high-level advantages that elevated their craft beyond the reach of other professionals. He developed a strong desire to obtain an inheritance related to runes. Vess needed to pay more attention to the tree of possibilities. If it offered any fruit that enabled him to get started in this deep and profound application of spiritual engineering, then he needed to take it regardless of the cost. If that doesn't work, I can always resort to reverse engineering. Vess had no doubt that he would utterly fail to decipher and reproduce all 360 runes of the Ocean Caller. However, it was not necessary for him to possess a full grasp of them. He would already be happy if he was successfully able to master a single rune. If he was able to understand its purpose, functions, and application, he could empower every compatible mech with this advanced E-energy construct. That already made the Ocean Caller worth the price of a radiant lottery ticket. Even if Vess was unable to utilize the flute in any fashion, that still did not change the fact that it was a real high-level artifact. It revealed so much about the production methods of a divine blacksmith that Vess and Vulcan could learn a huge amount by drawing from this example. Vess stroked the surface of the Ocean Caller with greater care and affection. It was not necessary for him to decipher every single nuance that went into its creation. He could already derive a huge amount of benefits from it if he was able to reverse engineer just 5% of the secrets that made it so powerful. In the meantime, he could also make use of it like a normal artifact cultivator. The Ocean Caller could not only serve as a powerful weapon, but also came with a lot of shortcuts that could significantly speed up his comprehension of the water element. Let's explore your powers a bit more. Vess carefully experimented with it for 10 minutes. He was not in a hurry to blow any further notes with it. He instead wanted to learn how the flute interacted with different quantities and attributes of E-energy. He soon discovered that the flute did not solely interact with water energy. Interesting. He discovered that there was a more advanced way to produce sounds with the Ocean Caller. The mortal way was to blow into the embouchure hole of the artifact flute. The transcendent way to play the instrument was to inject air energy into the same hole. PFFFFFFFF. When Blinky experimentally blew air energy into the hole, the blue runes not only glowed a lot brighter, but it also took control of a much greater quantity of water energy. To Vess' astonishment, the water energy rapidly condensed and transformed into a large amount of water that instantly launched into the mountainside of the system space. Even though the impact force was not excessive, Vess could easily imagine that he could summon and launch a much greater body of water if he injected a lot more air energy into the flute. It was not difficult to figure out why the flute was so responsive to air energy. It was a way to play the ocean caller in a vacuum environment or when he was wearing a closed helmet. Vess even had a hunch that he would only be able to unlock the true power of the ocean caller if he skillfully and proficiently made use of air energy. Air energy is just a control mechanism. It is not the main driver of its powers. Vess soon discovered why the flute was made entirely out of metal. There was a reinforcing relationship between metal and water. The former promoted the latter, so when Vess channeled metal energy into the ocean caller, the flute was able to convert all of it into water energy. Combined with leveraging the water energy that was already present in the environment, the flute was able to command water to a much greater extent. What about earth energy? Earth promoted metal but opposed water. When Vess carefully injected earth energy into the ocean caller, the artifact immediately showed its first clear sign of an independent personality and shook in his hands. Sorry, I will refrain from doing this again. The ocean caller had made it clear that it did not like to get exposed to earth energy. Doing so may be a way for Vess to discipline the artifact flute, but that would almost certainly deteriorate their relationship. Vess knew that artifact cultivators utilized different strategies to manage their relationships with their bonded objects. It was not uncommon for these cultivators to train their artifacts into tamed and obedient possessions. While this approach granted them greater control, the chance of suffering a backlash always existed. It was not in his nature to develop unnecessary antagonistic relationships with powerful artifacts. He much preferred to develop a mutually beneficial relationship with them instead. The ocean caller was already positively disposed towards him, so Vess had a strong incentive to deepen his friendship with this artifact. In order to do that, he needed to learn what sort of actions earned its approval and disapproval. After a bit more experimentation, he concluded that the ocean caller pretty much excluded every other E-energy attribute aside from air, metal, and water. Vess grew disappointed when the flute rejected space energy. However, that did not cause him to give up his investigation whether it was able to interact with face water. He paused for half a minute before he decided to go down to the Vault of Eternity to withdraw a small portion of pure face water that he kept in reserve. Vess carefully brought the flute to his lips and played a soft note while concentrating on the cup of face water that he had placed in front of his body. Since Vess hardly made any noise, the effect shouldn't be too strong. The face water stirred inside its cup. When Vess blew a little stronger, the face water actually showed signs that it was almost just as responsive as regular water. His eyes lit up after making this discovery. Face water may possess a lot of metaphysical properties, but it is still a variation of water. So long as that is the case, it is susceptible to the ocean caller. Vess was not able to induce these reactions through regular spiritual manipulation. The ocean caller not only multiplied his effective control by at least 10 times, but it also seemed to expand the categories of water that it was able to control. In order to test out his latest hypothesis, Vess impulsively conducted a dangerous experiment and tried to use the artifact to stir his own blood. Vess almost botched his note playing, as he actually felt as if the blood flowing through his arms wanted to spring out of his body. It works. He had made 3 powerful observations through this brief experiment. The first important observation was that the ocean caller was intelligent enough to respond to his conscious thoughts, emotions, and intentions. The fact that it did not stir the cup of face water in front of him was proof that the flute was able to act according to his thoughts. The second observation was that the ocean caller was able to exert control over the blood of living organisms. There was no inherent taboo or restriction that prevented the flute from ripping the blood out of the bodies of other living beings. Only distance and the ability for others to resist this force could prevent this from happening. The third observation was that the ocean caller possessed a reluctant relationship with face water. The multidimensional properties of the latter made it much more difficult to control the exotic liquid. The higher the concentration of face water, the more challenging it was to manipulate it with the flute. In conclusion, anything that shares even the slightest resemblance to water can be manipulated by the ocean caller. In fact, I bet it is able to manipulate anything that has liquid properties. Perhaps it can even control mercury or the gases of a gas giant. The mistress of the oceans shouldn't be so easily restrained if she ended up in an environment that was devoid of water or water energy. Vess had a strong hunch that a part of the reason why she made use of the ocean caller was to expand her versatility and plug some of her obvious weaknesses. Otherwise, it would have been way too easy for the many enemies of a mono-elemental Kai cultivator to put her at a disadvantage. The only part that was especially relevant to him was that the ocean caller was able to control face water. Vess wondered how he could take advantage of this property. For example, he might be able to use the artifact flute to fabricate high-concentration face water components for a high-end living mech. He could also destroy or interfere with the operation of a hostile transphasic mech or warship. So long as there was anything related to face water, the ocean caller would always have a way to exert control over it. The only limitations that held it back was his own strength and ability to control his artifact. What a domineering creation! The aggressive functions of the ocean caller completely contrasted with its delicate and feminine appearance. The properties of this impressive replica inadvertently granted him a much more thorough understanding of the owner of the original artifact. Chapter 54, 60 Vess the Flutist. Vess was close to finishing his initial exploration of his new artifact. Before he was ready to exit the system space and prepare for his upcoming vacation, he suddenly had to revise his estimation of the value of the ocean caller yet again. This was because he found out that the artifact was incredibly tough and resistant towards damage. No matter whether he subjected it to physical force or the powerful laser beams the Amestindira, the ocean caller shrugged off the damage as if it was an umbrella blocking the rain. When Vess temporarily took off his uniform and unfolded his true body, he suddenly discovered another useful feature of the artifact. The ocean caller was actually able to change its size. In its most passive form, it was only as large as a typical human instrument. Yet when Vess progressively channeled more E-energy into his flute while concentrating on the right mental image, the ocean caller responded by growing until it matched his intentions. Vess could even make it grow even larger than the most fitting size for his current true body. It just became a lot harder for him to meet the progressively greater E-energy upkeep needed to maintain its increasingly more exaggerated size. This is useful. This was an especially useful advantage in battle. Vess did not have to force his true body to finagle a flute that was small enough to slip past his clumsy, oversized fingers. He could always make sure that the flute would always remain in proportion. He could utilize the flute as it was intended to be used, but he could also use it as a makeshift baton or staff if he needed to get more physical. If he was able to master more advanced water manipulation skills, then he could even develop his own combat techniques that enabled him to weave physical attacks with sweeping water waves. He could even work together with Blinky to improve his ability to fight in this way. Vess briefly immersed himself in this fantasy before shaking his head. I don't have the time to learn all of these fighting skills. He was not that interested in utilizing the ocean caller in battle. That was what his mechs were for. What he truly valued was the reference data that he could gather from a high-value artifact and the ability to speed up his comprehension of the water element. Both of these could significantly upgrade his ability to harness the water element in his future works. When Vess examined how extensively the ocean caller was able to express the water element, he vaguely came in touch with multiple subordinate concepts. The hypermetal and 360 of its runes shared varying relationships with the concepts of oceans: liquid, storms, waves, tides, heavy water, steam, ice, whirlpools, pressure, and blood. It was much easier for a Kai cultivator to deepen his comprehension of the water element by studying one of its lesser concepts first. The ocean caller made this process a lot faster and more convenient by giving him access to the spiritual techniques related to these concepts in advance. Though he would be able to employ these powerful abilities to a much greater extent if he had mastered the concepts in question, the fact that he was able to experience the application of the power of tides or waves without being familiar with them was a priceless learning opportunity. What I have to do next is to practice music. Vess was not a musician. Unlike a number of his other colleagues, he did not even have the habit of listening to music when he designed his mechs. He enjoyed the process and the challenge of designing mechs. He derived so much enjoyment in the long and difficult process of putting together a good machine that music would only occupy a part of his precious concentration. That did not mean he hated music. He acknowledged its artistry. He was impressed by the ability for performers to influence the thoughts and emotions with their compositions. Vess just did not have a thorough understanding of music and how to make it. Even if he regarded himself as an artist, he was much more involved in visual rather than auditory art forms. Just like how ordinary mech designers possessed little understanding of biomechs, Vess just did not know enough about music to make greater use of the ocean caller. The impressive artifact was not a magic wand. It would be disrespectful for Vess to utilize it in this manner. If he wanted to develop a proper relationship with the ocean caller, then he needed to learn how to play the flute like a proper musician. This was why Vess eventually exited the system and started to take virtual crash courses on how to play the flute. As a transcendent mech designer who had acquired a frighteningly powerful learning ability, it was not that difficult to memorize all of the notes and a few simple songs. The flute was one of the more approachable musical instruments to get started with, but Vess quickly found out that it possessed a huge amount of depth. He would have preferred to obtain a string instrument instead. At least then, he would be able to take advantage of his dexterity and excellent control over his fingers. The flute, on the other hand, demanded that he control his breathing and blow through the hole in a specific manner. One of the first skills he learned was to prevent the ocean caller from exercising its extraordinary powers. After all, it would be quite bad if he accidentally ripped the blood out of Alexa's body or caused Gavin to die in agony as his blood boiled into steam. Vess found that he only had to maintain a bit of mental discipline and make it clear to the flute that he did not intend to employ any violence. "I can still use you like a normal flute, right? Good." Though Vess did not suffer from the typical problems related to physical inadequacies, there was no way to make up for his lack of proficiency aside from spending lots of time on playing the flute. Fortunately, the ocean caller was a good sport about it. The high-level artifact understood that Vess was a complete beginner and tolerated all of the times where he botched his technique and produced discordant sounds. This was good news. The more Vess interacted with the artifact, the more he was able to strengthen his connection to it. The flute would also get to know him better and grow in a direction that was more compatible to his own inclinations. In the hands of the mistress of the oceans, the ocean caller turned into a symbol of terror, an icon of genocide, and an artifact of evil. Suffice to say, Vess had no interest in acquiring such a distasteful object. Vess hoped to turn the ocean caller into a more positive artifact. If this replica had inherited any of the more negative aspects of the original, then Vess just had to re-educate the artifact spirit until it had been reformed. In any case, entire days passed by as Vess grew obsessed with practicing the flute. Though he still satisfied his other obligations, it was clear to everyone around him that he had gotten into one of his obsessive phases again. Before he knew it, Vess, his children and his staff teleported onto the Terrask. Once they had settled into their stateroom, the Blue Jay fleet quickly commenced their journey to the Aucanon system. Vacation, 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 Andrast repeatedly shouted while she jumped on top of her bed. Meow. Lucky yawned while he started to nap on the bouncing bed. Meow. Clixie purred as she rested next to little Marvane and allowed him to caress her back. Their father paid little attention to the children. He continued to put his focus on building up the muscle memory of playing different notes by repeatedly playing the same simple songs. Though the sound of his own music was improving by the day, he still did not act as if he turned into a real musician. He was not able to evoke the same kind of passion for designing mechs. Vess would have felt much more at home if he engaged in painting. He felt more and more unworthy to play such a powerful artifact. The ocean caller deserved to be played by an earnest musician. Though Vess tried to deepen his affection for it, he could not get away from the motivation to turn it into a powerful tool. As Vess processed his mixed emotions while attempting to play a tune, one of his daughters looked at him with increasingly judgmental eyes. Papa, stop. What is the matter, Aurelia? You are so bad at this, the girl bluntly accused. You are not controlling your intonation. You are not adapting your technique to the melody of the song. Vess smiled back at her. I am a beginner. Not only that, I do not have an inherent talent in music, unlike you. I have to practice my skills step by step. Be patient, dear. I am sure that I can produce better sounds after a few more weeks of practice. The look his daughter gave him suggested that she had little confidence in this claim. My classmates in school have already improved further than you after attending only a couple of lessons on playing the flute. He believed her. Designer babies were just too good. First-class ones were so comprehensive that ones who specialized in music could quickly master any standard human instrument. Would you like to try this out yourself? Ido. Aurelia grinned as she grabbed hold of the ocean caller. The high-level artifact did not exhibit any obvious metaphysical traits when it was in its passive form. Nobody was able to identify it as an extraordinary artifact because its isolation barrier did a good job at preventing anyone from peering beneath its exterior. Though Aurelia had no way of knowing that the ocean caller held a lot of power, she still gained a hint of the remarkable nature of the instrument as soon as she held it in her small and delicate hands. Though the artifact looked a bit oversized relative to her small body, she was still able to hold it in a way that looked comfortable and natural. From the moment she started to play a positive and joyful tune, she entered a state of mind that made it seem as if she was channeling her happiness into the instrument. She even started to dance and swing her body in tune with the song that she had chosen. Everyone else stopped when Aurelia played the ocean caller with skill and confidence. So good, you are so much better than Papa. Andrast clapped her hands as she became infected by her older sister's happy vibes. Meow meow. Lucky woke up but did not show any irritation. As Aurelia continued to fill the chamber with her sound, she harmonized with the flute in a way that completely made Vess recognize the gap between himself and his oldest daughter. She not only mastered the techniques of playing a flute to a high degree, she was able to play the instrument as if it was a vessel for her emotions. Her skillful techniques and passion for music enabled her to convey much greater meaning in her performance. She not only blew in the right ways and hit all of the correct notes, but she distinguished herself by putting her own personal inflections into a pretty popular song. This meant that only Aurelia was able to play this tune in this specific fashion. Another artist may have come up with this melody, but Aurelia turned it into her own song by applying her personal touch. Had Vess made the wrong decision? Was Aurelia the rightful owner of the replica of the ocean caller all along? He did not get this feeling from the flute. Days of playing with it had slightly improved his ability to read its mood. From what Vess could gather, the ocean caller appreciated Aurelia's skill, but that was all. It was not really a tool for creating music, but rather an instrument that was designed to drown entire planets in an endless flood of tsunamis. For that reason, the high-level artifact much preferred to be wielded by a more powerful individual, especially one that was not shy about getting his hands dirty. Chapter 54, 61 Multi-Spirit Living Mechs. The Blue Jay fleet cut through space like a sharp knife. The vessels of the Red Association had become much more visible and active throughout human-occupied space, so they did not attract too much attention. Nonetheless, many parties had developed a strong interest in tracking the movements of Professor Vess Larkinson. It was not difficult to find out that he was scheduled to hold a product reveal in the Bordel system in less than a month. The 9 ships of the Blue Jay fleet followed the right trajectory for the most part. Their powerful superdrives made the journey much shorter than what was possible just a decade or so before. This gave Vess less time to practice his flute-playing skills. Not that he was able to devote much time on this activity to begin with. Just because he set out on a vacation did not mean he could drop his other obligations so easily. Though he had made sure to clear his schedule for an entire week upon the moment he arrived at Aachen VI, he had to make up for that by putting in extra work. Fortunately, his productivity had increased by another degree after his second lightning baptism. It did not bring any notable qualitative improvements to his cognitive capabilities, but the quantitative improvements were quite notable. Vess utilized this boost to quickly revise and expand the spiritual designs of the Supremo project and the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III project. It was not easy for him to convert them from mono-spirit living mechs into multi-spirit living mechs. He not only had to figure out a lot of new solutions in order to cram multiple living entities in a single cohesive mech frame, but he also had to build up the theoretical framework that systemized this novel approach. According to his latest theoretical model, living mechs could be divided into 2 different categories. Almost all of his previous works could be categorized as mono-spirit living mechs. Leaving out the variable of design spirits, living mech always embodied just a single living spirit. It was only after Vess designed the Fey Fianna that he broke this pattern. Though he had confined the additional spiritual entities into the Fey, they were still subordinate and connected to the main body. From this result, Vess derived 2 variations that he could pursue in order to develop additional variations of his central living mech concept. The first variation was the one he was trying to realize with his 2 heavy artillery mech design projects. Asymmetrical, multi-spirit living mech encompassed any of his products that contained a hierarchy of multiple spirits. The Fey Fianna was actually the first mech model of this kind. Vess currently sought to determine whether he could also apply this approach to mechs without any external equipment or spurs. The word asymmetrical denoted the existence of an unequal relationship between the different spirits. A hierarchy had to exist where there was at least one master spirit and multiple slave spirits. Maybe that is the wrong terminology to use. It's better to use the terms dominant spirit and subordinate spirits instead. In any case, no matter how much the different spirits got along, when it came down to it, only one of them had the greatest say. A battlefield was no place to engage in any quarrels. Efficiency and quick decision-making mattered more than debating over the most effective solutions. Vess believed it was always better to leave one spirit in charge of any of the other ones he put inside his works. Of course, the mech pilot has the ultimate say over everything. His will supersedes everything. He intended to pay close attention to the actual performance of the Fey Fianna, the Supremo project, and the Transcendent Punisher Mark Roman III in reality. so long as the asymmetrical multi-spirit arrangement applied by Vess worked out well in 3 different cases. He planned to make it the standard of all of his living Mech designs going forward. So long as it did not introduce any serious shortcomings, Vess saw little reason why he should stick to mono-spirit living Mechs. This could be considered a generational evolution of living Mechs. Thinking about asymmetrical living Mechs also caused Vess to wonder what would happen if he designed a living Mech that was not asymmetrical. It was an interesting thought experiment. What if he stuffed multiple equal spirits into a single Mech frame and did not establish an explicit hierarchy? Would the 2 spirits work out their own responsibilities and split their duties in a harmonious fashion? Or would the 2 spirits try to fight and devour each other in an attempt to monopolize the Mech they inhabited? Vess truly did not know what would happen, and that made him excited. He just needed to come up with the right Mech concept in order to develop such an interesting Mech. That was not all. Since Vess was able to design a living Mech that contained multiple interconnected spirits inside its Mech frame, what if he went into the other direction and spread them out over multiple Mech bodies instead? This could be regarded as an extrapolation of the Fey Fiona. Instead of designing a single living Mech that was accompanied by several living spurs, Vess wondered what would happen if he replaced the latter with complete living Mechs instead. If this works out the way I think it will, I can effectively create a superorganism among Mechs. This would be another radical new application of living Mechs. Instead of designing living Mechs that all took on the role of independent machines that could be combined and separated without any issue, he wanted to form permanent spiritual bonds between them, all that discouraged any separation. It would be like designing a Fey Fiona while replacing its living Fey with dependent Mechs. The dominant Mech would serve as the hive queen or pack leader of a larger number of subordinate Mechs. The former was able to exist on its own, but was designed to perform much better if it actively led a squad or a company of permanently bonded low-ranked units. The latter would operate at reduced effectiveness when left on their own, but would be able to provide a lot more value on the battlefield if led by a suitable leader unit. Vess imagined several possible scenarios where an arrangement like this could be better than grouping Mechs in a traditional manner. For example, the dominant Mech could be piloted by an experienced and battle-hardened Mech officer. The pilot of this machine did not even have to possess good combat skills. So long as his judgment and leadership abilities were good enough, even injured leaders could contribute to the battle with the help of a supportive machine. As for the subordinate Mechs, there was no reason to make them too powerful or expensive. The best possible use for them was to put younger, inexperienced, and lesser qualified Mech pilots into their cockpits. They could be reservists who never experienced a life-and-death battle in their lives. They could be less talented Mech pilots whose genetic aptitudes scored below C. They could even be old and retired veterans whose skills had degraded and found it difficult to maintain situational awareness on a chaotic battlefield. Whatever the case, so long as these lesser qualified Mech pilots interfaced with their machines, they not only developed a connection with living Mechs, but also formed an indirect bond with their superior officer. This would make it so that all of the Mech pilots in this unit fought in a much more coordinated fashion. I would love to tackle this project. Vess recognized that there should definitely be a demand for this kind of concept. While he did not think it would catch on in the first-class Mech market, he believed it should be of considerable value in both the second-class and third-class Mech markets. This is an especially good way to effectively mobilize a lot of low-skilled third-class Mech pilots. From what Vess recalled of the time he lived in the Bright Republic, there were an awful lot of potentates that lacked the talent or the money to attend a Mech academy. They either learned how to pilot Mechs on a part-time basis or simply attended a crappy Mech academy before settling down as security guards or whatever. Throwing all of these poorly qualified Mech pilots into the meat grinder that was the ongoing war between red humanity and the native alien races, without any preparation, would just be sending them to their deaths. In an ideal scenario, the people in charge would send all of these lesser pilots through intensive retraining courses in order to bring them up to standard. However, this was not a realistic solution. Red humanity couldn't afford to wait so many years to put so many Mech pilots into action. The manpower, Mechs, and other resources needed to train or retrain so many Mech pilots was considerable as well. Those resources could be better spent on supporting existing Mech armies. Before he knew it, Vess had already begun to sketch out a few hypothetical Mechs that conformed to his latest idea. He needed to be especially careful with embarking on this complicated project, because he essentially had to design two interdependent Mechs at the same time. Any mistake in one Mech directly affected the performance of another Mech. Vess felt more challenged than ever by the added requirements and the much greater variables that could go wrong. It is all worth it as long as I can make it work. I do not think that there is any Mech that can more closely bind different Mech pilots and living Mechs together with each other. According to his vision, this might be an alternative and more accessible way to enhance the coordination between Mech officers and their subordinates. Command-oriented Mech pilots, such as Kaysela Ingvar, possess the ability to commandeer any subordinates that were willing to obey her instructions. Certain Mechs designed with enhanced coordination in mind, such as the works of Master Taquem and Huron, were able to produce similar results, but only after satisfying a lot of heavy demands. Vess owed a lot to Master Huron. The Fridayman master Mech designer had inspired Vess to create many of his most valuable and innovative design solutions. He would have never been able to come up with the kinship network, battle network, design network, and so on without drawing inspiration from Master Huron's iconic neural networks. While Vess did not study neural interfaces too deeply, he actually considered himself to be the Master Huron's best apprentice. It was funny. Master Huron not only belonged to a hostile state, but never met his talented and overachieving student in reality. Vess had even killed one of his formal disciples, so his actual relationship with the Fridayman master was complex to say the least. Nonetheless, there was so much synergy between networks and living Mech that Vess couldn't stop himself from replicating or surpassing Master Huron's works. As far as he recalled, Master Huron had designed different variations of these asymmetrical neurally networked Mechs in the past. One of them happened to be piloted by Venerable Ganso Larkinson. The Charlemagne and its 44 accompanying quasi-expert Mechs had been formidable in combat. Vess drew a lot of inspiration from them when he designed the Minerva. Now, Vess wanted to see if he could replicate the same scheme at the standard Mech level. While there were no powerful expert pilots that could enhance their control and supervision over a bunch of subordinate Mech pilots, Vess believed he could partially make up for this shortcoming by shifting their responsibilities to the living Mechs. In effect, the dominant living Mech would serve as a non-human adjunct officer that performed much of the more labor-intensive duties, thereby allowing the Mech officer to focus on the truly important issues. How can I strengthen their cooperation further? Better teamwork alone was not enough to win a battle. Vess needed to find a way to better leverage the increased coordination of an interconnected Mech unit. What about hyper-technology? Chapter 54, 62 Swarm Mech's Concept. Vess already developed several solutions that enabled multiple Mechs to exert far greater power as a whole than if they were by themselves. The problem was that they were both exclusive to the Larkinson clan. There was no need for Vess to extol the power of his battle networks. They had turned around many battles. They fully deserved to be recognized as the trump cards of both the Larkinson clan and the Glory Seekers. This was why Vess found it unacceptable to spread them outside of his control. People could do as much damage as a weapon of mass destruction if they managed to reproduce a battle network. After all, unleashing a death wave in the middle of a crowded city would most definitely cause the deaths of millions of people. Few, if any, of the defenses that protected these innocent civilians from orbital bombardment could pose a hindrance to such a weird attack method. Though Vess could no longer rule out the possibility that particularly clever Mech designers and cultivation scientists might be able to imitate his battle networks, at least he would not be culpable for the crimes of others. Battle networks were unsuitable for the swarm Mechs that he had in mind. They required excellent trust and coordination between the participating Mech pilots. This was why Vess had only granted them to Mech legions that embodied these traits the most. It was way too much to expect poorly trained third-raters to match the standards of a sword maiden, of a penitent sister. The second solution that Vess briefly thought about was the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem. This was a more generalized method to increase the combat power of larger quantities of living Mechs. However, Vess had not even tested this new e-technology application in reality. The Larkinson edition of the Fey Fianna had only just begun to be produced by the Spirit of Bentheim. It would take months after the new drone Mechs had been produced for their new Mech pilots to master their operation and explore their more advanced capabilities. Even if the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem has proven its value, I don't intend to surrender this trump card so easily. A trump card could only be regarded as one if it was a rare and powerful advantage. The Larkinson clan needed to retain as many of them as possible in order to keep their enemies on their toes. The Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem was also far too deep and complicated for the target audience of his hypothetical swarm Mechs. It took a lot of time, effort, and appreciation of living Mechs to gain control over the pseudo-domain generated by a large group of living Mechs. Vess was proud of the Mech ecosystem that he devised recently because it was incredibly comprehensive. It could reproduce almost anything related to E-energy manipulation. There was no need to add all of these complicating possibilities to a bunch of low-end Mechs. It had been a long time since Vess had any close contact with low-quality third-class Mech pilots. He still remembered the scum struggling to do what they could while piloting the most awful junk Mechs early on in his career. Though he hated the experience of trying to keep the ramshackle machines of Walter's whalers together, it had been an unforgettable learning experience that still resonated to him to this day. In any case, Vess still remembered that Mech pilots of this caliber possessed much different priorities and concerns than their superior counterparts. Mech should be as simple and solid as possible. They had to be cheap, cost-effective, and easy to repair. Needless complexity always resulted in more breakdowns and inefficiencies. Third-class Mech pilots could only handle so much. Their training and their hardware simply couldn't handle anything too complex at one time. Perhaps the more elite military Mech pilots could handle greater challenges, but they were not the target audience that Vess had in mind. Maybe I should design a simplified version of the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem, Vess considered. That solved multiple problems at the same time. Vess did not need to work from scratch to develop a design solution that was incredibly difficult and time-consuming for him to perfect. He could just copy his existing Mech ecosystem and strip it down until he was only left with the bare essentials. He could also automate certain processes and embed them into the simplified Mech ecosystem in order to make it easier for Mech pilots to employ them in battle. Vess had deliberately designed the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem to be an open-ended sandbox where any Mech pilot could leverage E-energy in their own little ways. The idea behind this was that there would always be geniuses among them who could devise a lot of inventive and fantastic methods. As long as they passed on their solutions, the Larkinson army would soon amass a collection of best practices that enabled everyone to make versatile use of the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem. Vess had no need to retain this versatile and open-ended nature for the Mech ecosystem for the masses. He could straightforwardly adapt a handful of those best practices and implement them into his swarm mechs as fixed abilities. Sure, his swarm mechs would deprive their mech pilots the option to develop their own E-energy abilities, but it was not really necessary for people at their level. After he collected his thoughts and created a few draft designs, he had locked in his vision for a pair of codependent mechs. This was the first project of its kind, where Vess intended to design two completely separate mechs that nonetheless shared an inseparable relationship with each other. The Swarm project will allow me to prove whether it is possible to design multi-spirit mech across multiple mechs. This was a rather advanced and convoluted way to design living mechs, but as long as it worked out, Vess would successfully make more progress into realizing Master Huron's ultimate ambition. He will surely have to acknowledge that I am his best student after I complete this project. Vess grinned. It was too bad that Master Huron was one of the many mech designers who missed out on all of the excitement. Vess devised many new ways to network mechs and mech pilots with each other, but felt rather hollow when he could not show them off to the original source of his inspiration. Maybe Veronica can show off my work to him one day, he thought. In any case, once he gathered his notes and his draft designs into a mech proposal, he presented his case to Alexa. She set aside her private research on living mechs and seriously analyzed the latest brainchild of her mentor. Well, what do you think, Alexa? I am not the best mech designer to provide feedback for this proposal. The young woman responded. I respect the craft of third-class mech design, but I have no personal experience in working on mechs of such limited strength. I am afraid that I am too far removed from the realities of the third-class mech industry, that my judgment may mislead you into making decisions that are not optimal. Vess smiled at her in reassurance. Don't be afraid to say what you think. It takes a lot more than that to lead me in the wrong direction. I am asking for your feedback exactly because you do not think like all of the other mech designers who have experience in designing third-class mechs. Why are you thinking about embarking on a design project centered around a pair of third-class mechs, sir? Is it not better for you to focus your efforts on designing second-class mechs at the very least? Oh, I do intend to design a second-class variant of these swarm mechs, but not right away. I want to prove this concept and deliver my first implementation of my idea to the target audience that needs my work the most. I normally don't really bother with third-class mechs anymore, but this idea is interesting enough for me to return to my roots. You are relying on many assumptions to make your swarm mech work, Alexa cautioned. The Energy Weaver mech ecosystem needs to be a success. Enough mech pilots need to explore its usage and develop effective methods to utilize its potential. You will have to adapt your mech ecosystem into a much more simplified version that is more accessible. You must convince enough customers to make substantial investments on your new products, which by their very nature can only be sold in large batches. I am aware that my assumptions might not always match what happens in reality, but these are risks that I am willing to take. Vess calmly responded. Besides, I can always adapt if there are any changes. I think it is definitely possible to develop my swarm mech one way or another. I just have to put more effort into my work if there are any setbacks. That sounded a bit reckless to Alexa, but considering that they were talking about third-class mechs, there was a lot more tolerance for errors. First-class mech designers learned how to plan out their mech design projects as extensively as possible. Their time was precious, their workload was massive, and the price of making a mistake with a first-class mech was much more expensive than if they made a similar mistake with a third-class mech. Perhaps this was how her mentor developed such a sloppy and non-rigorous approach to mech design. If you are able to make this work, then, it may be possible for these unassuming third-class mechs to produce an outsized effect in battle, Alexa speculated. I have witnessed a number of applications of e-technology that are class-independent. What I mean by that is that a third-class mech can become just as threatening as a first-class mech when employing a common solution. For example, if hundreds of your third-class mechs can produce battle network attacks comparable to the ones produced by the Valkyrie Redeemers, then your new work may grant the weakest mech pilots of Red humanity the ability to disable the largest and most powerful alien battleships. Vess had thought of that as well. That is a bit of a stretch, Alexa. The Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers mainly borrow the power of Helena when they channel their iconic death energy wave attacks. The pilots of my swarm mech will have to rely on themselves and their living mechs to launch any collective attacks. If that is the case, there is a chance that your swarm mechs will become powerful enough to dominate the third-class mech market at the lower end. The sales volume of these products will certainly be high, but I cannot imagine that the LMC will be able to earn any appreciable profits. This is not about profits. I don't care if I earn 1 MTA credit or 1 million MTA credits out of these products. I just want to prove a new mech concept and add more variety into my work. This is the best third-class mech concept that I have come up with in years. As long as this mech design project ends up successful, I can design a lot of other interesting codependent mechs that are much more extensively networked with each other than what I have previously accomplished. There was still a lot of potential for networking in mech design. Vess had already applied this concept in many different ways, but he still felt that there was a lot more room to exploit it in different ways. How long do you expect to work on this mech design project? Not long at all, Vess confidently replied. Third-class mechs have very little complexity and should take much less time to design. It doesn't even matter if I have to design a dominant mech and a subordinate mech at the same time. They can share a lot of commonalities to make it easier to maintain both machines. Chapter 54, 63, Arrival at Aachen and VI. If Vess embarked on this potential new mech design project, he confidently expected to finish it within half a year. This was important. Time was valuable, and that was especially the case in the early days of the hyper generation. The competition wasn't sitting around doing nothing. Rival mech designers had already begun to introduce new mechs that possessed a lot of new capabilities that did not exist before. Vess shouldn't be the only mech designer who focused on networks to enhance the combat power of his products. I plan to start this project after I have completed the product reveal and return to New Constantinople Roman 8, he told his assistant. I think it may be useful for you to contribute to this mech design project as well. You should widen your horizons and see what it is like to work with tech and materials that are much cheaper than you have ever come into contact with before. Alexa's expression did not convey much enthusiasm for this suggestion. I am open to new experiences, but my lack of familiarity with third-class mech designs may slow you down. That's okay. Just think of it as a learning experience. I don't expect you to master the art of designing third-class mechs, but you should at least obtain enough first-hand experience of working with them to know what you are dealing with if you come across them in the future. They talked a bit more about the tentative new mech design project, but they did not go into too much detail. Vess was still exploring his options for the time being. He did not have to go through with this idea. Right now, his vacation took priority. After several days of rapid travel, the Blue Jay fleet reached the Aachen system without incident. Contrary to Vess' expectations, the star system hosted greater traffic than expected. He already heard that Aachen VI had stood out as one of the more popular hunting destinations of the Krakatoa Middle Zone, but he expected a lot less people to be interested in this leisure activity after the Great Severing occurred. Red humanity found itself outnumbered and cut off from any reinforcements. The conquest of the Red Ocean had turned into a war of survival. How could there possibly be a lot of people who discarded the incentives of the New Elites program and merrily planned to go on a hunting trip on an exotic planet? The popularity of Aachen VI showed that the war against the native aliens had not yet produced enough urgency. Humans were simply not accustomed to total war anymore. Vess predicted that it would take a long time to mobilize all of these people, and put red humanity on a proper war footing. It's not my problem, he shrugged. This was a problem for the established powers. Vess was just a Mech designer, and right now all he wanted to do was to set aside his worries and enjoy his much-deserved vacation. As Vess and his children prepared to get teleported to the surface with their luggage, a few people came to see him off. "Good luck, sir," Alexa said. "By the time you return from your successful hunts, I hope I can present you with the final direction of my design philosophy." Jovi gave a reassuring nod at Vess. "I will not be accompanying you, but our troops will be close at hand to prevent any undesirable incidents from occurring. Aside from that, we will also be monitoring you on a constant basis up in orbit. Our Mech shall always be ready to teleport to the surface in case of emergencies. I shall make sure to handle any contacts that ordinarily demand your attention, boss." Gavin bowed. "Thank you for entrusting me with the power to make small decisions on your behalf. I have worked for you long enough to figure out how you want stuff done." Meow meow. Meow. Lucky and Clixie would bore themselves to death if they remained stuck on a heavy cruiser that heavily restricted their movements. The two cats practically insisted on coming along. Vess checked whether everything was in order. Once he was satisfied with the arrangements, he conveyed a hand signal to Jovi. "See you in a week." The teleportation process happened in an instant. It only took a short time for Vess, the children and their cats to adapt to an alien ecosystem. They had entered a closed chamber that was designed for the few occasions when people reached the surface through teleportation, as opposed to riding shuttles. Surrounding him was a squad of heavily armed and armored infantry from the Blue Jay fleet. The few greeting personnel that awaited the arrival of VIPs clearly grew intimidated by their presence, but they possessed enough training to go through all of the routine entry procedures. Once one of the local officials stamped a virtual document, the man gave a welcoming smile to Vess. "Welcome to Akanan VI. We are immensely honored by your arrival. Please forgive us for being unable to accommodate every need. Our colony is not built with comfort in mind. We hope that you will be able to appreciate our distinct cultural customs while you stay in Tick City. President Oscar Terich of the local branch of the Hunting Association shall receive you in person. Please check whether your breathing masks are fully operational and properly affixed. We have a stock of spare masks available if your current ones are not working properly. Thank you for your officer, but that should not be necessary." The Mechers had issued the breathing masks to the Larkinsons. Though Vess manually checked the status of every breathing mask just to be certain, he did not encounter any problems, just as he expected. Once everything was in order, Vess led his children to the exit of the arrival chamber. As soon as the double doors slid open, the children gasped as they came across an impressive and exotic sight. "Welcome to Akanan VI, Vess introduced to his children with a smile. "It's so green," Marvane whispered. "Is that a city? Everything is covered by plants. Have the locals regressed in technology? Tick City is deliberately built in this fashion," Vess answered as he breathed the air through a transparent breathing mask. "The pioneers who colonized this planet wanted to retain its wild and alien biosphere as much as possible. They only reluctantly built this city to accommodate their operations on the surface, and even then they decided to stick to a low-tech approach in order to preserve the wild atmosphere as much as possible. Akanan VI could no longer be regarded as a completely untamed planet, but it still retained a lot of aspects of an alien life-bearing globe. Due to the fact that Akanan VI orbited a fairly ordinary yellow star, the flora of this planet all engaged in photosynthesis in the most common manner. The abundance of green leaves grown from the walls of the fairly low structures of Tick City made it seem as if they had arrived at an elven city. Though the architecture was too blocky and inelegant to match the typical elven aesthetic, there was a strong sense of harmony between nature and civilization. Vess could feel it in the air. His spiritual senses told him that the wood element was particularly abundant in the local environment. I thought that alien planets would look a lot more different, Aurelia remarked. Me too, Marvane spoke before turning to his father. Why are all of these alien leaves green, Papa? That is because green leaves are the most optimal ones to absorb solar energy on a continuous basis, Vess calmly replied. Plants are green because a lot of light from the local star peaks at the blue and red sides of the spectrum. Absorbing these energies will produce the greatest yield of energy. The leaves refuse to absorb green light because variations in light intensity and motion makes it more difficult to establish a stable rate of energy conversion. Just like machines that run on electricity, plants don't like it when they constantly absorb light at different intensities all of the time. It's a long story, but a lot of leaves on many life-bearing planets have evolved to become green because these plant species have learned that reflecting green light helps with maintaining a stable rate of energy absorption and conversion. Since these are universal concepts, a lot of different alien plants have engaged in convergent evolution and settled on the same solution. That is why their leaves are all green. Aurelia and Marvane found it difficult to follow their father's explanation. They had yet to take any biology or exobiology classes. Hitty, look, Papa, I can jump much higher. Meanwhile, Andras just discovered the effects of the reduced gravity of the planet by jumping up and down, while relishing in her improved jumping ability. Akanen VI has a gravity of 0, S3G, Vess said. That means that each of you weigh a little less on this planet. The lower gravity has made it easier for the local fauna and flora to grow a bit taller than normal. Vess continued to explain the basic science of Akanen VI to his children as they eventually moved down a path. Vess looked down at his feet. He and his children had changed into sturdy and fashionable outfits that would not look out of place in a hunting magazine. The Mechers had been the ones to provide the smart clothing. They came with many compact hidden features that were particularly useful in survival settings. Right now, Vess was glad that he and his children were wearing country boots. The road they traversed was surprisingly rudimentary. Pebbles and wet dirt already started to cling to the soles. It had evidently rained relatively recently. An older man in a brown coat met the Larkinsons halfway down the path. Welcome to Akanen VI, Professor Larkinson. I am Oscar Terich. I have been appointed as the president of the local branch of the Hunting Association. I shall facilitate your needs in person should you welcome my company. I do not mind if you follow me along, Vess replied in a deliberately casual tone in order to put the other man at ease. I did not expect to be accompanied by a representative of the Hunting Association. Shouldn't it be more appropriate for the owners of this colony to send their own people? There are special reasons for that, Professor. Would you like to be addressed as Professor or Patriarch? Either way is fine. I don't care. I shall use the current term if that is the case. To continue, Canon VI is not entirely managed by the pioneering organizations who originally claimed this planet. Our hunting association has become thoroughly involved after they have invited us to turn all of the rich biomass into profitable hunting grounds. We have taken charge of all of the areas where hunting activities are permitted to occur. What do you do here? Vess asked, even though he roughly knew the answer. We control the entry of hunters to prevent overhunting. We monitor and control the exobests to prevent their populations from fluctuating too wildly. We verify and record valid hunting kills. We provide training courses to hunters who are interested in expanding their skill sets. In fact, we have recently started a new training course that has proven to be extremely popular as of late. Hundreds of thousands of hunters have already enrolled so far, and that is from our branch alone. HM, what is it that you teach in this training course that has proven so popular? President Terich smiled and projected a virtual book. Why, the headquarters of our hunting association has most recently published the Hunter's Code. It is not easy to explain what it is, but I can tell you the benefits of studying and practicing its techniques. It teaches you how to absorb E-energy to make your body stronger and your senses sharper. It helps you acquire a strong sense of blood. It even contains a ritual that can dramatically improve your ability to absorb nutrients of the flesh of the prey that you have killed in person, thereby transforming you into a superhuman at a vastly accelerated rate. What? Chapter 54, 64 Tick City. As Vess and the president of the local branch of the Hunters Association led their small procession into the exotic forest city, they quickly became immersed by the unique charm of the local environment. Tick City was not a tall colony settlement. Hardly any structure was taller than 1 or 2 stories. The few exceptions consisted of Mech workshops and other facilities that had to raise their ceiling by necessity. Many structures also happened to be covered by alien ivy-like plants. Combined with all of the dust and mud that lingered from the abundance of dirt roads, it made Tick City look a lot older and weathered than normal. All of this spoke of careful and deliberate planning. Though Vess was supposed to be on vacation, he couldn't help but switch on his analytical mind and think about the effects of the environment on its inhabitants and people. In contrast to the clean metal aesthetic that dominated most advanced settlements, Tick City deliberately induced an atmosphere that harkened back to humanity's less civilized past. The colonists had even gone out of their way to add elements of savagery into the streets. From constructing crude animalistic wooden totems to mounting the large and intimidating skulls of exobests above the entrances to many buildings. The savage architectural elements caused every visitor to immerse themselves in a fantasy where they had turned into one of the prehistoric hunter-gatherers of their distant ancestry. Even now, Vess couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to hold a spear and relentlessly hound one of the massive mammoth-sized exobests of Aucanon VI as it clumsily tried to fight for its life. Here in Aucanon VI, almost everyone is a hunter, President Oscar Terich proudly explained. Aside from the wounded, infirm, and the very young, every human on this planet has hunted at least a dozen different prey. There are 3 major continents, and the safest and most regulated hunting grounds are located right here in the Melrose continent. There are many small hunting grounds around Tick City that are expressly filled with small and mostly harmless prey. I highly recommend you bring your children to them so that they can get blooded. Oh, I certainly intend to do so. Are you looking forward to your upcoming hunts, kids? I have been waiting to kill for years, Andrast ecstatically squealed. Meow. Lucky rolled his eyes as he was being held by the boisterous girl. Aurelia and Marvane looked curious, but not particularly enthused. Those animals are so small and cute. Why do we have to kill them, Papa? Can't we turn them into our pets? Aurelia asked. Not everyone can afford to support so many pets, especially if they are alien and incompatible with standard human environments. Vess replied through his transparent breathing mask. Pets are a luxury, Aurelia. It is not worth it to turn ordinary exobests into animal companions. I won't force you to kill these critters if you don't want to, but it is not wise for you to remain soft in a galaxy where the phase whales and the other powerful aliens constantly want to turn us into prey. Well said, Professor. Do not be concerned, young lady. It is not unheard of for hunters to enter our hunting grounds with non-lethal weaponry. The practice does not entirely conform to the hunter's code, however. Ever since our association has made it available to the public, the proportion of non-lethal hunts has dropped enormously as of late. Hunters simply do not earn enough rewards if they are being merciful and let their prey go after a successful hunt. I see. Vess grew more and more curious about the hunter's code. He wanted to obtain more information about it from his high-ranked tour guide, but President Terich wanted to lead them into the branch headquarters first before he introduced this mysterious new cultivation method. In the meantime, the branch president continued to introduce the city to the VIP guests. As Vess stared at a wooden totem that stacked 4 expertly carved exobest heads on top of each other, Tarich smiled and explained the custom surrounding these special artworks. Successful hunters can apply to rent spaces where they can place their totems. Each of them records the proudest hunts validated by our hunting association. They are one of the means used by famous hunters and hunting groups to increase their fame. It may seem trivial to you, but the hunters of Aachen and VI compete fiercely against each other to attain the highest rankings. Hunters are ranked. Naturally, hunting does not have to be a competitive sport, but inserting competitive elements makes everything more exciting. There is no better way to drive hunters to excel and challenge more challenging prey than to make direct comparisons between their performance and that of others. That said, only true professionals and hardcore hobbyists fight for higher rankings. The less driven hunters understand their own limits and stick to hunting the prey they can handle. Hunting can be life-threatening, especially if you seek to complete recognized hunts that are validated by our hunting association. The hunting association had an enormous presence on this planet. Vess realized that it had pretty much taken it over from the original colonists. No one seemed to talk about the pioneering organizations who originally settled on this planet. Their personnel, and any obvious symbols related to them, were entirely absent from this city. Is the Hunting Association a direct successor to the Galactic Hunting Club of the Milky Way? That is correct, President Tarich responded with a nod. Under the leadership of the huntsmen, we have quickly completed a reorganization that seeks to increase the legitimacy and popularity of our vocation. Hunting is a serious activity and has inspired many great men to complete great deeds. The god pilot who has taken charge of our reformed association is the greatest example of that. He is the idol of many hunters. Many of us on Aachen and VI seek to learn from his deeds and attain ultimate strength by imitating his accomplishments. The Hunter's Code is the vehicle that gives us hope of becoming a god of the hunt as his divinity. The Hunting Association had great ambitions, but it was doubtful whether it could realize them all. Any other organization would be accused of hubris if they made these claims, but this time was different. Just the fact that the huntsmen led this new association meant that others were forced to take it seriously. Nobody dared to disparage or oppose the hunting association too heavily because of this. Even if a lot of people thought that hunting was a wasteful and extravagant hobby for the rich and powerful, there was no incentive for them to piss off one of the 8 strongest protectors of red humanity. This was why President Oscar Tarich sounded so proud and self-assured as he extolled the virtues of hunting. It was also why the formidable-looking hunters walking on the streets possessed a collective air of confidence. Their god and patron approved of their sacred activity. What do these giant exobast skulls signify? Vess asked as he stared at the entrances of many structures. They show off the strength and hunting accomplishments of the owners or occupants of the buildings. This is a privilege only granted to those who have completed valid hunts. They not only serve to deter anyone from causing trouble inside their premises, but also attract more customers if the hunting trophies are placed above the entrances of shops. This dynamic became quite clear as Vess and his family passed through a few streets that contained shops. Tick City was the central hub of Aachen and VI, and therefore hosted a lot of shops to accommodate every possible hunting need. Yet no matter what kind of store that people opened up, they always made sure to mount the largest and most ostentatious-looking exobast skulls that could fit on their storefronts. They look so big and scary, Marvane complained. Clixie brushed against his body to reassure the young boy. Meow, meow. I can't wait to hunt exobasts whose skulls are just as big as the largest of those hunting trophies, Andrest enthusiastically said. Can we go out and hunt those huge beasts, Papa? Absolutely not, Pumpkin. These beasts are too strong to be defeated on foot. They can only be hunted by mechs. At most, we can accompany a mech troop as it enters a hunting zone and utilize their strong machines to beat a large exobast into submission. By the way, President, does every entrepreneur have to show off a hunting trophy in order to do business on this planet. They do, Oscar Terich straightforwardly replied. This is a planet where the strong respects the strong. None of us prefer to do business with those who have no understanding of our craft and have suffered none of the ordeals that we regularly have to endure. They can take their business elsewhere. There are still plenty of businessmen who respect our craft and traditions that can take their place. Is it mandatory for the owners of larger stores and buildings to mount hunting trophies taken from beasts the size of Mechs? It is not a legal requirement, but in the years since Tick City operated as a city of hunters, it has evolved in this direction. The reality is that hunters frequent the places that resonate with them most. While they do not expect a small store that sells ice cream to mount trophies the size of shuttles, our clientele expect more from those who dare to invest in larger businesses, such as hotels and Mech arenas. Their owners, or one of members of their upper management, must always be a Mech pilot that has completed one of the difficult hunts that Aucanon VI has to offer. These customs had far-reaching effects on the local economy. Every major business was either owned or backed by a formidable Mech pilot. It was a radical form of change that altered the local society in a direction that conformed to the vision behind the Deep Strike plan. Was this the huntsman's way of helping Red humanity to complete the transition into one that was ruled over by warlords and other strong figures? Are there no exceptions to this rule, President? Aurelia took the initiative to ask. What a clever girl. Her politically astute mind probably figured out the same undercurrents. Even our hospitals must prove they are governed by strong hunters. The old hunter answered back with a smile. It might not make sense to you, and that is okay. We are passionate about hunting, but we do not insist on pushing our customs and traditions onto everyone. The new frontier is large enough to accommodate other cultures and subcultures. Just let us have our own corners. I am not sure if the native aliens will let your people engage in your hunting activities for long. What if the war goes badly for us? What if the Krakatoa Middle is on the verge of getting invaded? Vess questioned. President Terich became a lot more vicious as he contemplated the prospect of an alien invasion. Let them come. Though we considered ourselves to be hunters first, that does not prevent us from becoming soldiers as well. If the aliens truly think they can challenge us, then every hunter on Aucanon VI shall rise up and use the strength honed in hunts to treat them as our latest prey. We will not run from our hunting paradises without making these invaders bleed. The hunters, and especially the Mech pilots among them, might not have much experience on the battlefield, but all of the challenging hunts had mostly hardened them. They would turn into ferocious fighters if they ever had to fight a serious battle. However, it did not seem as if the hunters were in a hurry to fight the aliens and earn lots of war merits. The ongoing war was a distant affair to them, as long as it did not hinder their hunting activities. Chapter 54, 65 Changing Ecosystem. What struck Vess and his children was not just the ostentatious ivy-covered buildings that proudly displayed a large variety of large exobast skulls. It was also the colonists and visitors that traversed the dirt roads that compromised the streets of this settlement. It was easy enough to distinguish the long-time residents of Aucanon VI from its foreign tourists. The latter were dressed in a similar fashion to the Larkinsons. They all wore fairly modern, smart clothing, and even if they adopted the style of more traditional adventurers, their outfits still looked way too pristine to earn the recognition of genuine hunters. Of course, that did not mean that these casual tourists and hunters received open looks of disapproval. Hunting was an expensive activity. The bigger the prey, the less affordable it became. Aucanon VI's economy heavily relied on tourism to maintain a positive balance of payments. The local hunters simply wouldn't be able to indulge in their passion so frequently, if not for all of the money flowing from the outside. The Aucanon system did not have any other industries worth mentioning. The only other businesses that could generate a large amount of money were the various research institutions that thoroughly studied the alien flora and fauna in the hopes of researching new medicines and valuable organic materials. Nonetheless, tourists were almost completely ignored, even if they were slightly more famous and accompanied by an entourage. This was because the locals only respected hunters, particularly those who completed valid hunts on Aucanan VI. Unless people went into one of the local hunting grounds and returned with a hunting trophy as well as a certificate, they would not be able to climb the planet's quirky social ladder. It was a rather refreshing change from society. The local environment promoted a distorted meritocracy where only the strongest and most competent hunters had all of the say on this planet. Vess took another glance at President Oscar Terich. The man was over a century old and certainly started to show his age, but he wouldn't have been able to occupy such a high position if he was just an ordinary bureaucrat. "You must have completed quite a few hunts yourself, right?" Vess directly asked. "I do." The older man smiled as he reminisced about his past hunts. "I have 316 registered hunting kills to my name. That is not as much as other hunters of my generation, but I have made sure that each of my prey were strong enough to pose a threat to me. Every hunt should be a battle between predator and prey. If the latter does not have a chance to reverse the roles and punish me for making a mistake, there is not enough thrill to make the hunt meaningful enough. The hunting association that I am a part of holds the same stance, so I am proud to represent its interests on this hunting planet." The man could talk all day about his past hunts, but there was not much point in sharing these stories. Tourists came here not to admire the hunting deeds of other people, but to head into the hunting grounds and collect their own trophies. That caused Vess to think about another subject. "Can I ask how many visitors come here to go on valid hunts, as opposed to ones that are not registered by the Hunting Association?" "That is not a simple question to answer, Professor. Before the Great Severing changed our society forever, most of our guests came to enjoy an experience. They had little interest in becoming a serious member of the Galactic Hunting Club and were content to go on guided hunts where they are always accompanied by professional guides and hunters." "What changed?" The older man pointed at the sky. There was a small golden glow in that direction that was barely distinguishable in the bright skies, but Vess knew exactly what it meant. "Messier 87, exotic radiation has begun to mutate the environment," Vess observed. "Correct. While this is happening on every planet of the Red Ocean, the ones with much richer and more diverse ecosystems tend to undergo more extreme changes. This is because there are always species of exoplants and exobasts that happen to be much more sensitive to mutations induced by E-energy radiation. In the past few months, our hunting grounds have undergone serious upheaval. Entire population groups have gone extinct. Heavily mutated plants and animals have suddenly jumped to the top of the food chain. If headquarters hadn't anticipated all of these extreme changes in advance and transferred additional support to manage the hunting grounds that are in upheaval, I would not have been able to clear my schedule to accompany you on your trip." President Terich deliberately spoke about these issues to Vess. His message served as both a warning and perhaps a solicitation for further business. Vess did not come to Aucanan VI without knowing anything. He had conducted at least a bit of research, though he did not delve too deeply in order to preserve the novelty of visiting this destination. "How frequently do accidents occur on this planet?" "They are becoming more frequent and severe every week," the branch president honestly replied. "There are too many exobasts for us to track. We have increased our reliance on technological monitoring solutions, but we do not want to flood every hunting ground with conspicuous-looking bots. There are certain exobasts that have developed rare mutations that enable them to circumvent long-ranged scans. They are the chief culprits responsible for causing hunt teams to be ambushed by predators that are too strong for their hunting grounds." The Hunting Association carefully monitored and controlled all of the prey in all of the hunting grounds. Each of them were ranked according to difficulty and maximum threat level, to ensure that every hunter did not bite more than they could chew. Hunting had become a lot more dangerous ever since the prey had a much higher chance of turning the tables against their hunters. Have hunters died? Most definitely. Fatalities cannot be completely avoided. Before the Great Severing occurred, the Chasseur continent had already claimed at least 100 lives every year. This is to be expected as our hunting association has done the best to preserve its natural environment. This continent hosts our most dangerous hunting grounds, as huge beasts share the same spaces as much weaker and smaller prey. However, once the alien wildlife started to mutate after getting exposed to E-energy radiation, both the greatest of exobests and the smallest of vermin have become much stronger than before. The continent has already claimed over 500 brave hunters this year. That was a lot. The Chasseur continent was where the truly dedicated hunters challenged themselves. They were all seasoned and professional hunters who always made thorough preparations before they embarked on their hunting trips. These people had learned to be extremely cautious and account for many different scenarios. The probability that they would suffer a fatal accident should be low, but even then the Chasseur continent still managed to claim their lives. It was just that the rate of deaths had reached an acceptable level in the past. Those hardcore hunters did not get deterred by these deaths. They became excited by it. Any hunting ground that swallowed human lives and spit out their bones became a lot more prestigious in their community. The bragging rights for completing a hunt in these dangerous grounds were much greater. However, a 5-fold increase in the annual death rate was anything but normal. Hunters may be looking for a thrill, but they were not suicidal. President Terich did not look concerned, though. While it is true that many hunters have ceased their trips to the most dangerous hunting grounds, their popularity has not dropped at all. As soon as the news broke out, more and more strong hunters have made the decision to come here and challenge themselves against the formidable prey we have to offer. This trend has recently accelerated even further after the release of the Hunter's Code. It is actually our easier hunting grounds that are suffering a drop in popularity. There is a greater variance in threat level of the prey in those areas. Around so hunters have died during hunting trips in the Shaman continent. This landmass hosts more regulated hunting grounds that are meant to provide targeted hunting experiences. Well-prepared hunters shouldn't die here, but that has changed as of late. What about the Melrose continent where we are on? Have the easiest hunting grounds on this planet produced any fatal accidents as well? Vess asked. According to his plan, he intended to take his kids on a hunting trip in one of these beginner grounds. He did not really care about earning hunting certificates from the Hunting Association, so he had no objections to entering the grounds with a lot of additional protection. It would still be prudent to learn what sort of dangers have appeared. Around 15 fatalities have occurred in the hunting grounds of this planet, President Terich honestly answered. They have occurred almost exclusively on valid hunting trips. The deceased hunters have also made numerous mistakes due to a combination of inexperience and an inability to follow our advice. They disrespected our hunting tradition and suffered the consequences of their bad decisions. That is harsh, Aurelia said. Hunting is not a bloodless sport, little lady. Our race may have developed past the point where we need to hunt in order to feed our hungry bellies, but that is no reason to treat it with so little care and respect. There is no need for you to be concerned. No children have died so far. Our hunting association has allocated a disproportionate amount of resources to ensure that our most kid-friendly hunting grounds are free of any threat. I highly recommend you to experience a real hunt at least once while these areas are still under control. The president basically wanted to encourage Vess to go on an authentic hunting trip, as opposed to a fake one, where he could count on an excess of protective measures to protect him from his own mistakes. Of course, there was no way that Vess would agree to such a decision. I may have gone on a thrilling hunt in the past, but I was a lot younger and more impulsive back then. Vess replied in a measured tone. I did not have any children either back then. I am a father now. I am mostly interested in bonding with the family that I have brought along. I have no other intentions at this time." The president did not look disappointed. He already expected this response. "I understand. I am a happy grandfather myself. If you ever change your mind, we would be happy to accommodate you, Professor." They talked a bit more and explored a few more sites. However, Vess suddenly stopped in his tracks when he caught sight of one of the largest and most highly frequented stores in Tick City. He recognized its company logo in an instant. The planetary branch store of your living Mech Corporation is doing excellent business since it has been established in our city. While the diversity of Mech on offer is not as large as its competitors, your store has proven to be one of the most popular ones of its kind. The amount of sales concluded here has actually increased in the last few months. This is quite a surprise to us all, as none of the staples sold from here have yet to be updated with hyper-technology. Development is still ongoing, Vess faintly said as he stared at the large and prominent skull of a reptilian exobast. "What is that?" "That is one of the most impressive trophies displayed in our city. The skull belongs to a Barugan acid spitter. It is one of the top 10 apex predators of the Chasseur continent. Any of our large structures would be proud to put such a skull on top of their entrance." Chapter 54, 66, the Aachen and VI branch of the Larkinson clan. "I do not think you understand the significance of hunting down a Barugan acid spitter. It usually takes a full squad of well-equipped mechs piloted by experienced hunters to take it down. Almost every hunt involving this acid-spitting beast usually causes at least 3 or 4 of the hunting mechs to break down from a combination of acid and physical damage. Fatalities are not unheard of either, as these beasts are smart enough to know that our mechs are piloted by humans." "I see." This species was strong enough to overcome the defenses of a second-class mech and render it inoperable with remarkable speed. Combined with intelligence that was on the higher end as far as exobasts went, it shouldn't be surprising that the hunting community recognized it as one of the most dangerous huge beasts that roamed the most dangerous continent. Part of the reason why your store sees so much traffic is because its store manager has bravely entered the Chasseur continent by herself with only a single mech. President Terich continued to elaborate. "She personally tracked down this exobast and beheaded it in single combat, which is a feat that has rarely been replicated since. This is not only proof of your store manager's hunting prowess, but it is also a strong endorsement of the mech model that she has chosen to complete her hunt." "Wow," Andrast perked up when she heard this tale. "I know, the hunter should be a sword maiden, right?" "That is correct, little lady. The sword maidens and those other swordsmen of your clan maintain a constant presence on this planet. They are known as one of the strongest and fiercest hunters on Aachen and VI. Not even the most unruly members of our community dare to provoke the fanatic sword wielders of your clan. They are known as the kings and queens of melee hunters on our planet. If not for the fact that they disdain to use ranged weapons, they would have provoked a lot more challenges." Vess had no idea that the Sword Maidens and the Heaven Sworders managed to establish such a strong reputation on this planet. They had to be side branch members of the clan, because the main branch members were almost exclusively stationed within the expeditionary fleet. While it was not that important for the Larkinson clan to establish a strong presence on a single planet in the Red Ocean, Vess still felt it a sense of accomplishment that his clansmen had successfully spread their influence over a wider area. "I want to go inside," Marvane eagerly asked. "Me too," Andrast echoed. "You don't need to beg any further. I am curious to see how this business of ours is faring as well." The group crossed the street and approached the storefront. It was only after they came closer that they experienced a much greater appreciation of the large exobast skull that had been expertly mounted above the entrance of the LMC store. Vess could vividly feel the strong vitality and threat that the Barugan acid spitter once possessed. Even though it had been hunted down in the final years of the Age of Mechs, its aura was no less intimidating and oppressive as an actual mutated beast. Exotic radiation strengthened everything in different measures. Even the bones of dead creatures inexplicably grew stronger. As soon as the group entered the store, the employees had already cleared a space in the busy showroom. Hail Patriarch Vess of the Larkinson clan. Around 24 sword maidens and heaven sworders stood neatly in their ranks and showed their respect towards the arrival of their patriarch. Vess looked quite impressed, and so did the customers who were looking to inquire about the Mech sold by the store. He waved at the soldiers. "At ease. Do not let my presence interrupt your duties or anything. This is not a formal visit, so just go on as normal." It was impossible for the customers and personnel to go back to normal, but they no longer behaved as if nothing mattered anymore. Vess ignored all of the staring eyes and studied the interior of the store. Many smaller hunting trophies had been proudly mounted on the wall. Each of them gave a more savage air to the warm interior. It resembled a tall and relatively high-tech hunting lodge. All of the swords mounted on another wall added an even more martial vibe to the space, especially when their former wielders had not even bothered to wipe away the dried blood from their blades. The sight of all of these hunting trophies and authentic hunting weapons stirred the blood of any prospective hunter. Many people would undoubtedly gain even more enthusiasm to pick up a weapon and dive into a hunting ground. It did not miss his notice that the LMC store also happened to sell a large range of infantry gear. Several sword maidens were actually responsible for selling different varieties of swords full-time. Vess would not be surprised if this store happened to be one of the greatest sources of tax revenue of Tick City. No wonder that President Terich was so willing to accompany him and his family for an entire week. The famed store manager of this particular venue strode forward with strong and precise steps. She introduced herself to her patriarch with a strong but measured voice. "I am Captain Gary, formerly of the Sword Maiden Mech Legion, now a member of the Aucanon VI branch of the Larkinson clan. It is an honor to receive you at our store. As you can see, our sales are doing good, although we only really sell 3 different Mech models on this planet. Pleased to meet you, Captain." Captain Gary did not possess the sensitivity and refinement of a proper businesswoman, but there was no need for her to turn herself into one. The hunting community respected strength and hunting accomplishments over everything else. The veteran Sword Maiden Mech officer had both in spades, so she was the most suitable figurehead to watch over this store. The Sword Maiden officer led the group straight to the 3 most prominent display mechs that represented the main machines that got sold in this venue. The Huntmaster is several years old, but it has been a hit within the hunting community since its release, the woman introduced. Its performance is balanced. It has a good set of legs that are good for dodging and maneuvering uneven terrain. Its armor system is not the thickest, but it makes every armor plate count. Its endurance is one of its strongest points. No one else but other hunters recognize the importance of staying power in long hunts. Its ability to stab its spear is good enough to penetrate the tough hides and scales of most large exobests. It is frankly overkill to equip them with transphasic spears. Doing so will make a hunt invalid. President Terich nodded in agreement. Aucanon VI is a planet that has very few deposits of face water. Ordinary mechs are already sufficient to challenge all of the large exobests of our hunting grounds. The Hunting Association's current policy is to withhold recognition of any hunt that involves the use of transphasic mechs. This is good because it keeps everything affordable. That was understandable. Transphasic mechs were almost exclusively reserved for strong military mech armies or highly prized private forces. It would be a waste to squander so much face water to empower the hunting community. Vess looked up at the silent copy of the Huntmaster. It was coated in camouflage green, enabling it to blend better into the heavily forested regions of the Chasseur continent. The mech was alive, but also dormant due to months of being put on display. The mech retained a solid connection to Zygra, though the store had dialed down its glow so that it was only disturbing at very close range. He recalled that Dulo and Sarah Voikin had been responsible for designing most aspects of the Huntmaster design. Vess had only made the Mech alive and bestowed it with a design spirit. Though his involvement had been light, his contribution added the crucial elements that made the Huntmaster far more popular than any other spearman Mech that catered to the hunting community. Glows are one of the strongest selling points of our Mechs. Captain Gary smiled. Many of the top hunting teams have made sure to include at least one Huntmaster in their limited Mech rosters. This is not just because the Huntmaster is a capable and reliable fighting machine. The main reason why it is so desired on this planet, as well as other hunting planets, is because its glow is just too useful in provoking the beasts into a fight. Every hunting Mech pilot has grown to appreciate Zygra for being so damn good at luring exobests into standing their ground. Without the Huntmaster, the smarter and more cunning beasts tend to run more often than not. This makes the process of hunting far more exhausting and time-consuming. The president of the local branch of the Hunting Association also had a word or two to say about this topic. The utility of glows in hunts has provoked many debates within our halls. Their use has either provoked dangerous reactions among many of the beasts that are subject to them, or alters the behavior of many exobests to such an extent that it trivializes the hunting process. We have ultimately decided to ban many of your products from participating in official hunts. The ferocious piranha and the pacifier are particularly problematic to us. The Huntmaster is a border case, but given that it does not weaken the lethality posed by the dangerous prey, we have continued to permit its use. Too many of our hunters are bound to protest if we attempt to prohibit it from participating in valid hunts. That was interesting. Hunting needed to remain a challenge, so the hunters were not allowed to make use of mechs and equipment that tilted the hunt too far in their favor. Of course, this only applied for hunts that could increase the ranking of the participants. To be honest, I do not think that glows matter as much as before. The tall and muscular store manager gave her opinion. Ever since exotic radiation is mutating so many exobests, we have noticed in our most recent hunts that these creatures are getting stronger on both a physical and mental level. The species that we have become accustomed to hunting in the past few years have become noticeably harder to fool. They are becoming smarter and more able to resist the emotions generated by exposure to our glows. That sounded like a concerning development. Do you think that will lead to a decline in sales of our popular Huntmaster model? I am not too worried, sir. Zygra can still provoke those beasts into standing their ground. We are dealing with completely wild beasts that are still controlled by their instincts. Even if the Huntmasters cannot induce them into fights, their Mech pilots have come to appreciate the glow. They fight with greater confidence and are considerably more willing to challenge themselves. Sometimes, that is all it takes to turn a good hunter into a great hunter. Or a dead one, Vess astutely said. Captain Gary curled her lips. Quite. At least we completed the sales beforehand. We do not sell our products on credit. The time and expenses needed to claw the remaining balance from the estates or the relatives of those dead losers are not worth the gains. Understandable. Anyway, let me show you our second most popular Mech model. The Monster Slayer is my personal favorite for obvious reasons. Keddies has done a perfect job. Many people mistakenly believe that she designed this Mech model to excel in both the Mech arena. But those who truly know her understand that she has sought to design the best hunting Mech for sword maidens such as myself. Although the Monster Slayer can be an acquired taste among other hunters, its popularity has risen every day. Thanks in no part due to the stellar performance of you and the rest of your sword maidens. President Tarich added, your repeated successes have convinced more Mech pilots within our community to bring swordsman Mechs into their hunting trips. It has also contributed to the rise of casualties among those very same hunters. Captain Gary showed no remorse at all. They should have stuck to their rifles and spears if they were so incompetent. Every good hunter must have a sober assessment of their qualifications. It is no fault of ours if they are too weak and stupid to challenge prey that they couldn't handle. I will not allow any of these foolish hunters to blame their monster slayers for their own incompetence. If anything, it is the responsibility of your hunting association to teach them how to hunt properly. The branch president let out a sigh. We have tried. Trust me. Humility is a rare trait among many hunters, particularly the newcomers who have arrived only recently. Chapter 54, 67 Culpability. The exchange between President Oscar Tarich and Captain Gary of the Sword Maidens made it clear that piloting the monster slayer came with elevated risks. Hunting was not a risk-free activity to begin with. Those who treated it as a casual hobby often suffered when they entered the hunting trips without proper guidance and supervision. However, the controversy surrounding the monster slayer model was that it had led to plenty of deaths among the more experienced and professional hunters. This was a serious issue. Mech pilots normally shouldn't die in such frequent numbers. If the death rate of a specific Mech model became noticeably higher than the other products sold in the local market, then that definitely threatened to harm the reputation of the monster slayer model, as well as its original designer. There was no way that Vess could remain unmoved after learning about this issue. The monster slayer was the first true commercial swordsman Mech designed by Cadiz. She had deliberately set out to design it from beginning to end by herself. She wanted to prove to Vess and everyone else that she had become good enough to design a viable and popular Mech model by relying on her own merits, and she succeeded in her venture. Due to Vess' lack of involvement, the monster slayer was not a traditional living Mech per se, and lacked many of the distinctive advantages of his own products. Still, as Vess looked up at the proud display copy of the greatsword-wielding Mech, he could sense a seed of life buried within its well-designed frame. If he had to describe it, Cadiz had learned just enough about living Mechs to ensure that her products would at least end up as first-order living Mechs. It was unlikely for her works to improve in a qualitative fashion by themselves. Vess saw no way they could evolve into second-order or third-order living Mechs. The problem was similar to the one that had plagued the Ouroboros all of the time. The scope of life applied to the design was simply too limited to know how to reach greater heights. Cadiz also did not attach a design spirit to the monster slayer. This was the limit that Cadiz was able to accomplish without developing an actual specialization in living Mechs. This was fine. Instead of copying her former mentor, she added her own charm to the machine. The main reason why she made her Mech alive was so that she could load it with her swordsmanship. The main role of the living Mech was to instruct its Mech pilot on how to learn and execute the sword styles she imbued in her designs. The monster slayers effectively turned into a swordsmanship instructor for their pilots. Many of these people had quickly learned the basics of the relatively simple but solid foundational greatsword style that Cadiz had especially composed for beginner swordsmen. This alone made it worthwhile for melee Mech specialists to pilot the monster slayer. There was no other Mech like it. While there were Mech designers that equipped their products with advanced AIs that could instruct their pilots in a similar manner, it lacked the intimacy and the personal touch of the monster slayer model. More importantly, Cadiz was able to imbue her swordsman Mech designs with a touch of Sharpie's extraordinary willpower. This enabled every pilot to come into contact with a will that was equivalent to that of an expert pilot. The more they mastered the foundational greatsword style, the greater their ability to execute the more remarkable techniques that already started to touch the threshold where sword techniques started to gain extraordinary traits. Such an exhilarating Mech model most definitely changed the mentality of its pilots. Had Cadiz sufficiently considered the consequences of her own work? Did she implement enough safeguards to prevent her own customers from thinking they were champion swordsman Mech pilots when their actual combat literacy was much further behind? Give me the statistics, Vess requested. Both leaders transferred the relevant files to his comm. He spent a few minutes analyzing the data himself. The data patterns and anecdotal testimonies matched their claims. I think I understand the underlying issue. Vess spoke again. If you think about it, the Monster Slayer is a 2-in-1 mech. Ketty's designed with 2 different roles in mind. Its first role is to function as a teaching mech. The target audience are mech pilots that are not accustomed to wielding greatswords or melee combat in general. These people tend to be less experienced and capable in general. The Monster Slayer's second role is to function as an advanced combat platform that can enable skilled and experienced mech pilots to challenge much more powerful opponents with comparably weaker machines. There was an inherent contradiction between the 2 roles. The risk was that the mech pilots who originally piloted the Monster Slayer in order to learn how to fight effectively with a sword decided to put their new skills to use in actual battle. That was not a problem on the surface, but it was different if the mech pilots overestimated their capabilities and deliberately sought to challenge themselves by tackling stronger enemies. The LMC could not escape fault in these cases if the Monster Slayer actively pushed its own mech pilots to push their limits when they were not actually fit enough to undertake these dangerous fights. President Terich of the Hunting Association looked skeptical. You may be correct, Professor Larkinson, but the pilots of Aachenin VI know better. The ones that attempted to challenge themselves and bring the Monster Slayers deep into the Chasseur continent were not rookie mech pilots and hunters. They already completed enough hunts in both the Shaman and Chasseur continents. In my opinion, the real issue is that strong hunters who have proven their skill and craft in many hunts have died in unusually high numbers since they piloted this dangerous machine of yours. Ketty's told me once that the Monster Slayer is only supposed to be used in battle by really good mech pilots. Andrast said as she admired all of the mounted exobast heads on the walls. She also said that it is a mech that only allows the very best to become much stronger. It does not make much sense to stick to her Monster Slayer if the pilot isn't good enough to its full potential. Vess nodded in agreement. He believed he understood the fundamental issue after he studied the data a bit more. President Terich, I do not believe you have missed your notice that the hunting teams of these overconfident hunters are always smaller. There are logs that show that the Monster Slayers among these teams have actually separated from the rest of their teammates and ventured into the depths of a dangerous hunting ground in duos or even by themselves. It is no surprise that they mostly failed to complete their hunts. If they piloted any other mech from any other company, their odds of defeating the powerful prey they had eyes upon would be just as poor. That is indeed the case. Oscar Terich crossed his arms. The difference here is that our hunters are able to keep their heads cool when they pilot the mechs produced by any other company. It is well known that LMC mechs are able to exert different degrees of mental influence onto the pilots who interface with them. Although your living mechs have earned a high degree of acceptance among our community, there are skeptics who have begun to question whether we have all been underestimating the dark side of your products. There is no dark side to our living mechs. Vess frowned. At the very least, the problem should be specific to the Monster Slayer model. Has the Huntmaster and the other products in our mech catalog generated any complaints? Not yet, but that can change in the future. We will tackle that problem when it arises. For now, the conversation should be confined to the Monster Slayer model. That is what your branch is concerned about, right? Terich shook his head in disappointment. I do not wish to accuse you and your company of anything, but if the Monster Slayers sold by your company keep driving more and more of our hunters into reckless actions, then this will force the hand of our hunting association. Your product may end up joining your ferocious piranha and the pacifier on the list of banned mech models. Captain Gary had done a good job at controlling her anger. Though she was not able to hide her increasing irritation, she at least knew better than to unleash an unhinged tirade. That did not mean she wanted to remain silent. Do not listen to this guy. This is nonsense, sir, the Sword Maiden insisted. What is really going on is that these arrogant hunters think they could beat our records. If I was able to hunt down a Barugan acid spitter with a single monster slayer, those fools thought they could hunt other prey by themselves. I do not need to tell you the consequences of their actions. What is troublesome is what happens next. All of those people who have lost their friends and family need someone or something to blame. Instead of admitting that the dead hunters made a stupid decision that got themselves killed, they would rather shift the blame to Ketty's work and claim that our company has been negligent. That caused Vess to frown. This was a very human response to the death of a loved one. It was difficult to prove that the monster slayer had directly led to the deaths of those promising hunters. However, it was also difficult to prove that the monster slayer had no involvement at all with the high death rates. The hard numbers did not lie. The Mech pilots of Aachen and VI had a much lower chance of dying if they entered the hunting grounds with any other Mech. Vess scratched his head. I really do not want to deal with this matter. I am supposed to be on vacation right now. As far as I am concerned, the monster slayer should not be blamed for the failures of these Mech pilots. I know that Ketty's had tried to put a lot of effort into simplifying the monster slayer, but it is really only a Mech model that the Sword Maidens can utilize to its full potential. I am not surprised that our elite Sword Maiden Mech pilots can complete group hunts by themselves. They have gone through punishment training and mastered the greatsword to a much higher degree than those who have picked it up in just a couple of months. Other Mech pilots simply cannot match this level of dedication in a relatively short amount of time. The monster slayer provided a shortcut to Mech pilots, but there were many more factors that made the Sword Maidens so absurdly strong in melee combat. It was not without reason that his Larkinson clan invested a lot of resources into this Mech legion. The indomitable spirit of these disciplined warriors, along with their excellent combat acumen, that was honed through numerous life-threatening challenges, caused them to become fearless destroyers in battle. As long as they were on the offensive, the Sword Maidens could chop anything apart. The other hunters on Aachen and VI simply could not compare against these qualities. They had never put much emphasis on preparing themselves for fighting in the middle of a serious battlefield. Their ability to adapt to unexpected setbacks and cope with heavy disadvantages were much poorer. The monster slayer is not a forgiving Mech in battle, Captain Gary reiterated. It packs a powerful punch, and it can dodge nearly any attack as long as the pilot knows when to do so. However, its armor and defenses are not as great. It cannot take a lot of hits. Only a single mistake can be enough to cripple the machine, thereby turning it into a doomed machine when locked in combat with any powerful exobest. While she had explained this truth to the customers who bought copies of the Monster Slayer, her cautious advice always seemed to fall on deaf ears. Chapter 54, 68 Effective Proposals. The fundamental problem was that the Monster Slayer was not exactly a beginner-friendly Mech when utilized in actual combat. Ketty's was a highly skilled swordmaster, and spent most of her time interacting with sword maidens and heaven sworders, both of whom possessed remarkable skill in swordsmanship. That made it a little more difficult for her to understand the plight and circumstances of Mech pilots that comprised her actual clientele for this Mech model. Did she overestimate the competence and discipline of her customers? Had she neglected to implement enough safeguards to prevent the Mech pilots of her monster slayers from throwing themselves into near-certain death? Or was it mainly the fault of the Aachen and VI branch of the Larkinson clan for dominating the rankings by repeatedly defeating terrible monsters in solo hunts? Vess really did not want to increase his stress by personally getting involved over this issue. This was not supposed to be a work visit. He came up with a good idea on how to resolve this potentially thorny problem. He turned around and gestured for his oldest daughter to step forward. "Aurelia, what is it you require from me, Papa?" the lovely girl asked in a slightly more formal tone than usual. "Once you grow up, you may find yourself in charge of our clan. You will need to be able to resolve difficult problems that others haven't been able to solve. Given the current situation, how would you prevent this issue from turning into a serious blow to our clan? The young girl immediately looked thoughtful. More education is needed, Aurelia proposed in her elegant voice. The root issue is lack of understanding. From what I can deduce based on what I have heard, the local hunters are overestimating the strength of the monster slayers and underestimating the skill of the sword maidens. Neither our mechs nor our personnel are at fault. There are no reasons to punish them for crimes they have not committed. The origin of the problem lies with the pilots, so the solution must target them as well. Vess clapped. That is sound logic, dear. It was not enough for President Terich, however. With all due respect, we have already attempted to remedy the problem by issuing multiple warnings to the customers of your products. The death rates have not dropped as far as we can measure. There is something about your monster slayers that makes their pilots especially blind to their actual combat strength. They continue to overestimate their capabilities over and over again. Aurelia took in this response and quickly formulated her response. If suggestive methods no longer work, then you must resort to more coercive methods to control the situation. Regardless of whether the monster slayer is a sound mech or not, it is a fact that it is being misused by too many of its customers. The most effective way to stop these mech pilots from undertaking challenges that are too much for them is to stop them from entering the hunting zones in the first place. President Terich, your branch should institute a test that every mech pilot of the monster slayer must pass before he or she can proceed with their hunts. That was a novel idea. That is an unprecedented move, the branch president stated. If we follow your suggestion, then the monster slayer will be the first mech model that receives special treatment. This is not entirely fair to other mech designers and mech companies. The usual solution is to ban the mech model outright. Aurelia shook her head. It is not fair to the Living Mech Corporation to disallow one of its products from participating in valid hunts when neither of them are at fault. Your organization should not be inflexible. It is bad management to avoid the most obvious and effective solution due to bureaucratic limitations that do not exist. She did not give the branch president an opportunity to issue another response. The assertive girl turned towards the store manager. Captain Gary, you and your fellow sword maidens are not at fault for what has happened, but it cannot be denied that your actions have caused this problem to build up. You need to help our mech company in resolving this matter by showing that it is not the monster slayers, but your superior combat skills that are responsible for completing all of your highly challenging hunts. The sword maiden veteran looked receptive towards Aurelia's idea. You want us to leave our personal monster slayers behind and pilot other mechs instead. You do not have to abandon your current mechs, Aurelia corrected. You may keep them and continue to hunt with them. What I am suggesting is that you start to pilot our other mech models instead. I believe that you should be skilled enough to hunt your prey with the Huntmaster, despite the fact it is equipped with spears. You can also pilot swordsman mechs produced by our competitors. That sounds counterproductive, little girl. We will only boost the sales of the other mech stores in this city. Besides, I do not trust those swordsman mechs nearly as much as the monster slayer. The vast majority of their mech designers are completely inept in swordsmanship. This should not hinder your efforts, Captain. You can choose to go on slightly easier hunts whenever you pilot third-party mechs. Your successful results should prove that you are still much more capable than all of the hunters. Your selection of prey should also send a message that you simply do not think you can fight just as well with a third-party mech than with a monster slayer. It was a rather facetious message, but it still emphasized that the sword maidens had a lot more faith in the monster slayer model. Everyone else looked impressed at Aurelia's suggestions. Perhaps Vess could have come up with these solutions as well, but he was not a preteen like his daughter. Meow. Meow meow. Clixie and Lucky had paused in their attempts to run around and explore the interesting decor, by voicing their approval. Vess clapped his hands. Great! Let's go with what my daughter has just said. Do either of you have any objections to following her blueprint? A look of distaste appeared on Captain Gary's face. My sword maidens and I can diversify our mech usage if that will help. I do not like it, but as long as those stupid hunters start to recognize that we are good, then that is worth it, I think. President Terich also agreed to enact the proposal directed towards the Hunting Association. I will have to conduct numerous meetings in order to push through the changes necessary to restrict the usage of the monster Slayer in valid hunts. It is good that our association only recently completed a large and extensive reorganization. Our rules are still fluid enough that it should be easier to implement other changes. Did you hear that, Aurelia? Are you happy that your suggestion is leading these people to work towards effective solutions? The dark-haired girl nodded. I do, this is fun. I like being in charge. Vess couldn't help but grin and pull his daughter into a hug. He soon began to shower her face in kisses. I am so proud of you, Aurelia. You're so cute when you act like a leader. I can't wait to see you grow up and take over my clan. I wish your mother could see you now. She would be just as happy. Not here, Papa. It's embarrassing. Hey, I want kisses as well. After Vess had his fill with showering his children with affection, he regained his composure and acted as if nothing special had happened. Ahem, let's continue with this tour. Tell me about the third bestseller of this store. Captain Gary smiled in a funny way, but did as she instructed. She led the group a short distance away until they arrived before a very different mech from the last two ones. The Crystal Lord Mark Roman III is not a mech that should be popular within the hunting community. It is a land-bound rifleman mech that is more expensive than most of the competition. It is also equipped with an energy weapon, which is generally regarded as less effective than a kinetic weapon when hunting huge beasts. Large-scale exobests tended to possess a lot of damage-resistant meat. Normal energy attacks tended to burn a shallow amount of hide and flesh, while dispersing a lot of heat energy to a much greater chunk of organic matter. What all of this meant was that a lot of exobests had the ability to absorb a lot of energy beams without losing a lot of combat effectiveness. So long as their organs and more important extremities remained untouched, these beasts could continue to rampage without any noticeable hindrance. If hunters wanted to bring ranged mechs to a hunting trip, then they would often go for mechs armed with ballistic rifles, Gauss rifles, and similar armaments. Although it was troublesome to carry around a lot of heavy and bulky ammunition, this effort paid off in spades, as these chunky rounds were much better at penetrating through layers of thick and resilient flesh. This was why Captain Gary stated that the Crystal Lord Mark Roman III model shouldn't be such a good seller in the local market. Vess grew curious why one of his old machines had defied the odds. The Mark Roman III edition was equipped with second-generation Luminar crystal rifles, which was 2 generations behind his most current implementation of Luminar crystal technology. The first reason why it is popular is because it is one of the few land-bound living mechs that we sell that is optimized for ranged combat, the Sword Maiden explained. Living mechs have become more and more popular here and elsewhere. I think many of our customers would still be willing to buy a worse version of the Crystal Lord Mark 8 Shy, as long as it is still alive. That makes sense, but that should only lead to moderate sales. What else is responsible for boosting its sales? There are many ranged mech pilots that have devoted most of their training to specializing in the use of energy weapons. They do not like to switch to kinetic weapons. Out of the rifleman mech sold in the market, our Crystal Lord Mark Roman III model offers greater firepower at a cheaper price. The more powerful Luminar crystal weapons partially offset the lack in penetration power when hunting large exobests. I can see how that helps. That doesn't sound like everything, though. Are there any other factors that have made it so popular? Heat, Gary replied. A lot of exobests can easily spot mechs that run hot, even through thick forests. There are many hunts where remaining undetected is of vital importance. No mechs that rely on energy weapons can keep their temperatures down, but the luminar crystal rifles of the Crystal Lord Mark Roman III are so efficient that they heat up slower than any other energy weapon at their price range. This can mean the difference between a successful hunt and a fatal accident. The less an exobest is able to detect the position of ranged mechs, the lower the chance the maddened creature will bull through everything in the way in an attempt to destroy the machines that fire those painfully hot beams. Even if that happens, the Crystal Lord Mark HI should be able to outrun many threats. The mech is quite fast and maneuverable, which is what you want the most in a hunt. Vess grinned. Of course, the Crystal Lord Mark Roman III made up for that by reducing its armor protection. Though Vess had added a gimmick that made it much more resistant against enemy energy attacks, most of the exobests of Aucanon VI were only able to attack through physical means. Nonetheless, the threat to the Crystal Lord Mark Roman III should be light as long as it maintained its distance. Combined with a much lighter logistical burden due to avoiding the need to carry a lot of spare ammunition, the Crystal Lord Mark Roman III sounded like a fine addition to any hunting team. Chapter 54-69, The Hunter's Code. After Captain Gary had completed the tour through the LMC store, Vess and his family had seen enough. The store only represented a part of the Larkinson clan's interests on Aucanon VI, after all. The Larkinsons stationed on the planet also engaged in other important activities. You should pay a visit to the base where our local branch is housed, the Sword Maiden officer suggested to Vess. Our fellow clansmen and I would love to demonstrate our strength to you. We have made good progress as of late. Our monster slayers have also become stronger. I will be sure to visit the branch in the evening, Vess promised as he shook the woman's strong and calloused hand. President Oscar Terich eventually led the recent arrivals away from the LMC store and straight to the center of Tick City. The traffic became lighter as they started to approach the district where all of the government institutions were located. Ordinary hunters had little reason to visit these places under normal circumstances. The only place that attracted more traffic than usual was the head office of the Hunting Association. It was not a tall structure, but it occupied a larger block. Several sprawling structures, along with underground construction, enabled the local branch of this notable organization to lead and coordinate a lot of different tasks. Although it sounded contradictory, it took a huge amount of effort to preserve the natural state of Aucanon VI. Its hunting grounds were not able to replenish the losses from frequent hunts. Careful management was essential to keeping the prey populations at sustainable levels. However, the rising onset of E-energy radiation-induced mutations had caused the workers of the Hunting Association to become a lot more stressed. Vess could feel the frenetic activity around him as he stepped through the main entrance of the central building. Few workers looked relaxed and content as they moved between departments. Even with the arrival of additional support, the changes produced by the rapidly strengthening exobests were straining everyone's ability to keep the hunting grounds under control. However, E-energy radiation did not only bring disaster. It also granted blessings to the many hunters who recently found out that there were additional benefits to hunting down these dangerous prey. As you can see, our association is doing the utmost to preserve the safety of this planet without compromising its viability as a hunting preserve, President Terich said as he led the Larkinsons through the hall and up the stairs to another floor. Aside from taking direct action, we rely heavily on the hunters to put down mutating exobests long before they can grow out of control. Hunters like to tackle a challenge, but many of them shouldn't be willing to provoke dangerous beasts that have developed a lot of powerful surprises. How can you persuade them to eliminate the targets that are much more troublesome than others? Vess curiously asked. Our hunting association is not short on wealth, Professor. The most straightforward means to motivate the hunters into action is to attract them with cash rewards. We have instituted a virtual mission board where any hunter or hunting team can apply to complete one of our missions if they qualify. Your clansmen have been particularly enthusiastic about completing them, and we are grateful to your Larkinsons because of that. I think they have accepted the missions more because we are able to guide them directly to their prey, thereby saving them valuable time in tracking them down themselves. That sounds about right. The Hunting Association indeed relied on a lot of money to solve problems before they became too powerful to suppress. Why do all of the dirty work when there was a city full of hunters that were more than willing to take action? Recently, that has changed. President Terich continued to explain as they passed through several doors that led into the more secure sections of the main building. As I have already explained, the central headquarters of our hunting association has published the Hunter's Code. Though it was initially met with skeptical reactions, the early adopters quickly began to outpace the more cautious hunters. Now, virtually every hunter on this planet, as well as many other ones, have enthusiastically embraced the new code. They briefly stopped before a guarded checkpoint. Once the group passed through the thick and sturdy gate, they entered a library of sorts where a lot of texts had been printed into old-fashioned books. There were several reasons why the Hunting Association had resorted to such a primitive method of information storage, though that was not important at the moment. The branch president sped up his steps and picked up a thick black tome that exuded small but concentrated energy that immediately caused Vess and the others to see it in a different light. This book, the Hunter's Code, is not a secret text, Terich said. Anyone can access it on the galactic net as long as they are registered hunters. It is impossible to prevent it from falling in the hands of others, but it is too difficult for non-hunters to make use of our code. What I have in my hands is the only physical copy of the Hunter's Code that the huntsman has directly materialized using his own willpower. Wow. So awesome. The children all looked eager to touch the big and heavy tome. Vess did not show a strong reaction because he already guessed this answer. He had come into contact with the willpower of a powerful god pilot a few times before. The book radiated the power of a distinctly different god pilot. Whereas the destroyer of worlds possessed a will that evoked the threat of total annihilation, the influence of the huntsman gave Vess the sense that everything in the cosmos could be divided between predator and prey. To be honest, Vess recognized a few parallels between the huntsman and Cynthia Larkinson. They both shared a similar perspective about predation, though they utilized different angles to shape their domains. Vess wondered whether there was any family relation between the two. Could the huntsman be a distant relative? Nah. What a silly thought. In any case, the black tome was absolutely remarkable. Even if its contents were exactly the same as the virtual editions of the Hunter's Code, this one was special because it possessed the remnant will of a god pilot. Vess figured that any hunter that studied the Hunter's Code through this empowered tome would make much more progress than normal. It was like the monster slayer in the form of a book. The principles were similar, but the black tome probably offered a lot more effective guidance than a swordsman Mech. Once Oscar Terich presented the sacred book to the Larkinsons, he reverently placed it on a flat table. You are permitted to peruse it as you wish for the remainder of the hour. I will have to ask you to leave once your time is up. Another hunter has reserved the following time slot. You can continue to study the virtual edition of the Hunter's Code after you have left. I understand. I am grateful for the opportunity to study this book in person. The branch president did not need to explain that this was an extremely coveted privilege. It was a dream for hunters to come into direct contact with a relic that was entirely made by the god kingdom of their greatest idol. Though Vess did not really appreciate the remarkable book as much as other people, he still handled it with great respect. No matter what, the heavy tome contained an active trace of the huntsman's willpower. Though it was unlikely that the huntsman actively paid attention to the hundreds of identical black tomes that he had sent to all of the branches of the Hunters Association, who knew whether he paid attention just as Vess made a disrespectful remark. Can I see? Can I see? Andrast asked as she walked up and pressed against his father's body. Me too, Marvain said as he reached out so that his father could lift him above the table. Though Vess did not think it was suitable for them to come in touch with this cultivation method, they needed to get exposed to texts like these. He did not want them to get fooled by dubious cultivation mantras posted on the galactic net. I will let you read this as long as you promise not to practice it, he told his children. If you want to grow stronger, I can offer you plenty of other ways to promote your evolution. Andrast, are you still practicing the method that I have taught? Yes, Papa. The red-headed girl rolled her eyes. You don't have to ask. I know what is important. Becoming a potentate is still my biggest goal. Good girl, Vess said as he patted Andrast's head. Now let's see what this hunter's code is all about. Even though reading a big book was not exactly a typical holiday activity, none of the Larkinsons issued any complaints. The opening sentence was a direct quote of the huntsman. Well, that is intense, Vess muttered. This sentence exposed the huntsman's belief that there were always bigger fish in the ocean. Nobody was truly weak, and nobody was truly strong. Let's continue. Vess began to flip the pages at a speed that was too fast for his children to keep up with his reading pace. Though his kids were good learners, they were too young and lacked a comprehensive understanding of cultivation science. Though the hunter's code was meant to be read by hunters who had no background in cultivation, Vess found it a lot easier to comprehend the mantra and the many associated techniques of this interesting new cultivation framework. What an impressive method. Vess grew more and more appreciative of the hunter's code. Whoever composed this comprehensive cultivation method absolutely knew what they were doing. While he was not able to judge whether the hunter's code was as good as the metal god method, he felt that it should not be any worse. After 15 minutes of going through the mantra and the extensive explanations on its various components, Vess gained a broad understanding of what he had just read. According to his own understanding, the hunter's code was a combination between a Kai cultivation method and a body cultivation method. It sought to strengthen its practitioners in a holistic manner. There was a definite focus on combat, survival, and hunting activities. What makes the hunter's code different from many other hunting methods was the primary means of growth. QJ cultivators mainly made progress by absorbing the power of heaven and thinking really hard on artistic conceptions. Body cultivators mainly grew stronger by absorbing a lot of valuable resources and tempering their growing physiques. The hunter's code mashed both of these approaches together into a mantra that attempted to shape the mentality of hunters, while also encouraging them to strengthen their bodies by eating a lot of flesh. The cultivation method imposed a lot of demands on its practitioners. Those who wanted to follow the hunter's code pretty much had to center their entire lifestyle around hunting. There was simply not enough room for any other obsessions. However, there was one strong advantage that made the hunter's code extremely compelling for many people. Pretty much any healthy individual can practice this method. This was remarkable work. If Vess interpreted it correctly, the hunter's code could easily be practiced by any human as long as they properly followed all of the instructions. There was no demand for talent or affinities. There was no need to buy expensive augmentations or ingredients. Even third-raters could overtake the progress of first-raters, as long as they were earnest enough about following the hunter's code. This was because the primary means of growth of its practitioners was to devour the strength of the prey of their own kills. The hunter's code taught every hunter a large amount of rituals that enabled them to derive far more benefits from their defeated prey than normal. The Black Tome even contained a ritual that directly sacrificed a kill to the huntsman. Chapter 54, 70 Modernized Sacrificial Rituals. Who didn't want to become stronger? Ever since the Age of Dawn commenced, Vess and many other knowledgeable people concluded that red humanity would change forever. Heavenly Kai, the power of heaven, spiritual energy, psionic power, E-energy. No matter what label it carried, this powerful energy with psychoactive and psychoreactive properties had the potential to turn a lot of trash into treasure. The magnitude of E-energy radiation bombarding the red ocean was massive. The vast majority of this supposedly free energy harmlessly passed through the empty void of space and continued their way onwards without benefiting anyone or anything in the process. Only a small proportion of this huge amount of exotic radiation slammed into planets. Rocks, plants, and exobests all became bathed in E-energy radiation. They all became affected by this ubiquitous force in many different ways. The effect on the vast majority of subjects was little to none. Only a few minerals or organisms proved to be much more susceptible to mutations induced by E-energy radiation, but that was already enough to radically alter the ecosystem of a life-bearing planet. These mutated elements did not remain isolated from each other. They were all part of an ecosystem, one way or another. Exoplants extracted hypermaterials that had suddenly emerged within the reach of their roots. All manner of herbivores devoured these mutated plants, thereby absorbing a fraction of the extraordinary power contained within. Carnivores subsequently hunted down and devoured the flesh of these plant-eating exobests, thereby devouring a portion of the hypermaterials and energy-rich flesh of their prey. This was a process known as bioaccumulation. Even if the rate of contamination and mutation was not that extensive in the lower end of the food chain, the apex predator that sat atop it easily extracted the essence of the global changes to the entire ecosystem. This was the main reason why Akanan VI and many other untamed planets gradually started to experience more and more outbreaks from the top predators in their respective lands. The strongest and most threatening predators experienced the fastest growth in strength. This not only made them a lot more dangerous to fight against, but also increased their predation ability even further. As the brutally cunning beasts began to associate eating with rapid growth, they lost all restraint and began to hunt down as many prey as possible, regardless of whether they had already filled their stomachs. At most, these rapidly mutating exobests learn to be picky and only devour the most energy-dense flesh and organs. The exceedingly fast growth of these powerful predators quickly broke the ecosystems they were a part of. The hunting association branches of every planet where widespread hunting took place experienced greater pressure to contain these outbreaks. This trend could not be stopped. So long as there was E-energy radiation and life, the organisms who lived and thrived on a planet would always find a way to mutate and explode in strength. Letting these powerful exobests grow in an unrestrained fashion threatened to pose a greater threat to the humans who may or may not live on that very same planet. Though it hadn't happened as of yet, there was a small chance that an exobest would grow so powerful that it might even be able to escape its own planet and soar into space. Not even the Red 2 could remain complacent at the possibility of this happening. When exobets turned into astral beasts, there was always a chance that a new terror among the stars would emerge. If human-occupied space started to get plagued by marauding astral beasts, that would severely impact the supply lines that Red humanity's industries relied upon. The loss of trade and efficiencies would cripple Red humanity's economy and war-making potential, thereby dooming the chances of every human in the new frontier. As such, the Hunting Association actually served an essential purpose in today's society. Many people might not be aware of how vital it was to manage all of the hunting preserves and support the development of enough hunters to keep all of the mutating organisms in check. The Hunter's Code played a key role in this new system. Virtually every mutated beast was a natural body cultivator. They devoured the flesh and bones of weaker creatures that had absorbed significant quantities of E-energy and hypermaterials, thereby strengthening their own body tissue in turn. Since exobests were able to grow stronger in such an extraordinary manner, Then what about humans? The extraordinary resources contained within the carcasses of their powerful prey held great value, and there was no reason for humans to let them rot. There had to be a way to continue the process of bioaccumulation so that it effectively reached the human hunters that reigned at the top of every food chain. This was the central premise of the hunter's code. It's not as easy as it sounds. While the overall logic was sound, it was a lot harder to make it work in practice. For one, humans were not known for their strong bodies. They were not only incredibly weak compared to a typical apex predator, they also happened to be fairly small. It was impossible for humans to devour large quantities of flesh harvested from exobests that massed as much as 2 heavy mech stacked together. While not every mutated beast grew so large, they always tended to be far larger than any human could devour in a single meal. This was problematic, as exobests lost a portion of their potency at a rapid rate upon getting killed. That was why the hunter's code put so much emphasis on devouring the flesh of the prey that the hunters had felled on the very same day. The shorter the time delay, the more the energy-rich exobast flesh retained much of the extraordinary qualities that made it strong. Even then, hunters experienced many different problems in converting these precious organic resources into actual gains. Their relatively small human bodies prevented them from eating a lot of rich flesh. Their weak physiques meant that they lacked the ability to digest dangerous alien flesh that was filled with all kinds of poisonous metals and other toxic junk. So how could hunters successfully devour the deadly flesh of their powerful prey? The hunter's code did not prohibit hunters from processing the toxic flesh to render it safer for human consumption. This was why a lot of hunting teams had started to bring along biological processing machines that were previously only found in food processing plants. As long as these ambitious hunting teams successfully felled a mutated beast, they planted down their fancy machines and stuffed as much valuable flesh into it as possible. After a lot of work, the processing machines successfully filtered and extracted a portion of meat that lost all of the elements that made it so deadly. The yield was usually low, but at least it was better than nothing. This was what the hunters sought to attain. While eating all of this processed meat usually did little for most humans, the story was different if they cultivated the hunter's code. This expansive tome contained numerous mantras and techniques that were specifically designed to actively allow hunters to extract the most potent energies and nutrients from all of the rich flesh in their stomachs. The hunters could subsequently channel all of these extracted resources into promoting the strength of their bodies and spiritualities. Though the conversion rate was still fairly low, as long as their defeated prey was powerful enough, these hunters could rapidly strengthen their bodies through continuous hunting. This was the body cultivation component of the hunter's code. What was also important to note was that hunting teams usually received more flesh from this process than they could fit into their stomachs. What should they do with the remainder of the processed and unprocessed flesh? It was not that useful to ship it back to other people. Those who did not participate in the hunt would not be able to employ the methods of the hunter's code, thereby finding themselves unable to take advantage of the same powerful methods. The code offered an alternative way to convert the remainder of the excess flesh and bones into useful gains. Vess widened his eyes as he caught sight of numerous rituals. He grew more and more astonished when he saw how boldly this cultivation method leaned on sacrificial offerings. Is this for real? The rituals in question encouraged the hunters to perform special actions in order to sacrifice the excess resources from their prey. This mostly amounted to burning whatever remained from the carcasses in fancy processes that burdened on making religious offerings. By sacrificing the remains of powerful prey to the huntsman, the god Pilate promised reward the successful hunters by granting them a trace of his own energy. This is wild. It was no wonder that so many hunters embraced the hunter's code. This was probably the closest they could ever get to a god pilot. The hunter's code did not obfuscate the benefits of receiving a trace of the huntsman's energy. Devouring a lot of messy energies from living creatures often led to contamination. This problem became especially serious when it came to powerful mutated beasts that bore a huge amount of resentment towards their slayers. The psychoactive and psychoreactive elements of their remnant flesh still contained traces of this burning resentment and would do anything to take revenge. Hunters that continued to devour flesh contaminated by resentment would ultimately become distorted by all of their kills. The huntsman's godlike will was able to cleanse all of the impurities formed by devouring contaminated flesh, thereby allowing hunters to retain their humanity and rationality. This was not all. As long as hunters earnestly cultivated the mantras of the hunter's code, they would eventually develop the artistic conceptions that were associated with their profession. Getting into contact with the energy of the huntsman would allow these earnest hunters to rapidly boost the development of their artistic conceptions, thereby advancing their Kai cultivation by leaps and bounds. Vess recognized that this was the Kai cultivation component of the hunter's code. No, it is not as simple as that. The strong involvement of the huntsman effectively added a contract cultivation component to the hunter's code. Every hunter who sacrificed their kills essentially completed a transaction to the huntsman. What a clever scheme. Vess could spot the ambition of that powerful spear-throwing god pilot through these sacrificial rituals. Whenever hunters made their sacrificial offerings, they not only transmitted a portion of the extraordinary resources to the huntsman, but also offered up their faith in the process. How could they not? From the perspective of these hunters, the huntsman was their literal god. The continuous exchanges from all of these sacrificial rituals benefited the huntsman enormously. By engaging in this form of deity cultivation, the god pilot obtained an army of hardcore devotees who constantly grew stronger by continuously hunting powerful prey. The quantity of all of these hunters might not be great, but their quality as well as the frequency of their sacrificial offerings would absolutely be high. This would undoubtedly further the subsequent advancement of the huntsman. It became clear that he had definite ambitions to become the god of the hunt. Vess did not know why a god pilot wanted to lean so heavily into deity cultivation all of a sudden. He was still far from reaching this level. Perhaps his mother knew more, but she was not willing to divulge information that he was not yet qualified to know. All that mattered was that the huntsman was playing a big game with the hunter's code. Vess grew inspired by the god pilot's ambitious and expansive layout. Is this a portend of the future? Vess did not entirely feel comfortable about the hunter's code. It contained several elements that possessed strong religious undertones. This was an overt challenge to the Big Two's historical policy of avoiding and suppressing religion. Chapter 54, 71, The Power of Predation. Vess let out a deep breath as he reached the final page of the Black Tome that was directly created by a powerful god pilot. Being able to learn the content of the hunter's code by reading from the pages of this sacred book was an incredibly valuable privilege. Through the remnant will contained within the heavy tome, Vess was able to comprehend a lot of abstruse and complicated theories with remarkable ease. It was as if a small clone of the huntsman sat on his shoulders and whispered a lot of secret guidance in his ear. If Vess wanted to, he could practice the hunter's code right away. Perhaps he might be able to advance his phase lord cultivation by killing and devouring transphasic beasts. He could even convert a much higher proportion of the extraordinary nutrients into useful gains due to his vastly superior true body. Vess could easily envision himself growing stronger at an accelerated rate. He had no need to rely on mechs and organic processing machines. His yield would definitely be 100 times, if not 1,000 times greater than any other human hunter. Of course, this was only the case up to a certain point. Once his face water concentration had progressed far enough, His true body became so massive that hunting down ordinary prey no longer yielded any significant benefits. The only way for him to accelerate his body cultivation through the hunter's code was to hunt down other phase lords and phase whales. Fortunately, it was not necessary to stick to the hunter's code all the way. There were no traps or penalty clauses that prevented hunters from abandoning it and switching to other cultivation methods. The only issue that hunters needed to take into account was that they needed to put a lot of effort into changing habits, their mentalities, their fighting methods, and their artistic conceptions. This was not easy, so there was still an incentive for hunters to stick to the hunter's code, even if their progress slowed down. Vess had no intention of practicing the hunter's code for that reason. He never forgot that he was a Mech designer first. Even if the hunter's code was not too exclusionary, it still imposed standards and beliefs that all hunters must abide by in order to take advantage of its powerful methods. If Vess chose to practice the hunter's code, despite all of these risks, he would acquire a lot of baggage that would turn him into a Mech designer similar to Caddy's. His former student was still a good Mech designer, but her dual status as a swordmaster contaminated all of her work and prevented her from making anything else. Vess could not tolerate such a change. The mere implication that he had to treat the huntsman as his god and superior was enough to make his blood boil. As Vess finally closed the heavy tome, he learned a lot from studying the hunter's code, but it was not a method that was suitable for him to practice. "Oh, I was still reading that, Papa." "Shush, pumpkin," Vess said as he patted Andrast on the head. "The hunter's code is not suitable for any of you. It might hold a lot of promise to people, but each of you have your own ways to achieve greatness. Practicing this method will consume your lives. There are much more suitable ways for you to grow stronger." After Vess excited the guarded library, he thanked Oscar Terich for giving him a valuable opportunity to study the hunter's code from the best possible source. "Your reputation as an unconventional expert on matters relating to growth and evolution is becoming increasingly better known," the old man said. "Are you willing to issue any comments about our hunter's code? We welcome any feedback, especially from a visitor as accomplished as yourself." It was not easy for Vess to figure out the correct response. He could not walk away without saying anything, as that would inevitably make him look arrogant and piss off certain people from the hunting association. He did not think it was wise for him to share his full opinion. Not only was his feedback far too valuable to be given away for free, he might expose certain uncomfortable aspects that the hunting association did not want to highlight. Vess paused for a few more seconds before offering a polite response. "The hunter's code will serve as an invaluable tool to red humanity. Not everyone is suited to take up the lifestyle that it espouses, but the brave men and women who practice it will surely become our greatest sword and shield against all manner of powerful threats. Your hunters may be engaged in hunting down unstable exobests for now, but I can foresee that the best of them will one day grow strong enough to hunt down the threats to our civilization. Neither phase whales nor other powerful alien leaders will be able to prey on us without suffering retaliation in return. The roles of hunter and prey can always change depending on the situation." President Terich's face bloomed into a hearty grin. "Well said, Professor. Your reputation as a Mech designer who is gifted with his mouth is also well-deserved. Our association is pleased to hear your kind words. Hunting is not always seen in high regard, and the sport occasionally attracts less savory characters. However, our hunting association is committed to turn the art of killing beasts into a noble endeavor. With the huntsman himself watching over us from above, we shall never allow any malcontents to impinge on our collective honor. That is our promise." Vess truly hoped these hunters would stay true to their original responsibilities. He was not entirely hopeful that they would remain as pure and noble as the hunting association desired. He knew extremely well that power had a corrupting influence. The stronger these hunters became, the more they became addicted to the process of gaining greater power. Though the hunter's code contained several hard and soft safeguards that prevented hunters from committing uncontrolled rampages, who knew whether that would remain the case in the long term? Vess did not prolong his stay at the branch office of the Hunting Association. After touring a few more interesting departments, Vess and his children entered a hotel where they could rest and prepare for tomorrow's activities. "Get ready for bed, kids. I will take each of you on a hunt tomorrow. By the time we come back to Tick City again, I hope that each of you have caught at least one little prey." "I can't wait," Andrast grinned. "Do we really have to kill those cute animals, Papa?" "Don't let their appearances fool you. They will not hesitate to devour your bodies if they have the ability." Meow, meow, meow. See, even Lucky agrees. It took a while for Vess to put his excited children to bed. Once they fell into slumber under the watchful eyes of the cats and the Mecher bodyguards, Vess retreated to his own bedroom and fell into thought. The hunter's code was a modern, sophisticated, and highly comprehensive cultivation method that was representative of the current level of cultivation mastered by the Red Association. As an offshoot of the 5 Scrolls Compact, the Mechers certainly weren't bad at this kind of stuff. Vess did not know who was in charge of composing the hunter's code, but he vaguely felt that their understanding was on the same level as his mother. However, there were huge differences in comprehension between high-level cultivators. His mother possessed a distinct style and approach to cultivation. The creators of the hunter's code held different perspectives and likely derived their knowledge from different legacies. That has led to the creation of a cultivation method that attempted to accomplish similar results through different means. In other words, Vess managed to broaden his horizons and learned how certain processes could be accomplished without relying on his mother's solutions. Vess became especially inspired by the use of rituals to engage in a formal form of contract cultivation. It is a brilliant idea to convert the extraordinary resources of a defeated prey into fuel for your own cultivation. As a Mech designer, Vess was not interested in employing this method himself. He instead thought about whether he could apply this mechanism to his own Mech design. It did not seem practical at first. Many of his Mechs fought on busy and contested battlefields. There was no time for his living Mechs to stop and build an elaborate ritual circle before sacrificing their kills to a higher entity. If the Mech pilots waited until the battle was over, then a lot of the valuable energies contained within the carcasses would have already dissipated into the environment. Besides, not every adversary is purely organic in nature. What if a Mech unit has defeated an alien warship? Only a fraction of that gigantic vessel consisted of flesh and blood organisms. The rest was entirely made out of lifeless metal. Vess could not really imagine how these inanimate objects could be converted into cultivation progress. However, Vess did not think that it was impossible to apply the overall principle in general combat. The rituals described by the hunter's code were elaborate and demanding. They could never conduct while hostilities took place. The reason why it made sense to demand so much setup was because elaborate and highly meaningful rituals often increased the conversion rate and maximized the yield that could be obtained from a single carcass. This was extremely suitable for single hunts, where it took a lot of time and effort to harvest a powerful prey. In more traditional battles, the quantity of opponents were far greater, but none of them were strong in terms of body size and other parameters. What I need is a fast way to extract whatever valuable energies from their bodies and convert them into instant cultivation gains. The ritual could be simplified or changed so that it was always active on a living Mech. The role played by the huntsman needed to be replaced with another entity. His design spirits should be able to undertake the same responsibilities, though they probably wouldn't be as good. As long as Vess successfully made these adaptations, he would end up with a new application of e-technology that could serve as a permanent upgrade to all of his living Mechs. It's like an add-on to their existing cultivation methods. As long as it worked as intended, both the living Mech and potentially the Mech pilot would rapidly grow stronger through frequent combat. This was the inspiration that Vess always sought whenever he traveled to a different location. It really made a huge amount of sense for his living Mechs to actively devour a portion of the strength of their defeated opponents. The expeditionary fleet had fought against numerous powerful enemies in the past. Whenever their foes got killed in battle, the Larkinsons had never attempted to extract more power from the corpses of the defeated alien soldiers. This was a massive waste in hindsight. If his living Mechs learned how to absorb whatever power was left in the bodies of their defeated adversaries, then they wouldn't have to wait for an entire century to grow as powerful as the Ouroboros. They could attain the same magnitude of power in just a couple decades, depending on their fighting intensity. As Vess thought about designing a lot of bloodthirsty Mechs, he suddenly sobered up a little. He suddenly realized that his exposure to the Hunter's Code had slightly shifted his mentality in the direction of his mother. He did not know whether this was a good or bad development. As much as the more decent side of himself wanted to refrain from going down the path of slaughter, the more ambitious and greedy side did not want to give up on this approach. Now that he learned that stuff like this was possible, how could he continue to deprive his living Mechs from a means to speed up their growth? This is the curse of knowledge. Chapter 54, 72 Hanlon-6 Hunting Ground. The next day, Vess and his family boarded a shuttle that took them a fairly short distance away outside Tick City. The main settlement on Aukenan VI was situated in the Melrose continent. The hunting grounds on this landmass were highly regulated and deliberately controlled to remove any threats that posed a slightly greater danger. While this made it so that the Hunting Association refused to recognize the hunting accomplishments of anyone who ventured in these grounds, they were popular destinations among children, tourists, and hunters who were simply looking to relax. Vess decided to bring his children to the Hanlon-6 hunting ground. This was a landlocked region that was characterized by a lot of rolling hills and uneven terrain. It encompassed a large alien forest as well as open prairies. Hanlon was a particularly interesting destination for young hunters due to the abundant presence of smaller exobests. Many of them only grew as large as Arnold. They often looked cuter and fluffier than the prey in other hunting grounds. While they were not entirely harmless, a lot of herbivores among them never thought about fighting at all, so they never posed any serious threat. Aside from these cute mammalian critters, Hanlon was also famed for hosting a lot of colorful birds. These avian creatures evolved in a thick forest that provided a lot of cover against larger and more formidable predators. Their speed and agility also enabled them to shake off predators with relative ease. As a result, these alien birds tended to be less vigilant towards the humans that occasionally intruded in their forests. It was often possible for children to get a little closer to them so long as they did not make any threatening moves. Killing them was a lot harder, though. Unless they utilized shotguns or high-tech rifles with guided aim functions, it was unlikely for them to hit a fast and agile bird. Most children merely liked to watch them without ever thinking about shooting them down, and Vess children were no exception to this rule. Aurelia tried to coax a fiery red bird from the tree branch in the distance. "Here, birdie, birdie, come over here. I picked up a few nice seeds from the ground." Though the birds did not really care about the occasional human intruders, that did not mean they were willing to get closer. Too many children had tried and failed to attract one of the small avian creatures, but Aurelia was different. She radiated so much gentleness and purity that the alien bird actually grew curious enough to fly closer. "Hi, I told you I could do it. I have caught a bird." The red bird perched onto Aurelia's arm and quickly began to peck at the seeds in her hand. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Her younger brother and sister carefully approached so that they could admire the bird in greater detail. "This bird doesn't look so alien. Marvane said. Its eyes look funny, but they look just like normal birds. That is because birds are pretty efficient flying organisms. Vess taught his children. You will probably learn this in your biology classes if you haven't already, but convergent evolution causes a lot of different organisms to look roughly the same. Aachen and VI might have a lighter gravity and a slightly different air composition, but it is pretty similar to old Earth for the most part. That means that a lot of creatures from one planet tend to work in the same way as the creatures of another planet. While there were more profound differences between the birds of the two planets, it was a bit too complicated to explain it all to his children. Vess kept a constant eye on the red bird as he talked. Though he could feel through his spiritual senses that the alien creature possessed no hostility, he was always ready to take action if that changed. Not that it mattered. His children all wore their own personal shield generators, so it did not really matter if the bird tried to peck his daughter all of a sudden. Lucky and Clixie were also capable of protecting the children, though the two nosy cats had already ventured deeper into the forest in order to scout out the terrain. If that was not enough to keep his children safe, then the silent and invisible Mech bodyguards around him would definitely utilize their full might to fulfill their mission. Vess found it handy that these bodyguards were able to cloak themselves. It was not quite effective at making him feel alone, but it at least made his group less intimidating to the surrounding fauna. He coughed a bit in order to attract his children's attention. Okay, that's enough. You can admire the birds later. Don't forget why I brought you here. I want each of you to hunt the prey of this hunting ground by relying on yourself as much as possible. In order to complete your hunts, you should make use of these rifles. He reached out behind his back and retrieved a pack that contained 3 small ballistic rifles. They were fairly simple, cheap, and low-tech. They could not pose a threat to any serious prey in the Shaman continent and the Chasseur continent, but that didn't matter in their current hunting ground. Due to their low specifications, it was extremely fast and easy for most of the gun stores of Tick City to fabricate custom-fitted rifles for each of his children. The pink one is for you, Aurelia. Thank you, Papa, the girl said with obvious reluctance in her voice. Chirp, chirp. Strangely enough, the alien red bird had not left her side despite all of the changes. The avian actually grew comfortable enough to move up to her shoulder instead. This red one is yours, Andrast. My favorite color. The younger girl grinned as she expertly snatched the weapon from her father's hands. She skillfully inspected it with trained motions and quickly studied the specs projected by the weapon. Her expression quickly dropped. This rifle is too weak. Its stopping power is too low, and its muzzle velocity is even worse. Its effective range is so poor that I can't snipe anything at longer ranges. Saintess Ulrika gave me rifles that are 100 times better in every way. That is because she wanted to let you get used to weapons designed to kill formidable enemy soldiers. Vess patiently explained. I am not throwing you into a fight against an elite Orvan trooper or anything. This trip is about hunting harmless small exobests. There is no need for additional firepower. Always. Vess bent down and gave his youngest son the smallest rifle. The light blue contraption looked like a toy more than anything. This is for you, Marvane. You have memorized all of the rules on the handling of firearms, correct? Marvane nodded as he held the weapon in a slightly awkward grip. I did, Papa. If you don't want to use this rifle to hunt any critters, then you can give it back to me. You are still young. There is plenty of time for you to grow older and gradually assume more responsibilities. I don't want to give it back, Marvane cutely insisted as he held the small rifle tighter in his arms. I won't leave my sisters behind. Good boy. I will stay close to you, so don't worry about anything. A short moment passed as the children roughly understood how to handle their child-sized rifles. They all received varying degrees of weapon training, so they did not need a lot of time to know how to aim or fire a bullet. The weapons were deliberately stripped down in order to make them as low-tech as possible. They lacked a lot of advanced functions that came with a lot of complexity. Of course, Vess made sure to retain the feature that automatically blocked the rifles from firing if their muzzles happened to point towards any friendlies. Vess clapped his hands. Before I let you go, I need to tell you 2 more things. First, if possible, I do not want you to kill your prey the normal way. Do you remember the Destroyer of Worlds and how she embedded an enormous cat onto her projectiles? I want you to try this out with your own companion spirits. That caused his 3 children to look confused. How? Vess smiled and retrieved a bullet from one of the pockets of his adventurer's coat. It is not as difficult as you think, my dear. Do you see this bullet? I especially ordered it to be made out of a hyper metal. This makes it a lot easier to attach your companion's spirit to it. The bullet material will make it easy for the 2 to stay together. Imro. He demonstrated this by sending out Blinky and having him enter the bullet. You can do that. Yes, this is not an exclusive ability of the Destroyer of Worlds. Anyone with a companion spirit can do the same. The real problem is range. Your companion spirit will only stay inside the bullet until it flies outside of your maximum boundary. This is why I insist that you move as close to your prey as possible before you aim and fire your weapon. Try your best to get within 50 meters or so. That should be close enough for your empowered bullets to produce the greatest effect. 50 meters is too close, Papa. Won't those exobests run away? Also, how can I find them in this forest? I am sure you can manage. Your outfits come with moderate camouflaging functions, so you won't be as conspicuous as you think. As for tracking down your prey, you can use your companion spirits to scout ahead. Don't keep them in your heads. Make use of all of your advantages. However, if that is not enough, our cats can lend you a hand. Vess transmitted a silent command. A few seconds later, a pair of very different cats dashed out of the forest and stopped in front of the Larkinsons. Meow. Meow. Clixie came back without carrying anything between her teeth. Her cat-sized breathing mask made it difficult for her to bite onto anything. Lucky, on the other hand, triumphantly returned with a furry brown mammal between his teeth. The gem cat had already slit the creature's throat, but dark brown blood still spilled out of the wound. Ewa. What a poor beast. Why did you kill it, Lucky? Meow, meow, meow. Vess reached down and plucked the beast carcass from Lucky's teeth. I know this critter looks cute and all, but do not let that stop you from doing what is necessary to survive in this dangerous dwarf galaxy. I won't ask you to wantonly kill other lives, but you should at least show that you will not freeze and refuse to do what is necessary if your lives are ever under threat. Sometimes, you can only count on yourselves to save your life. After a few more words of encouragement, he sent his children out into the forest. They stayed fairly close together, though made sure not to press against each other. Their smart clothing had automatically dimmed so that they blended better in the darkened forest environment. Their weapons also became a bit less conspicuous. With their companion spirits scouting the way ahead, the children weren't going in blind. They soon paused as they spotted a 6-legged mammal with an abnormally long snout and 6 eyes on his head. Imro. Vess used Blinky to signal for Aurelia to take the first shot. His oldest daughter raised her darkened pink rifle and took aim. Mana had entered the chamber and attached herself to the hyper bullet. Seconds passed by as Aurelia continued to aim at the creature in the distance. Imro. After a few more reminders from Blinky, Aurelia overcame her unease and pulled the trigger. Mew. The round carrying Mana soared into the distance and missed the 6-legged exobest by a wide margin. Though the rifle was not too loud, the discharge was still loud enough to spook the exobest and scare it away. It's okay, Vess said as he softly patted his daughter's shoulder. There are plenty of chances for you to try again. You'll get one next time. He had noticed that Aurelia's aim should have been fine. The problem was that she jerked her weapon to the side from the moment she pulled the trigger. Hopefully, she would get rid of that habit by the time their hunting trip was over. Chapter 54, 73 Negative Entropy. The Hanlon-6 hunting ground might not be the most exciting region on Aukenan VI, but Vess found the terrain to be oddly calming. The flora and fauna looked off compared to old Earth-derived organisms, but their convergent evolution still made Vess feel as if he was on a peaceful, human-occupied planet. The abundance of trees, shrubs, and occasionally more exotic plant growths caused the environment to become rich with the wood element. Emro. Blinky floated atop his head, while gently absorbing the surrounding E-energies. All of the plants in the forest had become irradiated by E-energy for roughly a year. Day and night, these trees and shrubs came into contact with a lot of passing energies, causing them to change and mutate in many subtle ways. Only a few plants proved to be more sensitive towards E-energy radiation than others, and they quickly began to flourish at a much faster pace than normal. It was easy to recognize these mutated plants. They were clearly the largest of their kind in a given area. Their trunks grew taller, and their branches grew thicker and wider. Other plants in the vicinity that had lost the evolutionary race all started to wilt and die, as their mutated counterparts monopolized all of the available resources that could be extracted from the immediate environment. Vess even saw a few cases where the mutated trees resorted to cannibalism and directly sunk their roots and branches into these lesser growths. He couldn't help but think back on the concept of predation. Both his mother and the huntsman were extremely successful cultivators. In an environment where E-energy radiation had dried up a long time ago, these exceptional figures managed to surpass all of their peers and become one among many countless humans to evolve into true gods. While their individual strengths and capabilities vastly differed from each other, they both stood out for their willingness to fuel their growth by feeding onto others. The philosophical differences between them were not small, but when it came to the core of their domains, they were pretty much two sides of the same coin. Their carnivorous outlook on cultivation and the universe caused them to constantly look for bigger prey to hunt. When Vess watched the live broadcast of Operation Night Jazz, he carefully observed the performance of each god pilot. The huntsman stood out for his eagerness to confront the ancient phase whales. The sense of excitement, along with his burning desire to fell another formidable prey, radiated across many electronic signals and directly impacted Vess' psyche and spirituality to a small extent. From what Vess recalled at the time, he was vaguely able to sense the huntsman's greater ambition. The ancient phase whale that he was in the process of impaling with his penetrating spears was just the start. The huntsman did not make it clear to everyone else, but Vess knew that this thrill-seeking god pilot clearly looked forward to hunting down the much more formidable prey of Monsieur C. Was there no end to his bloodlust? Though it was rather good for red humanity that the huntsman was working hard to prepare for fights against the most powerful alien adversaries to come, Vess did not feel entirely comfortable with this philosophy. He felt the same unease whenever he talked about anything related to cultivation science with his mother. Vess hadn't been able to fully describe the source of his unease, but now that he had entered a natural environment, he understood the cause of this problem. As Vess looked around the alien forest and felt how much life was brewing within the trees, he felt comfortable and at peace. Emro. Blinky squinted in pleasure, has joyfully absorbed a small portion of all of the life and vitality produced by this gentle alien forest. Vess was a Mech designer. His life centered around designing and creating mechs. Regardless of what his clients and customers did with his machines, Vess had always considered himself to be a creator at heart. He transformed lower-value materials into higher-value products, thereby contributing to a positive development of human civilization. Industry was civilization. The more stuff people produced, the greater the development of a society. Human life had the potential to bloom even further with the assistance of all of the useful tech produced by creators such as Vess. Another way to describe his place in the cosmos was that he was a negative contributor to entropy. It was an inevitability for the current universe to move towards entropy. Yet within the lifetimes of a civilization, it was still possible for a society of people to create order out of chaos. Vess felt in tune with order. His contribution to human society might lead to the death and disorder of outsiders, but he had always sought to promote the order of the humans who made use of his products. The forest of the Hanlon #6 hunting ground was nothing special. It was just an ordinary environment that had been carefully trimmed and culled of any significant threats. Hardly any visitor had any reason to find greater meaning in this environment. Vess was different. The forest was an emblematic symbol of the fusion between nature and order. This aligned extremely well with his domain. His design philosophy caused him to develop strong affinities with both Mech and life. Mech was a technological derivative of the high-level metal attribute. It was a symbol of order, civilization, war-making potential, and other complicated concepts. Life had connections to many other high-level attributes and could serve as one by itself. The variation that Vess had formed within his spirituality was mostly aligned with the concept of mutual growth, which had a very strong relationship to the wood attribute. Wood was associated with a lot of positive concepts. It was flexible. It stood for the cycle of life and death. It possessed a rejuvenating quality. It promoted cooperation between different entities. It embodied growth in the most natural fashion. Vess had benefited enormously from the traits of his two dominant attributes. His ability to understand and work with Mech improved to a superhuman degree. He was able to understand metal materials in a way that enabled him to exploit them in completely new ways. He was able to imbue the property of growth into objects that should not have this capability. He had been able to understand and cooperate with all manner of alien and inhuman entities. These were his fundamental strengths as a Mech designer, and he thrived when he engaged in any of them. These were all value-generating activities that always contributed to increasing the order of human civilization. I can't exactly say the same for the others. Vess briefly frowned. The huntsman and his mother did not possess the mentality of a creation cultivators. While their actions might contribute to rising order for their own organizations and civilizations, their philosophies were fundamentally more destructive in nature. For example, the Hunting Association may be working hard to preserve the ecosystems of many hunting planets, but the huntsman probably wouldn't have any qualms about exterminating entire races so long as he could absorb their strength. His mother was the same. She might act gentle and motherly around Veronica, but Cynthia Larkinson's domain possessed a much more ruthless quality. Neither of them were harmless. As Vess continued to supervise his children as they tried to approach the small and cute critters in the forest, his thoughts strayed towards the hunter's code. He did not entirely agree with the philosophy espoused by it. He simply couldn't bring himself to center his entire life around killing and creating more entropy. However, he saw the value of this philosophy in his living Mechs. In the past, Vess had applied his design philosophy in a largely gentle fashion. To him, the concept of mutual growth translated into designing living Mechs that could grow on their own, but also advanced the growth of their Mech pilots. In turn, these humans contributed their own feedback to their machines, thereby enabling the living Mechs to grow in ways that they could not accomplish by themselves. This was a harmonious growth scheme. Even if the living Mechs and Mech pilots dedicated their entire existences towards killing life and unleashing destruction, what they did with their power was not a core component of their growth aspects. To put it in simple terms, his living Mechs were akin to herbivores. They grew in a more passive and gentle manner. It was difficult to speed up their growth, but at least they were able to become stronger at a steady rate. The philosophy espoused by the Hunter's Code taught him a different approach towards growth. It opened up the idea of granting his living Mechs the benefits of becoming a carnivore. While they did not have to give up their current methods of growth, Vess envisioned a possibility where he could upgrade their designs with a carnivore module. This brand new addition to their spiritual foundations would enable them to actively feed off the energies of their defeated opponents. Though Vess had yet to work out all of the theories and mechanisms, he believed that he was able to set up with the knowledge and resources that he currently had at his disposal. The real question was not whether he could do it or not. What really troubled him was whether he should do it all. Was it right for him to turn his mechs into hunters or predators that constantly yearned to feed off their kills? This issue bothered him so much that he actually called Helena to his side. Though nobody around him was able to see her, Helena had subtly sent down an energy manifestation that was weak to the point where only Vess and Blinky could perceive her presence at close range. None of the invisible bodyguards or the many hidden technological monitoring equipment could pick up her presence. "Are you familiar with the Hunter's Code?" Vess asked with his spiritual voice as opposed to his normal one. Helena crossed her arms. "Of course I am. It is not particularly secret. There are hunters among the citizens of the Hex Federation that have started to dabble with it. The Valkyrie Mech happen to be highly compatible with this brilliant new cultivation method. The Hunter's Code was made for humans, but I think I can adapt some of its components to my living mechs. It won't be easy, but I will just have to spend a bit of time. What is truly troubling me is the part about sacrificing prey to the huntsman in exchange for a power that can cleanse the impurities that accrue by rashly absorbing the energies of resentful prey. I really do not want to infringe upon the huntsman's territory or become reliant on his power." His eldest sister looked thoughtful. "Let me guess. You think I can serve as an adequate substitute given that I am the daughter of death and all. Your logic is not wrong, but are you incapable of fulfilling this role? You are expecting too much from me, brother. I am death. I represent the ending of life, the cessation of activity, the transition from warm to cold. I am good at taking, but not good at giving. What you ask of me requires me to be good at both. You are not an entity that is completely composed of the power of death," Vess retorted. "You wouldn't have been able to exist and take on such a lively personality if that is the case. There is a spark of life within you. Didn't you talk to me about yin and yang in one of our past discussions? You are unlikely to comprehend death too deeply if you interact with it in isolation. It is only when you work with its opposite that you can form contrasts between the two, thereby enabling you to harvest a lot of new insights. Shouldn't my request be helpful in promoting your understanding of both life and death?" He had made a profound suggestion. Helena became stunned by what she heard. She instantly fell silent as she contemplated whether his brother's proposal had any merit. Chapter 54, 74 Omnivorous Mechs. Bang! A round launched from the muzzle of the dark red rifle and rapidly crossed the distance to a tree hole where a scaled lizard-like creature made its nest. Despite the alien lizard's diminutive body and lack of ferocity, its species possessed excellent instincts and reflexes. The hunters who entered the Hanlin, #6 hunting ground in the past, rarely managed to hunt these sensitive and speedy lizards down. This was because they could always sense a threat in time for them to dodge and move out of the way. Their ability to evade attacks might not be as good as light mech specialists, but it was more than enough to avoid the vast majority of attacks launched by the casual and immature hunters that frequented this hunting ground. While the alien lizard had already tensed its limbs in order to jump away in an instant, the creature suddenly froze in place. Its reptilian eyes dilated, and its scaled body shook in fear. The reason for that was because the bullet that was heading straight towards its body happened to carry an additional passenger. Mazao. Just like the Valkyrie Redeemers that initiated their charges against their foes, Yeka was able to project her death power in a narrow cone in front. Even though the black spiritual cat was much weaker than Helena, Yeka's aura of death was not a force that a small reptilian exobest could resist. Plop! The bullet fired by the rifle was not that powerful, so the lizard did not explode on the spot. The projectile merely passed through the forehead of the creature and accurately struck the brain, thereby killing it instantly. That is how it is done. Andrast spoke with satisfaction even as she maintained her vigilance. Did you see that, big sis? You should take a shot at the next creature we come across. I will even help you correct your aim this time so that you won't miss your shot. Ah, that is okay, little sis. I can manage on my own. I know how to shoot. Yeah, sure, Andrast dismissively said. Mazwa. Yeka, meanwhile, returned triumphantly. The juvenile companion spirit had just participated in the act of taking the life of another creature in the most direct fashion possible. As an entity that had managed to activate the seed of death embedded within her spirituality, Yeka managed to harvest a lot of new insights on life and death. The black spiritual cat had grown excited because of these gains. Even if she and her principal were still too young to comprehend a lot of deep and profound concepts, just touching the surface of them was enough to influence the direction of Yeka's subsequent growth. Andrast had spent so many hours on training her weapon skills that she never really thought about what would happen if she utilized her arms on the field. It couldn't be helped. Despite her tremendous combat skills, no one in the Larkinson clan ever thought about sending her off to battle. At most, Andrast only got a taste of what it was like by killing virtual opponents in virtual combat scenarios, but only sparingly, as it was not good for a child of her age to indulge in such a bloody spectacle. Her father did her a favor by bringing her to a hunting ground where she could finally experience what it was like to take away the life of another organism. Though the small lizard was not comparable to a human or one of the formidable aliens of the Red Ocean, her first true kill still had a notable impact on Andrast. Lucky, can you retrieve that lizard? I want to take a closer look. Meow. The gem cat dashed forward and returned a short moment later with the bleeding lizard carcass between his teeth. Meow. Lucky hurriedly deposed the lizard carcass in front of Andrast. The cat certainly did not enjoy putting foretasting organic matter close to his maw. Thank you, Lucky. Andrast and Yeka studied the dead lizard in further detail. The smell was awful, but the breathing mask fortunately filtered out the worst of it. The bullet hole in the center of the forehead looked a bit odd. It leaked out less alien blood than it should, and there was a dark and ominous air to it. Yeka's energy still lingered on this wound, causing the surrounding organic tissue to necrotize a lot sooner than it should. However, the effect was only slight, proving that Yeka was far from reaching a degree of lethality that could instantly harvest the lives of other creatures upon contact. Shem, once is not enough. I want to hunt down 10 more creatures before I am done. You better stay by my side, Lucky. I am going to need you to play fetch a lot of times. Miyuo. As Andrast dreamed of hunting down all kinds of exobests, her father and her aunt continued to remain engaged in their own conversation. What you have proposed may have a chance of working, Helena eventually said after a few exchanges of ideas. You do not have to work with me. I am good at harvesting the energies released upon death, but once I have caught them, they won't be usable anymore. I will have to put a lot of effort into reversing this transformation. Since this goes against my nature, the process will produce a lot of waste. The yield will be so low that only a fraction of the original energies will be left. In addition, I do not have the ability to remove impurities, so long-term absorption will likely change your living mechs in undesirable ways. These quantities will be far less than if you rely on a god pilot like the Huntsman. His domain and concepts are much more supportive towards these processes. Vess frowned. He expected that Helena would have certain limitations. It turned out that he had overestimated her abilities. Lufa excels in purifying contaminated stuff. Can you work together with him to purify the contaminated energies? Helena looked a bit more optimistic about this approach. It should work in theory. If he can purify the energies just after I have harvested them, the lack of resentment and other pollution will make it easier for me to restore their original attributes. You can increase the yield in this way. However, I will need to work together with Lufa on a long-term basis to support this for so many mechs. Every additional link in the chain will introduce further complications and inefficiencies, so the entire process will become more and more unwieldy. He vaguely understood what she talked about. Helena and Lufa were fundamentally different existences, and their attributes were not entirely compatible with each other. It was inevitable for the two of them to enter into slight conflicts if they came close to each other. You know, brother, I bet the superior mother can do a much better job. She might be able to complete both steps by herself due to her range and versatility. As a true god, her control over Kai much stronger. Ves immediately shook his head. Let's not disturb our mother unless it is necessary. Children like us shouldn't rely on our parents all of the time. We need to prove to her that we can take care of our own issues. Besides, this is good for you. The more you come into contact with instances of death, the more you will be able to advance your comprehension. Aside from that, you can also levy a fee for every transaction, just like what the huntsman must be doing. The energy manifestation of his eldest sister grinned. You know exactly what to say. I cannot deny that I am interested in this scheme. It will keep a part of me busy on a constant basis, and this will only grow worse when more and more of your mechs gain this capacity. However, the gains may outweigh the costs. I am willing to try it out, Ves. Brother and sister quickly reached a tentative form of cooperation. There was no need to make any larger commitments when they still needed to work out this scheme. Helena still sensed that her brother was not entirely at ease with this development. She threw him a look of concern. Are you having any conflicting thoughts about this addition? Ves minutely nodded. It is difficult for me to describe what I am struggling with. I am still not sure whether I should turn my herbivorous mechs into omnivores. Giving them carnivorous traits will cause my mechs to lose a large portion of their innocence. A part of me wants to maintain the current framework on living mechs. I never had a problem with relying on time and mutual interaction to fuel their growth. They are already doing fine in their current state. His sister did not empathize with his problem. Do you truly believe that will be enough to ready your clan and the rest of red humanity for the struggles ahead? Messiercy will not give you any reprieve for treating your living mechs nicely. Strength is all that matters. You do not have the time to treat living mechs like trees and wait for many decades, if not centuries, for them to grow strong enough. If you can speed up their development by allowing them to absorb a fraction of the power of their enemies, then that will make your life more secure. But do not underestimate your living mechs. I am sure they can keep themselves under control. Even if they go bad, so what? They are still under the control of their owners and mech pilots. There are enough restrictions that can prevent them from doing any damage. If you ask me, just accept the reality that there will always be bad apples among every batch. If you are truly worried about the risk that these deviating mechs may cause harm, you can task your design spirits to monitor and report them. That should help with correcting them before they slide any further. That made a lot of sense. Ves slowly eased the conflict within his mind. Though he still couldn't get rid of his discomfort at the idea, this potential upgrade was too beneficial for him to dismiss. He felt obliged to implement it in all of his living mechs. Bang! Oh, look, Andrast has killed her 5th exobast. Helena smiled. Given how enthused she looks, you should rein her in before she depopulates this entire forest. Ves did not look too worried. She will run out of bullets long before that happens. He still stepped forward in order to guide and supervise his children. While Andrast did not need any instructions, Ves spent a bit of time on helping his oldest and youngest children complete their first kills. Aurelia looked squeamish as Lucky returned with a mottled ground-digging insect. The alien insect looked disgusting, which made it a lot bearable for her to shoot it with her rifle. A look of distaste appeared on her face, and Lucky eagerly dropped and distanced himself from the foul creature. 2 wounds caused the dead insect to leak strange green blood. Aurelia had been forced to fire 2 shots because her first one wasn't lethal enough. Unlike the kills made by Andrast, the bullet holes of this insect looked a little cleaner and neater than normal. Mana's attachment to the bullet did seem to carry special lethality, but Aurelia noticed that the insect moved a lot slower than before. "Good job, honey," Vess proudly smiled as he stepped closer. "How do you feel about your first kill?" "It was not as bad as I thought," the girl spoke. "This exoinsect is too ugly. I did the cosmos a favor by getting rid of it. Ugly beasts do not deserve to exist." Vess awkwardly coughed. "That is a bit too extreme, Aurelia. Beauty is subjective. There are many possible reasons why you want to kill others, but you should never use this standard to make this determination. There are much more practical and rational reasons for you to get rid of others." "Can you expand on that, Papa?" "Sure." Chapter 54, 75, Jesserahash 12 Hunting Ground. The first day of hunting passed without any further incidents. Though Vess did not want to occupy his mind with work during his hunting trips, he had gone back on this decision, but for good reasons. He couldn't help himself. Each time he gained inspiration, he entered into a more active state of mind. He felt compelled to work out his ideas on the spot. Swapping ideas with Helena enabled Vess to develop a thorough blueprint for a promising new design solution. Vess could not wait to design mechs that incorporated his latest idea. So long as it worked out according to his intentions, his future living mechs would be able to grow at a much more rapid pace. The best part about all of this was that wars and other active conflicts enabled his living mechs to grow faster. While this dynamic already existed among herbivorous mechs, this was mostly because the mech pilots gained new experiences and made new realizations in battle. This additional growth component would largely be fueled by living mechs, but it was not impossible for mech pilots to benefit as well. After all, the man-machine connection caused the lines between the two to blur. The feedback generated by killing others might bleed over to the mech pilot as well, thereby increasing his chances of breaking through. If this was the case, then the benefits of adding a killing module were much greater than he initially assumed. It was difficult for him to flesh out this thought experiment further. He needed to work it out and test it in reality before he could make any definite conclusions. This was why Vess decided to put this matter to the side for the time being. There was plenty of time for him to resume his work on this idea once his vacation was over. Vess spent the rest of his stay in the Hanlin 6 hunting ground while accompanying his children. Each of their mentalities experienced a considerable degree of growth after they had harvested the lives of other organisms. In the past, they always treated other humans and animals with respect. Their growth environment had immersed them with peace and harmony for so long that they had no understanding of the savagery that existed beyond their safe and comfortable bubbles. Though the current hunting ground was far from matching the cruelty of the real cosmos, it had offered enough opportunities for the children to mature in different ways. A part of Vess felt guilty about depriving them of their youthful innocence so soon, but he convinced himself it was for their own good. He especially found it difficult for Marvane to claim his first kill. From the moment he pulled the trigger of his cute little rifle, the death of a furry jumping mammal had become seared in his mind. Marvane even dropped his weapon when he directly experienced the passing of life through the companion spirit that he attached to his bullet. Meow. I'm scared. Where's Mama? I want Mama. Meow. Clixie immediately ran over to the young boy just as he started to tear up and tried to comfort him, only to no avail. Vess soon arrived and lifted Marvane up in his arms just as he began to cry. They're there. It is all right, my son. It is always scariest at first. You will get used to it the more you do it. Once you do, you will be able to grow into a man that is just as strong and smart as me. Doesn't that sound like a dream come true? It did not take long for Marvane to calm down and return to his happy self. He even went back to hunting a few prey near the end of their hunting trip. By the time they returned to their hotel in Tick City, all his children had become satisfied with what they accomplished. "Do you want to eat the exobests you killed? I can send them off to a restaurant where the meat will be processed and turned into edible food," Vess proposed. "No. Ew. I don't want to eat that nasty meat." Their father shrugged. "Okay then." The next day, Vess decided to bring his children to the Jessora #12 hunting ground. Different from #6, #12 encompassed a large body of water. Only a small part of this territory consisted of shorelines and wet marshes. The rest consisted of an ocean and offered a rich diversity of alien fish and other underwater life forms. One of the common traits of many fish in the Jessora #12 hunting ground was that many of them were colorful. That turned this patch of water into a popular fishing and diving destination. A lot of visitors traveled to this place in order to introduce their children to fishing. Vess and his family boarded a seafaring boat that was especially prepared for them and sailed away from the shoreline. Once they reached a suitable location, his children curiously held their fishing poles and followed a tutorial on how to get started. To be honest, Vess had never fished in his life, so he had little to teach to his children. He could only let the helpful AI embedded in the boat tell his children on how to fish with the right setup and techniques. Fortunately, the alien fish were not that difficult to catch, especially when the fishing lines attracted their attention with the right lures. I caught one, Marvin said as his fishing pole threatened to jerk out of his hands. "Oh, zoo, let me help bro." With Andrast coming over, they quickly managed to lift up a flat, red-scaled fish that possessed a handful of beautiful glowing scales. "So pretty, why do these scales glow?" "I don't know, but the fish is jumping on the dock. We need to kill it quickly." "Meow." Clixie quickly jumped over and put the flopping red flesh out of its misery with a single claw swipe through its head. "Good job, Marvin." Vess stepped forward and gave his son a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I am proud of you for catching your first fish. If you want, we can process it and grill it over a fire." No thanks. Can I have those glowing scales? They look so nice. I can use them to decorate my mechanos." Sure. Lucky you heard what he said. Get to work." Mew. It took a while for Aurelia and Andras to catch their own fish as well. Their buckets soon started to fill up as they continued to catch one stinky alien fish after another. As Marvin cast his line a short distance away, he looked at his father in confusion. "Why are you not fishing with us, Papa?" "I want to experiment a bit. There is no better place to do this than when I am surrounded by water," Vess responded. The ocean collar had become a fixed addition to his standard loadout. Though it was annoying to carry such a long object on his person all of the time, it was the best way for him to increase his intimacy with the high-level artifact. Vess had stuffed into the Vault of Eternity in the past, but that quickly caused the ocean collar to convey a lot of dislike when he next pulled out the flute. That little incident had taught him a lesson about how he should treat his living artifacts. In any case, Vess had never utilized his flute in such a water-heavy environment before. He could already feel he could accomplish a lot more with his fancy flute than before. This was not just because the environment was richer in water energy. It was due to the conceptual changes of entering an ocean environment. A lot of this stuff was mainly relevant to Kai cultivators, so Vess did not think too hard on this. All that mattered was that the ocean collar had entered an environment that resonated with its very existence. Vess carefully put his lips over the hole and started to play a single soft note. The water energies surrounding the entire boat shifted. A small wave had formed that slowly blended into the other waves of the ocean. Good. Vess knew what he was capable of when he played that note. This time was different because he felt a lot more in tune with all of the surrounding water. He was able to accomplish more with less. Not only that, but he found that he was starting to gain insights with greater ease than before. It had been the right decision for him to come out here. After playing a few more notes, Vess confirmed that he was still able to maintain control over the ocean caller. Though Vess had the sense that the flute eagerly wanted to summon the largest possible tsunami and engulf the entire shoreline of the Melrose continent with humongous waves, there was no way he would turn this into a reality. He kept his notes soft and stuck to playing simple and repetitive tunes. As he played his flute, he closed his eyes and tried to deepen his connection with the surrounding ocean and water-attributed E-energy. Vess did do this aimlessly. He had a definite purpose in mind when he decided to practice with his ocean caller. The flute and its 360 runes possessed a lot of associations with many different water attributes. Vess wanted to take advantage of this by familiarizing himself with one of the lower concepts of water. There was no need for Vess to develop comprehension in all of them. It was enough for him to explore the ones that were more accessible and useful in his Mech designs. With that in mind, he ignored the other water attributes as best he could in favor of concentrating on just a single expression of water. Fluidity. Water did not always exist in a liquid form, but this was the most common way to visualize it. The concept of fluidity had always been strongly associated with this element. Vess was easily able to get in touch with it by relying on the amplification granted by the ocean caller. Just holding the flute was enough to expand his sensitivity by an order of magnitude. As Vess continued to play different notes, he continued to stir the waters of the oceans in several subtle ways. Each change induced by his note playing caused the ocean water to express its fluidity in different ways. Vess began to learn more about the fluid nature of water. Though his progress was not fast, he was satisfied with this pace. He only needed to gain enough understanding of the concept of fluidity to apply it into his own Mech designs. The reason why Vess wanted to understand fluidity first was because he had an ambitious plan in mind. He wanted to design a Mech that could pose a formidable threat against alien warships by taking advantage of hyper-technology and e-technology that applied this concept in a practical manner. He already had a few offensive and defensive Mech ideas in mind, but he did not intend to go any further until he had developed enough of an understanding of this concept, and possibly other ones. It wasn't quite as good as comprehending the concept of water in its entirety, but it would take way too long for him to apply his gains into his Mech designs. Perhaps I should spend a bit of time on increasing my comprehension of waves. This was one of the core concepts of the ocean caller. Vess did not think he could unlock the flute's greater potential if he did not develop a greater understanding of the power of waves. However, Vess did not dare to play any songs that could promote the buildup of waves. The original ocean caller primarily served as a tool for mass destruction. Summoning world-ending tsunamis was the most proper way to utilize its power. Chapter 54, 76, Vess the Ocean Caller. Vess and his children had a good time in the Jesora 12 hunting ground. In a society that surrounded people with ever more advanced technologies with each passing day, it was nice to leave all of the hustle and bustle of modern civilization and return to a semblance of nature. Even though their boat was a highly sophisticated product in itself, the vessel possessed an understated appearance. Her white hull kept a lot of advanced detection and defense functions out of sight. The bodyguards assigned by the Blue Jay fleet also did a good job at blending into the background. Their stealth tech was so good that Vess could have easily thought that they had left him alone, if not for the fact that his powerful senses could pick up the presence of metal and life. Most notably, there were several large metal objects lingering in the vicinity of the boat's location. Vess paid little attention to these hidden first-class multipurpose mechs and focused on his needs. As his children competed against each other by filling up their buckets first, Vess did his best to play a pleasant melody while trying to deepen his comprehension of the water element. His progress was not fast. He had known a long time ago that he did not possess a strong affinity or talent related to the water element. Although it had traits that Vess liked a lot, he could say the same for many other E-energy attributes. The root of his spirituality was still centered around metal and life. He could make much faster progress in these areas than any other attribute. Trying to familiarize himself with elements outside of his core focus seemed like an inefficient and wasteful activity. Yet Vess persisted anyway. Creation cultivators needed to master a variety of different forces to develop a comprehensive product catalog. Not even a highly focused specialist, such as Caddy's, could avoid the necessity of incorporating other concepts in her swordsman Mechs. Vess was much worse in this regard. He couldn't help himself from exploring unfamiliar concepts and ideas all of the time. As a Mech designer, he was destined to remain restless for the rest of his life. He would have explored the 5 elements sooner or later as far as he was concerned. They were just too useful and versatile in the fields of hyper-technology and e-technology. Since that was the case, Vess was willing to tolerate a little hardship and force himself to learn more about the water element. As the hours went by, he began to produce a few results. His mood improved as he continued to play the ocean caller in an environment where it most felt at home. Even though Aachen VI was nothing special, its oceans possessed a certain charm and beauty that held a lot of attraction to many visitors. Such places possessed strong associations that made the ocean caller feel more alive and in tune. As a high-level artifact, the replica artifact possessed just enough life to develop its own likes and dislikes. It had been an excellent decision for Vess to bring the flute here. One of the rewards he received for indulging in the ocean caller's fancies was that the artifact opened up to him more. It was as if he had earned enough favorability from his artifact for it to put a little more effort into helping him along. The changes were subtle. The flute put a little more effort into helping him manipulate the water element, enabling him to perform more delicate and advanced techniques. It subtly made corrective actions whenever Vess made a mistake in his operation. This not only prevented him from screwing up and wasting his time investment, but also gave him clues on how to solve certain problems. More than that, the flute slightly deepened his ability to connect to water bodies, such as the ocean water below. Take that, big sis. I've caught the biggest fish yet. Wait, why does it have so many sharp teeth? It wants to bite off your face. Meow. Good job, Clixie. You sure showed that piranha-like fish. You're much more diligent than that other lazy cat. Meow. While his children continued their impossible quest to empty the ocean of all of its fish, Vess had begun to gain increasing control over water. A square cavity formed in the waters to the side of the boat. Vess continuously played the same staccato pattern of notes that enabled him to shape the water according to his liking. He slightly slowed down and changed his intonation so that the sounds produced by the ocean caller slightly shifted. The square started to narrow and lengthen into a rectangle. It became a lot harder for Vess to maintain this shape as its complexity had increased by a significant extent. Eventually, the sides of the cavity started to shake. Vess did not try to stabilize his efforts, but instead continued to make the rectangular cavity more and more extreme. Splash. Vess suddenly lost control, causing the ocean water to restore its natural form. Shem, my control has improved by another measure. He could not imagine making so much progress in so little time. There weren't many opportunities for him to visit places like these once his vacation came to an end. New Constantinople Roman 8 had its own oceans, as they were vital to turn this terrestrial planet into a place that was suitable for human habitation. However, the difference was that this planet had been terraformed from top to bottom by the most advanced technologies available to the DeVos ancient clan. Everything that was alien and threatening to human life had been wiped out and replaced with more compatible elements. If the original planet had any oceans, then all of the alien life that occupied its vast ecosystem for millions of years had been totally erased. The Devosans had changed the shape and the salinity of the oceans to suit their own needs. They also replaced the old ecosystems with new ones that were much more to their liking. This was the power of human civilization. Its colonizers always preferred to wipe out anything alien and deviant on the planets that they preferred to make their homes. It was a way of homogenizing and perpetuating humanity across vast interstellar distances. Whatever the case, the damage the Devasans had done to the original oceans of New Constantinople Roman VIII was incalculable. Wiping out all of that alien life at once and distorting the oceans to suit human desires had erased a massive amount of unrecorded history and meaning. The new meticulously designed organisms that the Terrans had let loose in their newly claimed oceans were far too young and sterile to fill up the massive void. Vess knew that if he tried to play his ocean caller in a body of water on a terraformed planet, his flute would not be in the mood to do him a favor. A part of him felt a little frustrated that the artifact continued to act with so much restraint. His living mechs never played such games whenever they interfaced with their mech pilots. They all knew that they had to earnestly work together with each other in order to preserve their lives and pursue victory once they deployed on the battlefield. This was exactly what a living mech was supposed to be like. Vess was really annoyed that these traditional artifacts all came with stubborn and reticent artifact spirits. Vess inwardly sighed. It couldn't be helped. Artifact cultivators often had to deal with lopsided relationships with relics that were too powerful for them to restrain. This was the price of handling an object that exceeded their present levels of cultivation. Vess was able to tolerate the power imbalance between himself and the ocean caller because the latter was just too damn useful. The gains he made today had already deepened his understanding of the concepts of fluidity, waves, and the oceans. Combined with his existing comprehension of the concept of blood, Vess had already deepened his overall understanding of the water element. It might not sound like much, but Vess had gained much more confidence in his ability to utilize the water element to a greater degree in multiple future mech design projects. His accumulation had grown so much that his mood lifted even more. Vess spontaneously played a more vigorous tune that suddenly caused the oceans around him to respond to his melody and the emotions that he was channeling. Waves started to surge from his position. The oceans grew more and more turbulent. Though the buildup was slow, it began to gain momentum after a few minutes. "Hey, what are you doing, Papa?" The children all reeled in their fishing lines as the boat started to get affected by the waves that spontaneously spread from their location. It was not hard for them to figure out that Vess' performance was responsible for this. Aurelia grew especially fascinated by what her father was doing with the flute. She was able to observe a hint of the powerful effects produced by the ocean caller by borrowing the senses of her companion's spirit. Mew. Lucky and Clixie started to grow uncomfortable as well. As the waves grew taller and taller, the boat rocked up and down to such an extent that Lucky woke up from his cat nap and jumped into Andrast's arms. Meow. "I know, Lucky. Papa is so powerful. I wonder if I can borrow his flute." As the waves started to exceed 10 meters high, the buildup of waves showed no signs of abating. Vess had never imagined he could exert so much force by himself. He grew particularly amazed at how much water energy he was able to command with his flute and how well he was able to convert this extraordinary power into physical force. He suddenly understood that this must be what it was like to be the mistress of the oceans. The power to create waves that were powerful enough to drown all of the cities on a coastline was so exhilarating that he had a tendency to look down on the mortals who could never hope to come close to matching this feat. Vess should have felt horrified for entertaining these thoughts, but he had become so consumed by his performance that he started to resonate with the ocean in a way that gave him the illusion that he had become its master. Beep. It wasn't until a first-class multipurpose Mech deactivated its advanced cloaking system and transmitted a discordant electronic tone that Vess snapped out of his fascination. "We apologize for interrupting you, Professor Larkinson, but your actions threaten the stability of the Jessora-12 hunting ground. If these waves continue to grow in power, then many of the individuals who have rented boats will have to evacuate from these waters." Vess had to shake his head in order to bring him back to the present. I am sorry. I could not control myself. It was rude of me to disturb everyone else in this hunting ground. I will make sure not to do this again unless I am in an unoccupied body of water. Please convey my apologies to the people who have been affected by my experiment. The Mech of the Blue Jay fleet activated its cloaking system again and disappeared from sight now that it had done its job. Only a short moment passed before his children ran up to their father. "That was cool, Papa," Andrast admiringly said. "Can you make me a flute that can do the same?" Even Aurelia could not restrain her own desire. "Can you teach me how to command water while playing the flute?" Marvane made a more mischievous request. "Can you splash my sisters with water?" "Sure." Vess played a small tune and made sure to act with much greater restraint this time. Due to his improved control and familiarity with water, he easily managed to summon 3 spouts of water that promptly splashed the bodies of all of his children at once. "I'm wet. No fair. Bad Papa." Chapter 54, 77 Gone Camping. By the time evening came, Vess and his kids had returned to the coast and returned their boat. Instead of shuttling back to Tick City, Vess decided to linger a bit longer and move to a cliff that overlooked the coastline. Distant boats and human figures still moved about as the local star disappeared below the horizon. "Come here, Lucky. Dig a fire pit on the spot for us, please." "Meow, meow." "I don't care that you are not a dog. Just dig." "Meow." "Aurelia, come here and help me season the fish that you have caught." His oldest daughter looked a little confused. "Okay, Papa. Did you not command the food processing machine to season our fish as it detoxified our catch?" "Normally, I would have already done so, but I don't want us to rely so much on automated machines and professional servants this time. There used to be a time where I was living the life of an ordinary third-rater. My life was not as luxurious as yours, but I enjoyed a form of joy that has become increasingly harder for me to recall. I do not want you 3 to grow up without experiencing anything of what it is like to live like normal humans. Now let us get to work and grill these fish over a fire." Time passed by as they slowly built a rudimentary campfire. It was not entirely safe to create a fire by burning the local alien tree branches, so Vess had made sure to bring in a few coals. The slightly toxic air also needed to be taken into consideration. In order to give everyone an opportunity to put down their breathing masks, Vess placed a small air purifier nearby that automatically sucked and filtered out the toxic substances in the surrounding air. Soon enough, he and his children speared a few processed fish with metal rods and planted them into the soil at different angles. The fish started to cook in different ways. "You should lower the angle of your rod. I think you are smoking the fish rather than roasting it. These fish will become much tastier if we bring it close enough to produce the Maillard reaction. That is when our raw food starts to brown and produce yummy substances." "Meow-woo. I haven't forgotten about you, Lucky. I threw in a few exotics and hypers into the coals. I hope you like your food hot." "Meow. I know your immune system is great for a cat, Clixie, but it is best for you to wait until we have cooked the fish." Soon enough, the air started to get filled with smoke, warmth, and the combined smells of different alien fish species. The children impatiently waited for the fish to cook while they chatted with each other. "Okay, I think they are about done. Be careful about retrieving the fish. The rods are still hot." Aurelia deftly transferred her own roasted fish to a simple metal plate, while Andrast poked her own meal with a meat fork. Vess helped Marvane bring his own fish to a plate before cutting it up to make it easier to bite. "Don't bite into it right away. It is still too hot. In the meantime, let us roast a few vegetables." Nutrition was extremely important for growing designer children. The processed fish had been partially fortified with additives that made them a bit more beneficial for his kids, but it could not completely replace their regular meals. However, Vess did not really care about that at the moment. He believed his son and daughters were stronger than that. It should not be that big of a deal if they deviated from their prescribed diets for a single day. "It tastes weird," Andrast said as she finally dared to bite into her fish. "It tastes worse than I thought." Vess was not surprised. That is because the fish hasn't been cooked by professional chefs in an advanced and fully equipped kitchen. It should still taste good in its own way. How do you feel? "It is not as bad as I thought. I remember the moment when I caught this fish myself." Vess and everyone else smiled. In an age of automation and specialization, it is rare for us to take care of our own needs. However, I don't think that we should lose the ability to take care of our own basic needs. You should at least know what it is like in case you ever find yourself in a situation where you need to use these skills again. Even if you don't care about that, it's fun, right? Andrast happily nodded. "Is this what it is like to be a hunter?" "We only scratch the surface of what they do. There is much more work and effort involved in hunting down more dangerous prey. You won't like it, Pumpkin." "You're lying." They continued to chat and eat their inexpertly roasted food. Sometimes, the fish got so close to the campfire that it burned into char. Other times, the fish looked mildly cooked on the outside, but was still raw on the inside. They all made plenty of mistakes, but that was okay because they all caught way more fish than they could ever eat by themselves. Of course, Vess was a noticeable exception to this rule, but his need to keep his true body fed was not as troublesome as he thought. As long as he did not actively exert his true body, it would remain in a state of dormancy, thereby slowing down his actual metabolism. His true body could also last for months, if not years, without eating another meal. He could take his time to address his hunger so long as he devoured a huge amount of food when it was convenient. Meow meow. Meow. The cats also started to dig into their meals. Clixie elegantly bit into her fish, while Lucky effortlessly swallowed the hot metal chunks with hardly any sign that he was burning off his tongue. Once the kids all had their fill, they began to cuddle up against their father and enjoyed the warmth of the campfire. Vess held Marvane on his lap. The two cats curled up in the laps of his daughter. "I wish Mama was here as well," Marvane sleepily said. "Mama wouldn't have allowed us to cook our own meals over a campfire," Aurelia retorted. Vess felt happy and fulfilled. He wished that he could enjoy these intimate moments forever, but his children only retained their youth for so long. Due to their busy work and study schedules, it was far too difficult for them to go out and spend a lot of quality time with each other. This was why Vess made sure to cherish this rare moment as much as possible. "I love you, Papa." "I love you too, my little ones." They ended their day by crawling into their camping tent. The circumstances were much more primitive than they were accustomed to, but the children enjoyed it so much that they had difficulty falling asleep. The Larkinsons continued to visit a number of other hunting grounds in the following days. They did not always go camping, but they made sure to visit a diverse selection of different biomes. The children spent most of their time hiking through alien terrain, shooting their rifles at harmless critters, and gazing at a lot of larger exobests from a distance. Each trip into wild and uncivilized lands opened the eyes of the children and increased their familiarity with nature. Vess also derived a lot of benefits from the visits. Life bloomed in so many different forms. The diverse environments also possessed their own characteristic E-energy attribute compositions. If he was lucky enough, he could find interesting new mutated plants and exobests that had evolved in strange new ways. For example, he found a crooked plant that extracted sand particles from the soil and used it to build an organic soil fortress around itself. This process had been going on for months and already caused the plant to build walls the size of Mech's. He and his children came across an interesting exobest during a safari in a more dangerous hunting ground in the Shaman continent. Their low-flying shuttle flew to a location where they could view a massive 8-legged lizard monster that was large enough to fit half a dozen mechs onto its back. If that was not enough, its legs were tall enough to allow smaller mechs to pass below their bellies. This monster was so big that it needed to absorb a lot of food in order to sustain itself. It did so in at least 2 different ways. First, its lower body was covered with tentacles that continuously reached down and pulled up any large plant or beast within reach. Second, it was able to release an extremely weird energy field that caused any bird to suddenly lose their ability to generate lift through their wings. The fate of any bird that flew within a range of around half a kilometer around this titanic monstrosity was tragic. The confused avians frantically flapped their wings, only for them to accomplish nothing that could keep the birds aloft. No matter their size and species, they all plunged to the ground and either died outright or suffered heavy injuries. If the 8-legged monstrosity happened to be marching away from their crash locations, then the surviving birds would just get eaten by other predators. The huge mutated beast had practically created a new ecosystem around itself. Lots of other exobests that possessed enough intelligence to understand what was happening eagerly followed the massive creature from behind. They could easily fill up their stomachs solely by scavenging the organisms that the 8-legged monster disdained to turn around and pick up with its tentacles. The way those scavengers followed after the 8-legged monster made for a peculiar sight. It looked as if a crowd of fanatic worshippers obsessively followed after their supposed god. Looks familiar, doesn't it, Kalanxo? Perhaps this was how primitive and native gods originally came into being in a higher energy environment. As long as one organism mutated fast enough, they could become so strong that they gained absolute dominance over other organisms in their expansive territories. Papa, how can this monster cause all of those birds to fall from the sky? That's easy. It might not look like it, but this creature actually developed a strong affinity towards the wind attribute. He is constantly projecting a large energy field around his body that fundamentally alters the behavior of wind within its range. This powerful field does nothing aside from preventing birds from generating any lift. The physics behind it is a little complicated for me to explain, but somehow this remarkable mutated beast has developed the power to ground all flying creatures. Andrast practically pressed her face against the window of the shuttle. Does it work for mechs and shuttles as well? Wait, are we about to crash? Haha, we are well outside of this mutated beast's range. Besides, there are still limitations to his power. He can deprive anything from generating any lift, but our shuttle doesn't rely on this force to stay in the air in the first place. Unless the monster can disable the thrusters and anti-grav modules of our vehicle, it can do nothing to pull us to the ground. Vess found this to be disappointing, actually. As soon as he heard about this remarkable monstrosity, he insisted on going on a trip to see it in person. He wanted to know whether it was worthwhile to transform this huge exobest into a new design spirit. Unfortunately, the reality was much less impressive than his expectations. Control over wind was only useful in a narrow set of combat scenarios. Oh well, there are plenty of other interesting candidates on the list. Vess was determined to expand his design spirit collection before he departed from Aucanon VI. It would be too much of a waste if he did not take advantage of the rapid evolution of all of the diverse and unusual wildlife. Chapter 54, 78 Calamity Beasts. Vess did not want to expand his collection of design spirits too much. He preferred to surround himself with a network of intimate and committed spiritual friends rather than an army of strangers that could go rogue at any time. If he desperately needed a specific kind of power or domain that his existing design spirits did not cover, then he could conduct a focused search for a specific kind of mutated beast that met all of his criteria. Mutated beasts used to be rare in the past, but now they were popping up like mushrooms all across the Red Ocean. Many of them originally used to be ordinary exobests. They minded their own business and tried to survive in their own exotic environments, when suddenly E-energy radiation caused them to grow stronger, smarter, and weirder at a rapid rate. No one had a coherent explanation why this was the case, and why it only happened to creatures that were originally non-sapient. Whatever the case, people quickly found out that naturally evolved exobests mutated at a much higher rate than artificial designer beasts. Perhaps there were a lot of mysterious factors behind these differences, but one obvious explanation for this divergence was that designer beasts possessed optimized genes. There were much less useless junk genes in their DNA. Many of their biological processes had also been strengthened to the point where the rate of ordinary mutations had dropped to a minimum. This ensured that any artificial species remained constant over the generations. All of the natural exobests lacked these optimizations, so they had a much greater capacity towards mutation from the onset. This effectively meant that hunting preserves such as Aucanon VI had suddenly become a lot more interesting to many industries. From biotech institutions that wanted to turn a uniquely mutated exobest into an entire species, to development companies that wanted to reproduce a special E-energy interaction through technological means, the demand for all of these creatures had increased by a massive extent. Even hunting grounds under the management of the Hunting Association could not escape this craze. More and more hunting teams accepted highly prized commissions to hunt down any mutated beast that had attracted the interest of these big companies. Since the Hunting Association strictly prohibited these greedy and ambitious organizations from sending down lots of mechs from the air and capturing the desired mutated beasts with overwhelming force, it was up to the professional hunting teams to do the job. It was a win-win-win-win arrangement for the most part. The carefully managed ecosystems did not get messed up. The local economy received a greater influx of outside money. The hunting teams earned much greater income to support their more personal hunting activities. The Hunting Association gained more authority and importance as everyone played by its rules. This was why Vess was not allowed to command the Blue Jay fleet to send down a squad of first-class multipurpose mechs and hunt any of the mutated beasts that caught his attention. "We do not have anything on this planet that can restrain your actions," President Oscar Terich calmly explained as he led the Larkinsons on a trip to the most dangerous and exotic Chasseur continent. "If you insist on sending down your Mecher troops, we will not stop you from taking away our natural treasures. That does not mean we will forget what you have done. Our hunting association will condemn your actions and deny you and your clan any further services. This will have grave implications for you. At the very least, none of the hunters who rely on our association will frequent the Mech store operated by the local branch of your Larkinson clan." The unspoken message was that the Hunting Association refused to extend special treatment to Vess. With the backing of a god pilot, there was no reason for the Hunting Association to bow down to the special requests of anyone, including a Tier 3 galactic citizen. Vess never had any intention of breaking the rules. He just wanted to explore whether it was possible to retrieve his desired specimens in the most efficient and convenient manner. He quickly raised his palm in surrender. "There is no need for you to worry whether I will break your rules. I have great respect for your customs and traditions. The sword maidens that are stationed on this planet will be more than eager to set out and hunt down the prey of my choosing." President Terich relaxed and smiled. "That is best. It is not that I am unwilling to give you a favor. You certainly deserve to be rewarded for the massive contributions that you have made to Red humanity. The real issue is that we must be fair to others. No hunter should be denied their opportunity to hunt down our most valuable exobests. Your hunting team can only compete fairly with other ones if they are all chasing after a highly prized beast." Vess smelled a sense of ritual behind these rules. The hunting association most certainly had concrete reasons to set up their hunting grounds this way. Of course, greater competition also made it easy for the hunting association to charge for various different services. Hunting teams had to pay fees to enter a hunting ground. They had to pay a fee for any collateral damage they inflicted on the environment. They also had to pay a fee to cover the cost of cleaning up any artificial debris or remains that they had left. Most importantly of all, once these hunting teams came back with their valuable prize in tow, they needed to pay huge tariffs that were proportional to the market value of their prey if they wanted to ship their catch-off planet. The income earned from this export business had skyrocketed as of late. Akan VI and many other hunting planets profited so much from charging so much tariffs. This was sorely needed, as the infrastructure needed to keep all of the mutations under control had skyrocketed as well. All of this sounded fair to Vess. Hunting planets had to be carefully managed in order to continually produce powerful mutated beasts at a steady rate. Their evolution was not actually free, so some people had to be the ones to pay the price. The conversation soon turned on what they were about to encounter on this aerial safari trip. The Chasseur continent is the most natural and least regulated landmass of Akan VI. We have demarcated numerous large hunting grounds, but our light interference made it so that many exobests are able to migrate outside of their original territories with no restraint. Huge exobests that can only be hunted by Mech occupy the same spaces as smaller exobests that you can comfortably kill with a rifle in your hands. Multiple huge beasts are also allowed to stay together, making it harder to challenge a collective. It is only in the most extreme situations that our hunting association is forced to take direct action. So you're breaking your own rules, Vess couldn't help but remark. That is so, but it is only because a single calamity beast has the power to defeat an entire Mech company. If we allow such a giant to evolve even further, it will not take too long before this monster can defeat an expert Mech or escape the gravity well of this planet. Before any mutated beast can reach this stage, we will encourage hunting teams to preemptively eliminate these future threats. We cannot afford to wait until a calamity beast has already emerged. Calamity beast. That was a new term that the Hunting Association tried to promote. It was a simple and unpretentious label for a mutated beast that had reached a more advanced stage in its rapid growth. The strength between different calamity beasts differed enormously, but the common consensus was that it had the ability to crush a typical Mech company in direct combat. It just so happened that Vess expressed the greatest interest in calamity beasts, or ones that were approaching this stage. Other mutated beasts were too young, too inexperienced, and sorely lacking in greater intelligence. The 8-legged bird-grounding monster happened to be a calamity beast in the making. If not for the fact that its special ability posed so little threat against Mechs, it would have already attracted a lot of hunting teams eager to absorb the power of a worthy prey, while also earning a huge amount of monetary profit in the process. The shuttle slowed down to an extent as it was about to enter a hunting ground. The bottom of the shuttle turned transparent, allowing all of the passengers to gain an augmented view of the terrain below. Oh! The children all knelt onto the floor and manipulated the interface to zoom in on any areas that caught their interest. The #390 Sorara hunting ground is dry, arid, and rocky. It is located at a higher altitude as well, which has caused the local species to evolve in different directions. Right now, we are approaching one of the few major bodies of water in this interesting region. The shuttle stopped above a sizable lake. What struck Vess the most was that a lot of exobests, big and small, restrained themselves from getting into conflict and peacefully quenched their thirst without any issue. Contrary of what you may think, predators have no qualms about ambushing their prey at watering holes, President Terich explained. This is a universal phenomenon that applies to lakes and rivers on practically any life-bearing planet. However, this lake is one of the few that is an exception to this constant. The only reason for all of these hostile exobests to restrain themselves is because they are being suppressed. Vess spoke. They are much more vigilant towards what is hiding underneath the lake. It took a few minutes for this extraordinary beast to reveal itself. In one moment, everything looked peaceful. In the next moment, flexible tree branches poked out of the edge of the lake and randomly grabbed 4 different exobests. The caught alien beasts panicked, while the rest quickly turned around and retreated from the water. None of these fleeing creatures spared any thought towards the ones that had become entangled. No matter how much they struggled, the captured prey failed to break the thin but surprisingly strong branches. Soon, the prey disappeared beneath the surface of the lake, returning the area to a strained state of calm. Vess waved his hand, causing the view to shift. The surface of the lake turned from a reflective white surface into a transparent layer that clearly exposed what had been hiding underneath all along. That's a tree, Andrest gasped. It's an underwater tree. The sight became much more horrible now that they were able to see what happened to the captured prey. The poor exobests not only drowned after being submerged in water, but they also started to get drained of their nutrients as multiple strong and penetrating tree branches stabbed into their bodies. The demonic tree seemed to sway in the water current as it gained enough nutrients to support itself and further its own growth. What was even more significant was that the lake slightly started to grow in size. More water had appeared, and it came in such quantities that it should have been impossible for all of it to appear through natural means. The Sorara Hash 390 hunting ground had not seen any rain in decades. It only took a few minutes later for other exobests to return. No matter what, it was vital for them to top off their water reserves if they wanted to survive in these dry and arid lands. How close is it to becoming a calamity beast? Vess asked. We estimate that it will take approximately 70 days for its evolution to reach a stage where it can handle attacks of mechs at long range. We are already aware of several hunting teams that have put the so-called evil lake tree into their hunting lists. If you want to prevent it from being claimed by others, then your clan should send out its hunting team quickly. Chapter 54-79, The Rise of Beasts. While most of Red humanity had set their sights squarely on the most obvious threat posed by the 13 major alien races of the Red Ocean, the Hunting Association squarely focused on a completely different kind of enemy. The gradual rise and emergence of calamity beasts threatened to upend the entire new frontier. Any planet that bore a considerable amount of life turned into breeding grounds of all manner of strange and exotic calamity beasts. Ordinary exobests and exoplants belonging to species that had settled in the same ecosystems for millions of years suddenly became subjected to intense mutations. Though it was not unheard of for certain alien creatures to undergo rapid evolution to the point where they ascended the limitations of their own species, their growth usually tapered off due to many limitations. The ubiquitous presence of E-energy radiation unlocked many of those constraints. Mutated beasts not only gained access to a lot of powerful energy and matter, but could also gain more control over their self-evolution. Through the psychoactive and psychoreactive properties of E-energy, these primitive alien creatures adapted much better to the environment than before. In areas of drought, the mutated beasts developed ways to quench their thirst or reduce their dependence on water. In areas of extreme weather events, the mutated beasts burrowed underground or simply grew tough enough to withstand all of the external disturbances. In areas with a lot of powerful threats, the mutated beasts rapidly evolved their combat abilities. The greater the competitive pressure, the more lethal they became. No matter what challenges these mutated beasts faced, as long as they overcame them all, they had most likely grown strong enough to break through a major threshold of their development. Just like how expert pilots were incomparably stronger than their ordinary counterparts, the overall strength of calamity beasts already reached a point where they could destroy entire towns and cities by themselves. President Oscar Terich sounded extremely serious about this rising threat. Make no mistake, Professor Larkinson. Ever since the Age of Dawn unfolded upon us, we have become embroiled in two wars. The Red Two are leading the charge in the war against the civilized natives that are currently assailing our border systems. Our hunting association is invested with the responsibility of waging war against the uncivilized alien monsters that must be contained through different means. From what I have seen, your association is doing a job at keeping these calamity beasts in line, Vess remarked. The intimidating evil lake tree might look as if it had the potential to flood the entire Chasseur continent in water, but there was no way the hunters would let it grow to that point. The branch president responded with a tired smile. Akanin VI is not as controlled as it appears on the surface. There are massive amounts of aquatic life in its oceans. The quantity of mutated beasts that have propagated there are much more numerous, and most of them are capable of traversing much longer distances, making it even harder to track them and hunt them down. Your association should still be able to cull them before they grow into calamity beasts, right? Where do you think most of our reinforcements have been sent? Our forces are already being stretched to their limits. Controlling the underwater ecosystems is much more cumbersome to us due to the low visibility and inability to conduct sweeping terrain scans from orbit. What is even more problematic for us is that there is a galactic shortage of aquatic hunting teams. Aquatic mechs and mech pilots trained in their use are much less common to begin with. This has forced us to hunt down the most threatening mutated aquatic beasts by ourselves. That was hardly ideal. The Hunting Association clearly wanted to position its forces as reserves that only took action when absolutely needed. Their mech pilots were being trained as elites that received the privilege of piloting much more powerful mechs than the norm. Fielding them too often not only wore them out, but also diminished the Hunting Association's ability to respond to acute and unexpected crises. If the oceans throughout the Red Ocean are such a problem, then surely you can sponsor more mech academies to this end. We are already encouraging more mech cadets to specialize in piloting aquatic mechs, but it will take years for the manpower pool to reflect these efforts, Oscar Terich replied. Do not forget that only 1 year has passed, and already highly threatening mutated beasts, such as this tree down below, are starting to dominate their local ecosystems. We believe that it will take the most successful ones a few months before they complete their evolution to a calamity beast. That may not be a problem on a highly controlled planet such as this one, but what of other untamed planets? Vess understood the underlying issue. Your hunting association is probably monitoring every life-bearing planet in human-occupied space. You can cull any would-be calamity beasts in time in those cases. At worst, you can unleash weapons of mass destruction on planets that have gone out of control, thereby purging them of all life. It would be a pity to get rid of all of that biodiversity, though. However, it will be a lot more difficult for your hunters to control the proliferation of calamity beasts outside the borders of our territories. Exactly. We are trying to collect as much intelligence as possible on how the native aliens have attempted to control this looming threat, but the clues that we have gathered so far do not paint an optimistic image. The alien civilizations are too divided from each other. There are major alien races that are able to recognize the danger in time and enact their own policies to control the planets under their control. Then there are thousands more minor alien races that are not only weaker, but also adopt strange and inefficient approaches in governing their territories. There were alien races where only their highest leaders had all of the initiative. Practically, nothing happened without the supreme leader's instructions. This meant that problems taking place further away from the power center had a tendency to remain unaddressed for an agonizingly long time. By the time the supreme leader finally became notified of a serious issue, the calamity beasts would have already grown past the point where they could be suppressed. There were also other alien races that were bound by strong religious traditions. Most of these weird indigenous faiths never accounted for the rise of calamity beasts. If the rules and traditions of their religions prevented them from culling the rapidly growing number of mutated beasts, then they would soon pay the price for sticking to outdated superstition. When Vess estimated how many life-bearing planets existed in the Red Ocean, he did not have any confidence in the ability for all of the different indigenous alien civilizations to control their own territories. "We're screwed, aren't we?" Vess softly whispered. "Maybe, maybe not. In the medium term, inadequate control over the proliferation of these extraordinary beasts is beneficial to us. Their uncontrolled rise in every alien territory will force the natives to divert their powerful fleets and armies to combating the threat from within their borders. However, this is not good in the long term. Not only will these forces obtain greater combat experience against units with powerful E-energy abilities, their researchers and developers will also harvest a large amount of research samples that they can use to derive powerful new hyper-tech and E-tech." Vess widened his eyes. "Damn! The aliens will be able to gather a much greater quantity of calamity beast remains since they are in control over so much more territory than us. Not only that, but their populations are far greater than our own, which means that they have a lot more alien scientists to study all of those valuable research samples." This was the absolute disparity between red humanity and the native aliens. It was hard to overcome it so long as the differences in manpower and territory remained so lopsided. "The problem is worse than you think, Professor. While our biotechnology R&D capabilities are strong, the native aliens are not weak on this front. Every major alien race with strong aspirations to evolve into native gods have conducted extensive research on remarkable biologies. While their understanding of hyper-technology and E-technology are much weaker, they have so many researchers that it only takes a handful of lucky geniuses to attain major breakthroughs. Then there are the phase whales." There was no need for President Terich to elaborate much further. The phase whales were best known for their tyrannical bodies and their extreme compatibility with face water. Yet they were anything but simple brutes. Each of them were highly intellectual and excelled in their own alien brand of biotechnology. If those phase whales get their hands on powerful calamity beasts, there is a greater possibility that they will assimilate the strongest and most useful abilities of these rapidly evolved creatures. Terich nodded. "That will most certainly be the case. Our god Mechs are undergoing rapid upgrades, but the phase whales are trying to catch up in their own way. The outcome of Operation Night Jazz has spurred them on even further. Now that our god pilots have humbled their entire race, they will not be arrogant enough to disregard the value of all of these emerging calamity beasts." This was a huge issue, and one that could not easily be solved. It pressured red humanity into action, because time was on the side of the native aliens. Vess grew a little upset now that he had learned of these unsettling trends. It sure put a damper on his vacation. "So what now?" That caused the older man to shrug his shoulders. "We soldier onwards. We do what we can to increase our utilization of the mutated beasts that are growing in our territories. Our hunting association is even thinking about deliberately allowing them to grow into calamity beasts so long as they can be contained. The more powerful they become, the more research value they hold. Currently, any powerful beast that has repelled multiple hunting teams is deserving of greater attention. Every time such a creature is attacked by mechs, it will develop targeted countermeasures that increase their ability to handle similar threats. That sounds like a good way to direct their evolution in more useful directions to our R&D sector," Vess affirmed. "Still, won't that increase the risk of grooming them into our own worst enemies?" "That is a risk that we have to take. The danger is not that great, Professor. Mutated beasts and calamity beasts have transcended their race. They have changed so much that they are subject to reproductive isolation. They cannot birth an entire species of super aliens, which means that their threat will always remain localized. At worst, we will notify the huntsman or one of the numerous ace pilots that have agreed to accept our commissions. There will never be a case that a calamity beast will reach the next major stage of their evolution. Was it possible for these calamity beasts to evolve into existences comparable to true gods by relying solely on natural cultivation? Vess had a hunch that this might be the case. Once these powerful monsters attained this level of strength, their threat level to red humanity was bound to undergo a qualitative change. Wait, why do we assume that calamity beasts are universally hostile to us? They become smarter and more self-aware as they grow stronger, right? Isn't it possible for us to tame them and turn them into our guardian beasts? Such ideas are brought up every day within our hunting association. Our preliminary studies suggest that calamity beasts are too wild and uncivilized to engage in any form of diplomacy or surrender. Everything about them has grown stronger, including their ego, savagery, predatory instincts, and so on. The wilder they are when they are weak, the less compromising they will be when they become strong. Then just capture them when they are in the early stages of their growth cycle, Vess suggested. It is not that simple, Professor. There is indeed a possibility for us to bring them to our heel if we capture them and tame them when they are still juveniles. However, our initial experiments in taming these creatures have produced a large amount of failures. There are a large amount of unknown variables that change from the moment we try to suppress their savagery. Chapter 54, 80 Giant Stone Eater. Vess fell silent for a time after he obtained a lot of information about calamity beasts. The Hunting Association had good reasons to fear this powerful new class of beasts, but they were not entirely undesirable. Each calamity beast possessed an awesome capacity for destruction, but they also promised a huge amount of benefits. Their powerful biologies turned their carcasses into highly valuable treasures for any biotech researcher. The Mech industry could also derive many powerful ways to harness E-energy by studying the operation of these powerful beasts. Even Vess developed a much greater interest in these calamity beasts because he could make use of them in so many useful ways. From turning them into powerful design spirits to transforming their powerful spiritualities into high-value spiritual ingredients, he could enrich his mechs much more extensively than before. Vulcan also developed a strong interest in these calamity beasts. The reason for that was because they usually served as the best source of artifact spirits for their works. If Vulcan was able to obtain an artifact spirit that perfectly aligned with the attributes and powers of a proto-artifact, then combining the two together would produce an extraordinary new piece of equipment that had endless potential. This was how powerful relics, such as the original ocean collar, came into existence. Vess had many reasons to welcome this dangerous new trend. He could create more powerful works if he gained access to all of these high-quality resources. The way he looked at hunting preserves, such as Aachen and VI, had changed. The value of a planet that bore so much alien life had increased by an immeasurable degree. Vess was sure that a lot of groups regretted their decision to terraform so many biodiverse planets. He even wanted to obtain his own untamed planet. There was simply no other way to generate so many mutated beasts and calamity beasts without enough virgin lands. This was where the Larkinson clan suffered from its lack of priority in obtaining fixed territories. Vess had dismissed the need to colonize planets and star systems for such a long time that he found himself unable to take full advantage of this rising trend. Only the direct owners of all of these untamed planets stood to gain the most benefits from all of the beasts that rapidly evolved from on the surface. Outsiders such as the Larkinson clan might not be able to access them at all. Even if a few valuable products flowed out of these controlled treasure lands, they would only be the leftovers that possessed less research value than other powerful beasts. Vess inwardly sighed. He and his clan had little choice but to rely on untamed planets controlled by third parties to obtain what they needed. At least the Hunting Association took control of numerous planets, thereby ensuring that less powerful individuals and organizations could obtain what they needed. Let us take a look at other powerful mutated beasts, Vess said after he felt a greater desire to harvest the bounty of Aucanon VI. I have read descriptions of numerous powerful specimens that are of interest to me. I want to take a look at them before the day is over. Very well. The next one is on the other side of the Sorara #390 hunting ground. The hunting grounds of the Chasseur continent were merely artificial boundaries that denoted distinctly different natural biomass, so their sizes and shapes varied wildly. As the shuttle left the territory of the evil Lake Tree, Vess and his children continued to stare at all of the interesting features of the dry and rocky landscape down below. Occasionally, the children shifted their gaze to large animals that stood out from a distance. Since #390 did not support the emergence of too many large beasts, the ones that grew past a certain size had almost certainly mutated beyond the limits of their original species. However, just because they mutated did not necessarily mean they were interesting. The process of mutation was inherently dangerous, and this was especially the case at the start. These beasts were still comparably weak in body, which meant that any botched or harmful mutations had a high chance of getting them killed. Only those that managed to overcome this difficult early period had the capital to evolve into calamity beasts. We are approaching the territory of the next notable monster, President Terich announced. A hunting team has recently started to engage it in battle. You are in for a good show. Really? Andrast perked up. Cool. I want to see. Vess grew disappointed when he heard that another hunting team had already set out for this high-value research subject. As the shuttle stopped above a large crater environment, Vess got caught sight of an odd battle. The massive monster drew his attention first. It looked like an enormous animated piece of rock. Nothing looked organic on the surface, making it difficult to recognize it as a living organism if not for the fact that it actually moved. Vess became impressed by how it was able to move while supporting so many tons of weight. The rock creature was as large as a small cargo transport, meaning that it was much larger than the Mech that assailed it from a distance. The giant stone eater is a mutation of a species that largely derives its nutrients by extracting it from rocks. President Terich explained the details of the calamity beast. Its evolutionary direction is biased towards size and digestion speed, so it has been able to grow its physical mass at an astounding rate. The downside is that it has compromised its ability to move quickly. It is also less effective at burrowing through the ground. The reason why its body has taken on this appearance is that its hasty digestion has become much less thorough. The massive creature did not look bothered by that. As the mutated beast started taking hits that chipped away at its stony exterior, it devoured the rock underneath the crater and rapidly filled up the weakened parts of its body with replacement stone. The giant stone eater did not passively allow itself to get attacked. It had already developed offensive properties. Its main form of attacking distant targets was to lob rocks at them with its large and heavy limbs. The mutated beast possessed 12 limbs, most of which were used to support its body. 2 of the limbs looked the weirdest of them all. They looked as if the giant stone eater deliberately mutated so that it could grow these arms. They resembled rocky scorpion tails, but instead of stinging any enemies up close, they lobbed rocky projectiles into the distance like a catapult. Their attack frequency was low, but they were able to throw rocks that were so large and heavy that the hunting mechs had to evade these heavy rocks. Boom! Strangely enough, despite looking like solid stones, the lobbed projectiles exploded upon impact as if they were genuine artillery shells. Vess could perceive the strong release of earth energies whenever they detonated upon contact with the ground. That monster fights like a heavy artillery mech, Andrast noted. It is so slow but also so tough. No second-class mech wants to get hit by those rock catapults. Your description is not entirely correct, honey. Real heavy artillery mechs cannot adequately confront a squad of mechs by itself, Pumpkin. Their lack of mobility makes it easy to outmaneuver them or whittle down their defenses. This is different. The giant stone eater does not appear to be on the losing end of this exchange. It takes guts to attack the giant stone eater, President Terich approvingly said. The arrow gods are among the more famous hunters of Aukenan VI. Their reputation is not as high as that of your sword maidens, but they are the strongest mech pilots that they primarily rely on bows to take down their prey. The Hunting Association's rules and restrictions encouraged the use of simple and even primitive weapons in valid hunts. The less powerful and sophisticated the weapons, the higher the rewards and ranking points of a successful hunt. It was fairly common to see hunters on foot taking down their prey with bows and arrows. It was much less common to see them utilized by mechs. The attack method was so clunky and primitive that it simply did not make any sense to equip them onto mechs. Yet the arrow gods did not listen to common sense and adopted them anyway. To their credit, their ranged attack power was not small. Their alloy bows possessed a huge amount of draw weight, making it so that the arms and torso of these specialized archer mechs were abnormally strong for ranged mechs. It not only made for a novel sight, but also caused these archer mechs to be quite powerful in brawls. Boom, boom, boom. The long and sturdy alloy arrows were not simple metal rods. When the arrow gods fired them at the giant stone eater, they penetrated deeply enough to bury their tip inside the stone armor. Once they could go no further, the warheads embedded within the arrow structure exploded, creating a new hole in the stone armor. Yet the giant stone eater was nowhere close to suffering serious injuries. It continued to eat the soil and rock, and rapidly regenerated the holes in its defenses. This cannot go on forever, Vess analyzed. Those heavy arrows are expensive, and I doubt the arrow gods brought enough of them to last for hours. Boom, boom. In the meantime, the giant stone eater constantly forced the archer mechs to move. The mutated beast did not seem to tire out at all. It constantly absorbed a lot of Earth-attributed energy from the environment, enabling it to instinctively empower its armor and stone projectiles. The creature was not getting exhausted at all. The opposite was happening. The giant stone eater was actively adapting to the pressure, causing it to lob more and more powerful projectiles. The arrow gods are starting to get serious. One of the important lessons that hunters had learned was that they could never afford to go in guns blazing. Mutated beasts evolved so rapidly that any intelligence on them had already become outdated after a week. The arrow gods expended valuable arrows to confirm that the giant stone eater had not undergone any radical evolutions. Upon a silent signal, the three archer mechs switched from launching regular explosive arrows to utilizing more exotic projectiles. The arrow gods soon shot 3 abnormally thick arrows at their prey. As soon as the chunky arrows made contact with the stone arrow, they did not pierce through the surface layer. They instead disintegrated, causing them to release a lot of acid. The giant stone eater's exterior began to smoke and dissolve as the extremely powerful acid not only ate into the stone armor, but also inhibited its regeneration. More mechs are entering the fight. Vess noted to his surprise that 3 huntmasters leapt over the edge of the crater and raced towards the giant stone eater in the center. The familiar living mechs wielded modified spears that were longer, thicker, and more suitable to punch through solid rock. A few rifleman mechs remained behind and started to shoot kinetic rounds into the partially dissolved, rocky exterior of their prey. Soon, the giant stone eater started to endure a lot more pressure than before. The archer mechs bombarded it with acids. The rifleman mechs exploited the new weak points. The huntmaster utilized their long spears to harass and interfere with the beast up close. Their glows shifted attention away from the more vulnerable ranged mechs, causing the giant stone eater to become less focused on launching exploding rock projectiles. However, its ability to defend itself at close range was not weak. In one moment, the giant stone eater planted its two powerful forearms into the soil. The three huntmasters hastily aborted their next attacks and quickly jumped to the rear. Their response turned out to be correct, because a huge amount of sharp and sturdy spikes erupted from the ground. A large semicircle around the giant stone eater had turned into a forest of spikes. This mutated beast can do this as well. Chapter 54, 81 The Arrow Gods. The giant stone eater displayed a remarkable ability to weaponize the ground. This attack method exceeded the scope of biological attack methods. No ordinary exobest could manipulate the soil to the point of causing them to spawn abnormally strong and sharp spikes. What a strong application of Earth-attributed E-energy, Vess admiringly said. It is amazing to think that this mutated beast is able to utilize energy in such a directed fashion solely by relying on its new instincts. Based on his comprehension of the beginner 5 elements spells manual, it would take a Kai cultivator years of hard work and practice to manifest his power in a similar fashion. It was unheard of for Kai cultivators to be able to execute these kinds of spells without studying them first. Even those with an excellent affinity in the earth element still needed to figure out stuff on their own before they could apply their powers with such skill. Apparently, arrow gods did not expect that the giant stone eater could summon a forest of spikes. The most annoying part about them was that they lingered upon appearance. The powerful mutated beast even continued to channel earth-attributed E-energy in them, causing them to retain their abnormally strong resilience. The earth element was often associated with defense and toughness, so the Huntmaster Mechs were unable to break them with ease. The forest of spikes effectively limited their maneuvering space. Since it took way too much time and effort to get rid of all of these ground spikes, the Huntmaster Mech circled around and tried to poke at their target's weak points from another angle. The Spearman Mechs barely had any time to interfere with the giant stone eater, up close when the mutated beast summoned even more earth energy. Though the Mech pilots of the Huntmasters had a low sensitivity towards any shifts in E-energy, their living Mechs were different. From the moment their living Mechs detected the massive shift and warned their Mech pilots of the impending danger, the latter did not hesitate to back off from the giant stone eater. Another forest of spikes shot out of the ground, this time larger and wider than before. Crack! Though 2 of the Huntmasters managed to get out unscathed, the one that was closest to the mutated beast failed to avoid the spike that tore up its left leg. The crippled Mech stumbled as the stone spike surprisingly tore through so many components that the limb had become inoperable. Damn, that Huntmaster is falling. The giant stone eater had suffered attack after attack since this confrontation began. Now that one of the annoyingly mobile Mech had lost its speed, the mutated beast quickly took advantage of this opening. A pair of rocky slabs shifted apart, revealing a scaled nozzle that resembled a short rifle muzzle. Soon, that nozzle began to spit out an erratic but rapid torrent of crude stone projectiles. Reinforced by earth energy, these relatively small chunks of rocks struck with greater force and impact than they should, causing them to strike at the vulnerable Huntmaster with the force of ballistic projectiles. Clang, 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 clang. The fallen Huntmaster's armor began to get chipped at a steady rate. Its inability to evade attacks exposed a serious flaw in its ability to cope with attacks. Though the armor system, designed by Sarah Voikin, held up remarkably well against these rapid physical attacks, there was only so much she could do for an offensive Mech. That is also new, President Yarich remarked. The giant stone eater must have evolved this imitation rifle after it had exhausted the ammunition of the previous hunting team that thought it could win a battle of attrition with this monster. That strategy made sense if the hunters attacked an ordinary opponent, But a mutated beast that could continually absorb Earth-attributed E-energy did not play by the rules. The other mechs of the Aero Gods tried to relieve pressure on their injured comrade by focusing their attacks on the scaled nozzle. It hardly worked. The organic weapon was so embedded in the body of the giant stone eater that it could only be attacked from a limited angle. Anytime the ranged mechs positioned themselves at the correct angles, the giant stone eater simply lobbed a pair of explosive rocks at them, which forced them to abandon their attacks and move away. Boom, boom. The giant stone eater actually showed another adaptation by throwing smaller rocks. Their explosive power was weaker, but the mutated beast was able to form them quickly enough to pressure the archer mechs and rifleman mechs much better this time. Clang, 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 clang. The crippled huntmaster had rolled onto the ground and changed its orientation in order to narrow its surface area to the monster. This actually reduced the hit rate by a significant margin, as the organic rifle was incredibly inaccurate. It might be bearable for the giant stone eater to fire a stream of rock projectiles at closer range, but it had yet to figure out how to make it accurate at longer ranges. As the Aero Gods struggled to save one of their own, a trio of auxiliary mechs finally stepped forward. Vess did not recognize their design, but he could see that they were utilized as pack mules and additional labor. Each of them happened to be equipped with chained hook launchers, though Vess imagined that the mechs could swap out their hooks with sharp harpoons. The machines quickly fired 3 identical hooks that magnetically attached themselves to the fallen huntmaster at the right sections. The 3 support mechs subsequently ran backwards, making sure to reel in the chains attached to the magnetic hooks. "They are rescuing their fallen mech," Marvane noted with great interest. President Yarich nodded in approval. "It is customary for hunting teams to include auxiliary mechs. Piloting them is not a glamorous job, but they are often piloted by young and inexperienced recruits who are in the process of learning this trade. Wreck retrieval is an essential job to them. They not only prevent expensive machines from getting trampled by maddened beasts, but can also restrain the movements of a prey." The huntmaster's condition deteriorated as the hooks roughly dragged it across the ground. The angle of the crater made this job a little more difficult. The giant stone eater continued to spray its stone projectiles without abandon. Yet what concerned the Aero Gods the most was when the crippled mech had distanced itself just far enough to come in the range of the mutated beast's fearsome stone catapults. As if sensing the impending threat, the various mechs ceased their ineffectual attacks and ran towards the chains. The mechs all utilized their chains to speed up the retrieval of their fallen comrade. "They are not going to make it in time," Andrast frowned. The giant stone eater launched 2 decently sized explosive rocks at the damaged huntmaster. Yet before they fell down to the ground, the huntmaster suddenly regained a lot of life and utilized its arms and only working leg to push itself off the ground and sprint away in an awkward crawling motion. Boom, boom. Normally, this would never work, but because the spearman mech was actively pulled by 3 strong hooks, it managed to escape the blast radius just enough to only get sprayed by a shower of pebbles. They are gone. The damaged mech successfully leapt over the edge of the crater and continued to sprint crawl away, as if its life depended on its performance. Even though the mech of the Aero Gods had left the giant stone eater's line of sight, the latter still had another way of sensing its retreating adversaries. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The giant stone eater continued to lob explosive rocks at the departing hunting team for quite a while. Its powerful throwing arms possessed a remarkable range and demonstrated an impressive degree of accuracy. If not for the fact that the rocks were so painfully slow once they flew into the air, it would have been a lot more challenging for the hunting mechs to evade these artillery strikes. "A failed hunt," Oscar Terich delivered the verdict. "This is not a surprising result. The Aero Gods fought well and came in with a good game plan." It is commendable that they managed to minimize the damage as soon as they recognized that they cannot defeat their prey without suffering serious losses. It is just that the giant stone eater has adapted faster than the norm. Despite its appearance, this mutated beast is learning quickly. We will have to revise our estimate on how much time is needed for it to evolve into a calamity beast. This beast is so strong. Andrast spoke with a lot of awe in her voice. Do you think the sword maidens can kill this monster, Papa? Ves wanted to voice his support for his troops, but he found it difficult to do so this time. That is difficult to say, honey. Part of the reason why the arrow gods failed to take down the giant stone eater is because their mech and weapon configurations are not the most ideal against this kind of thick and heavy monster. The sword maidens will incur a similar handicap if they challenge this beast with just their monster slayer mechs. This massive beast cannot be defeated by relying on clever maneuvering and fancy sword techniques. It needs to get pounded by concentrated salvos of artillery fire from a comfortable distance. The forest of spikes posed a massive threat to any land-bound melee mechs. Ves could not think of any way for the sword maidens to remain close to this versatile stone beast. We generally disapprove of artillery mechs in hunts, the branch president of the Hunting Association said. They inflict too much damage to the terrain and produce too much noise. Their usage vastly increases the chance of attracting other powerful beasts. This is a serious danger, as most artillery mechs are slow to move and poorer at traversing complex terrain, such as the mountains of the Sorara #390 hunting ground. I see. Oh, I have an idea, Marvane cutely spoke up. If we cannot bombard it from a distance, then why not use flamethrowers? Our mechs do not have to get so close in order to use them. They can spray so much fire on the rock monster until it cooks like the fish we roasted last time. That is so clever, little brother. I wonder what a rock monster steak tastes like. Ves cleared his threat. Your idea is good, Marvane, but it is a little more complicated than that. If you look up the public database of the Red Association, you will find out that fire energy has a synergistic relationship with earth energy. Defense happens to be the giant stone eater's specialty, so it should be able to endure the damaging influx of fire well enough to transform into additional earth energy. What will end up happening is that this beast will become even stronger and find a way to kill all of those flamethrower mechs. Perhaps it may even evolve into a lava beast. Oh, Marvane looked disappointed that he got it wrong. Then how can you defeat this beast? According to that same database, wood energy has a contradictory relationship with earth energy. I would try to field a mech that has a strong relationship to this element. Such a mech can effectively inhibit the giant stone eater's capacity to reinforce itself with earth energy. Once you can weaken its fundamental strength, its attacks will become less exaggerated, and its defenses won't be as inexhaustible as before. Such a mech doesn't exist, Papa. I know. I will design it one day. Ves took one last look at the triumphant giant stone eater before the shuttle moved to another hunting ground. He had become quite impressed by this earth beast. Its defensive properties were insane, and its offensive potential was not weak. The mutated beast was not so easy to obtain, though. He struggled to decide whether he should instruct the Aucanan VI branch of the Larkinson clan to retrieve the giant stone eater. Chapter 54, 82 Azure Tornado Dragon. A mostly untamed planet, such as Aucanan VI, possessed a huge amount of biodiversity. Billions of years of nearly untouched evolution had shaped the organisms on the planet in profound ways. Though the human colonists who recently claimed this jewel discovered faded signs of prior alien visitations and occupations, the planet's critical lack of face water drastically lowered its worth among the native alien races. Their neglect made sense in a time where the Red Ocean used to orbit around the Milky Way, but the Age of Dawn had completely upended the status quo. Place water still remained valuable, but it was not as critical of a resource as before. Humans and aliens could not have imagined that an ordinary life-bearing planet, such as Aachen VI, could one day hold just as much value as a planet with a renewable face water deposit. The rich and natural ecosystems of these virgins had turned into strategic resources overnight. Their huge value lay in their ability to effectively convert raw E-energy radiation into bizarre and powerful mutated beasts. The greater the quantity of exoplants and exobests, the higher the incidences of extreme mutations. The greater the biodiversity of the ecosystem, the more varied and unusual the expressions of mutations. Aachen VI happened to score high in both criteria. Though it was easy for Vess and his children to understand these rules in theory, the facts became a lot more impactful when they had a chance to see the results for themselves. The shuttle continued to fly across the wildest and most dangerous Chasseur continent. It became increasingly clearer to them why the death rates had skyrocketed all of a sudden. The entire continent had been turned into an intentional calamity beast breeding ground. This turned it into the most exciting challenge ground. Virtually no one but the most daring adventurers dared to hunt their prey on foot on this exceedingly dangerous landmass. In contrast to the more regulated Melrose and Chaman continents, where the Hunting Association actively culled mutated beasts the moment they crossed the limits of their hunting grounds. The Chasseur continent received so little interference that all kinds of strange life forms evolved from its expansive hunting grounds. For example, when the shuttle flew over the Mother River #405 hunting ground, Vess and his children spotted an amazing creature swimming in one of the many tributaries of an expansive river delta. Look, it's a dragon, Papa. Wait, really? Oh wow, it truly is a dragon. That is not a dragon, silly. It has no forearms, so it should technically be classified as a wyvern. It's a dragon. Tell her I'm right, Lucky. Meow. The supposed dragon only vaguely resembled one. It looked like a reptilian pterodactyl that lacked feathers and gained a lot more bulk. This should have made it so that the creature became too heavy to support its own flight, but with the help of the ocean caller, Vess managed to sense that the creature had a strong affinity to both the water and air element. The mutated beast had evolved in a direction that enabled it to rise up the food chains in both an aerial and aquatic environment. Vess could not even begin to understand the logic behind this unusual evolutionary direction, but it obviously worked out for the creature because it had grown large enough to block a third of this river tributary. The Azure Tornado Dragon is already a borderline calamity beast in our books. President Oscar Terich continued to play the role of a dutiful tour guide in the shuttle. Though it is relatively unintelligent compared to its peers, it is also strong in body and ability. Its maneuverability in the air is low, but it can utilize its power of air to boost its straight-line velocity, making it difficult to retreat once you have engaged it in battle. Its most dramatic display of power was when it generated an artificial tornado that completely tore apart the formation of a hunting team. This incident caused the death of 10 hunters. Ejecting did not save them at all, as the creature possessed enough mobility to intercept them before they escaped its reach. That caused Vess to frown. Did your hunting association have the power to save those poor hunters? We did, the older man plainly admitted. Before you ask, we chose not to intervene. Our association's general policy is that we only intervene when people are being attacked by exobests that they are not supposed to encounter in a hunting ground. The rules are always made clear beforehand. If powerful exobests wander into areas that they should not be in, or if exobests have mutated far beyond what is acceptable in a given hunting ground, then we consider them to be force majeure incidents. The victims bear no fault for encountering dangers that are beyond their capacity to handle. It was necessary for the Hunting Association to intervene in these cases, because people generally entered its hunting grounds with limited numbers and loadouts. Hunting was an expensive hobby, and a lot of people who engaged in it could afford to bring much better and more powerful mechs and equipment. However, the hunting association usually denied them the ability to bring out the best in order to protect the fragile ecosystems and preserve the challenge of the hunt. It would be incredibly unfair if the hunting association's own rules led these hapless hunters to their deaths. The rapidly growing organization would not be able to keep its approval rate high if it did not maintain its own fairness. Yet it was because of those very same rules that the rescue teams of the hunting association did not lift a finger when hunters died after they bit of more than they could chew. Oscar Tarrich shook his head in disapproval. What happened here a week ago is not a force majeure event. We have granted as much information as we could to the hunting team. We even advised its leader not to challenge the Azure Tornado Dragon. He ignored our warning and proceeded to challenge the beast anyway. Do you know why? He and his hunters believed too much in his new mechs. The hunters thought that their new aerial mechs were powerful enough to resist the tornado and strong winds generated by their prey. Modern second-class aerial mechs possessed enough thrust power to push through most storms. Mere strong winds could not completely inhibit their passage. However, the winds generated by powerful mutated beasts were different. They were consciously enhanced by the manipulation of E-energies, causing these ordinary phenomena to acquire extraordinary power. This was a power that could defy the laws of physics to the point of allowing a huge multi-ton dragon to take flight, despite the fact that its wings were unable to generate enough lift force by themselves. Can the Sword Maiden slay this dragon? Andrast curiously asked her father. It depends on what sort of mechs they are allowed to bring. Vess spoke. It is too difficult to confront an opponent like this with a land-bound mech such as a monster slayer. It is best to field a mech that can swing and fly. If that is not possible, then a hunting team must consist of a combination between amphibian mechs and aerial mechs. Even then, there are too many other challenges. Ranged mechs likely won't have the power to overcome the strong active and passive defenses of this mutated beast. Melee mechs might be able to get through, but they cannot withstand the tyrannical physical attacks of this massive dragon. An even greater issue than that was that it would be impossible to coordinate the actions of all of the hunting mechs. Hunting teams were able to defeat much more powerful exobests by relying on tight teamwork and coordination. The Azure Tornado Dragon had the ability to mess all of that up by summoning highly disruptive weather events. Once a large tornado fell into their midst, the scattered mech pilots had no choice but to fend for themselves. Vess quietly gripped his ocean collar as he stared down at the relaxing apex predator. His connection with his new flute allowed him to sense its yearning. The ocean collar became attracted to the Azure Tornado Dragon's domain. Vess had a hunch that he might be able to speed up his artifact flute's growth by feeding it with the mutated beast's soul. He inwardly shuddered. Was this why the mistress of the ocean unleashed so many world-ending floods when she was alive? All of the residents of those planets had been reduced to sacrifices in order to further the transformation of a high-level artifact. Vess briefly thought back of his most recent discussion with Helena and felt conflicted again. He had already decided to upgrade his living mechs with the ability to absorb their defeated foes. While he only had the best intentions in mind, he could not rule out the possibility that this growth method might be abused one day. However, this was an issue that would only become relevant in the distant future. Vess was far from developing this new solution, let alone implementing it in his mech designs. He still had time to flesh out his ideas. Do you intend to instruct your clan to take action against the Azure Tornado Dragon? The branch president inquired. Vess thought for a few seconds before offering his answer. I would like to send them out if they are allowed to field stronger mechs than usual. According to your own words, this beast has already touched the threshold of a calamity beast. It may have already become one. I think that should warrant a loosening of your hunting restrictions. If my sword maidens can confront this beast with their second swords as opposed to their monster slayers, then they can regain their parity with this beast. Unlike the commercial monster slayers, the Larkinson-exclusive second swords were not only capable of flight, but also performed well enough to participate in the Larkinson clan's serious battles. I am afraid that I cannot oblige you, Professor Larkinson. If it has come to that point, then the Azure Tornado Dragon has grown too powerful to be treated as a hunting target. A verified calamity beast needs to be exterminated, and we can already do that ourselves. This is our original responsibility. What Oscar Terich did not mention was that if his men felled the Azure Tornado Dragon themselves, the Hunting Association could claim all of the remains of this powerful beast without needing to share them with others. When will this happen? We shall dispatch a termination team as the Azure Energy Dragon has openly manifested the power of a calamity beast according to our definition. If this beast is content to laze around, then we will wait 8 to 9 days before eliminating it regardless of whether it has completed its major evolution. We cannot take the risk of allowing a calamity beast to accumulate its power in secret. I see. Vess tried his best to suppress the urge to send out his clansmen on a hunt that was beyond their capacity to complete. He had already spent enough time with President Terich to know that the Hunting Association fanatically stuck to its own rules, or rather code. Every rule had its basis in the rituals and ideology of the Hunter's Code. This turned the members of this organization into dogmatic fools who would rather obey the rules than to save people's lives. While Vess could respect their faith and conviction, that did not mean he had to like them all. In an age where red humanity needed all of the soldiers it could muster to persist in the war against the native aliens, he found it exceptionally wasteful to let all of these trained and combat-ready Mech pilots perish in these sordid hunting grounds. Perhaps this was another form of ritual sacrifice. Survival of the fittest applied to the hunters as well. Only the strongest and most adaptable among them deserved to enjoy the rewards of their efforts. Those who failed to measure up, as hunters inevitably became food for the exobests. Chapter 54, 83, Hunting Considerations. After a long and highly informative tour across the Chasseur continent, the day had finally come to an end. The shuttle flew back to the Melrose continent and landed right in the middle of Tick City. As the children stepped out of the shuttle and looked forward to eating dinner, their father continued to think about what he wanted and what would be nice for him to obtain. "Are you impressed by our wide variety of mutated beasts?" President Terich asked. "I am," Vess honestly replied. "The combat power of the indigenous beasts of this planet has grown to a terrifying degree within the span of just a single year. We are all lucky that these powerful monsters are highly individualistic and unable to communicate with each other. They can probably conquer entire star systems if they put down their hostility towards each other and join forces." President Terich smiled in response. Exobests lack the capacity to bridge across their differences with each other. They are all savage creatures who only identify with their own species, and even that has become diminished as they change in so many different ways. If this is not the case, then calamity beasts will probably rise to become the third dominant civilization group in the Red Ocean. It is good that this will never happen. The line between savagery and civilization was clear-cut. Any organisms that were unable to create enough order to form a structured society could never pose a serious threat against more organized races. The power of an individual was ultimately too limited to compete against the technological accumulations of an old civilization. Have you formed any thoughts about commissioning any hunts for the powerful beasts that you have witnessed during your tour? "I have formed a lot of thoughts, but I have not yet made up my mind," Vess replied. "I need more time to think over my plans. Your planet offers a lot of tantalizing possibilities, but they are not that easy to obtain. I do not want to send any of my subordinates to their deaths for a dispensable goal." You do not have to rely on your own people to complete the hunts, Professor. You can hire other hunting teams to take action on your behalf. They will be glad to provide their services to you as long as you can satisfy their demands. Promising large sums of money can move the hearts of many hunters, though they will also insist that they be given a chance to eat a portion of the meat of their prey. I see, I understand. Thank you for your advice. Vess was ambivalent about commissioning third-party hunting teams to complete hunts on his behalf. Bypassing his own eager sword maidens could be construed as a lack of confidence in their fighting abilities. Considering how prideful they could be, this could turn into a serious incident. Vess continued to think about his options while he and his children ate dinner and continued to visit a few locales in the late evening. Once he put his cute kids to bed, he knew that he had to make up his mind. He could not pass off this decision to the morning because the hunters needed to reserve enough time to conduct preparations for their upcoming missions. After a bit of thought, he decided to summon the most senior leader in Tick City. It took around 15 minutes for Captain Gary of the Sword Maidens to arrive at the hotel by shuttle. She entered the luxurious hotel suite with an ordinary training suit, having left her customary greatsword outside. Despite the late hour, the veteran Mech officer looked ready to take action at any time. She gave Vess a salute. "You called, sir." "I did. Sit down, please. I have a few ideas in mind. I would like you to give your input on them. Your understanding of Aachen VI and its many dangers are better than mine." He activated a projection and proceeded to show the powerful mutated beasts that had made an impression on him. Captain Gary was already familiar with them. She always kept an eye on any news about powerful mutated beasts. "Any questions, Captain?" "Our troops are always eager to go onto a hunt, but these beasts that you have singled out are difficult to beat even for us." Captain Gary seriously spoke. "As a sword maiden, I would never chicken out of a fight, but as an officer and a leader, I need to be responsible for my women." "What do you want us to fight for? What conditions will you set for our hunts? Do we need to keep the bodies as intact as possible, or are we allowed to chop them up however we like?" Vess did not immediately respond. He instead stared back at the projections of the three beasts that he had set his eye upon. Aachen VI hosted a lot of interesting and exotic mutated beasts that he had never encountered anywhere else, but only these three spoke to him on a deeper level. "These mutated beasts are useful to me," he told her. "It is a little too complicated to explain why. I do not care too much about the conditions of their bodies so long as they aren't pulverized or blown into unrecognizable pieces. What is important is that I need to be in fairly close proximity to them when they die. This is an essential demand." That caused Captain Gary to become alarmed. "The only ways to satisfy your condition are to make a deal with the Hunting Association or ride along in one of the cockpits of our mechs. However, if you cannot do the former, then I do not recommend you to participate in our hunts. There is no need for you to prove your courage. You have done that many times over the years. Our clan would not forgive us if we risk your life in a needless confrontation." "It's okay. I am not as fragile as before, Captain. I have already talked with the Hunting Association. Their people will not allow me to come close enough for me to do what I must. It appears that riding along with you is my only viable option." The two argued about this topic for a few minutes, but Vess did not budge from his position. Captain Gary made an exasperated sound. "If you truly insist, then we will try our best to keep you safe while completing our mission, in that order. No matter what you say, we will never try to pursue victory at the cost of letting you come to harm. Hunting in the Chasseur continent is an exceedingly dangerous activity. There have been times where even my own hunting team has been forced to abort our hunts due to accidents. Every good hunter on this planet has learned the value of beating an early retreat. It is better to run away and live to fight another day than to stubbornly chase after a win that is not as important as preserving our lives." Vess looked surprised at her. Where was the fearless challenger that courageously ventured into the hunting grounds alone and challenged powerful beasts by herself. Even if she had mostly completed these feats before the age of dawn, he expected her to be a lot more eager to challenge herself. Then again, those were the times where Captain Gary only risked her own life. It was an entirely different story for her to become responsible for the life of the patriarch of her entire clan. Vess gestured at the projected monsters. Let's get back on topic. Which of the three would you prefer to hunt given the conditions that I have set? That one, the Sword Maiden veteran pointed at the giant stone eater. It will be difficult for our swords to cut through all of that rock armor, but at least we will be fighting on solid ground. The giant stone eater is difficult to fight against up close. Have you not heard what happened when the arrow gods attempted to hunt it down? The stone spikes that shot out of the ground successfully tore through the leg armor of one of my huntmasters. I am still familiar with the armor system of that Mech design, and it should not have failed so easily under normal circumstances. What is worse is that those stone spikes persist, making it impossible to approach the Mech from the ground. Captain Gary did not take these descriptions too seriously. Our Mechs are fast and nimble enough to evade the spikes when they show up, especially if the giant stone eater telegraphs its move. Aside from that, we can also chop apart these spikes with our swords in order to make our way to the beast. The Sword Maiden had set her sights on this monster. She treated it as a worthy prey for her to hunt. Vess was not so sure about this, as their monster slayers were not adequately equipped to fight against such a tough and troublesome earth element beast. However, the other two mutated beasts were worse. What would you have us do instead? Captain Gary brought up this point. This evil lake tree doesn't look as strong as the other two beasts, but it is hiding inside its own lake. Is the monster slayer even capable of fighting underwater? Vess had already consulted Keddy's old design a few hours ago. He had asked the same question himself. Technically, the monster slayer is sealed so well that it is rated for both vacuum and underwater environments. That said, they are not designed to operate in those environments. The monster slayer will lose most of its advantages underwater. The water will inhibit all of its movements, turning a Mech with good mobility into a sluggish machine that the tree will easily be able to catch with its flexible roots and branches. The only way to properly challenge the tree is to pilot amphibian Mechs instead. The LMC doesn't have any amphibian Mechs in its catalog, the store manager said. We would have to entrust our lives to third-party Mechs. There was no way that Larkinson Mech pilots ever wanted to go back to piloting lifeless Mechs. The quality of life and companionship of a real living Mech had turned into an essential part of their piloting careers. Even if their monster slayers had only reached the standard of a first-order living Mech, that was still better than nothing. Vess had already managed to accrue a dedicated customer base early on when his living Mechs were not much better in this regard. What of the Azure Tornado Dragon? Are you kidding me, sir? I suppose we can stand a better chance if we are allowed to field proper flight-capable Mechs, such as the Bright Warrior or hopefully the Second Sword. But that will not help us much if this beast dives into the water. The main reason why so many hunting teams failed to kill this dragon after all of this time is because it is a scoundrel. If the hunters are weak in the air, this beast will fight them in the air. If the hunters are weak underwater, then this dragon will stay underneath the surface. The beast might not necessarily be able to defeat every hunting team, but it will always be able to get away alive. That was quite impressive of the Azure Tornado Dragon. It sounded as if this savage-winged beast possessed a higher degree of intelligence than usual. You don't particularly like to hunt down water-based beasts, do you, Captain? Water gets in the way of our Mechs and swords. My advice is that you should leave this to the professionals in this area. I can name several reputable and well-established hunting teams on the top of my head that are more than willing to accept a commission on these two troublesome mutated beasts. I cannot guarantee that they will succeed, but they are your best shot at getting whatever you are trying to obtain from these creatures. Chapter 54, 84 Change of Plans. After an extensive discussion, Captain Gary quickly departed the hotel and returned to the Larkinson clans in Tick City to prepare for the upcoming deployment. Since Vess had sprung this mission onto the local Larkinsons on short notice, everyone had to forego sleep and work all night to prepare for a dangerous hunt. Before she left, Captain Gary recommended a few other hunting teams that might be interested in hunting down the other exobests. Vess contacted them, and while they were all surprised to be contacted by a high and mighty Tier 3 galactic citizen, they would never joke around with their lives. "I am sorry, Patriarch Larkinson. The Ochre Seals would normally be open to accepting your commission, but we usually sign contracts that allow us to study and prepare for our target at least a week in advance. No matter how high your need may be, it is industry standard on our planet that we are given 7 days to set ourselves up for a proper hunt in the Chasseur continent. It is only in rare cases that we have shortened our preparation time to 5 days, but we will never do that in a hunt against a mutated beast that is getting closer to becoming a calamity beast. Money is not a problem," Vess stated. "If you are willing to move out fast enough, I am even willing to spare a bit of face water." The deputy commander of the Ochre Seals remained unmoved. "As I have stated before, your conditions are too unreasonable. The Chasseur continent has grown more and more dangerous in the past half-year. We have been lucky enough that we managed to avoid any deaths, but we have suffered numerous close shaves where we had to abandon our broken mechs. We have learned the hard way that it is not wise for us to tempt fate. Any experienced and well-established hunting team will say the same. You may have better luck if you approach the fresher teams that have arrived only recently, but against a monster as weird as the evil lake tree, you will just be sending them to their deaths." That was a harsh but fair assessment. Vess had already learned of the enormous gap in performance between the old-timers and the newbies. The quality of the mechs or the skill of the mech pilots mattered a lot, but in the complicated environments of the hunting grounds, experience was the greatest indicator of success. It was not a coincidence that the hunting teams recommended by Captain Gary had been rooted on this planet for a long time. Yet it was exactly because these old hunting teams knew better that they refused to work for Vess. Vess quickly ended the call once he realized that he could not get anything from the Ochre Seals. He contacted a few other recommended hunting teams, but their reactions were all similar. These hunters were successful enough that there was no need for them to chase after windfalls and quick gains. Their favorable reputation and hunting records meant that they could have their pick of commissions. They were not that short of money, either, after hunting down so many powerful beasts. He was getting nowhere with this. The only other alternative was to contact the newer hunting teams that didn't know any better, but he did not want to push them into fighting a mutated beast that they were not ready to tackle. Even if Vess did not care about these random hunters at all, he did not want to sacrifice their lives just to gain a benefit that was not a critical priority. "I guess I'll go with Plan B then," he sighed. Vess suspended his plan on contracting a third-party hunting team and called Captain Gary yet again. "What is it, sir?" "I need to borrow your workshop. Is the inventory stocked with enough spare parts and materials?" Yes, sir. The wear and tear of our monster slayers is not too great, but it is always better to keep enough supplies on hand." "Good. I will need to do a bit of work. Oh, and make sure to keep your mechs on hand. I won't be able to do any extensive work on them, but I am sure I can tune them to run even better than before." There was no way to say no to that. Vess rose from his seat and grabbed his coat. "Clixie." "Meow." "Keep an eye on the children. If I don't return quickly enough, try and keep them in line. That goes for you too, Lucky." "Meow." "Meow." Time was of the essence. Though Vess originally intended to treat his stay here as a vacation, he could not resist the benefits of harvesting the powerful spiritualities of those notable beasts. It would be a lot more difficult for him to harvest anything comparable. Though planets such as Aachen and VI always spawned powerful new mutated beasts over time, Vess could not guarantee that they would have the same abilities and talents as the ones he had seen earlier today. Vess deeply appreciated the value of powerful entities with their own signature abilities. Some of his best and powerful creations had been derived from the spiritual remains of those exceptional existences. For example, Blinky would not have been able to devour so much spiritual energy and fuel the evolution of an entire internal universe without relying on the power derived from the Unending One. Entities as powerful and useful as the Unending One were exceedingly rare and difficult to encounter in the Milky Way. The same applied to the Red Ocean during the Age of Mechs. It was only when the Age of Dawn rolled in that Vess gained a lot of new options. As long as Vess was patient enough, he could gather hundreds of high-quality spiritual ingredients. The issue now was not that he was unable to obtain all of these riches, but that he did not have the time to spend so much time on harvesting them in the best possible conditions. Only Vess could salvage these valuable spiritualities of these amazing beasts when they died. Though he felt tempted to reside permanently in Tick City, this was too unreasonable. He would not only find it harder to fulfill his teaching duties, he also lost access to the highly developed first-class Mech industry on New Constantinople Roman 8. Worse than that was that his wife would absolutely explode. She would hate it if she had to move from a major Terran port system to a poorer and more primitive second-class hunting preserve. I still need to remind myself what is important. I have to become a first-class Mech designer and a good one at that. My foundation in this aspect is too weak at the moment. I need to fix this shortcoming if I want to go much further. Vess could gain a much better foundation in first-class Mech design if he regularly interacted and exchanged with the large and vibrant community of first-class Mech designers on that planet. As for harvesting spiritual ingredients, Vess did not have a high demand for them at the moment. He could already do much with a handful of them. There was no acute need for him to create other design spirits or whatever. In any case, Vess threw aside the remainder of his vacation plan and headed straight to the base occupied by the local branch of the Larkinson clan. The facility did not amount to much. The strong restrictions on the local architecture made it seem as if it was just a compound. The only saving grace was that it featured an expansive underground Mech hangar and other essential facilities. Captain Gary already rounded up a hunting team. The Mechs and Mech pilots had hastily been selected. Preparations proceeded at a rapid pace as the hunters had to sortie in very little time. If not for the fact that Vess was their ultimate leader, these sword maidens would have never agreed to hunt the giant stone eater in so little time. What is your status? Are there any pressing issues? Our readiness always remains high, sir. We can start our hunt right away if that is what you need. Vess nodded with satisfaction while looking up at the selection of Mechs. Are these the machines that you have decided to bring? Yes. Our branch does not have a copy of every Larkinson Mech model on hand, but we have made sure to maintain a modest reserve. MHMM. Well, most of the Mechs that I have designed are optimized for space combat. Not many of them are as simple as our monster slayers and crystal lords. Vess grew mildly surprised that Captain Gary had agreed to his suggestion to bring along a few ranged Mechs. Naturally, they were piloted by Larkinsons other than the Sword Maidens. 6 monster slayers and 3 crystal lords. That shall be the units that we will be depending upon in our fight against the giant stone eater. All of our monster slayers are armed with their regular greatswords. They're not transphasic nor hyper, but my pilots and I know exactly how to use them in battle. The crystal lords are armed with ordinary second-generation Luminar crystal rifles. They will mainly be firing at the monster with kinetic beams. Only physical force is required to crack through all of that stone armor. The damage inflicted by laser beams and positron beams get dispersed too easily. What about the remaining 3 Mechs? The lone huntmaster is only there to attract the giant stone father's attention with its glow. The two Hymenopteras will serve as our pure support mechs. They are copies of the upgraded variant that is upgraded for rougher fieldwork. Vess felt a bit uneasy about her choices. 3 Crystal Lords can only provide light support, you know. Their kinetic beams can deliver accurate punches from a distance, but their impact damage is lower than straightforward Gauss rounds. We know, but we would have to switch to unfamiliar third-party mechs, which we refuse to do. We respect your Crystal Lords, and we are all highly familiar with what it is capable of. That improves our coordination. Do you think it is a good idea to confront your prey with 6 melee mechs at the same time? The giant stone eater may be big, but it will be hard for all 6 of your swordsman mechs to concentrate their attacks on a single section. It will be too easy for your machines to get in the way. Impossible. We have lived, trained, and fought alongside each other for many years. While the Sword Maiden Mech Legion has turned our local branch into a training base for new recruits, I am not bringing any of the rookies to this hunt this time. Each of the mech pilots that I have selected are veterans of multiple expedition battles. Captain Gary had the situation well in hand. Vess might not entirely agree with her strategy, but he did not object to her choices anymore, especially now that it was clear that she had put a lot of thought into her hunting team's mech roster. Vess did not see any reason to question the professional further. Since time was so short, he did not waste any more time and immediately started to make use of the workshop. There was no time for Vess to do anything fancy. He had to complete numerous jobs in the most efficient ways possible. Though it was regrettable for him to interrupt his vacation to this extent, Vess did not feel stressed at all. The growing grin on his face as he worked to tune the monster slayers showed that he could not feel more delighted at this situation. Vess had missed this sort of excitement. It had been too long since he last enjoyed a proper adventure. Having chosen to confront the giant stone eater, Vess made sure that these mechs could move as nimbly and effectively as possible. Mobility was vital to the success of the upcoming hunting trip. Chapter 5485, Heavy Packs. Why are we not allowed to go with you? It's not fair, Andrest whined while holding Lucky in her arms. Meow. Vess let out a breath and knelt down in front of his second daughter. He patted his red-headed girl on the head, though she did not look particularly pleased at this gesture. Hey, your time to fight has not yet come. It is one thing to watch a hunt taking place while sitting in a shuttle high above the air. It is another thing to take an active part in a hunt. I had to negotiate with the Mechers for a long time before they agreed that I can ride along our hunting team by sitting inside the cockpit of an auxiliary mech. Do you want to spend hours squeezed inside a cramped and boring coffin? That does not sound boring at all, Papa. It sounds fun. Vess patted Andrast on her head yet again. Let's wait until you are a few decades older. Children are not supposed to take part in stuff like this. Be a good girl and keep your brother and sister company, okay? I promise I will let you go on hunts like these when you are older and able to take care of yourself. He argued with his stubborn girl a bit longer before he sent her away. Her disgruntled expression showed that she did not like this outcome at all, but what else could he do? There was no way he wanted her to risk getting hurt after that debacle in Davut. Our mechs are ready to go, Captain Gary of the Sword Maidens reported to Vess. Thank you for taking the time to tune our mechs. They look better than ever. I can feel their eagerness to test out their strength. I am pleased to hear that you approve of my work. I was afraid that I would change so much that you would lose your familiarity and tacit cooperation with your machines. I have refrained from making any drastic upgrades for that reason. Vess knew enough about mech pilots that they would always have to spend weeks, if not months, on retraining, whenever their mechs went through substantial changes. An upgrade may improve the technical parameters of a mech, but if those changes were disruptive enough to mess up the mech pilot's performance, the net performance gain might go into negative territory. He knew that this was an especially great factor in situations where highly skilled mech pilots were paired with mech that featured high skill ceilings. In cases like these, the absolute performance of a mech was not as important anymore. What Vess should actually be paying attention to was how extensively the Mech pilot was able to utilize the existing properties of a Mech to the best effect. This was why tuning up the machine was the best way he could help her out. The monster slayers and the crystal lords he worked on still performed in the same way. Vess even made sure to preserve the unique modifications that increased their fit to their assigned Mech pilots. What he did was to increase the fault tolerance of the Mechs, allowing them to become more reliable under great pressure. It was only in the most stressful situations that relatively minor adjustments could mean the difference between victory and defeat. Of course, Vess also did more than that in the workshop. This hunting trip was of great importance to him. It was unlikely that he would visit this planet again, so he intended to make the most out of his only stay on this memorable hunting planet. Our transport is due to arrive in 10 minutes. We shall be ready to load our mechs and supplies before we depart to the Chasseur continent. Once we drop at the entry point of the Sorara #390 hunting ground, we will need to remain on high alert at every hour of the day. I cannot emphasize to you enough that there is danger in every corner. There are powerful beasts that have learned how to hide themselves in order to better ambush our mechs. Vess looked surprised at that. The sensor systems of our mechs aren't the best, but I am pretty sure the Huntmaster has a pretty good array that excels at picking up life signs. That may be so, but we have encountered mutated beasts that our sensors have failed to pick up until they were right on top of our mechs. We have learned not to rely too much on tech to do the work that we should be doing in the first place. We constantly have to pay attention to the environment while utilizing our own judgment. We will not be able to accommodate your requests by that time. You may be our leader, but once we step into the field, I will be in charge. Is that clear? Vess gave the Sword Maiden captain a reassuring smile. I am not a hunter. I do not presume to know better than you, so I fully agree with the decision to put you in charge of your hunting team. That said, do not disregard my feedback. I will refrain from challenging your authority in the field, but I am highly knowledgeable in both technical and more esoteric matters. I possess unique insights in the application of E-energy, which allows me to gain a better understanding of what our prey is doing during a fight. Captain Gary nodded at that. I have heard that you know your way around a battle, so I shall trust you to not say anything that interferes with our combat approach. Now that they had reached an understanding, they waited until the transport vessel arrived from above. The vehicle had been adapted for combat. It was not as big and comprehensive as a combat carrier, but it was capable of bringing a modest amount of mechs and supplies into contested territory. Vess took one last look at his children and the cats. Similar to yesterday, they would be watching the hunt from above. Vess had made a special deal with President Terich in order to let his children watch from a distance. He knew that his kids would become incredibly upset with him if he just left them with their nannies, while he simply went off on an exciting hunt. Of course, a real hunting trip largely consisted of trekking across dangerous territory, while only spending a fraction of that time on killing beasts. He made sure that his kids would have plenty of ways to entertain themselves, while they remained stuck inside for so many hours. Time passed by as the transport and the shuttle made their way to the Chasseur continent. Along the way, both visible and invisible mechs escorted the vehicles and watched out for the approach of any threatening exobirds. While it was rare, it was not unheard of for vehicles in transit to get assailed by flight-capable mutated beasts. During the trip, Vess spent a bit of time on familiarizing himself with all of the Mech pilots handpicked by Captain Gary. Though none of them stood out to him, each of them were veterans of plenty of battles and hunts. The 6 monster slayers were all piloted by Captain Gary and her veteran sword maidens. Though not all of them were part of the old guard that went all the way back to their original pirate days, the ones that joined up later had already spent years of training and fighting in the sword maiden tradition. The 3 crystal lords were piloted by the best marksmen among the Mech pilots assigned to the Aucanon VI branch. Each of them happened to be former members of the Living Sentinels. The sole huntmaster was piloted by a flagrant vandal, which was a good fit. Captain Gary even replaced the rookies who were previously assigned to the Hymenonteras with a pair of reliable heaven sorters. They could fill in for any of the previous Mech pilots if any accidents occurred. This was the complete composition of the hunting team. Aside from carrying their handful of equipment, the Mechs also carried heavy packs filled with spare energy cells and other supplies. Although the hunters did not intend to stay in the Chasseur continent for a long time, it was still prudent to carry extra gear, including field repair tools that could be used to conduct simple fixes in the field. That weighed down the Mechs considerably. Vess could hear the joints and plates of the Mechs groaning from all of the extra tons of weights mounted onto the back of the machines. The Hymenopteras had to bear the greatest burden, but they were designed for this job. The base model had been designed to haul around heavy containers in factories and logistical centers. The variant utilized by the hunting team was much better equipped to carry all of that weight on its back. The biggest downsides were the drop in speed and maneuverability of the Mechs. This was why the Huntmaster and a couple of monster slayers only carried lighter packs on their backs. They served as scouts as well as the vanguard. They only needed to stall the approach of a powerful beast long enough to give the other Mechs time to dismount their heavier packs. Vess never took part in such an expedition. Most of the Mech battles he became involved in largely consisted of straightforward battles where his Mechs sortied from their carriers. This was a new experience, and Vess savored it while constantly learning more about the conditions of an actual hunt. The Huntmaster that possessed the most sensitive array soon transmitted a warning. Detected a single large heat signature underground, unlikely to be strong. Walk around. We do not have the time to clean up any rabble. The Mechs marched past without incident. Perhaps the underground creature could have sprung out of the ground and chased after the Mechs, but that would have exposed it to all of its enemies. The Mechs still remained vigilant in case this actually happened, but their worries were unfounded this time. Stay sharp. Not all exobests are smart enough to lay low when catching sight of a superior number of indigestible Mechs. As the machines continued to go uphill on the arid hills of the Sorara #390 hunting ground, they indeed encountered a few stupid exobests. They were usually large and clumsy beasts that had mostly relied on their bodies, rather than their underdeveloped brains, to win their fights. There was no need for the hunting team to go all out against these crude beasts. The two monster slayers in the vanguard took it upon themselves to solve these obstacles. The two swordsman Mechs always moved forward in a pincer, and straightforwardly slashed their powerful greatswords on the same beast at the same time. None of the beasts attacked in this manner had been able to defend against sword strikes from two opposing directions. Not even the panicked but powerful tail attacks could strike a monster slayer when its veteran Mech pilot skillfully evaded them before they came close enough to deal crushing damage. Cleaning up the exobests, once they exposed themselves, was easy. The harder part was to maintain high focus against any nearby threats when the latter had yet to reveal themselves. The Mech pilots could not afford to rest or lower their concentration for fear of getting ambushed by an exobest that was stronger than the norm. Still, as several hours slowly went by, such exceptions never occurred. The frequency of exobest encounters rapidly dropped from the moment they approached the crater that served as the lair of the giant stone eater. Somehow, this massive beast was able to claim its own territory. This was good for the hunters because the probability was low that any other beast would show up and band together against the hunters. Captain Gary began to issue her orders. Lower our packs. Let us leave them in that depression before we climb up the hill. Bring only the essentials and nothing more. We will need to preserve as much mobility as possible in order to evade the giant stone eater's artillery strikes. The tension within the hunting team rose as they had come close to challenging one of the powerful mutated beasts of this hunting ground. Survival could not be guaranteed. Now that they had decided to conduct a valid hunt, The hunting association had made it clear that the hunters needed to start and end their own business. This was a sacred ritual in which the Mech pilots intended to prove their worth as hunters, with their highest leader as a witness. Chapter 54, 86. The hunt begins. Though Captain Gary and her best Mech pilots all completed a lot of challenging hunts, they had no experience with fighting this particular opponent. "It is highly unlikely that our approach has gone unnoticed," Vess told the hunters. "The giant stone eater not only has a powerful command over Earth-attributed E-energy, but has also utilized its power to claim this entire crater as its territory. While I cannot tell you what that entails, I am so sure the beast knows we have arrived." "I see," Captain Gary responded over the communication channel. "It is of little consequence. I never counted on taking the giant stone eater by surprise. The mutated beast shell is too damn hard for us to penetrate in any opening strike. We will have to wear down its defenses step by step." As the captain proceeded to instruct her troops to conduct their last checks, Vess extended his senses in order to gather more information about their prey. With the help of Blinky, he was vaguely able to sense the powerful monster's mood. "The giant stone eater is rousing himself from slumber," Vess speculated. "I can't tell for certain, but it does not feel like he is planning to lob explosive rocks at us right away. Be on the lookout for new abilities. Do not underestimate this beast." Ever since the arrow gods failed in their hunt, this mutated beast most certainly developed countermeasures to increase its ability against similar threats. "It is a good thing that we did not intend to poke it with spears and arrows. We shall let out greatswords do the work." The hunters did not want to give the giant stone eater any additional time to prepare. They advanced up the hill with a few additional pieces of equipment in hand. What stood out the most was the mining picks by all of the monster slayers. Even though the Sword Maiden Mech pilots fully intended to make use of their greatswords from beginning to end, they were still prudent enough to carry backup weapons. Sometimes, their love and dedication towards swords had to make way for practicality. Not even sword maidens could deny the fact that mining picks were the best tool for the job when it came to breaking through rocks. The offensive mechs all stepped forward, while the two auxiliary mechs followed at a more respectable distance. Just like the support mechs of the arrow gods, the two hymenopteras had been equipped with chain hooks that could quickly pull away a downed mech. The only issue was that the lack of a third support mech made the retrieval process a lot slower. The hunting team could not afford to make as many mistakes. Inside the cramped cockpit of one of the hymenopteras, Vess had already summoned an expansive control panel. Though the conditions were anything but ideal, Vess was able to monitor the conditions of the mechs just fine. The tension in the air rose as a sense of mutual hostility started to settle over the crater environment. Both sides had become aware of each other. A confrontation was inevitable, and neither side wanted to back down. After the mechs approached the raised edge of the crater, the monster slayers stopped. The first objective of any difficult hunt was to test the capabilities of a mutated beast and attempt to draw out any new abilities if possible. The intelligence that Vess had gathered yesterday had already become obsolete due to the rapid mutation speed of powerful beasts in the wild. "Go!" The lone huntmaster jumped over the edge and started to sprint down and rapidly close the distance to the giant stone eater. Compared to the last fight, the mutated beast had clearly grown in size again, making it clear that it had definitely grown stronger than before. "Watch out. Its mass and volume has increased by at least 10%, but its movements haven't slowed down to the same extent." The huntmaster courageously sprinted forward, but did not appear to be in a hurry to get into attack range. It shifted its path and circled around the massive beast as if he was looking for an opening. The giant stone eater did not look easy to mess with. It had kept its body low to the ground, using its giant exterior to shield its legs. At a certain point, the huntmaster tried to provoke the beast by throwing a grenade at the creature. The toss accurately caused the grenade to land on top of the monster, right at the junction of its catapult arms. Splash. Instead of producing an explosion, the grenade released a lot of acid that instantly started to burn at the monster's rocky top layer, as well as its thick and resilient catapult arms. Though the acid was unable to inflict much damage to the parts reinforced with an abundant amount of earth energy, the pain enraged the mutated beast. Vess could clearly sense that the giant stone eater had lost its cool. The fires of fury stimulated its savage instincts and prompted him to go on the attack. Powerful earth energies started to converge on the powerful beast as its catapult arms prepared to throw explosive rocks. At the same time, the giant stone eater also began to expand its control over the ground around its massive bulk. Watch out, the beast is likely to summon a forest of spikes. The warning gave the Huntmaster Mech pilot enough time to jump back from the moment dozens of sharp black spikes extended from the ground. They're taller and thicker than last time. It appeared that the giant stone eater discovered how useful it was to summon all of these spikes. They formed a powerful restraint against melee mechs. While the Huntmaster continued to circle around the beast while occasionally throwing acid grenades, the Crystal Lords started to get into action as well. Their tuned second-generation Luminar crystal rifles might not be anything impressive compared to the latest fourth-generation equivalents, but they had proven their power and reliability in many hunts. The Crystal Lords did not remain stationary as they fired their Luminar crystal rifles. Remaining still usually turned mechs into easy targets in a hunt. Fortunately, every ranged mech specialist was proficient in firing on the move. The former living sentinels were especially skilled at this. They piloted their Crystal Lords with great familiarity and always managed to maintain a high hit rate against the slow and heavy giant stone eater. The ranged mechs launched kinetic beam after kinetic beam at the catapult arms. This was the most vulnerable exterior limb of the giant stone eater that was exposed to ranged attacks. The strange kinetic beams looked like laser beams, but not as hot and bright. Despite looking like they merely consisted of pure energy, the beams strangely transferred a lot of physical force, creating wounds that looked as if the giant stone eater was getting hammered from a distance. It's about to throw. The two catapult arms were so large and dense that they were largely able to shrug off the persistent ranged attacks. The Crystal Lords made sure to concentrate all of their attacks on a single catapult arm whenever possible. Though their focus indeed caused the limb to look increasingly less pristine, the arm did not grow any weaker. Boom, boom. The Crystal Lords had already suspended their attacks and scattered from each other. The land-bound Rifleman Mech model excelled at fighting against other ranged mechs equipped with energy weapons. Its defenses, meager as they may be on the relatively slim machine, could cope a lot better against laser beams and to a lesser extent positron beams. Unfortunately, the Crystal Lords possessed no inherent defensive advantage against purely physical damage, so their mech pilots did not want to tempt fate and get struck by the exploding rocks. Despite the fact that the Crystal Lords did not appear to be making quick progress with their attacks, they continued to fire their rifles at the catapult arms with great persistence. Perhaps the giant stone eater may be able to resist the attacks for the time being, but there had to be a breaking point. At the very least, the Crystal Lords successfully distracted the powerful beast and forced it to split its attention. As the probing attacks continued, the giant stone eater did not fall behind at all. Instead, its momentum steadily grew stronger as its sturdy defenses and powerful attacks restrained any mech in the fight. When the Huntmaster attempted to throw another acid grenade, the mutated beast began to expose not one, but 16 different organic muzzles. They posed at the lower end of the giant stone eater's massive torso. Though they were not as protected as before, they were still covered by enough scales to make it harder to penetrate them and damage the creature's internals. The organic muzzles were spread around every side of the mutated beast, making it so that the giant stone eater had no blind spots in this regard. The monster put its recently grown rock shard rifles to good use by bombarding the circling huntmaster with a torrent of rock shards. Clang, 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 clang. Though the accuracy of the rock shard rifles left much to be desired, their high firing rates ensured that the huntmaster could not avoid getting hit. Fortunately, the armor of the huntmaster was designed with strong physical piercing attacks in mind, so the machine did not suffer any crippling damage. Its armor held up quite well for the time being, but as long as the rapid-fire attacks struck the huntmaster often enough, the machine would definitely reach a limit. Right now, the Larkinson hunting team managed to explore a lot of new and familiar properties of the giant stone eater. The new discoveries were useful, but Vess did not entirely feel comfortable with the situation. Do you have any important observations to make, Patriarch? If not, we will execute a full assault. I do not have any hard proof, but I have a hunch that the giant stone eater is still holding back. The beast is probably capable of doing more, but it is surprisingly willing to rely on its defenses and staying power to win a fight. I see. Though the hunting team failed to draw out all of the beast's solutions, the time for waiting was over. Advance, sword maidens, for Keddies and the clan. For Keddies and the clan, the other sword maidens roared. When the monster slayers jumped over the edge of the crater and sprinted towards the giant stone eater, the unified will and beliefs of the Mech pilots and their Mechs granted them a lot of momentum. Blinky was able to sense how the sword maidens were able to form a subconscious battle network with each other. Even though it was not that strong or noticeable, the 6 monster slayers succeeded in driving away the oppressive aura of the giant stone eater, making it harder for the mutated beast to extend its power to the approaching machines. The monster is accumulating a lot of earth energy. It is about to summon a more powerful forest of spikes. The sensitive monster slayers participated in many hunts. The living Mechs confronted so many different powerful beasts that they had all become sensitive towards the extraordinary abilities of their prey. Vess' warning proved to be redundant, as Captain Gary and her sword maidens completely trusted in the warning issued by their own living Mechs. Soon enough, hundreds of sharp and black spikes poked out of the ground. An entire third of the surface area of the crater had become filled with spikes strong enough to tear through alloy. Seeing all of these spikes made it hard for Vess to believe that the melee Mech of the hunting team could get any close. Yet the monster slayers fearlessly dashed forward again now that the giant stone eater had exerted its power. The monster is recovering from its earlier move. Good, that is exactly what I wanted to hear. Sisters, chop these spikes. The monster slayers held their greatswords in a firm grip and began to swing them forward in a long and powerful horizontal sweep. Strangely enough, the large blades glowed with extraordinary power. As the sword maidens and their living Mech joined forces to execute an extraordinary sword technique, the power of metal and sharpness empowered their blows, causing the blades to slice through the stone spikes with surprising ease. Chapter 54, 87, The Evolved Sword Maidens. Vess became shocked at the strong posture of the sword maiden Mech pilots. Their performance exceeded his expectations. They did not fight like normal swordsman Mech pilots. This immediately became evident when they successfully imitated a small part of Caddy's extraordinary swordsmanship. While the monster slayers under their control were not able to perform dazzling sword techniques similar to the ones of the first sword, their sword attacks were not normal in the slightest. Vess grew confused as he saw that Captain Gary and her fellow sword maidens had apparently developed a unique sword style that blended the strengths of many different factors together. Although their unorthodox but highly effective combat solutions looked awfully messy and underdeveloped in his eyes, the power they wielded exceeded mortal limits. Before this hunt commenced, Vess did not entirely know why Captain Gary possessed so much confidence in her ability to counter the difficult abilities of the giant stone eater. Now he knew. They're fighting as if they are sword initiates at the scale of a Mech. That was the most coherent description he could muster based on what he was witnessing in front of his eyes. The giant stone eater had begun to utilize its inaccurate rapid-fire rock shard rifles to suppress the aggressive swordsman Mechs. This was quite a good solution, as the high firing rates made it a lot more difficult for the monster slayers to evade all of the attacks. Even so, their fluid and proficient evasive maneuvers made it a lot more difficult for the giant stone eater to track the mobile melee Mechs as they circled around the forest of spikes. Every few seconds, the monster slayers and their Mech pilots combined their will and spirit to generate extraordinary power. The Mech and Mech pilot seamlessly worked together to channel this power into their greatswords, charging them up so that they effortlessly sliced through all of the earth-empowered spikes that poked out of the ground. Vess, or rather Blinky, looked closer at how the empowered swords interacted with the stone spikes upon contact. The monster slayers swung their blades so quickly that it was hard for the companion spirit to capture what was happening at this distance. However, the energetic swordsman Mechs repeated their actions often enough to give Vess a few vital clues. Vess had confirmed through his observations that none of the sword maidens had experienced any breakthroughs. They were pure mortals, though their willpower were all strong compared to other standard Mech pilots. Even though their talent was relatively poor, they made up for it with excellent swordsmanship and willpower honed through plenty of struggles. Yet that was not enough for them to fight beyond their mortal limits. The Larkinson clan's production of companion spirit fruits had yet to reach a sufficient scale. Though Vess was aware that the Tea Institute had already begun to hand them out to Larkinsons, the clansmen serving in the expeditionary fleet obviously had priority over these much-coveted fruits. That meant that the Larkinsons assigned to the growing number of side branches of the Larkinson clan still had to wait a few years, if not longer, before they received their turn. That obviously did not stop Captain Gary and her sword maidens from mastering a different approach to enhancing their combat effectiveness. Somehow, they managed to combine their willpower with the spirituality of their first-order living Mechs to form a version of resonance. Vess recalled the old phenomenon of false resonance, but this was a much stronger version of that because it possessed real substance. Rather than relying on the Mech pilot to develop a strong force of will, it was theoretically possible to form a similar phenomenon using the components from two different sources. This could only be done if the Mech and Mech pilot trusted and knew each other at a deep level. How amazing! I never thought that this could actually happen in practice. This was a different approach to Mech piloting, or rather artifact cultivation. Traditionally, artifact cultivators were always able to display greater combat power, despite not being strong themselves. They did so by borrowing the power of their artifacts, but that was just the start. The truly powerful artifact cultivators did not merely rely on the power of their artifacts, but also combined it with their own inherent strength to produce amazing synergies that far surpassed the sum of all parts. Vess was witnessing a case like this in front of him. The 6 Sword Maiden Mech pilots worked so well with their own living Mechs that they effectively fought like quasi-expert pilots. In order to confirm his hunch, he pulled up the readings from the resonance meter of the Hymenoptera. Usually, this meter should have played no role in this fight, but at this moment the specialized sensor picked up resonance manifestations that reached as high as 0.01 lavers. What? This was on par with an expert candidate. While none of the sword maidens came close to performing like an actual expert pilot, the fact that they were able to fight as if they were one level higher was already a miracle in his opinion. As the monster slayers continued to work closely with their Mech pilots, they effortlessly broke one powerful rock spike after another. The forest was being cut down at a rapid rate. This caused the giant stone eater to take the threat up close a lot more seriously. The immediate response to this was that the mutated beast no longer lobbed any explosive rocks at the crystal lords. Instead, the arms began to grow and lengthen to the point where they could directly toss their dangerous rocks at the swordsman mechs that were working their way inward. This was another new adaptation that it had yet to display before. Compared to the clearly ineffective artillery strikes of before, the Earth monster's ability to threaten mechs with explosive attacks had become much stronger. The disturbingly human-like arms directly tossed the rocks straight at the nearest two swordsman mechs. The much straighter trajectory, along with the strong force of this throw, meant that the monster slayers had much less time to jump out of the way. Boom, boom. The blast radius of these rocks were larger. The powerful concussive blasts, along with the release of lots of rock shrapnel, affected the two machines to the point where their armor plating got dented. Fortunately, the mech pilots reacted quickly enough to make enough distance to prevent any serious damage. The Monster Slayer model, designed by Caddies, possessed a typical high-mobility, low-defense configuration. They could not afford to take any serious hits, especially ones that damaged their speed and maneuverability. The giant stone eater was evidently pleased with the effect of this new attack method, because its catapult arms quickly gathered another set of rocks. Evade. Watch those catapult arms carefully. Retreat as soon as those arms swing in your direction. Boom, boom. The Sword Maiden mech pilots were much better prepared this time. They knew what was coming and already commanded their machines to evade before those explosive rocks came close. Even so, the short range combined by the high velocities of the thrown projectiles made it so that none of the affected mechs could completely escape the damage. They always suffered minor damage that dented their armor and shook their internals. In the meantime, the rock shard rifles continued to pelt the monster slayers at random. Even though the monster slayers were able to endure the pressure for the time being, Vess understood their design well enough that they could not tolerate repeated hits, even if none of them were particularly strong. Speed up, sisters. We are on a time limit here. We cannot afford to fight a battle of attrition. We need to mow down these spikes as fast as possible. Just as the 6 circling monster slayers managed to dwindle down the forest of spikes until there were only a couple of dozen left, the giant stone eater had begun to accumulate a huge amount of earth energy. The alert and vigilant Sword Maiden mech pilots had already commanded their mechs to suspend their current actions and beat a hasty retreat before Vess could issue his warning. Be careful, it is about to summon a second forest of spikes. The mutated beast did more than that. It summoned the powerful ground spikes, while at the same time throwing both of its explosive rocks at a single monster slayer. This was an incredibly dangerous combination that caused the targeted mech pilot a lot of distress. Jump! Just as hundreds of rock spikes shot out of the ground, the 6 monster slayers leapt into the air and just managed to vault over the furthest needles. The one exception was the monster slayer that was being threatened by the explosive rocks. Perhaps she was driven by the acute danger posed by these 2 attacks, but the Sword Maiden mech pilot channeled so much of her willpower into her jump that her efforts combined with that of her living mech caused the latter to jump 50% higher and further than the rest. It turned out that the mech and mech pilot had combined forces to empower the legs, enabling the vulnerable machine to escape the worst of this combination attack. What is your status? I am fine. My mech's lower systems have been overloaded, but they are otherwise in working condition. I can still fight. The giant stone eater might have almost inflicted heavy damage onto one of the mechs, but the combatants remained undeterred. The monster slayers turned around with a vengeance. The Sword Maidens became even more furious at the Earth monster and channeled all of their additional aggression into their machines. The resonance meter started to spike more and more, showing that the changing mood had a real effect on the combat power of these monster slayers. The spikes got chopped apart at a faster rate than before. The powerful and indomitable monster slayers continued to swing their abnormally sharp blades, using a derivative attribute of metal to cut through earth like cutting through wheat. It helped a lot that the first-order living mechs were also able to leverage a small part of the metal attribute E energies in the environment. Without this additional support, this extraordinary power manifestation would have been a lot weaker. The strength, the stability, and the technique demonstrated by the veteran Sword-Maiden mech pilots made it clear that this was a deliberate and highly practiced combat solution to them. This was not a power that they stumbled upon at random. Vess began to develop a suspicion about this novel way of fighting with a mech. The blend between extraordinary swordsmanship, strong willpower, the spirituality. "Pilot," he asked the Heaven Sworder who was piloting the Hymenoptera, "did Kedis teach the Sword Maidens how to fight this way?" The male mech pilot smiled. "She did. She added a lot of new stuff to the Sword Maiden's sword style. This is one of the projects that Swordmaster Kedis, Venerable Desi, and others have been working on a way for ordinary mech pilots such as ourselves to defeat phase whales and other superpowered enemies. I heard they even worked together with the T Institute. Together, they managed to form a new approach that is currently in the testing phase. To be honest, only a small number of sword maidens have managed to reach this point. Captain Gary and her sisters were among the first to master this approach by practicing their skills against many beasts on this planet. Vess had a feeling that this was the case. So this is one of Kedis' latest brainchild, huh? It was brilliant, it was clever, it brought power to the masses. Theoretically, no mech pilot had to undergo apotheoses in order to produce a form of resonance in battle. They could rely on relatively common means to produce uncommon results. Vess suddenly understood Kedis' bold ambition. It was just like how Vess wanted to empower a lot of weak humans by giving them a chance to pilot mechs through the Carmine system. If he was reading Kedis correctly, his former student wanted to give every swordsman mech pilot a chance of wielding the power of an expert pilot by supplying them with the right sword techniques and mechs. Chapter 54-88, Conservation of Momentum. Of the 12 mechs brought by the Larkinson hunting team, it became clear which ones carried the show. That was not to say the other mechs underperformed. The lone huntmaster served as an adequate scout and possessed the greatest sensitivity towards the actions of the giant stone eater. If not for the presence of Vess, the spearman mech that excelled at hunting would have surely made a greater impact in the fight. The 3 crystal lords failed to inflict any serious damage at first glance, but their steady and consistent kinetic beam attacks constantly forced the giant stone eater to split its attention. This was especially the case now that the large earth monster had directed all of its attention to eliminating the more serious swordsmen meched up close. Unburdened by the need to suspend their attacks and frantically evade incoming exploding rocks, the mech pilots of the gleaming reflective rifleman mechs devoted a lot more focus towards aiming and firing their rifles. In circumstances like these, the Crystal Lords leveraged one of their greatest strengths, which was their ability to achieve pinpoint accuracy while launching many repeated attacks. This was not too unusual among rifleman mechs armed with energy rifles, but the crucial difference here was that these older mechs were able to inflict pure kinetic damage due to the odd properties of their luminar crystal rifles. Any other physical weapons, such as low-tech ballistic guns, inevitably produced varying degrees of recoil. Even high-tech Gauss rifles produced recoil due to conservation of momentum, though the impulse was usually smaller with longer barrels. No matter what, few powerful kinetic weapons could remain completely still when fired. This was what made luminar crystal rifles, loaded with kinetic beam attack phase crystals, so special. Conservation of momentum still applied in this case, but in a bizarre case of alien tech wizardry, kinetic beams did not actually possess any significant mass when they launched out of the muzzles of the luminar crystal rifles. It was as if the rifles fired kinetic rounds that effectively masked less than a single hair. By taking advantage of the fact that they retained the accuracy of energy weapons while inflicting damage as if they were kinetic weapons. The luminar crystal rifles inflicted devastating surgical damage on a narrow section of rock armor and resilient flesh that connected a catapult arm to the top of the giant stone eater's torso. If not for the fact that the defensive and regenerating properties of the highly mutated beast were so insane, the catapult arm would have been amputated by this time. Even so, the giant stone eater was not able to attack as freely as before. By neglecting the consistent precision fire from the 3 crystal lords, the beast had to redirect a greater part of its power to strengthen the defenses of its catapult arm, while also regenerating all of the damaged flesh that impaired its functioning. This led to many consequences. The most critical one was that the giant stone eater was unable to muster enough energy to summon the forest of spikes too many times. Though the large beast rooted in the middle of the crater had access to an abundant supply of earth energy, its consumption was equally as large. It had to reinforce its entire body to keep it covered with thick stone armor. It had to fire many rock shark rifles at the same time in order to exert pressure onto the monster slayers. It had to launch its explosive rocks at the very same monster slayers to slow down their advance. It also had to channel a lot of earth energy to all of the existing spikes in order to keep them strong enough to pose a threat against Mechs. Aside from that, it had to power a lot of other processes in order to maintain a strong front against all of these Mechs. The giant stone eater was beginning to run an energy deficit for the first time. Even though the Mechs and Mech pilots of the hunting team were also draining their reserves at a rapid rate, they at least made more progress than the arrow gods of last time. In short, the suppression from the crystal lords not only prevented it from replenishing the existing spikes, but also caused the damaged catapult arm to become less accurate and responsive. It was even starting to fall behind its healthier counterpart, which meant that the monster slayers found it a lot easier to evade the lone explosive rocks. All of these conditions shifted the circumstances in the favor of the monster slayers. These key swordsmen Mechs mowed through the expansive forest of spikes, with great swords that glowed with the sharp and metallic shine of brilliant reinforced blades. Each swing cut through the spikes and caused them to collapse. The hundreds of spikes that the giant stone eater summoned before all got whittled down in a matter of minutes. Still, the Mechs had not been able to remain unscathed during this time. The damage inflicted by the 16 rock shard rifles placed at the lower end of the stone beast's torso had inflicted significant damage over time. Unlike the mutated beast, the monster slayers did not possess the capacity to regenerate their dented and beaten frames over time. The good news was that much of the damage was confined to their exterior armor. The relatively thin layers of armor plating did their jobs and absorbed any unavoidable damage before they could damage the more crucial internal components of the Mechs. The Sword Maiden pilots also deliberately shifted the facing of their Mechs in an attempt to spread the damage over a much larger surface area. Combined with their constant efforts at evasion, they managed to preserve their combat ability by the time they swept apart the last spikes that barred their way forward. The beast is within our reach. Be careful. We do not know what the giant stone eater is capable of at close range. Don't go all out. Poke it first and see how it will counterattack. The giant stone eater clearly became more agitated due to the approach of 6 threatening machines. Thrust. Slice. Cut. The Sword Maidens did not dare to underestimate the threat posed by the beast that outmassed their Mechs by a large margin. They simply steeled their willpower and channeled much of it into the great swords of their Mechs. The monster slayers eagerly responded to the guiding will of their Mech pilots and did their own part to produce a weak form of resonance that enhanced the power of their blades. Through this deep and intricate form of teamwork, the swordsman Mech simultaneously managed to penetrate the thick stone exterior of their prey with greater ease than normal. Though the effect was not as smooth as they wished, Captain Gary and her fellow sword maidens rejoiced when they saw that their weapons were effective at cutting through the beast's stone armor. The only issue was that the giant stone eater was already beginning to repair the damaged rock by filling up the gaps. The monster slayers just commenced another run where they managed to inflict multiple wounds. Each time the relatively fast and agile Mech struck, they always reserved a part of their power in case they needed to evade a powerful counterattack. However, the larger and clumsy beast failed to respond adequately to the close assaults. Aside from the rock shard rifles, which appeared to find it much more difficult to stay on target against Mechs that made fast lateral movements at closer ranges, the only other offensive tool was the explosive rocks thrown by the catapult arms. Seeing that the Mech had come so close, the catapult arm made an extreme move and threw the explosive rocks down at exceedingly steep angles. Boom, boom. Though the targeted monster slayers weren't entirely able to escape the blasts at such close range, the explosions happened to inflict a lot of damage to the mutated beast's rock armor. The results were clear to everyone. The affected stone armor had partially shattered. A web of cracks ran through the surface. The extent and magnitude of the cracked stone made it a lot harder to restore them to their former conditions. Ha! The stupid beast has done more damage to itself than our greatswords. If we can fool this monster into doing this a dozen more times, we'll be able to crack its armor in no time. Don't celebrate too soon. Captain Gary frowned as she beheld the giant stone eater with greater vigilance than before. Its intelligence isn't as low as it looks. It has gotten close to evolving to a calamity beast. We need to maintain our vigilance. Do not hesitate to absorb your attacks the moment you see anything wrong. Although the sword maidens valued the importance of maintaining control, it became more and more challenging for them to rein in their aggression. They had so much power at their disposal now that they had developed an extensive degree of cooperation with their Mechs. In the heat of battle, their urge to prove the strength and commit to more serious attacks continued to grow stronger. However, the harsh and brutal training of the sword maidens always emphasized the need to maintain control. Aggression was good, but only when they leashed it and kept it under their control. From the moment they released their control and gave in to their more primal and savage urges, they would lose the majesty and deliberate swordsmanship of the sword maidens. This was how the 6 aggressive sword maiden pilots ultimately managed to shackle their bloodlust. The sword maiden sword style's more extraordinary moves all required a high degree of control in order to pull them off. Any smidgen of inattention could cause a complicated move to lose its support, thereby making it difficult to produce extraordinary results through ordinary means. Vess was able to witness this in the cockpit of one of the Hymenopterans. The more he studied Ketty's work over the past year, the more he figured out the general working principles behind this novel, new combat approach. It is remarkable how these Mech pilots are able to fight like quasi-expert pilots, but Mech pilots outside of the Sword Maidens will face an uphill battle in trying to replicate this feat, he concluded. The Heaven Sorter pilot in the cockpit nodded. We have all tried to study and practice the new methods devised by Swordmaster Caddies. Theoretically, other swordsmen should be able to do the same, but somehow it is only the Sword Maidens who have succeeded so far. We hope that we may be able to master it in time, after we continue to polish our skills and willpower in challenging hunt, but we may have to grind away for years before we can reach the level of Captain Gary and her sworn sisters. It was not easy for these ordinary Mech pilots to overcome their lack of talent. It did not help that they had aged past the prime of their lives. This was a common characteristic among the Mech pilots who chose to transfer to the side branches. Though the continuous exposure to E-energy radiation should gradually increase their chances of breaking through. An increase in probability did not translate into a certain outcome. In a galaxy where the enemies of red humanity constantly grew stronger and more threatening, it was incredibly useful for standard Mech pilots to become as effective as quasi-expert Mech pilots in battle. Vess fully recognized the value of Ketty's work and hoped that she would be able to flesh it out so that it became more accessible to Mech pilots outside of her own posse. Just as he thought about how he could help Ketty's improve her latest work, his eyes suddenly widened as Blinky detected a surge of Earth energy. "Watch out, the beast is about to make a big move." The sensitive living Mechs had already issued their warnings to their Mech pilots a split second before. Captain Gary's prudence paid off as the cautious monster slayers neatly turned around and sprinted away from the threatening beast as fast as possible. Even so, the giant stone eater channeled a lot of power onto its left side. This section happened to feature a lot of stone armor that had been cracked by its own explosive rocks. From the moment the Earth beast channeled a lot of power into this damaged section, the cracked stone armor exploded from its body and showered the nearby area with lots of heavy stone chunks. Crack, 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 crack. Though most of the monster slayers were nowhere close inside the area of effect, one of the machines got struck by multiple powerful blows at once. Not only did the shards manage to penetrate the vulnerable rear armor, but one of its legs also got struck, causing it to deform out of shape. Mech down. Chapter 5489 Peak State. Mutated beasts usually had no concept of honor. Honor was a civilized construct. It restrained the conduct of many beings and helped to maintain order in society. Exobests arguably had rudimentary societies of their own. They all abided by a set of rules that ensured they did not hunt their own species to extinction. That said, they could still be as cunning, cruel, and dishonorable towards other species. Traps, surprise attacks, and more all served to increase their chances of survival and prevent themselves from sliding down the food chain. The mutated beasts that had transcended their original species and evolved into unique existences no longer had to rely on these dirty methods to maintain their place at the top of their food chains. However, old habits died hard. A powerful beast like the giant stone eater spent most of its life as a weaker exobest that constantly struggled to survive in the arid region that compromised the Sorora Hash 390 hunting ground. It had relied upon the advantage of surprise to prey on many hostile exobests that had the power to defeat it in a direct confrontation. At this time, the fight took a drastic turn when the giant stone eater's cunning move had disabled one of the monster slayers. Even though this Mech model was supposed to fast and nimble enough to evade most clumsy attacks launched by powerful beasts, Ketty's had designed it in a time where the age of Mechs was still in its heyday. Back then, exobests used to be a lot weaker. Even the rare mutated beasts that evolved from their more common brethren only grew moderately stronger before they hit a ceiling. These creatures rarely possessed large and powerful attacks that could sweep entire areas. The consumption was simply too great for them at the time. All of that changed since the Age of Dawn commenced. Gaining access to Messier 87 exotic radiation liberated many mutated beasts. They were able to unscrupulously develop more powerful means of attack without being bothered by their past constraints. The monster slayer that had entered this new age without a comprehensive upgrade to its model was not entirely equipped to handle these changes. Its relatively weak armor that had been softened up beforehand finally succumbed when struck by multiple heavy chunks of stone. As soon as the Mech of one of the sword maidens lost its footing and fell to the ground, the entire hunting team scrambled into action. Grenades. The Huntmaster had depleted its stash of grenades during the initial probing phase, but it had replenished its stock after the monster slayers had entered the fight. Now, the spearman Mech quickly moved to distract and occupy the giant stone eater by tossing its grenades as fast as it could pull them off its bandolier. The flagrant vandal pilot did not toss them at the giant stone eater at random. He had made sure to toss them all into the exposed section of its body that had become exposed once the rock armor at this section exploded into pieces. The powerful acid formula that was meant to dissolve hardy stone was almost just as effective when applied to the flesh of the mutated beast. The creature had already inflicted a lot of pain on itself by pulling off this self-destructive move. Now, the upper layers of its bruised and battered flesh started to dissolve as acid grenade after acid grenade constantly struck this section. It was not enough. This is only a flesh wound for this giant beast. The giant stone eater was able to bear the pain and damage by relying on its heavy body and the defensive enhancement of earth energy. Its more vulnerable organs and body parts were not so easy to damage. No matter how much the Mechs beat up the monster, the giant stone eater still retained a lot of combat power so long as none of the attacks penetrated past its exterior layers. "Go all out, sisters," Captain Gary commanded as her monster slayer sprinted towards the earth monstrosity. "The giant stone eater has probably exhausted itself. We need to hit it while it is still recovering from its last move." Her analysis happened to be correct. The giant stone eater exposed a clear gap in its defenses, but otherwise looked as strong as usual. Only Vess and the living Mechs could sense that the mutated beast had fallen into a recovery state. Its ability to command earth energy remained almost the same as before, but it had to channel much of it to fortify its defenses and regenerate its fleshy wounds. This caused the beast to lack the energy to fuel all of its attacks. The catapult arms became more sluggish and formed their explosive payloads at a slower rate. The rock shard rifles became feebler and fired at a considerably slower rate. The sword maidens smelled blood. They did not hesitate and approached the giant stone eater with fury threatening to overtake their rationality. Although the female Mech pilots were not as clear-headed as before, each of these trained and experienced veterans had mastered the art of skirting the edge to push themselves into their peak combat state. It was only then that they were able to pull off their strongest moves. For example, the monster slayer piloted by Captain Gary started to channel more metal energy into the blade of its greatsword. The energies were not spread evenly. Under the conscious will and direction of Captain Gary and her Mech, the energies started to compress and accumulate at the tip until it glowed with an incredible degree of sharpness. Propelled by the twin desires to hurt the giant stone eater, while also drawing its attention away from the downed swordsman Mech, the legs of Captain Gary's machine pushed off the ground with greater force, enabling it to reach the side of the monster first. Sword of Lydia. Propelled by the belief and respect towards the founder of the Sword Maidens, Captain Gary's willpower urged her Mech to thrust its sharp greatsword forward. Just as the Mech did so, the concentrated metal energies burst out of the tip like a cannon and briefly produced a manifestation of a much longer sword before thrusting into the body of the giant stone eater. An earthquake erupted in the crater from the moment this extraordinary sword attack punched deep into the flesh of the giant stone eater. The large energy blade primarily managed to cut through the intangible earth energy that reinforced the flesh, thereby softening up the latter just enough to allow the physical sword to cut through layer after layer of alien biomass with much greater ease. In the end, this power move enabled the monster slayer to thrust its greatsword deep enough to damage a couple of internal organs. Yet it was because of this critical blow that the giant stone eater briefly lost control over its own power and channeled all of its might into the ground, thereby producing a highly disruptive earthquake that disrupted the footing of every Mech in the crater. Two monster slayers lost their rhythm as they had been forced to make hasty corrective moves in order to prevent them from falling onto the ground. The other two monster slayers managed to adjust their footing despite the unexpected quakes. Their training enabled them to step forward with light and deft steps that enabled them to adapt to the powerful quakes. Beheader. One of the monster slayers slashed its greatsword at one of the exposed legs and managed to inflict a deep cut that most certainly disabled the limb. Double chop. The other monster slayer leapt off the ground and committed a risky attack that enabled it to chop at a catapult arm twice in quick succession. Due to the temporary weakening of the giant stone eater, the arms were less protected than before, enabling this strike to successfully cut off the entire limb. Alien blood spilled from multiple wounds as the mutated beast moved for the first time. 7 of its thick, intact legs produced smaller quakes as the monster struggled to regain its composure. This was the first time that this powerful creature suffered so much pain since it had grown to this scale. Press the advantage. The monster slayers continued to stab, chop, and slice at the giant stone eater. The Mech pilots did not have time to accumulate their power and execute any powerful moves, but their ordinary strikes cut through stone armor and vulnerable flesh well enough. The giant stone eater began to bleed more and more, while rapidly losing its remaining stone armor. With the monster slayers descending upon it from multiple directions, it took the creature far too long to decide how to respond against the relentless sword attacks. The powerful mutated beast began to feel desperate enough to abandon its tough and steady posture. Instead of trying to reform its defenses, the giant stone eater became so overtaken by its instincts that it decided to give into its ferocity. Watch out! The beast is drawing in a lot of earth energy again. I think it is about to blow up its remaining stone armor. The cut and fractured stone armor sections that still covered most of its body began to glow just an instant before they exploded and launched outwards with lots of kinetic force. However, the remaining monster slayers in the field responded a lot better to this move now that they had witnessed it once before. The monster slayers closer to the vulnerable side simply backed off, knowing that there wasn't any stone armor pieces launching in their direction. The others simply dropped onto the ground with their backs facing downwards, despite how such a move would rattle their internals, and tried to stay as flat as possible. The vast majority of the empowered stone chunks that launched away from the giant stone eater simply passed through empty air before colliding against the sides of the crater. They had effectively done nothing useful. The few stone chunks that managed to strike the Mech laying on the ground mostly struck the wide and flat blades of the greatswords. Though they were not designed for this purpose, the greatswords were just wide and sturdy enough to function as makeshift shields in these kinds of situations. Though the monster slayers in question still endured a lot of impacts and concussive shocks, their well-tuned Mech frames managed to endure all of the forces just enough to preserve their combat power. My Mech is still in fighting shape. Mine as well. The only monster slayer that risked greater damage was the one that fell as its leg got crippled. However, the remaining combat Mechs occupied the attention of the giant stone eater long enough for the 2 hymenopterans to quietly launch their magnetic hooks and steadily drag the partially crippled swordsman Mech out of the dangerous crater. Since Vess was riding along inside the cockpit of one, he found it fascinating to witness this operation from this angle. Despite working with only 2 Mechs, the veteran Heavensorder Mech pilots controlled their humble machines so well that they maximized the force exertions of their strengthened frames. Industrial Mechs were not known for being fast, but they always stood out for their ability to lift heavy loads. The downed monster slayer managed to make it out well in time before the giant stone eater could threaten it yet again. One of the auxiliary Mechs remained on standby, while the other cracked upon a case filled with a set of simple parts and field repair equipment. The Mech pilot proficiently picked up a few plates and slapped it onto the damaged leg of the crippled monster slayer. After a few procedures that lasted no longer than a minute, the broken leg section became surrounded by a thick metal brace. The crude fix was not enough to fully restore mobility of the damaged machine, but the monster slayer at least regained its ability to stand upright and retreat on its own power. Though the aggrieved, sword-maiden Mech pilot would like nothing more than to jump back into the crater and support her fellow sisters, her damaged Mech would do more harm than good in this situation. Now that the giant stone eater had purged all of its heavy stone armor, the fight had entered its final stage. The beast had become completely exposed to the attacks of the remaining combat mechs. However, shedding all of that heavy stone had also caused it to regain a lot of mobility. The powerful beast had completely abandoned its prior posture and began to fight more proactively, trading blows for blows without any restraint. Chapter 54, 90 in Memoriam. Now that the giant stone eater had completely gotten rid of its heavy protective stone armor, the mutated beast exposed its naked body for the first time in a long time. Surprisingly enough, the giant stone eater did not appear to be as bulky and massive as it did before. The stone armor added so much bulk that it gave off the suggestion that the real creature was built like a tank, but that was not quite the case. The Mechs of the Larkinson hunting team learned this lesson firsthand as they played a dangerous game with the enraged beast. Watch out. It can sprint and leap short distances a lot better than our Mechs. It was like fighting against a giant, fat crocodile. The mutated beast was unable to beat any of the Mechs in a race, but its relatively flexible body was able to produce short but powerful bursts that left very little time for its opponents to react. No one had any doubts about the bite force of this vaguely reptilian creature that resembled a Komodo dragon with too many legs. Whenever the beast was not attempting to crunch through the metal alloys of the Larkinson Mechs, it scooped up the rock and dirt below its feet to fuel its organic rock shark rifles that remained in working condition even to this point. If the monster slayers and their Mech pilots confronted the current beast in its current condition, then Captain Gary and the rest of her team would have been able to evade the attacks and dismantle its attack methods with relative ease. However, all of the rock shrapnel and rock shards battering against their Mech frames for several long minutes inflicted so much accumulated damage that none of the machines were in good condition anymore. When Vess observed the exterior of the Mechs and studied their transmitted telemetry, he understood that their overall condition had dropped by at least 20%. The battered monster slayers moved slower and attacked with less force and momentum. Their Mech pilots no longer possessed the confidence to perform advanced and risky maneuvers, causing them to pose less of a threat to the giant stone eater. However, the sword maidens all experienced a lot of pressure to finish off their prey quickly. The more they procrastinated, the more their battered Mech frames accumulated even more damage. We need to eliminate those organic rifles first. Don't forget about the surviving catapult arm. We can gain a lot more maneuvering space if we can stop the monster from launching explosive rocks. Instances like these truly tested the skill and teamwork of a hunting team. With the melee Mechs continuing to lose their armor integrity at a worrisome rate, the Mech pilots all had to possess strong belief in themselves, as well as their comrades to vanquish over their powerful prey. The tension rose considerably as the damaged Mechs did their best to coordinate their maneuvers and strike at the beast's head and limbs from multiple angles at the same time. Though the giant stone eater looked as if it had lost all of its protection now that it had shed its cumbersome stone armor, the reality was that its flesh and bones had become even tougher and sturdier than before. Much of the earth energy that the giant stone eater previously used to maintain and reinforce its thick exterior protection had now been redirected towards its actual body. Its muscles grew stronger, its flesh became thicker and harder to penetrate, its bones became insanely tough. Even the creature's internal organs became less susceptible to damage. This dampened the enthusiasm of the living Sentinel pilots who commanded the Crystal Lords. Though their attacks still managed to cut through the resilient flesh with greater ease than the previous stone armor, they were making much less progress than they wished. Vess frowned as he analyzed the state of the current fight. Both sides still retained a considerable degree of combat power. A few of the Mechs were close to getting crippled, while the giant stone eater still had enough flesh to withstand a lot more attacks. The Huntmaster and the Crystal Lords were doing their best to concentrate their damage and penetrate the limbs of the monster, but their attack power simply wasn't good enough against a beast that excelled at defense. The only mechs that could deal significant damage against the mutated beast were the monster slayers. Just as their name suggested, their performance stood out as they constantly threatened the monster with their powerful greatswords. Though their attack frequency was not high, each heavy chop or thrust always managed to part a lot more flesh than any other attack. "Keep the beast's attention off our monster slayers," Captain Gary urged. "Lamb trying, ma'am, but the beast no longer thinks my Huntmaster is worthwhile for it to attack." "Then poke your spear at something important." The Huntmaster was unable to replicate the lethality of the monster slayer due to the inability to produce a form of false resonance. The beast only paid attention to swordsman mechs that fought on the same level of a quasi-expert mech. Boom! A powerful explosive rock shattered close to another monster slayer, causing it to endure numerous damaging rock shrapnel that caused it to falter for an instant. "My mech's movements are starting to glitch out. It can't take much longer." "Retreat, sister," Captain Gary instantly commanded. "We can finish off this earth beast ourselves." "Understood. I am on my way out. Good luck, sister." The sword maidens would have fought a lot less freely if they had to worry about one of their own getting downed. It was better for the more seriously damaged mech to walk away in good order while it was still an option. Nonetheless, the absence of an important offensive machine increased the pressure to the remaining mechs even more. The only good news was that the monster slayers and the Crystal Lords successfully managed to trash most of the rock shard rifles by this time. It took a decent amount of time and more than a few close shaves, but the creature was able to exert a lot of ranged pressure than before. However, that also freed up enough earth energy for the giant stone eater to channel its power in different ways. "Watch out. It is channeling its energy through its legs. Be careful for ground attacks." The warning came just in time. The remaining monster slayers in the field backed off as a part of the soil collapsed and turned jagged. This was bad. The ground had already become filled with impact craters and a lot of stone debris. That made the footing of the mechs a lot more precarious as they needed to pay closer attention to their steps. Now that the terrain had become a lot more uneven, it became a lot more difficult for the mechs to traverse these areas. The monster is in the process of gathering more earth energy to pull off this move again. "We cannot let this beast limit our movement space even more. We need to cripple it now." "How, Captain?" "We've almost managed to slice off 2 of its legs as well as its catapult arm, but it still has 5 more legs as well as its forearms at its disposal. It has way too many limbs, and they are all strong enough to support much of its weight." Captain Gary snarled as she studied her opponent. "Its back is exposed. Cover me. I am not going to hold back any longer. We either finish this now, or we pull back and declare this hunt a failure." Retreating at this junction was the more prudent decision, but she was not willing to admit defeat at this point. The giant stone eater was the most powerful mutated beast she had challenged to date. She wanted to turn its head into a hunting trophy so bad. She also did not want to shame herself in front of her patriarch. Her eyes grew hotter as she stared at the back of the lizard monster. After she made sure that her remaining teammates would provide support, her damaged monster slayer proceeded forward at a brisk but cautious pace. Her monster slayer deliberately navigated through the patch of ground that had been turned into a jagged warscape. The giant stone eater did not consider Captain Gary's mech to be a significant threat. Not only was it moving a lot slower than the other mechs, but it was also approaching at an angle that it had already taken care of, or so it thought. The savage beast only had eyes for the faster-moving swordsman mechs. Only these machines posed the greatest threat as their momentous greatsword attacks repeatedly sliced through its limbs, causing them to get chopped off at a distressing rate. Despite the fact that it had already lost numerous limbs, it moved almost just as fast and nimble as before, enabling it to turn and leap at one of the mechs with the speed of an ambush predator. If not for the fact that the monster slayers and their mech pilots had become so damn good at reading their prey, they would have gotten caught in its jaws a lot sooner. However, the constant stress exerted onto their damaged frames quickly caused their conditions to deteriorate even further. The Sword Maiden mech pilots continually tried to skirt the limits of what they could do with their machines. They trusted their monster slayers well enough to endure the strain, but there were limits to what they could squeeze out of their increasingly more worn-out machines. Vess estimated that the monster slayers could only maintain their current intensity for a minute before their more fragile systems started to break down. The Sword Maidens instinctively knew this as well. They pushed even harder just so that they could occupy the attention of the dangerous beast even further. "Come on, you bastard, chomp me if you can." The angry beast fixated on the monster slayer that was running in front of its snout and prepared to leap forward yet again. However, just as the giant stone eater was about to catch the tempting swordsman Mech in its jaws, the machine piloted by Captain Gary had leapt first. Its greatsword glowed brighter than ever as it accumulated even more power into the tip of its blade. As one of the few old-school Sword Maiden veterans that had survived all the way up to the present day, Captain Gary was one of the few people who lived and fought alongside Commander Lydia. Unlike the many newer generation Sword Maidens, Captain Gary did not look up to Commander Lydia as a mythical leader. How could she treat her old commander like a god when she used to be her close friend and sister? Yet that did not mean that the name of Commander Lydia held no power in her mind. As her damaged but compelling monster slayer leapt higher in the air than before, Captain Gary thought about all of the times when she and her fellow Sword Maidens hoped to attain a better future. Now, many years had passed, and the present Sword Maidens had become incomparably stronger than before. Though Captain Gary felt a little sorry for herself for failing to live up to Commander Lydia's expectations, Cadiz and Venerable Deci had done more than enough to lead their surviving sisters into power and prosperity. Though the Sword Maidens of today had shed many of the vestiges of their past, their core remained as recognizable as ever. It was the continued preservation of the old traditions of the Sword Maidens that bestowed power to the original commander's name. Once Captain Gary's monster slayer started to get pulled down by the relatively lighter gravity of Cannon VI, she invoked the memory of Commander Lydia as her mech gripped its greatsword in a plunging stance. "This sword is for Lydia." From the moment the monster slayer landed on the surprised beast's back, its weapon released an energy blade that was actually narrower than the blade of the actual greatsword. That actually boosted the penetration power of this extraordinary stab, as all of its powerful energies had become much more focused than before. Under the strong guidance of Captain Gary's willpower, the empowered greatsword cut through the upper layers and bundles of strong back muscles with disturbing ease. No amount of earth energy reinforcement could retain any effect in the face of all of this cutting power. The greatsword continued to sink lower until it severed right through the monster's spine, though with much greater effort than before. By the time the long and thick blade could cut no further, the spine of the giant stone eater had just been severed in half. "You did it, Captain. The beast is collapsing. It has lost control over much of its body." Chapter 54, 91, Powerful Vitality. Everyone held their breaths as the monster slayer piloted by Captain Gary astonishingly landed on the back of the giant stone eater and plunged its greatsword straight through the center of the spine. The massive creature had stilled. All active forms of earth energy manipulation froze. Did the Larkinsons manage to fell the beast? Its legs are giving in. The beast is starting to collapse. Be careful and don't get affected by the crash. The crater rumbled as the considerable weight of the heavily injured giant stone eater collapsed onto its belly. All of its remaining limbs no longer moved anymore, as the damage inflicted by Captain Gary's final move proved to be too devastating. Though the volume of her final resonance-empowered attack was not great, the concentration of energies had become so high that her energy attack successfully managed to sever the hardy bones that made up the spine. A huge amount of critical nerves had been cut apart in a way that ruled out any way for the beast to regenerate the damage. The monster slayer that stood triumphantly on the monster's uneven back still managed to stay upright under this situation. The damaged and beaten Mech looked especially heroic in this unique moment. Though its physical condition had deteriorated by a considerable degree, its spirit shone like a sharpened blade that reflected glittering stars. This hard-fought victory clearly pushed Captain Gary and her monster slayer beyond their previous limits. They had never been able to pull off a move as strong as the one that landed the fatal blow onto the giant stone eater in the past. It was only now, when they challenged a mutated beast that was stronger and less easy to deal with, than before that they had successfully figured out a better way to combine their strengths. The burden of fulfilling a mission issued by the Patriarch, who observed this hunt from the start, made Captain Gary even more unwilling to back off during this fight. She had made numerous dangerous gambles during this fight, and she had somehow managed to prevail. If anything went wrong during the final minute, then there was a large chance that the giant stone eater would have wrecked her Mech with her inside of it as well. There were too many uncertain moments where she could have failed. The other Mech might have gotten caught by the devastating attacks of the giant stone eater. The empowered leap of the monster slayer may have fallen short of reaching the monster's back. She could have botched her adapted extraordinary sword technique, causing her monster slayer's greatsword to fail in severing the spine of the powerful mutated beast. Yet by concentrating her willpower further and combining it with the strength and sharpness of her partner Mech, their intimate pairing managed to produce a result that was far greater than anything they had managed to unleash in their past hunts. Everyone grew impressed by what the Sword Maiden captain had accomplished. Her feat was bound to become immortalized in the record of the Aucanon VI branch of the Larkinson clan. Captain Gary soon snapped out of her inexcusable moment of enlightenment. Though she reveled in her substantial boost in combat power, she had hunted down enough mutated beasts to know that defeating them was anything but simple. The annoying part about mutated beasts was that killing blows that worked for ordinary exobests might not have the same effect for their stronger counterparts. Shattering the heart of a mutated beast would not kill it outright when it had evolved a redundant heart. "Pay attention," she barked over the communication channel. "Stay sharp and get ready to finish this beast off if it makes any move. Cut off its remaining legs just to be sure. I would rather ruin its corpse entirely than to risk an accident in a misguided attempt to preserve its value." A less heavily damaged mutated beast carcass offered a lot more value to researchers and hunters who sought to absorb its power, but far too many hunters suffered accidents by misjudging the conditions of their supposed prey. Her hunting team all consisted of highly experienced Mech pilots, so none of them let down their guard. They all positioned their machines so that they could quickly inflict crippling damage if anything set off their triggers. In the meantime, the Mechs directed as much power to their sensor and scanning systems as possible. They needed to ascertain the physical state of the paralyzed and heavily injured giant stone eater in order to confirm that it had truly lost its ability to resist. More importantly than that, the Mechs also needed to be on the lookout for other powerful beasts that sought to ambush the hunting team just when it had completed an exhausting fight. Even though extremely powerful mutated beasts generally worked hard to deter other powerful beasts from invading their territories, who knew whether there were other monsters lurking in the shadows? A proper hunting team had to account for many what-ifs in order to survive on this planet in the long run. Fortunately, the sensors and scanners did not pick any concerning readings. The Sorara #390 hunting ground was sparse to begin with, and the giant stone eater offered no attraction to the few power beasts in the vicinity. As for the earth monster itself, the creature was constantly losing more and more strength. Its wounds were no longer regenerating as effectively as before. Liters of precious lifeblood spilled out of its many sword and puncture wounds and spilled onto the jagged and uneven ground. Even so, the vitality of this giant beast was so great that it was still far from dying. There was a considerable risk that it might develop a mutation that enabled it to regain control over its crippled body. This was why they needed to move quickly. The longer the delay, the greater the risk that the hunting team would get overturned. The remaining monster slayers performed the heavy and tedious work of amputating the remaining legs of the beast. It had way too many limbs, and each of them were difficult to separate because the monster slayers had to cut through a lot of tough bones. Still, the damaged mechs made steady progress as the giant stone eater appeared helpless to intervene due to its complete immobilization. The crystal lords assisted in this work by surgically cutting off the thick and heavy forearms with their focused slicer beams. In the meantime, the lone huntmaster remained on guard and held its spear in preparation to stab it straight through the eye of the beast. It was unnerving for the flagrant vandal pilot to stare through one of the giant reptilian eyeballs of the creature. The creature still possessed enough clarity to direct an intense degree of hostility towards the mech that stood right in front of its sizable head. "Ma'am, I suggest we finish it off sooner rather than later. This beast is giving me the creeps. Just give me the order, and I will drive my spear as deep into this monster's head as I can. You can also behead this beast if you want to keep your hunting trophy as whole as possible." "I understand your concerns, but it is not time yet to land the killing blow," Captain Gary replied. "Our patriarch has demanded that he be close at hand before we finish off our prey. Stay on guard and do not let the mech he is riding on come to any harm." After the hunting team completely severed the giant stone eater's limbs, a single auxiliary mech climbed over the edge of the crater and started to approach the collapsed beast. The Hymenoptera strode with slow but steady steps befitting its mech type. The closer it came to the beast, the more that Vess was able to feel the overflowing strength and savagery of this formidable beast. It had come so close to reaching the threshold of a calamity beast, but the giant stone eater ultimately fell short of transforming its very life essence. Vess briefly felt a little guilty for cutting off its life trajectory, but quickly set his conflicting emotions aside. Even if the Larkinson hunting team did not set out to hunt this beast, it would have perished eventually. With the Hunting Association in control over the entire planet, there was no way a newly evolved calamity beast could ever pose a threat to red humanity. At least Captain Gary and her fellow mech pilots gave the giant stone eater a worthy last stand. As the Hymenoptera stopped a few steps away from the huntmaster that stood, poised to land the killing blow, Vess was able to ascertain the condition of the powerful beast much better than before. Physically, the giant stone eater was losing blood at a much more rapid rate than before. Its blood actually held a lot of value, but there was no easy way to preserve it unless a hunting team brought specialized containers to catch these precious fluids. Spiritually, the mutated beast had become beset by pain, mindless fury, and trauma. The giant stone eater would like nothing more than to muster up its strength and lash out at the mechs that had brought its body down. But its crippled state inflicted so much pain that it had lost all of its control over the surrounding earth energies. The psychological state of this mutated beast is really poor. Vess frowned. He sensed that the giant stone eater harbored an overwhelming animosity towards the swordsman mechs, and the sword maidens in particular. The beast was just smart enough to discern that the giant metal machines were piloted by tiny humans. If the giant stone eater ever managed to recover, then it would never rest until it had completely crushed all of the monster slayers and mech pilots that had injured it to this extent. This was not good news to Vess. An angry, vindictive, and stubborn spirituality was much more difficult to tame. It was especially troublesome if the creature hated the Larkinson clan in particular. Vess knew better than to raise an obviously hostile spirituality. At least Titania had been old, calm and rational enough to get over her own death and start a new life as a design spirit, though it helped a lot that its spirituality had lost a lot of components by the time that Vess salvaged it from the astral beast's corpse. If Vess wanted to transform the giant stone eater into a helpful design spirit, then he would have to damage it to the point of losing its original personality. The only other way to make use of this valuable gain was to break it down into spiritual ingredients that could form the basis of an artificial design spirit. Right now, Vess preferred the latter solution as he could exert a lot of control over the outcome. "Prepare to kill the beast," he said as he remembered why he insisted on being here. "Make it as fast and clean as possible." The mechs that retained their combat effectiveness all moved in the right positions. In the meantime, Vess retrieved a special object that he had previously stashed in the corner of the cockpit. Vess smiled as he patted the large and heavy alloy box. He opened it up and retrieved a rough piece of ore that would serve as the container of the giant stone eater's spirituality. "Let's see if you are up to the task." This was one of the new pea-stones that he had managed to scrounge in one of the material markets of New Constantinople, Roman 8. It was not the same kind of hyper ore as the pea-stones that he had originally gathered in the Milky Way, but its spiritual properties were similar enough to be used in the same way. Once he confirmed that the new pea-stone was up to the task, he issued the decisive order. "Kill." Two of the monster slayers swung their glowing greatswords through the thick and heavy neck of the giant stone eater. They needed to chop at the beast several times in order to get through all of the flesh and bones. The huntmaster struck faster and jabbed its spear straight through the eye, causing the organ to burst and release all kinds of disgusting liquids. Vess grew sharper as he and Blinky got ready to harvest the powerful spirituality of this mutated beast. Chapter 5492, A New Unity. Vess could slowly feel the powerful vitality contained within the massive body of the giant stone eater draining at a rapid pace. As a mech designer who possessed a strong affinity towards life, he could easily sense that the massive creature's body was not able to sustain itself any longer. Though it would still take a long time for the enormous beast to suspend all of its biological process, its death had been sealed from the moment a pair of monster slayers cut off its head. Several minutes passed by as Vess and Blinky carefully harvested the dying spirituality of the giant stone eater and stuffed it into the pea-stone. This was a difficult and delicate process. While it was not that hard to harvest a few gains from the dying beast, the true challenge lay in preserving the integrity of the spirit as much as possible. There were numerous times where Blinky had to act forcefully in order to separate the spirit from the body. Soon enough, Vess grinned in satisfaction as his new pea-stone contained the spirituality of a very angry, confused, and disoriented mutated beast. The additional trauma to its soul had caused it to lose its awareness and rationality. It would probably take a few weeks for it to recover its wits and understand the reality of its new life as an intangible entity. Vess reminded himself that he, or one of his spirits, should keep an eye on this creature. Ordinary spiritualities salvaged from dying organisms had lost their physical roots. Back during the age of mechs, that meant that they would slowly die and dissipate in a low-energy environment. This time was different. A medium-energy environment might be able to provide enough support for the giant stone eater to recover and live out an independent existence. "I can't let you escape." He needed to devise a better means to store his salvaged spiritualities. Though Vess recognized the value of the giant stone eater in all kinds of earth and defense-based design applications, he was not able to use its spirituality to its full potential at this time. Vess had yet to study the earth element on a deeper level. He only possessed a shallow understanding of this E-energy attribute. He wanted to wait until he had made a lot more progress in comprehending the power of Earth before he utilized his new spiritual ingredients in the best possible fashion. At least I don't have to wait in order to delve deeper into the Earth element. One of the ways he could take advantage of the spirituality of the giant stone eater was to study it in its current form. The mutated beast had developed numerous inherent applications of manipulating Earth-attributed E-energy on its own. It had become particularly strong in several subcategories, such as drawing power from the soil, reinforcing the body to make it tougher, and physically manipulating rocks in order to form a thick layer of stone armor. If Vess was able to decipher these concepts well enough, he could potentially bestow his landbound Mechs with much greater strength than normal. Even if he did not excel in defense, he could work together with a defensive specialist such as Sarah Voikin and make their Mechs a lot tougher and more resilient than usual. Of course, none of this was easy to attain. Vess needed to put in a lot of work and utilize his new gains properly in order to produce superior results. Once Vess carefully set aside the filled pea stone, he returned his attention to the hunting team. The beast had just been slain, but that did not mean that everyone's work was over. The Crystal Lords all remained vigilant and on guard. They had already split up so that they could surround the edge of the crater from 3 different positions. They stood guard and watched out for any exobus that threatened to come closer. In the meantime, Captain Gary's monster slayer, along with another machine that was in reasonably good shape, had begun to process the carcass. The giant stone eater was too large and heavy to drag out of the hunting ground in its entirety. The best the hunting team could take from the corpse was the most remarkable organs and the hardest scales. The 2 swordsmen Mechs engaged in old-fashioned butchery. They hacked and slashed through the body of the decapitated beast and dug out any organs that looked more special than others. One of the hymenopteras assisted this process by carefully unfolding numerous freezer containers and quickly placing the organs inside. The other auxiliary Mech had begun to conduct more thorough field repairs on the damaged and crippled Mechs. The monster slayer that fell first no longer had to support its weight on a thick and awkward metal brace. It took quite a bit of time to remove the brace and install more suitable parts that restored partial control over the crippled limb. The partially restored Mech still hadn't regained its full mobility, but at least it would no longer slow everyone down as the hunting team made its way out of the hunting zone. Vess watched with fascination as the Mech pilot performed lots of simple and crude repairs in the field. Despite the Heavensorder Mech pilot's lack of expertise, this was not a hindrance, as many repair jobs could be completed by relying on automatic tools and step-by-step manuals. Sure, the quality of the restoration left anything to be desired, but it was fine so long as a Mech regained functionality in the middle of a dangerous hunting zone. Proper repairs could wait for later. The Mech still had to return to safety before they could be brought to a workshop. Vess actually felt tempted to take charge of the field repairs, but he refrained from doing so. The hunters needed all of the practice that they could get, and the conditions were so poor that he would not be able to make much of a difference in a short amount of time. He instead decided to pay more attention to the organ harvesting process. He found that even if none of the hunters systematically studied exobiology and anatomy, they still possessed keen judgment on which ones were more special and valuable than others. This was the kind of fieldcraft that the Mech pilots had acquired through repeated hunts. The Hunters Association also taught a lot of helpful information that was easy for hunters to digest. "Are you planning to eat or sacrifice the organs on the spot?" Vess respectfully asked. "No and yes," Captain Gary replied. "Eating the meat of our prey is an old sword maiden tradition. The Hunters Association did not introduce this custom. Many hunters had already done so for a long time. Sometimes they do not even bother to wait until they can process and filter out the junk inside the meat. Hunting was originally about filling your stomach, you know." "Eating exobust meat can be dangerous," Vess frowned. "That is true, but you can augment your stomach and digestion system to make it safer. Many of the avid hunters among the sword maidens had already done so. There is no greater pleasure than to eat the meat of the prey that you have hunted down with your own effort. Will you sacrifice the remainder of this carcass, according to the rituals described by the hunter's code? No, Captain Gary issued a stern reply. We have studied the hunter's code, but we do not entirely agree with everything. The sword maidens are not hunters. We are warriors, swordswomen, and soldiers. We would much rather fight the native aliens that are trying to destroy our clan than to hunt these beasts for the rest of our lives. I thought you sword maidens would have been more enthused about hunting. That is a misconception. While Venerable Deci and myself enjoy the hunt, we only love it for the occasional challenge it brings. We don't want to become stronger by obsessing ourselves over our diet and asking the huntsman for handouts. Keddy's told us that relying too much on this weird stuff will make it harder for people to become swordmasters and expert pilots. She is right, Captain, Vess approvingly said. Willpower can only grow if warriors insist on relying on their own strength to overcome their opponents. We do not despise hunters, but we would rather rely on our own means. We can exercise our swordsmanship and improve our skills much better than if we spend our time on conventional training. There are many lessons that we can only learn if we fight in the field. I could have never pulled off that last sword attack of mine if I did not push myself against such a powerful monster. The mention of her sword attack reminded Vess of his interest in the new combat approach of the sword maidens. I couldn't help but notice that you and your monster slayer have managed to cooperate much better than other pairings. You even managed to produce a slight amount of resonance comparable to that of expert candidates. It is still a work in progress. Swordmaster Keddy's has worked hard with other people to improve our swordsmanship. I am among the first sword maidens to have mastered her new methods and techniques to this point. It is not that complicated in theory, but you need to meet a lot of conditions in order to make it work. Am I correct? Yes, Keddy's mainly wants to strengthen her fellow sisters, so her work is entirely made for us. She knows exactly what we are capable of. In order to become as powerful as me, a Mech pilot must have strong willpower and pilot one of her swordsman Mechs. The pilot needs to become good at controlling the Mech. Only then can the pilot try to combine forces with the machine by using a powerful sword style as the means to bring them closer. This is the key to making it work. Mastering a special kind of swordsmanship and learning how to apply it with the body of a swordsman Mech ties everything together. I don't understand. How can excellent swordsmanship allow you to blur the line between you and your machine? You will have to ask Swordmaster Keddy's if you want to know the specifics. I don't understand much of this complicated stuff. I have every intention of doing so, but that will have to wait until later. Has Keddy's said anything more about her goals and ambitions in this new combat solution? Well, I think she once called this new state the unity of sword and machine. She thinks that if she can develop it further, it will make any of our swordsmen Mech strong by virtue of our skills. Unity of sword and machine. That was a bold description for a new form of synergy between a Mech and a Mech pilot. Vess was not certain whether this approach only applied to traditional swordsmanship, but that was not important. What mattered was that Vess had the sense that Keddy's was reinventing the wheel. The progenitors of Mechs devised a powerful new cultivation method that allowed for Mech pilots to evolve into god pilots step by step. This highly effective and successful cultivation paradigm enabled the rise of transcendent warriors and soldiers who were perfectly adapted to a low-energy environment. What Keddy's was doing was similar. She attempted to adapt traditional swordsmanship with Mechs in a way that maximized their synergies in a medium-energy environment. That last part was the most important factor. By taking advantage of the ability for living Mechs to interact with E-energy, Keddy's was actively able to leverage the power of heaven to amplify any form of swordsmanship. Vess suddenly widened his eyes. He had made a huge realization. The power of heaven. He couldn't help but think back on his former student's cozy relationship with the Heaven Sword. Keres must have definitely become contaminated by the exceptionally powerful Grandwork in the brief time she wielded it in battle. Perhaps this contact allowed her to get started in combining exotic radiation with traditional swordsmanship. Chapter 54-93, Another Hunt. The hunting team spent a short time processing the most attractive pieces of meat. Once a device had managed to extract all of the toxins and other dangerous traces from the flesh of the giant stone eater, the Mech pilots began to barbecue and eat their meals in shifts. Though every Mech pilot who took part in the hunt savored their hard-fought meals, they did not dare to waste too much time on this profound pleasure. Once it was time for the hunting team to turn around and make their way out of the Sorara Hash 390 hunting ground, Vess wondered what would happen to the rest of the massive beast carcass. There was still a huge amount of value contained within the partially butchered corpse. Its mutated biology had adapted to Earth energy so well that its tissue samples would definitely make a lot of biomech designers crazy. The carcass of the giant stone eater could provide so many research samples that any competent biotech researcher could devise a means to increase the toughness of a biomech. "We are not throwing it away," Captain Gary explained as she and her subordinates prepared to go back with the harvested body parts that they claimed for themselves. "We have already signed a contract with the Hunting Association to take care of the remainder of the beast body. They will gladly take it off our hands in exchange for money and other rewards. The workers who will swoop in and transport everything back to Tick City will even deliver the skull to our doorstep." The skull of the giant stone eater was a bit too big and heavy to carry all the way back. The Mechs might be able to carry it if the hunters really wanted to, but that would occupy too many of them, preventing them from responding to any fast-moving threats. It was much better to give up a substantial share of the profits and rely on the convenience of the Hunting Association to bring back the heavy goods. Vess couldn't help but applaud the Hunting Association for their profiteering ways. The new organization had inherited the penny-pinching ways of the Mechers. "I will be departing from your hunting team now that you have concluded your hunt," he announced to Captain Gary and the rest. "Our prey has fallen, but our journey has not yet ended, sir," the Sword Maiden officer corrected him. "A hunt is only truly complete when we manage to get back to civilization with our lives and Mechs intact." Vess shrugged his shoulders. "That may be the case, but I have made another arrangement with the Hunting Association. The shuttle that has been observing us from above will come down and pick me up so that it can bring me to another destination. You and your team will have to go back by yourselves. I believe this should be a considerable relief to you all, as you are no longer responsible for protecting me against dangerous threats." That took the Mech officer aback. "That is highly unusual, sir. The Hunting Association usually does not break its own rules." "Nothing is impossible, Captain. Even the officials of the Hunting Association can be persuaded to bend their own customs so long as it is worth it. I just made sure to give them a concession that is far too attractive for them to refuse." He did not elaborate any further. Though the two actually had a good time together, Vess needed to pursue his own priorities. He had already learned plenty of lessons from the hunting team today. Vess asked one more question before he left. "I am truly impressed at your performance today. I think a lot of Mech pilots would have been able to advance to the rank of expert candidate if they were thrust into the same situation. I do not mean to pry into your affairs, but is there anything hindering you from advancing to expert candidate? Under the current circumstances, it should have become easier for you to break through." Captain Gary became impassive. She did not look angry, but it was clear that this was a sensitive topic to the Sword Maiden. "I am not ready. Let us leave it at that. You may be my patriarch, but I would like to retain my privacy." "Very well," Vess respectfully replied. "Whatever is holding you back, I hope you can get past it and develop your potential as a Mech pilot and a swordswoman. Our dwarf galaxy is becoming more dangerous every year. Our clan needs all of the powerful Mech pilots it can get. While there are many talented people that will likely break through in droves over the next decade, we can never have enough high-ranking Mech pilots. If you think that this can become your calling, then I hope that you will step up and fight for our cause. You deserve to be more than a branch leader of a single second-class hunting preserve. Gary did not have much to say. The two bid goodbye to each other and went their separate ways. Minutes later, Vess entered the shuttle. He calmly took his seat while his children eagerly crowded around him. They all welcomed his return. "Hello again, cuties. Did you miss your father?" "That was so cool, Papa. The arrow gods are nothing compared to our sword maidens," Andrest eagerly babbled as she climbed on top of his lap. "The swordsmanship of those sword maidens are on another level. Their skills are all honed in battle, and their willpower must be really strong." "Will all of the sword maidens become as strong as the ones in the hunting team?" "I'm not sure. Kedis knows more about this. You should ask her instead." "I thought you were in charge of the clan. How can you not know?" "There is way too much stuff happening in the Larkinson clan. It is impossible for a single person to keep track of what a million Larkinsons are doing all of the time. Kedis is a journeyman Mech designer, so she can already handle her own affairs. She doesn't need a nosy person like me watching over her shoulders all of the time." "Where are we going now, Papa?" Aurelia asked. "Are we returning to the city?" "Not yet, my dear. I made a special with the Hunting Association last night. Did you know that I signed up for another hunt? I am not satisfied with taking down the giant stone eater. I have set my sights on another powerful beast as well." "Did you recall the Azure Tornado dragon that we saw yesterday? I want to try and see if I can harvest it as well." The shuttle had already begun to depart from the Sorara Hash 390 hunting ground. It had begun to make its way over the river delta that was part of the Mother Riva Hash 405 hunting ground. "Which hunting team will be doing the hunting this time? Is it another group of sword maidens, or did you hire another team?" "There is no hunting team." "This hunt will be much more special than before. In fact, it is the main reason why the Hunting Association has agreed to give me an exception." His meaning became clear when the shuttle finally arrived at the site where the Azure Tornado dragon resided. The shuttle still flew high enough in the air to avoid the notice of the powerful mutated beast. Just like last time, the Azure Tornado dragon leisurely kept its body half submerged within one of the tributaries of the massive river of the Chasseur continent. No Mechs were within sight. Many hunting teams that still had the courage to hunt in the Chasseur continent generally avoided proto-calamity beasts like the plague. This was not necessarily because they thought they were too weak to challenge a beast as powerful as the Azure Tornado dragon. They were afraid that their intelligence on such powerful beasts had already become outdated. If the powerful creatures had succeeded in undergoing a major evolution, then it would only take a slight amount of effort for the newly emerged calamity beasts to demolish entire hunting teams. In fact, no sane hunting team operating on Aachen VI would dare to challenge the Azure Tornado dragon. The risk that the creature had already evolved was too great. Only Vess knew better. His powerful senses could easily discern the true state of the Azure Tornado dragon, especially when its body was so big and massive. Once he confirmed that the Azure Tornado dragon had yet to undergo a qualitative promotion in life level, he became reassured. He did not have enough confidence in pulling off his plan if the air and water-aspected beast had gained too much strength. Vess stood up from his seat and walked towards the exit. President Oscar Terich of the Hunting Association already waited at the side. "I see now why you have earned so much infamy as a Mech designer," the older man spoke. "Only a madman such as you would insist on proceeding with this insane idea. Are you sure you wish to proceed? As confident as you may be in your ability to escape, we truly cannot afford to let a Tier 3 galactic citizen fall on this planet. Relax, I am stronger than I look. This is an appropriate challenge for me. Even if my actions do not conform to your rules, my willingness to face the Azure Tornado Dragon by myself should fall in line with at least some of the spirit of your hunting association. Besides, you won't be able to evaluate how well a human phase lord can contend against a powerful mutated beast. I am providing you with an opportunity to collect a lot of precious data. That may be true, but it is doubtful whether many other human phase lords will emerge. Face water is too scarce to support too many of them. This makes them irrelevant to our hunting association. Vess smiled back. He did not believe that at all. Besides, even if the hunting association held little interest in human phase lords, the Red Association was much different. This arrangement couldn't have been made without the approval of the Mechers. The Blue Jay fleet had initially been aghast that Vess wanted to throw himself at the Azure Tornado Dragon. It was only when Vess persuaded Jovi that this would be an excellent way to gather real combat data that he relented. Vess did not intend to fight like a pure phase lord, though. The Azure Tornado Dragon was way too slippery and cunning to defeat through simple means. He wanted to employ his full combat system, which meant that he needed to make use of his other advantages. Once he felt he was ready, he stripped away his smart uniform, exposing the nano suit that he wore underneath. This was the same nano suit he wore during his last test. It was not only an excellent means to cover himself up when he unfolded his true body, but it also helped with gathering a huge amount of highly precise data for the Mechers. The nanosuit also possessed limited defensive properties that could keep him alive long enough for the Blue Jay Fiat to come to the rescue. He could feel the stealthed first-class multipurpose Mechs hovering in multiple directions. If anything went wrong, the Mechs would swoop in and bail Vess out no matter what the hunting association thought. With that thought in mind, Vess threw aside all of his concerns and jumped out of the shuttle. As he quickly lost altitude, his body began to expand in size, causing his nanosuit to stretch, but never to the point of breaking apart. At the same time, his growing hand held a special artifact flute that miraculously kept up with the growth in scale. Soon enough, Vess the human phase lord had made an appearance once again. With his amazing new artifact in his hands, he surveyed the Azure Tornado Dragon and calculated his chances once again. His lips gradually curled into a smile. "Do you feel it, Ocean Caller? This will be my first tribute to you. Let us hunt down a dragon together." Chapter 94, The King of Air and Water. Vess arguably made a very stupid decision. He threw himself into a needless fight. Why should he go through all of this trouble to fight the infamous Azure Tornado Dragon by himself? He was a Mech designer, not a soldier. There was no need to prove his mettle in battle. Even if he managed to become a phase lord by accident, that did not necessarily mean he should make use of this gift. It was completely dispensable for him to develop his combat acumen when his primary job was to promote the growth of professional soldiers. For example, Vess had become quite impressed by the previous hunting team. Captain Gary and the rest of her top hunting team had developed their skills and capabilities as standard Mech pilots to the extreme. He was confident he could unlock or increase their potential in several different ways. From using the Transcendence glow to force their breakthroughs to designing custom masterwork Mechs, he could turn these seasoned but declining veterans into rising mainstays of the Larkinson clan. Yet instead of doing that, he donned the R-Ray's nano suit and fearlessly jumped outside his shuttle in order to confront the Azure Tornado Dragon in person. It sounded absolutely crazy, and he was pretty sure his wife would have done everything in her power to discourage him from going through with this plan. Yet it was exactly because Gloriana happened to be elsewhere that Vess took the chance to let loose his restraint and follow his whims. Vess had a side of himself that only reached its peak when he put himself in a difficult position. His blood ran hot, and his mind became more active than ever. Many more ideas filled his head, a few of which could potentially lead to amazing new insights that could substantially enrich his work. Vess decided to challenge the Azure Tornado, Dragon not because he wanted to beat his chest or satisfy his ego, but because he wanted to gather more data to further his research. His status as a Phase Lord was not the most important aspect about him in this fight. While it was handy to possess a strong and powerful body that could endure a lot of attacks, his actual plan was to challenge the Azure Tornado, Dragon as a Kai cultivator and an artifact cultivator. Vess wanted to compare his own ability to control the element of water with the powerful mutated beast's own inherent control of the same E-energy attribute. Compared to monotonously exploring and practicing the many facets of water on a boat, it was much better for him to spar against a powerful creature that had developed an amazing affinity and talent for this element. The more the Azure Tornado Dragon demonstrated its mastery over the water element to Vess, the more he could experience the greater potential over its uses. Each additional trick would add another clever application to his toolbox. This would enable him to utilize the water element a lot more thoroughly in his upcoming Mech designs. Besides, he was not just doing this for himself. His large eyes turned towards the flute that had grown to match his current scale. The replica of the ocean caller expressed a growing desire to dominate the adversary. Killing was in its nature, and nothing made it happier than to be used for its original purpose. Though Vess had made the decision to never let this artifact push him into behaving like the mistress of the oceans, he still had to take certain actions to manage his relationship with his flute. It would be too much of a waste for him to bury the potential of this high-level artifact. The best he could do was to satisfy the ocean callers every now and then. Vess vowed not to become its slave, but that did not mean he had to treat it as an object. He was still interested in developing a mutually beneficial relationship with the artifact. Just like how his Mech pilots built a deep and intimate synergistic bond with their living Mechs, Vess had hoped that he could turn the ocean caller into a powerful companion and partner. "Are you excited, ocean caller?" he asked in his exaggeratingly loud voice that he still needed to modulate. The ocean caller's artifact spirit was not developed enough to produce a more sophisticated response, but the runes overlapping its metallic exterior started to grow brighter than before. Vess' gigantic face smiled, as he could feel that it became easier for him to access the ocean caller's various powers. Though he only mastered a tiny fraction of the application of its 360 runes, it was incredibly helpful for him to obtain additional support. To be honest, he was not that confident that he could beat the Azure Tornado Dragon in its own game. Vess was a Mech designer whose domain largely comprised of life and Mechs. He could not make thorough use of either of these strengths during this fight. Despite these shortcomings, Vess was confident that his remaining abilities were enough to defeat this powerful beast. Even if he was wrong, it ultimately did not matter if he ended up getting beaten up by the angry reptilian beast. This was not a real hunt. One of the reasons why he possessed no fear was because the Blue Jay fleet guaranteed his survival. The Mechers might allow Vess to get beat up by the powerful mutated beast in order to teach him a painful lesson, but they would never allow a critical Tier 3 galactic citizen to perish in such a stupid occasion. Since this was the case, he might as well abuse this privilege and test his fighting capability against an opponent under a more controlled environment. It was better to figure this out today than when his true enemies ambushed his troops and forced him to defend his life in a real life-and-death battle. As his body kept plunging towards one of the tributaries of the large river delta of the Chasseur continent, the Azure Tornado Dragon suddenly whipped its massive head and gazed at the rapidly approaching giant humanoid figure. The power of air and water grew thicker around the beast as it interpreted the humanoid figure's approach as an aggressive challenge. The beast opened its toothed maw and uttered a powerful roar that instantly formed a small hurricane that blasted a lot of water into the air. Soon enough, Vess' surroundings became murkier as the clear skies became filled with a torrent of violent water streams. Vess instinctively activated his Celsus organ and formed a full spatial barrier. The whipping water streams failed to strike his nanosuit-covered body, though the forces were too weak to inflict any significant damage to his body. Splashing him with water was just the prelude to this fight. The real reason why the Azure Tornado Dragon summoned a hurricane was to take control over the environment. As Vess continued to fall, he could see the glint of cunning in the wild beast's eyes. The Azure Tornado Dragon's prior behavior suggested that it was one of the more intelligent and rational among the mutated beasts of this planet. Vess couldn't help but agree with this assessment now that he confronted the powerful creature directly. He stretched out his massive arm and pointed the artifact flute straight into the dragon's direction. "I challenge you, beast. Defeat me or die." There was no need for Vess to engage in any further discourse with a savage beast. As Vess was on the verge of crashing onto the marshy ground, he activated all of the face water that was coursing throughout his true body and concentrated at a very specific coordinate. A loud pop sounded through the air as his massive body suddenly disappeared from its place. An instant later, his gigantic body appeared just 20 or so meters on top of the Azure Tornado Dragon's lengthy body. Splash crack. His feet plunged through the shallow water and struck the side of the mutated beast's slippery body. The force of Vess' descent was so strong that several scales as well as a chunk of flesh got pulverized by one of his feet. Though Vess had tried to inflict a more serious blow by striking the center of the mutated beast's body, the Azure Tornado Dragon reacted quickly enough to push most of its body out of the way. As a beast with aquatic roots, it was most at home in a water environment. It had only evolved the ability to fly when it had mutated. This meant that Vess had just entered the Azure Tornado Dragon's home turf. This became clear pretty soon, as the water resistance arrested his downward motion and caused him to touch the bottom of the river. Suddenly, the water currents started to thicken and strengthen as the Azure Tornado Dragon took control over the surrounding area. The water pressure rose, making it harder and more strenuous for Vess to move his body. Vess had to overcome the increased water pressure in order to move around. Though his true body was physically strong enough to push against the increased forces, he could forget about moving around quickly. There was another problem with his current environment. How the hell was he supposed to play the ocean caller when there was only a thin pocket of air inside his spatial barrier? He smirked. It would be a joke if a high-level artifact that commanded the power of water could not be played in an aquatic environment. As the Azure Tornado Dragon swam in the distance and continually tried to make sense of its latest challenger, Vess calmly brought the flute to his lips and began to play it not by blowing the air with his mouth, but by directly channeling the air element. Though Vess had only gotten started with understanding the air element, he learned just enough to play the flute no matter the environment. His entire aura changed as the ocean caller began to demonstrate its power. The Azure Tornado Dragon exhibited obvious surprise as Vess usurped over the nearby water. The mutated beast still commanded most of the surrounding river water, but this was the first time the dragon encountered an opponent who successfully deprived a measure of its control. The creature momentarily looked surprised, but then became enraged. Nobody was allowed to usurp its territory. The Azure Tornado Dragon had long ago regarded itself as the sovereign of the rivers and skies. It had defeated many waves of those strange metal machines that came to challenge his right to rule over its territory. Each of them had either been beaten to the point where they could only run away in desperation, or got torn apart by its powerful tornadoes. The angry dragon surged forward and began to form a whirlpool that encompassed the weak sphere of water controlled by its humanoid adversary. The whirlpool started out weak, but under the persistent effort of the Azure Tornado Dragon, it began to gain in speed and power. Vess became more and more disoriented as he struggled to maintain his pocket of calm. It became increasingly more difficult to maintain his current water pocket when the surrounding currents constantly tried to make it spin around. When Vess attempted to move around, he found that he had already become fixed in place. The forces exerted by the whirlpool effectively kept him trapped in a spinning water cage. It also became a lot more difficult for him to observe the surrounding environment. The Azure Tornado Dragon inserted air into the whirlpool, causing its boundaries to become filled with blinding and disorienting bubbles. Any other beast or mech that became trapped in this empowered whirlpool would have likely turned into a trapped and cornered prey for the Azure Tornado Dragon. Though Vess knew he could teleport himself out of this difficult place, he wanted to try and see if he could get out by beating the dragon at its own game. The question was how he could make that happen. Chapter 54-95, Contesting the River. Vess underestimated the Azure Tornado Dragon. Its demonstrated powers suggested that it was good in creating wide-area destruction, but lacked the ability to channel its elemental powers in more focused attacks. This gave Vess the impression that the Azure Tornado Dragon simply hadn't developed any effective solutions in defeating singular powerful foes. After all, the vast majority of its challenges could only keep up with the Azure Tornado Dragon in the air or underwater, but not both. According to the records of the Hunting Association, the Azure Tornado Dragon had spent much of its life as a rapidly growing mutated beast by cleverly making use of its advantages. The creature was highly opportunistic and avoided direct confrontation when it could easily exploit the weaknesses of its adversaries. Vess expected the Azure Tornado Dragon to leap out of the river and fly into the air in order to take advantage of lack of flight capabilities, but the dragon instead chose to remain in the water. Just as how the Azure Tornado Dragon wanted to show its latest challenger that it was the undisputed master over water, Vess did not want to resort to his other means to escape the current trap. While he would not hesitate to teleport away if he could not break this trap by controlling the elements, Vess still believed he had a chance of beating the Azure Tornado Dragon at its own game. This was the main reason why he did not hesitate to challenge this powerful mutated beast. After all, the Ocean Caller had a lot of potential that he had yet to tap. This was the best possible occasion for him to find out what else he could do with his new relic. Vess began to play a tune that strangely penetrated through the water, without any distortion or interruption. He continually channeled the air element in a controlled fashion. All of the hours of practice over the past few weeks paid off, as he was able to play a relatively simple melody under turbulent circumstances. His concentration was excellent. He had worked under pressure and under threat many times in the past. A single overgrown reptile could not make his body shake. This contrasted sharply with how Captain Gary and her hunting team constantly feared the worst whenever they confronted the giant stone eater and many other beasts. It was in their nature to fear for their lives. They were all humans. They were too small and weak to defeat these powerful beasts by themselves. Their mechs partially made up for the enormous disparity, but it was not quite enough to succeed in every hunt. Any accident could ruin a hunt or lead to even worse consequences. Mechs might be able to give them the power to defeat a mutated beast, but victory never came easy. The Hunting Association set up so many rules in order to encourage hunters to never hunt prey that were far below their station. Danger was ever present in their lives so long as the hunting community continued to revere hunters that constantly pushed their limits. Vess still had no way of estimating the true strength of the Azure Tornado Dragon, but he did not feel it was powerful enough to pose a massive threat to him. The creature was well within his tolerance range. He began to change his melody, allowing him to play different notes that produced different effects on the water. It was a challenge for him to play the right notes in a pattern that sounded pleasing to his ears. During the weeks where he painstakingly experimented with the Ocean Caller, he found that playing a real melody always produced better results than playing random notes. The latter might allow him to active different functions with much greater precision and direction, but he always had the sense that he was manually flipping individual switches. The former weaved his notes together in a song that somehow tied all of the individual effects together in a more profound way. Music itself held power. There was a real purpose turning the ocean caller into a musical instrument. Vess certainly did not expect that he would dedicate so much of his precious time into becoming a musician. Though Vess was nowhere good enough as his oldest daughter, his frequent practice had advanced his understanding and appreciation of music by a considerable extent. While he had yet to find or develop his own personal style, he at least gained enough confidence to play a tune correctly. His fingers continued to press the right key pads at the right times. His massively enhanced learning speed enabled him to gain a level of fluency that would have taken his old self years to master. Vess did not play a tune so that he could serenade the azure tornado dragon. Instead, he leveraged the power of the ocean caller to weaken the mutated beast's control over the whirlpool. He was starting to make a difference. Vess tried his best to cooperate with the artifact flute. A number of runes associated with currents, whirlpools, and other related concepts started to glow a lot brighter. The more these runes exerted their power, the easier it became for Vess to calm the spinning currents. The azure tornado dragon had to exert increasingly more power just to get the whirlpool to spin a little faster. Vess was not as powerful as his adversary in his control over the water element, but his melody still enabled him to drastically reduce the power to the whirlpool to the point where he could move through it with considerable effort. His suited true body continually pushed against the strengthened water resistance and forcibly broke through the side of the weakened whirlpool. His sight became clearer. Vess grinned at the mutated beast that had moved a lot closer than before. "Take this." Vess abruptly switched to a more aggressive tune. The air energy under his command flowed faster through the holes of his flute as he channeled his intent to inflict severe harm onto the beast. One of the lessons that he had learned about the flute was that the songs had to match his intentions. The tempo, emotions, and other variables could all amplify or inhibit the final results. These variables are such a big difference that Vess realized that the ocean caller was not just centered around channeling the water element. It was actually an artifact that fused the power of music with the power of water to produce amazing synergies. Even though Vess did not mean to, he inadvertently learned that music held great power in terms of E-energy manipulation. On its own, music had the ability to influence or even mesmerize people. Only truly passionate and dedicated musicians could develop their powers to this extent. A part-timer like Vess simply did not have the time or interest to turn music into a weapon by itself. He was much more interested in how well it could enhance his power over other E-energy attributes. For example, when he started to play an aggressive song, his control over the surrounding water energies increased by over 50%, and he knew that this was far from the limit. If he became as good as a professional flutist, then it would not be out of the question for him to amplify his power by at least several times. However, the current amplification was enough for him to shape a few pockets of water into sharp spears that launched themselves towards the azure tornado dragon. The spears blurred through the waters and struck the surprised beast scales and did almost nothing. The scales dented a little bit, but they hadn't cracked or broken in the slightest. Vess still needed to work on that. His ability to concentrate water and turn it into a sharp blade was too poor. Then let's try this instead. He no longer wasted his time on powers that he lacked practice with, and instead began to play a simple tone that gradually became louder and more oppressive over time. The azure tornado dragon did not sit still. The powerful being taught Vess a lesson by channeling the same water spears and infusing them with water bubbles that propelled them forward like supercharged torpedoes. Bang, bang, bangs, bang. His spatial barrier shook multiple times as every water spear produced powerful physical impacts that also disturbed the surrounding water elements. Yet Vess did not cease his current actions. He put his trust in his ability to withstand the creature's attacks while continually building up his control over the surrounding waters. The flow of water in the river started to accelerate. Vess was situated upstream in relation to the Azure Tornado Dragon. This had been a deliberate choice on his part. He was able to borrow the power of the existing current and amplify it so that it began to flow faster. It made little difference at first. The mutated beast paid no attention to this small effect and began to pelt Vess with multiple different water attacks. Though Vess found it difficult to maintain his spatial barrier, while also making extensive use of his ocean collar, it started to get easier as he built up more and more momentum. Above the surface of the river, waves started to build up over time. They continually escalated in power and speed. As the Azure Tornado Dragon started to sense that something was amiss, the persistent actions from Vess had already caused the river to flow a lot faster down the river. Note after note pressed onto an invisible accelerator, causing the river to flow at such a rapid rate that the Azure Tornado Dragon actually started to get pushed back. While the mutated beast utilized its own power to wrestle back control over the river water, the creature found it increasingly more difficult to counteract the growing momentum of the flow. Though Vess' comprehension of water was not as good as that of his opponent, the epiphany he gained during his recent boat trip had substantially promoted his understanding of the concepts of waves and currents. Similar to the powerful ancient phase whale known as the tide caller, Vess was able to apply his power in a way that enabled him to build up progressively more powerful forces. Though this was not an entirely unfamiliar phenomenon to the Azure Tornado Dragon, he lacked the ability to stop the waves now that it had built up to this point. As the raging river became so violent that the dragon found it difficult to maintain its position, Vess amped up the volume and aggression of his tune. The water flowing around the dragon started to press into its body. It was as if a giant invisible water hand had gripped the Azure Tornado Dragon and started to squeeze. Though Vess' control over the water element was not powerful enough to inflict actual damage onto the beast, the pressure of this enormous hand slowly started to escalate as the growing river current seemed to feed into its power. It became harder and harder for Vess to maintain these processes. He was only able to keep this up because the ocean caller was providing him with a considerably more powerful boost than in the past. His actions had earned the approval of the young replica artifact. This gave Vess a greater rush. The positive feedback from the ocean caller encouraged him to leverage the water element even more. However, the Azure Tornado Dragon did not let Vess push itself back with impunity. The cunning beast changed its strategy and began to swim against the current. It did not attempt to wrestle control over all of the water. The current, while annoying, inflicted no direct harm on the beast. It merely hindered its advance, but the Azure Tornado Dragon counteracted this by forming a water tornado that stuck close to its body. Like an enormous turbine, the Azure Tornado Dragon utilized the rotating water to speed up its movements and arrive directly in front of Vess. Bang! The two entities collided against each other. Both of them got pushed back. The collision interrupted Vess' performance, causing him to quickly lose control over the powerful water currents. His spatial barrier also took a hard hit. However, the Azure Tornado Dragon did not feel so good at the moment. Its humanoid opponent was heavier and tougher than he looked, so its physical advantage was not as big as it appeared. That did not stop the dragon from continuing its plan to attack Vess with its body. The beast opened its powerful maw and released a wave of water and air that temporarily blinded Vess. A split second later, the Azure Tornado Dragon darted forward and clamped its powerful jaws onto Vess. The struggling spatial barrier barely managed to prevent the large beast from sinking its teeth into his flesh. Chapter 54, 96, An Unfair Comparison. The fight between Vess and the Azure Tornado Dragon turned a lot more physical. After the beast failed to bite Vess with its jaws, the larger creature continually utilized its enormous body to wear down his defenses. Though Ves Kelsis Organ had to work overtime to prevent the dragon from sinking its teeth into his flesh, he did not just float in the water and allow himself to get hit for free. The disruptive body slams and frightening bite attacks prevented him from playing his flute. His song ended, and his control over the surrounding water element had been taken away by the furious beast. The Azure Tornado Dragon might not understand the concept of music, but it clearly associated Ves' flute playing with his strong water manipulation abilities. This was why the creature aggressively attacked Ves up close. Ves personally discovered the weakness of relying on music to channel his powers. There was no way he could leverage the power of the ocean caller when he was being attacked like this. Perhaps a more competent music cultivator could continue to play a song under these difficult circumstances, but Ves did not excel in this aspect. Fine then, I will get physical as well if that is what you want. Ves changed the grip of his flute and held it like a baton. He had already tested the durability of the ocean caller many times and learned that it would take far more power to ever threaten its integrity. When the Azure Tornado Dragon made another pass at Ves, he swung back his arm and slammed his flute against the Azure Tornado Dragon's snout. The surrounding water shook from the painful roar released by the beast. Ves got slammed back from the collision, as his ability to move in the water was not good enough to evade the collision in time. His spatial barrier flickered in a worrisome manner, but he knew he had to go on the offensive if he wanted to postpone its collapse. Man and beast began to wrestle and circle around each other underwater. Initially, the beast held the advantage. Its body was larger and its control over water was stronger. As a true darling of water, the Azure Tornado Dragon's abilities did not weaken even when it was fully engaged in launching physical attacks. The powerful beast did not believe that this strange organic humanoid possessed the ability to overpower his body. However, Ves had his own strong points. He was admittedly unskilled in combat and completely made a fool of himself in his attempts to defend against the Azure Tornado Dragon. His true body was smaller. His ability to maneuver underwater was awful. He was not a real Kai cultivator, so his ability to control the surrounding water was too poor. Swinging around his flute like a club only bruised the massive beast at most. All of these disadvantages and more caused Ves to lose the initiative. He could only react and launch the occasional counterattack when the dragon swam close enough. Though he occasionally managed to break or dislodge a few scales with the swing of his flute, the Azure Tornado Dragon did not lose any of its powerful momentum. The creature firmly gained the upper hand. This became evident when the Azure Tornado Dragon slammed against Ves like a crashing starship. The collision was so powerful that Ves Kelsis Organ couldn't take it anymore. The spatial barrier shattered apart, exposing his suited body to the elements. The Azure Tornado Dragon clearly understood the significance of this change. Its beastly eyes conveyed an intense eagerness to pounce on Ves and tear his limbs to shreds. You think you can take me? Then come get IT. I am not afraid of you, lizard. Though Ves believed he had solved the problem of developing an overinflated sense of confidence, he couldn't help but express his contempt at the powerful beast. He still believed he could defeat the Azure Tornado Dragon. As if the monster understood the message, the dragon furiously charged straight at Ves. It even sped up its approach by forming a water turbine that propelled it even faster. Ves narrowed his eyes through the murky water. When the Azure Tornado Dragon was just about to pounce, Ves commanded his flute to grow in size, making it as long and thick as a spear. He quickly adjusted his grip until he directly pointed the ocean caller's tip at the rapidly approaching the Azure Tornado Dragon. The Azure Tornado Dragon's momentum was too great. It was impossible for the creature to halt or redirect his body in so little time. The water above the surface splashed as a powerful collision took place underneath. Two different kinds of blood mixed into the river water, as both Ves and his beast opponent had managed to strike serious blows against each other. Ves shook his head, as he noticed the closing holes of his nanosuit. The beast had not only bit through his suit, but also managed to break his skin. Fortunately, the monster's teeth had been unable to penetrate too deeply, which was exactly what he expected. Vest's body was akin to a hardy biomech. His flesh was not as easy to damage as it looked. The face water in his body had already reinforced his physique to a point where even mechs would find it challenging to wear down his defenses. Still, repeated attacks of this nature could most certainly put his life under threat. His ability to regenerate his body was not as good. An important factor that hindered his recovery was that he had lost a bit of blood, which happened to contain a bit of the face water that made him strong. Vest focused on his adversary. He had managed to deal a serious blow against the dragon. The mutated beast's maw leaked a copious amount of alien blood as the flute had managed to pierce a hole. Though the wounds were far from fatal, the Azure Tornado dragon became maddened by pain. The creature quickly directed its growing aggression towards Vest yet again. The beast only needed to move a short distance before it was able to launch another attack. The beast did not make any big moves this time. It simply utilized its long and heavy body to slam and bite against its enemy. Vest struggled to fend off the attacks. Turning his artifact flute into a makeshift spear did not help enough. It did not possess a sharp edge, so he wasn't able to cut or stab into the creature as effectively as he wished. He could only utilize it as a staff and inflict repeated blunt impacts against the Azure Tornado dragon. These staff swings only hurt the creature, but did not even make it bleed any further. It did not help that Vest not only fought in an unfavorable environment, but also had no systematic combat training in fighting with melee weapons. Let alone a sword, Vest did not know how to effectively utilize a staff as a weapon. What he was doing was completely ineffective against this kind of beast. Though he attempted to augment his attacks by leveraging water energy, the Azure Tornado dragon's control over it was so much better that Vest was like a child trying to show off in front of an adult. So this is it, huh? Playtime was over. Vest had tested his ability to utilize his flute in battle. He had also learned several new insights into whirlpools and other aspects of water by observing the Azure Tornado dragon in action. While he became disappointed that he was no longer able to prolong his studies into leveraging the water element, he needed to beat this overgrown lizard. Come. For whatever reason, the Azure Tornado dragon sensed a much greater threat from its current adversary than before. Even though Vest looked no different, the beast listened to its instincts and began to form a water corkscrew around itself that threatened to tear apart anything nearby. The infusion of air energy caused the whirlpool to become more violent and disorienting, but this did not seem to hinder Vest that much. Just as the furious beast attempted to bite the vulnerable body of its prey, Vest turned around and struck a powerful blow. Surprisingly enough, Vest did not swing around his flute anymore, but simply lashed out with his fist. Though the Azure Tornado dragon initially thought little of this move, the creature reared back in pain as the large humanoid fist not only managed to penetrate its scales and flesh, but also unleashed a forceful explosion that exacerbated this wound. The large beast had suffered its most serious injury, yet as the strange fist had truly damaged a considerable chunk of its flesh. Vest's eyes sharpened as he took advantage of this drastic turn. Instead of clumsily swimming forward, he activated the face water in his body yet again, causing his body to disappear from sight only to instantly appear above the creature's body. Vest tried a variation of his earlier attack and reached down with his hands in the form of a claw. The creature thrashed yet again as Vest's fingers tore through its body like it was being raked. Vest continued to pummel and ravage the beast with much greater effectiveness than before. Each time he struck the Azure Tornado dragon, the powerful worklaw energy cycle inside his body depleted a little further. Even though Vest felt a bit pained for expending this relatively scarce resource, he felt it was important to actively start making use of it. He had ignored its existence and potential for too long, and while he had good reason to do so in the past, the same circumstances no longer applied anymore. While the Azure Tornado Dragon managed to hit Vess back a few times, he simply took the hits and continued to punch or kick the powerful beast even more. There was a limit to how much the mutated beast could tolerate these blows. The dragon's fury had not abated, but the fear of getting hurt even more caused it to regain enough clarity to utilize its brain. The Azure Tornado Dragon abruptly backed off from the abnormal humanoid and swam straight towards the surface. The mutated beast did not stop its ascent at all. Once its long and scaled body leapt into the air, it continued to rise until it flew well above the river. The wings that previously stuck close to its body had unfolded and began to flap in order to turn it into a master of the skies. Vess dove up to the surface as well, but he did not possess the ability to fly like his opponent. The Azure Tornado Dragon was already beginning to shape its power over the elements to form his characteristic tornado. The blend of so much wind and air energy caused this powerful weather manifestation to gain the power to shred mechs and exobasts alike. Vess did not know how long he could last against its powerful forces, but he had no intention of subjecting himself to this tornado for long. "It's time to finish this," he declared. Vess began to accumulate several energies at once. A combination of work-law energy, E-energy, and spatial energy swirled around his body before he disappeared once more. Though the dragon had been on guard against Vess' teleportation trick, that did not prevent him from appearing right above its body. An empowered tornado quickly moved towards his location and threatened to toss him into the air, but it strangely weakened as soon as it got close to Vess. "Imro." Blinky made an appearance and devoured as many wind and air energies as possible. All of those energies that previously fell under control of the Azure Tornado Dragon fell straight into the companion spirit's imaginary universe. Even though Blinky's devouring rate had its limit, what he had done was already remarkable enough to cripple the Azure Tornado Dragon's signature ability. Taken by surprise, the stupid monster was unable to do more than undulate its body in the air. This was far from enough to prevent Vess from striking its body. Though Vess did not possess any flight abilities, he was still able to maneuver in the air in a limited fashion by bending the fabric of space around his body with the help of his Morocco's organ. By forming an invisible slide, Vess managed to control his falling trajectory just enough for him to unleash a powerful punch straight onto the creature's back. Boom! Vess had pumped more work-law energy into this attack than before, causing his fist to explode a significant chunk of the Azure Tornado Dragon's body. The damage was a lot more serious this time, as Vess had managed to break some of the creature's bones as its organs. A painful roar spread escaped the injured creature's throat as it started to lose altitude. Though Vess had exerted himself quite a bit, he did not intend to give the dragon a chance to recover and teleported, yet again, to give the dragon another work-law energy-empowered punch. Boom! 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 Though Vess' work-law energy reserves dropped at an alarming rate, each attack blew another chunk of flesh and bone from the creature's body. With Blinky continually breaking and absorbing any nearby energies harnessed by the Azure Tornado Dragon, the poor beast could not rely on its superior E-energy manipulation abilities to beat Vess back. By the time the creature's massive body crashed on the ground, the entire length of its body had become a broken and beaten mess. Vess felt rather mixed as he teleported on top of the heavily injured monster's head. If he had a choice, he would have preferred to defeat the Azure Tornado Dragon at its own game. Alas, that was not possible this time. Vess ultimately felt that he had cheated by utilizing his vastly superior capabilities. It is no wonder that phase lords are so revered in this dwarf galaxy. The fight probably would have been a lot more even if the Azure Tornado Dragon had evolved into a calamity beast, But alas, it fell one step short of this goal. Vess had ultimately gained a much better understanding of his direct combat power. While ordinary mechs and mech pilots had good reason to fear mutated beasts, Vess had already grown past the point where he needed to take them seriously. He hadn't even taken advantage of the fact that he could borrow the power of his design spirits. The human phase lord looked down at his enormous body. Have I grown this strong already? Chapter 54, 97, Self-Evaluation. Regardless of how he accomplished his victory, it became an established fact that he had defeated a powerful mutated beast by relying on himself. The only external tool he made use of was the ocean collar, and it hadn't even been necessary to employ it in the first place. If not for the fact that he wanted to test and exercise his water energy manipulation abilities, he could have ended the fight a lot sooner by powering up his attacks with work-law energy right from the start. Vess gained a much better understanding of his personal combat system from this actual fight. He lifted his fist and recalled the overflowing strength that he previously displayed. The various powers and abilities he employed were already powerful by themselves. The endowments of a phase lord boosted his defenses and mobility to a ridiculous height. Vess could directly compete against many mechs in this aspect. His defenses were as good as a quasi-first-class mech, though they were still short of matching the performance of a genuine first-class multipurpose mech. He had been lucky that the Azure Tornado Dragon grew up on a planet without significant deposits of face water. If the mutated beast was able to make use of transphasic attack methods, then Vess would have suffered a lot more injuries during this fight. His short-range mobility was incredibly good due to his ability to quickly and precisely teleport across modest distances. However, he was still unable to traverse longer distances unless he equipped himself with a modular flight system or other external tool. He knew that he would eventually be able to mitigate this problem as long as he advanced his phase lord cultivation and implanted a specialized organic warp drive organ in his true body. His offensive means were a mess, to be honest. His water manipulation capabilities with the ocean collar was not great when employed against a single powerhouse. Vess lacked enough practice and comprehension to launch pressurized jets at his opponents. However, he was much more confident in wiping out swarms of weaker opponents. The artifact flute excelled at building up massive waves of destruction as long as he was allowed to build up his attack. Vess was not satisfied with his armed and unarmed combat techniques. He knew that any serious mech pilot or infantry soldier probably regarded him as a clown for fighting like an untrained amateur. While Vess had spent enough time among all kinds of soldiers to roughly gauge how skilled they were, he lacked the training to execute all of those powerful and efficient moves himself. Blinky actually helped quite a lot in this fight. Though he was just about to complete the second stage of his imaginary universe method, his internal universe could accommodate a huge amount of E-energy, far more than the Azure Tornado Dragon was able to harness in a whole day. One of the reasons why Vess originally added energy-devouring capabilities to his crucial companion spirit was because he wanted to turn the Star Cat into a nemesis of all Kai cultivators. How great would it be to confront a powerful Kai cultivator in battle, only for Blinky to step forward and suck away all of the fancy spells and techniques employed by the enemy. The fight against the Azure Tornado Dragon had been an opportunity for him to test this concept. While the mutated beast could technically be classified as a natural cultivator, its ability to manipulate water energy had become sophisticated enough to turn this into a good representation of an actual fight against a Kai cultivator. Unfortunately, Vess was not satisfied with Blinky's performance. The capacity of the Blinkhiverse was expanding with every second that passed. Vess could stuff so much messy energies inside of it without needing to worry about causing it to burst for a very long time. The real issue was that the throughput was too low. It's like trying to empty the fuel tanks of a battleship with a tiny straw. The size of that straw had not grown as quickly as everything else. What was the point of developing a huge internal universe that could potentially become as large as the physical universe, when the channel connecting the two only amounted to a small gate? If Vess wanted to turn Blinky into a much more useful asset, then he had to find a way to massively boost the companion spirit's throughput. This is a shortcoming of his current cultivation method, Vess concluded. When he originally devised the imaginary universe method, he paid far more attention to the properties of the Blinkiverse itself. This came at the cost of neglecting the importance of increasing Blinky's energy absorption speed. He wondered whether his mother already noticed this flaw, but deliberately left it unaddressed in order to teach him a lesson when she improved his cultivation method. That is definitely the case. He needed to fix this problem one way or another. Though Blinky's devouring rate had grown at a slow and steady rate as the companion spirit continued to age, this pattern was far too slow for his liking. Blinky's devouring rate had to be at least 10 times higher in order to deprive the Azure Tornado Dragon of its powers. Vess had been hoping to rely on Blinky to rob the mutated beast of all of its air energy. This would cause the dragon to lose the ability to amplify its lift force when it flapped its wings. There was no way the creature could remain aloft under those circumstances. At least Vess became aware of this shortcoming early enough. There was plenty of time for him to remedy this issue. In the end, Vess had to fall back on his worklaw energy to finish this fight. Though Vess had only channeled this special energy type for less than a minute, he had depleted a huge amount of it. This was evident from how extensively the worklaw energy cycle inside his body had shrunk from his previous expenditures. The cycle maintained by his oversized Jutland organ became a lot more lethargic. Vess even had the suspicion that it would have collapsed entirely if he continued to drain this high-end energy for another minute. Vess carefully inspected the state of his Jutland organ. It was already working hard to replenish the lost worklaw energy, but try as it might, its production rate was incredibly low. It took a bit of time for Vess to quantify the state of his worklaw energy reserves. He needed to develop a specialized meter in order to record this stuff properly, but that was far too low on the priority list for him to work on anytime soon. If his judgment was correct, his worklaw energy reserves had dipped to around 38%. He estimated that his Jutland organ could restore around 9% of his total capacity per standard week. Great, IT will take 7 weeks before I am full again. That was a huge amount of time. Vess could not escape the reality that he needed to treat his worklaw energy as a trump card. It was not feasible for him to make use of its power on a continuous basis. He furrowed his brows. His Jutland organ had improved by a huge extent since he became a phase lord. It had sublimated along with the rest of his body when he endured the lightning baptisms, but it had not gone through any qualitative transformations. That was another obvious shortcoming. Vess always had the suspicion that worklaw energy had incredible potential. The reason why he never explored it in depth was because it was too unfamiliar to him. It had too little in common with E-energy and other phenomena that he was familiar with. This left him in a helpless position. The only way he could think of that could help him understand the properties of worklaw energy was to borrow the knowledge from people who encountered it in the past. There were only a handful of notable groups in the Red Ocean who seriously fought against the mighty Alshur race that wielded this powerful energy. Vess needed to conduct a serious trade with the Red Two, or the first-rate colonial superstates, in order to get his hands on this precious knowledge. From what he had learned so far, the study of worklaw energy was so high-level that it was impossible to obtain it by paying a lot of money or MTA merits. Vess had to be prepared to make serious concessions in order to learn the truth about worklaw energy. He did not know whether it was worthwhile for him to do so at the moment. Though he did not dispute its power, Vess still remained in a position where it was not necessary for him to beat his opponents in person. So long as the Blue Jay fleet and the forces of the Larkinson clan remained at his disposal, there was no need for him to take action in person. He had rarely made use of his work law energy in all of the years it had circulated in his body. Only in rare cases was he forced to tap into it, but his clan had grown so strong that it was unlikely that there shouldn't be any pressing need for him to employ this trump card in the future. He decided to set aside this matter for later. He still had to finish this fight. Vess' formidable true body stood in front of the heavily injured body of the Azure Tornado Dragon. The previously majestic winged lizard looked incredibly beat up at the moment. Multiple powerful work law energy-infused attacks had pulverized or torn away huge chunks of the creature's flesh and bone. Unlike the giant stone eater, the Azure Tornado Dragon did not excel at defense. Its body only gained a modest boost in resilience when the mutated beast reinforced its body with water energy. In fact, the Azure Tornado Dragon had deliberately focused much of its mutation efforts into mastering the power of air. The stupid dragon became so obsessed with flying that it had tried to lighten its body and make it more flight-worthy. Vess actually did not think this was a bad idea, but it was a pity that the Azure Tornado Dragon lived on a planet that had already been conquered by red humanity. He didn't know whether the creature was smart enough to understand its own mistakes. It looked awfully pained to the point where it released ugly noises from its mangled throat. Vess gently stepped forward and placed his palm onto the creature's head. "You fought well, dragon. I am sorry for what I am about to do, but my ocean caller hungers for your soul." It had been shaking in his hand the entire time. The artifact flute showed much more liveliness than before. Its urge to absorb the Azure Tornado Dragon became so strong that Vess had the illusion that it would fly from his grip if he continued to prolong this moment. Vess did not dare to waste any further. He quickly studied the fallen dragon and decided to kill it by crushing its heart. One of his previous attacks had opened a gap that exposed this important organ. It would be a waste to kill the mutated beast by breaking open its skull. Vess wanted to preserve its head and turn it into a trophy if possible. Vess employed a considerable amount of force to stab his oversized artifact flute through the heart and a few other important-looking organs before the Azure Tornado Dragon lost its vitality at a rapid rate. He quickly moved back to the head and pressed the ocean collar against the creature's skull. Soon enough, the flute produced a powerful suction force. The entire spirituality of the Azure Tornado Dragon quickly left its original body and disappeared inside the artifact in an instant. The ocean collar started to heat it. Several runes associated with the concepts that the Azure Tornado Dragon happened to be familiar with started to glow brighter than the other ones. Chapter 5498, Instant Feedback. The feedback from the ocean collar was clear and obvious. The artifact flute not only exuded greater strength and activity when it absorbed the spirituality of the Azure Tornado Dragon, but also began to show greater activity in a handful of its runes. The ones associated with currents, bubbles, whirlpools, pressure, and a couple of other concepts lit up as if Vess had just leveled them up in a manner of speaking. Vess was quite impressed at how the high-level artifact conveyed the benefits of absorbing the mutated beast's spirituality in a direct and transparent manner. He had been afraid that such an archaic and outdated relic would deliberately act mysteriously and play games with him. That was not the case, as the ocean collar clearly conveyed the outcome of this absorption. Of course, that also caused Vess to become a little more concerned about the implications. The ocean collar presented a clear reward scheme to Vess. The more water-based spiritualities he sacrificed to the artifact flute, the more he would unlock its latent power. Vess could not imagine how powerful the ocean collar could become if he fed 100 spirits to the flute. However, there were probably diminishing returns to this process. Vess would have to pursue stronger and more dangerous water-based spirits in order to keep up with the growing demands of his artifact. This seemed like a trap. If Vess continued to obsess over powering up his artifact, he would make lots of enemies just to boost the growth of an external object. Though Vess did not think it was a big deal to satisfy the ocean caller's cravings every now and then, there was no pressing need to speed up its growth. His comprehension of the water element was not advanced enough to demand an expansion of his artifact. The flute slowly settled down after it had absorbed the azure tornado dragon's soul. The extraction had been total. The giant beast's massive corpse had been completely drained of anything spiritual. This completely denied Vess the option to harvest any useful spiritual ingredients from this kill. A pity. Vess wondered if he should have carved out a spiritual fragment from the azure tornado dragon before he let his artifact flute have its way. That might not have been a good idea. The ocean caller would definitely notice and grow, upset that Vess had compromised its first meal. Now that the fight was over, Vess folded up his true body. His enormous body visibly shrunk in size. The ocean caller did likewise and became smaller as well. Though his nanosuit had suffered considerable damage during the fight, there were still plenty of intact nanites left to retain its functionality. Nothing glitched out as the suit perfectly matched Vess' change in scale. By the time Vess had returned to his human size, the shuttle that had previously observed the eye-opening battle from above had descended from the skies and landed a short distance away. Once the hatch opened up, the children and the cats eagerly ran across the marshy ground and embraced their father. Andrast expressed her enthusiasm first, just as expected. "You were so awesome, Papa. Why didn't you tell me you could do all of that? You fought like a Mech. Did you become a phase lord? Teach me how to become one as well." Vess grinned and ruffled his daughter's hair. "This is a rather complicated topic. There is no need for you to get involved in messy stuff like this. Becoming a Mech pilot or a swordmaster are better ways to pursue strength. Have you not forgotten how those ancient phase whales completely got beat up by a bunch of god Mechs?" "Oh, you are right. Are you hurt, Papa?" Aurelia asked in a more concerned tone as she and Mana both inspected Vess in different ways. "When we watched your duel against this dragon, we saw that it managed to inflict multiple wounds on you. Do you need to go to the hospital?" "I am okay, dear. These are just flesh wounds. Phase lords are particularly good at recovering from them. So long as my enemies are unable to damage my internal organs, I will be fine. The only thing I am concerned about is whether I need to replenish the face water that has spilled out of my body." According to his own senses, the concentration of face water in his body had dropped. While he was able to replenish his lost blood cells, the same did not apply to the small amount of face water in his bloodstream. Vess did not possess his own face water production system, so it made sense that he could not rely on his body to regenerate this substance. The lightning tribulations manipulated by the heavenly authority of the Red Ocean might have given him a few freebies, but he could not rely on it to replenish his shortfall. This was not a big deal at the moment. His true body was not that large compared to more developed phase lords. He loosely estimated that he had lost 20 to 40 liters of blood during the brief fight. Only 1.4% of that consisted of face water, so he could just draw a cup of face water from the vault of eternity to bring him back up to capacity. What he was concerned about was how much more face water he would have to use to replenish his depleted blood in the future. For example, if he ever grew as big as a destroyer or a cruiser, the quantity of blood running through his veins could fill many swimming pools. If just a fraction of that blood spilled out of his body, Vess would still have to absorb 100 liters of face water or more to make up for the massive loss. This was an incredibly uneconomical consequence and deterred Vess from thinking about abusing his phase lord cultivation anytime soon. Face water was too scarce for him to waste on frivolous fights. While his daughters expressed a lot of concern towards their father, his son became more fascinated by the giant beast corpse. The bloodied and mangled carcass was anything but pleasant to see up close. Its huge size still exerted a degree of coercion that was difficult for tiny humans to bear. Its many injuries, along with other factors, caused the massive body to release an awful smell. If not for the fact that the breathing masks filtered out much of these stinky particles, Marvane would never have the guts to step closer to the dead creature. Wow, it used to be so powerful, but now it is dead. Meow meow. Lucky flew in front of Marvane and gently pushed the boy back. Just because the Azure Tornado Dragon was dead did not mean that it had become harmless. As Vess continued to satisfy the curiosity of his children, President Oscar Terich slowly approached with a concerned expression. "What is the matter, Oscar? Did my performance let you down?" The highly experienced hunting veteran twitched his lips. "You fought as well as you could as a non-combatant. It is unfair for us to apply the same standards that we use to judge professionals. It is still a good idea for you to complete a beginner's course on unarmed fighting techniques. Your punches are terrible. A professional fighter would have been able to split this mutated beast in half if he wielded the same powers as you. Proper technique can make an enormous difference." "I will consider it," Vess replied in a non-committal tone. "I am eager to return to civilization or whatever semblance this planet can offer. Can I rely on your organization to chop off its head and convert it into a hunting trophy? I think I deserve at least that much." While this hunt did not comply with the rules of the Hunting Association, President Terich gained so much from observing Vess in action that he responded with a simple nod. "Granted, you will have your trophy, though I must mention that our association will not register it as proof of a valid hunt." "That is fair." Vess had grown past the point where he needed to embellish his reputation with hunting trophies. It did not matter at all that he was unable to add another accomplishment to his record. He just wanted to preserve the head of the Azure Tornado Dragon in order to decorate his office. "Would you like to preserve the appearance of the head in its healthy form, or are you satisfied with receiving a naked skull? Keep the meat on the bones if possible. I think it will look more ferocious and lifelike that way. Normally, we charge a large sum of money to provide you with this extra service, but we shall waive it for you. The process will take time to complete. We can ship it to a destination of your choosing once it is done. I can promise you that you will be satisfied with the quality of our work." Vess and the branch president continued to discuss various issues as they returned to the shuttle. Once the vehicle flew back to Tick City, he and his excited kids enjoyed a big meal before they returned to their hotel suite. The fight had drained Vess in multiple ways, so he was not in the mood to go on any further tours. The kids did not mind this at all. They eagerly rewatched the footage of the various fights and commented on them with great enthusiasm. They especially grew impressed by seeing their own father fight a ferocious dragon-like beast. How many children could boast of having a parent as strong as Vess? Time passed by. Nothing noteworthy happened during the remainder of the vacation. Though Vess took his children on another hunt in the Melrose continent, the novelty of this activity started to wear off. His children had already been desensitized to an extent. It was only during the final day of their stay that had greater significance. Fireworks blasted in the skies of Tick City as the hunters and visitors spontaneously celebrated a new holiday. It has been a year since the blasted phase Wales teleported us next to Messier 87. That is another year that I have spent away from my wife back in my old galaxy. I truly miss her. Is she still waiting for the chance that I can return? If you ask me, I am glad we got rid of the old galaxy. There were too many old fossils over there who kept humanity locked in the past. Now that we have entered a new place, we have changed far beyond my wildest dreams. This is paradise as far as I am concerned. A lot of people wandered the streets while sharing their opinions about the event that had profoundly altered the course of their lives. Vess understood many of their arguments. He shared all of their sentiments, and that made him feel conflicted. The Great Severing had done him a lot of good, but it had also endangered the red humans who suddenly became outnumbered and isolated. "Do you miss the old galaxy, Papa?" Aurelia asked as she saw that her father was not as happy as the rest. "I don't miss it," Vess quickly replied as he bent down to kiss his daughter's cheek. I already have everyone I need over here. I have you, your siblings, my wife, my clan, and many wonderful friends. So long as each of you are here, I would never dream of going back. The Red Ocean is our home now. It might not be perfect, but it is the only place we have now. So long as you are happy, I am happy. I love you, Papa. I love you too, Aurelia. To be honest, the real reason why Vess did not yearn to go back to the Milky Way was because he hadn't fully left Old Haunt. With Veronica lurking in the Nixian Gap, Vess would always retain a connection to his home galaxy. Chapter 54-99, Nice Head. His vacation finally came to an end after the impromptu celebration. Vess knew he would miss this planet. Its large variety of exobests and mutated beasts held a lot of use to him. Whether he wanted to harvest their powerful biotissue or collect their valuable spiritualities, he could advance many different projects if he wanted. Though Vess had numerous reasons to extend his stay on Aachen VI, his duties beckoned him to leave. It was with more than a bit of reluctance that Vess, his children and his cats bid farewell to President Oscar Terrich and the clansmen assigned to the local branch of the Larkinson clan. Soon enough, Vess and his group teleported back to the Tarask. The Blue Jay fleet promptly resumed its trek to the Bordel system that was situated in the Torald Middle Zone. The journey should not take long. Soon enough, Vess would enter a busy port system, and one that had militarized to an astonishing degree over the last year. Vess was bound to get surrounded by a lot of people again. He could say goodbye to the tranquility that he managed to enjoy during his vacation. "Welcome back, Vess," Jovi greeted as Vess entered the design lab. "You have been much more active than we expected during your stay on Aachen VI." Jovi had access to an excellent design lab. It held a lot of high-end lab equipment that performed functions that Vess could barely figure out. Several of them were active, and in the process of conducting automated experiments and examinations on quantum particles. Vess little idea how Jovi's design philosophy worked, but it most definitely had a strong relationship with quantum mechanics. Perhaps one day he would understand more. That would be a time where he could fully collaborate with Jovi on a first-class multi-purpose Mech design. Vess still needed to earn his qualifications before he could embark on such an ambitious project. "Did you enjoy the show from up here?" Vess casually asked as he leaned against a desk and crossed his arms. "The footage and data of your battle has been enlightening," Jovi frankly admitted as he set aside his current Mech design. "Regrettably, this fight primarily highlights how much of an anomaly you are. We have not learned all that much on how more typical human phase lords are able to handle themselves in an actual battle. Not only do you lack proper combat training to make good use of your powerful physical gifts, you have employed too many other abilities to give us a straightforward impression of how human phase lords are able to fight by themselves." Vess rolled his eyes. "Do you think I can subdue the Azure Tornado Dragon by relying on my phase lord gifts alone? Keep dreaming. Besides, I bet that most of the candidates who will eventually become a phase lord will consist of old Mech designers and other geezers who are appreciated for their brains rather than their brawn. Teaching them how to wrestle a phase whale in battle should be the least of their concerns." His Mecher friend did not respond to that wild guess. "Regardless, I hope you are satisfied with your stunt. The Mechs of our fleet had been close to intervening at several points during your fight. You can make our jobs much easier if you refrain from putting your life on the line. Even if the mutated beast was not strong enough to pose a serious threat to you, there is always the possibility that other enemies may be lurking in the vicinity. It is the threats that we are not aware of that truly merits our concern. We have recently received an intelligence brief that your bounty has increased." "What bounty?" "The native aliens have increased the price on your head," Jovi explained. "Due to the treacherous actions of the Cosmopolitan movement, the Red Cabal along with many other powerful alien groups have developed a better understanding of our society. They are able to interpret our language, understand our origin, become familiar with our culture, and master many of our own technologies. One of the many lessons that the aliens have learned about us is that each high-tier galactic citizen is of immense strategic value to our civilization. So they have begun to target our exclusive club. Is that what you are saying? This was bound to happen sooner or later, Jovi. That is true, but your risk is greater than that of others. Vess. Every other Tier 3 galactic citizen aside from you are either centuries-old master Mech designers that belong to established organizations, strong senior ace pilots who can defeat most alien warfleets by themselves, highly influential statesmen who live in the well-protected centers of power of various states, and so on. They rarely have a need to require the protection of our escort forces because they are more than capable of handling this issue themselves. Vess grimaced a bit. And I am different because I grew too quickly. My clan hasn't caught up to my own rapid rise. There is no reason for you to be afraid that you will be beset by assassinations as soon as you step outside of the Tarask. Our Blue Jay fleet is well equipped to deter or contain most threats. Combined with the fact that you are hundreds of times harder to kill than you appear, we truly do not think that the alien bounty poses an acute threat to your life. I can hear a but coming. Jovi leaned forward and stared at Vess with concern. No one is invincible. Your protection detail may be considerable, but as long as you are reasonably within reach of the aliens. It becomes tempting for the native aliens to form a huge incursion fleet and force their way through in an attempt to bombard your coordinates with dozens of transphasic weapons of mass destruction. No matter whether you are a phase lord or not, even you cannot survive a direct hit from the main cannon of a native alien battleship. That was very much true. Vess needed to advance his phase lord cultivation a lot more if he wanted to have any hope of surviving such a hit. What he needed to do instead was to teleport away from the danger zone as quickly as possible. It was much more sensible for him to avoid a powerful killing strike than to stupidly rely on his own defenses. Vess picked up Jovi's underlying message. The closer he traveled to the front lines, the easier it became for the native aliens to dispatch a secret strike force and sneak into his location. Both the Bordel system and the new Constantinople system were situated fairly close to the border. The former was a little closer and more vulnerable to alien incursions. This also turned it into an excellent staging point and a logistical center for all of the would-be new elites who sought to earn war merits in the Middle Zone. I would think that if the Red Association knows that I have become a much more tempting target to the native aliens, you would reinforce my protection detail. Jovi smiled. I have good news on that front. You will indeed receive additional protection. The Bordel system already hosts a sizable garrison of our association. We can redirect them from their regular duties to function as your exclusive guards during your stay over there. No matter whether the native aliens choose to attack you covertly or launch a surprise invasion that is intended to break through all obstacles by force, our forces will not let the aliens succeed. While that sounded reassuring, Vess knew better than to believe the Mechers could never do wrong. He reminded himself that he should set up his own security arrangements. He could not leave everything to the Mechers and assume that they would account for every possibility. Thank you for the extra help. It is no problem. You are one of us, Vess. We would never abandon you. That said, you can significantly decrease our stress levels if you choose to relocate to a complete secure star system such as Violet or Bridgehead 1. I think it is particularly useful if you visit the latter. Ever since work on transforming the Greater Beyonder Gate has started, a large number of research institutions and industrial companies have flocked to it. It has become the greatest paradise of Mech design and many fields of research in human-occupied space. That certainly sounded interesting to Vess. Once my product reveal is over, I intend to return to New Constantinople Roman 8 and settle for a time. I will think about going on a holiday to Bridgehead 1 if it has become such an excellent place, but it might take a year before I am ready to do so. Right now, I do not think I am able to conduct too many exchanges with the professionals over there. I need to build up my war chest first. Understandable. Your relocation is not too urgent at the moment. I will inform you if the situation changes. That would only happen if the native aliens launched a surprise offensive that caused the current front lines to collapse or get pushed back. Nothing of the sort had happened so far. The native aliens were still as slow as ever with mobilizing their greater war-making potential. By the way, you said that the Red Cabal put a bounty on my head. How much is it? Am I valuable? Jovi's expression remained serious. The Red Cabal has set a general valuation of bounties based on tiers of galactic citizenship. It can be redeemed by both humans and aliens so long as they can prove they have done the deed. What? Vess straightened his back a bit. Are humans actually able to get a reward despite belonging on the enemy side? You heard that right. The Red Cabal has gone through great lengths to reassure that humans will be treated with utmost respect if they come and claim a bounty. The aliens even promise that they will maintain full anonymity, though I seriously doubt this claim. I am sure you can imagine how much more dangerous our society has become when the aliens have instituted this new bounty program. Although it seemed unlikely, there was a chance that greedy humans would actually become tempted enough to assassinate key human leaders in order to earn a treat from the aliens they were supposed to fight. So how much, Jovi? I am getting there, Vess. The head of an average Tier 5 galactic citizen is worth 228 kilograms of face water. The head of an average Tier 4 galactic citizen is worth 865 kilograms of face water. The rewards become much more interesting at this point. How so? Vess asked. This is because the Red Cabal directly promises to turn a person into a phase lord. The phase whales over there even claim that they can do so perfectly, which means that the risk of death is 0. We have many reasons to question this boast, but I am afraid that many other people will just believe this at face value. Aside from that, the Red Cabal has also promised to bring the lucky trader under the wings of one of its many respected phase whales in order to learn the tricks of the trade. That is outrageous. The Red Cabal practically wants to kill off our best people while poaching anyone that has proven their killing ability. If the new bounty program truly picked up steam, then Red Humanity's society would undoubtedly undergo a lot more upheaval. At the very least, the upper echelon would never be able to cooperate as closely with each other than before. What an effective conspiracy. The mistrust it generated was far more powerful than the actual assassinations that would occur. You haven't mentioned the remaining prices yet, Jovi. Ah, yes. Well, the head of any Tier 3 galactic citizen is worth 1 guaranteed transformation into a lesser phase lord. The head of any Tier 2 galactic citizen is worth 1 guaranteed transformation into a senior phase lord. The head of any Tier 1 galactic citizen is worth a guaranteed transformation into an ancient phase lord. So, I am just worth an opportunity to become a garbage phase lord in the eyes of others. Am I correct? That is not the case. Jovi shook his head. The bounties are not uniform. The Red Cabal has set special prices for notable human individuals that merit special attention. The native aliens have actually increased your bounty by a full tier. Your head is worth as much as a Tier 2 galactic citizen. It appears that even the phase whales recognize that your value to our civilization is greater than your current status. Oh, that is inconvenient to say the least. Chapter 50, 500 Arrival at Bordel. The Blue Jay fleet arrived in the Bordel system without incident. Unlike before, the Tarrasque and her armed escorts did not appear conspicuous in this particular port system. This was because it had turned into a stronghold of the Red 2. In order to prop up the front lines and prevent the native aliens from compressing human space too quickly, the Red Association and the Red Fleet had joined forces to bolster the war infrastructure of the most affected regions. The Torald Middle Zone had long shed its previous image as a wild frontier, that only recently opened up to mass immigration and colonization. Now, there were a lot of scared people who would rather abandon their investments and flee to the rear of human-occupied space as much as possible. Though a lot of people had indeed chosen to pack their bags and board the first available starship that could take them away, others stayed behind. The latter remained in place because they had no choice or because they were lured by the huge incentives offered by the Red 2. In fact, more and more people started to pour into the Bordel system because business was booming. With the Red 2 throwing lots of money and merits around, Bordel transitioned into a haven for would-be warlords, highly ambitious soldiers and profiteers who sought to take advantage of the booming war economy. The star system was roughly divided into two different segments. The first segment consisted of the forces and the infrastructure of the Red 2. The Mechers and Fleeters all built numerous space stations, defensive installations, and shipyards in various parts of the star system. The Red Association also took charge of Bordel Roman 7. It used to be a small, cold rock floating in the outer reaches of the star system, but it had transformed into a notable collection of bases and other important infrastructure. The Mechers hadn't even bothered to terraform it, causing it to retain its inhospitable image. Bordel Roman 3 was where the general public converged in order to do business and prepare for upcoming deployments. Although the Red 2 still maintained a visible presence on the planet, the Mechers and the Fleeters mostly allowed the space peasants to go about their business so long as they abided by the regulations. What a lively star system, Vess remarked as he observed the plot that revealed all of the fleets and starships that had gathered in the port system. There are over 50 private fleets and many more individual starships. The 306th Blue Jay fleet belonged to the Red Association, so its warships easily established a connection with the system-wide commandnet. The quantity of fleets and starships in private hands were great. There was no warship among them. The majority of vessels were carriers that held a lot of mechs. None of these mechs were pushovers. Although the vast majority of them consisted of last-gen mechs that had already become outdated, their overall performance was not weak in the first place. A part of the forces who decided to park in this port system even did so in order to upgrade their old machines into hyper-mechs. A whole industry around this process had risen up on Bordel Roman 3. So many mech designers and mech technicians had become proficient at converting last-gen mechs into hyper-mechs that their expertise and efficiency had reached an impressive level. There were hardly any other places in the Red Ocean where organizations could convert their old mechs into more effective combat assets. This was one of the reasons why business was booming in Bordel Roman 3. Of course, another reason why the planet had become so attractive was that it also became home to a large number of mech companies, recruitment agencies, recycling companies, and more. Each of them contributed to the war effort in their own ways. Both frontline soldiers and support personnel banded together to help their race and civilization win the conflict that increasingly became known as the Red War. Jovi, who stood next to Vess, gazed at the projected plot that depicted a lot of activity. From a security standpoint, a lively star system is not necessarily a safe star system. The R-Ray Sr. spoke up. Remember what I told you a few days ago. Your head is worth as much as a guaranteed ascension into a greater phase lord. That is enough to tempt many powerful people. Busy star systems and congested areas are the best places for them to make their attempts. Vess frowned after being reminded by this unpleasant business. I can hardly imagine anyone stupid enough to abandon their family, their friends, and their entire power base just to get a huge body. How can they live with themselves, knowing that they will have to spend the rest of their lives as isolated lackeys of the aliens who would love nothing more than to wipe out their former race? Oh, do not sound so naive, Vess. I am sure that you are already aware that there are many people who are more than willing to betray everything in order to extend their lifespans and potentially live for hundreds of thousands of years. The illusion of immortality is so seductive that it is a certainty that people will try and make the attempt. Doesn't that mean that it is virtually guaranteed that I will suffer an assassination attempt once I reach the surface of Bordel Roman 3? Jovi did not deny this possibility. All of our calculations say so. You can rest assured that we take your security extremely seriously. The attempt or attempts will fail. The ultimate masterminds will get exposed and suffer the consequences of betraying red humanity. Harming you is no less than harming the cause of human survival, so we will not only punish the people responsible for the deed, but we will also dismantle their entire organizations and redistribute their assets to more deserving candidates. Isn't that a form of collective punishment? The subordinates of the culprits are likely not at fault. This is already the gentlest outcome that we can tolerate, Jovi replied in a stern voice. We need to send a message that such actions cannot be tolerated. We want to preclude the possibility that certain powerful families seek to hedge their bets in the Red War by doing everything they can to turn one of their descendants into a phase lord. Do not underestimate the shamelessness of these old families. To them, the survival of their bloodline and heritage is more important than the survival of our collective race. That sounded considerably worse than Vess thought. It truly appeared that far too many people only saw their civilization as a means to an end. Back when humanity was strong, everyone was proud to be a part of the dominant race in the Milky Way. Now that red humanity got cut off from their home galaxy, a lot of people suddenly found it a lot less attractive to be a part of the side that was heavily outnumbered and short on so many resources. Should it be any surprise that those scared and desperate humans actually wanted to defect to what they perceived as the winning side? Vess pressed his palm against his face. The Red Cabal is truly clever for using such a means to sow more division within our society. The aliens are deliberately exploiting our lack of unity and our propensity for infighting. It is not as bad as it sounds. Jovi reached out and patted his friend on the shoulder. First, any assassination that targets you is doomed to fail for obvious reasons. While you have exposed your strength as a human phase lord just recently, we have made sure that word of it has not spread to wider public. Only a small number of people of the Hunting Association are aware of your true combat potential. Even if the assassins are so well informed that they know that your physique is abnormally strong, they will likely be caught off guard at how difficult it is to harm your life. I see. Besides, the most powerful humans who possess the means to take your life are already high-tier galactic citizens themselves. They are far more embedded in the existing power structure of our civilization. They have more to lose than anyone else, and are far more attached to the society that they have helped to build over the course of many generations. The higher their tier, the more unthinkable it is for them to betray our collective cause. This means that the only ones who are likely to take action are outcasts and other disaffected parties who are not doing so well. That caused Vess to feel a little more relieved. Though it was not pleasant for him to know that he had become a high-value target, he at least did not have to be afraid of top figures such as General Axeler Strion or Master Layla Rebecca DeVos. They were all on the same boat. Vess only had to be on the lookout for crazies who weren't too competent, but were desperate enough to go crazy and inflict a large amount of destruction. Though Vess did not fear for his life, he had serious concerns about the safety of his clan and particularly his children. There is no profit to targeting your clan in order to get to you, Jovi said. Such an action will only expose them to our investigators. As long as they reveal the slightest flaw, we can immediately trace the connections between the agents and their ultimate masters. The culprits will lose everything without ever touching you directly. Vess never imagined that he would feel so grateful that the Red Association was so damn good at spying. The Mechers secretly monitored virtually every part of human-occupied space. While they gathered far more observation data than they could ever analyze, All of those archival recordings could still be used to piece together clues of a lot of misdeeds. No one could remain anonymous under the constant surveillance of the Mechers. They were the true masters of human society, and they were not afraid to show everyone why they were in charge. As for the chance that your wife and children may come to harm, we are already taking care of this issue, Jovi replied. Our higher-ups have already approved our application to increase your protection detail. You won't be able to see much of the changes, but you can be assured that your immediate family are in good hands. You effectively enjoy the protection that is granted to Tier 2 galactic citizens. Part of that is that we take great measures to guard your loved ones. The less you are concerned about their safety, the more you will feel at ease. That will put you in a better state to continue your effort to continue your contributions to society. The cost and effort needed to protect the family of a high-tier galactic citizen was great, but it was all worth it so long as a Tier 2 galactic citizen continued to do his job without worries. Though Vess was not entirely sure about these promises, he knew that he could not allow his fears to stop him from pursuing his ambitions. Vess ultimately believed that he could protect his family and clan much better if he advanced to the rank of star designer as soon as possible. All right, Jovi. I hope you guys know what you are doing. Hopefully these crazy and desperate opportunists will target other Tier 3 galactic citizens first. Lamb afraid that is not the case, Vess. You are officially recognized as a Tier 3 galactic citizen, but your head is worth a full tier higher. What is also important is that you are far younger than your fellow citizens, and that you are a second-rater with no notable background worth mentioning. That means that you are by far the more vulnerable high-value target in the eyes of others. You are most likely the first to suffer from an attack motivated by the Red Cabal's bounty program. Great. What does your Eye of Providence say? I know you can read my future, Jovi. Tell me your prediction. If you are hoping to obtain a clear answer, then I am afraid that I cannot oblige you, Vess. Your future is clouded in darkness. There are too many powerful forces at work that my companion's spirit cannot see through. Just be careful. How helpful.